Inside the familiar room, Luo Lin sat upright facing Nagitsuru, who had now transformed into a girl, the two of them sitting properly opposite each other. That earlier slap had been viciously heavy. As a result, the bright red imprint on the left side of Luo Lin's face was glaringly conspicuous. He was so furious he had almost choked on the spot, and now he glared at her with eyes blazing with rage. Perhaps because she knew she was in the wrong, Nagitsuru stubbornly refused to lift her head to look at him, yet still would not fully admit fault. Both her small hands clutched tightly at the pants she had hurriedly put back on. She still tried to argue back. "I'm sorry, okay, I really didn't mean it. But in the end, isn't it because you went too far, old Lin? You actually kept staring at that place of mine. Is that somewhere you're allowed to stare at like that? Even I myself am too embarrassed to look there, but you not only looked, you stared so seriously. Of course that would make anyone angry." Luo Lin snapped back. "You still talk back after doing something wrong. Who do you think I did all that for? Let me tell you, Nagitsuru, if you really had some Thai-style surgery done on you in your sleep, your little brother would be gone for good in this lifetime." "What? No, I don't want that. Anything but that, absolutely not. I haven't even gotten a cute girlfriend yet," Nagitsuru cried out in collapse. "Calm down a bit," Luo Lin said. "My brother down there is gone and you want me to calm down? How am I supposed to calm down? With what am I supposed to calm down? Right now you still have your brother, I don't have mine. Of course you can stay calm. Why don't you give me yours and see if I calm down?" "It's over, he's already talking nonsense," Luo Lin thought with deep sorrow. He went on. "Listen carefully, Nagitsuru. There are no signs of any surgery on your body. According to the method of elimination, there is only one possible truth." "What? What is it?" "You didn't become like this through any physical means. That can only mean that due to some unnatural extraordinary cause you were suddenly and forcibly turned into this by someone, or by some kind of power." As expected of old Lin, what a cool-headed analysis. Nagitsuru clenched her fist, feeling that his words made perfect sense. He truly was her good brother. Since that's the case, you can actually be at ease instead. "Why?" she asked. "Humph. If you can turn into this, then there must be a way to turn you back. If your little brother had been cut off by physical means, then it would truly be gone and could never be grafted back on. So you're saying I can get my good brother back?" "Yes, exactly, that's the idea." "Ugh, that's wonderful, so wonderful, thank you, old Lin." Those few words were more enlightening than 10 years of study. The moment she heard she could turn back, the heaviest stone in Nagitsuru's heart instantly fell to the ground. Moved, she even lifted her right arm and stepped closer to drape it over her good brother Luo Lin's shoulder. However, given how Nagitsuru currently looked, Luo Lin forced himself to remain calm, patted Nagitsuru on the back to signal her to let go. When she released him, she noticed his somewhat unnatural expression and tilted her head in curiosity. "Old Lin, what's wrong?" "Ahem, no, it's nothing, Nagitsuru." "Even if you can turn back right now, you're a girl. Don't just get so close and touch others like that." "Huh? Is there a problem with that? You still have the face to ask why. In short, just don't do that." "Haha, you're so strange, old Lin," she said. Although Nagitsuru had no idea why he suddenly said such things, she was in a great mood now, so she readily agreed. "Don't worry, I don't casually do that with other people anyway. Hasn't it always only been with you, old Lin? Do you think Nagitsuru is the kind of person who's casual like that? Wearing such an adorable girl's appearance while saying things that invite misunderstanding and wild imagination. Nagitsuru, how did I never notice this before? Are you doing it on purpose or by accident? Old Lin, what on earth are you talking about?" Nagitsuru completely failed to understand. Luo Lin gave up. "Alright, now it's time for us to look for clues." "What clues?" "Idiot, of course, the reason you were turned into this. Since this happened inside your room, there must be clues left behind. What we need to do is find those clues, follow the trail, uncover the ultimate cause, and obtain a solution." Oh. As expected of old Lin, you're so reliable. Idiot, do you want to stay a woman for life? Shouldn't this be what you think about and worry over first? How did it end up with the eunuch being more anxious than the emperor? Why are you scolding me again? And calling me an idiot, you've already said it twice. Nagitsuru was starting to get genuinely angry. Luo Lin simply rolled his eyes. Hurry up and help look for clues, idiot. That's the third time. This is the third time today you've called me an idiot. You can't keep calling me that. Are you trying to make me die of anger? Aren't you the one making me angry right now? Before they knew it, the two had started quarreling again. Just then a strange boisterous laughter suddenly resounded through the room. Ha 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 ha. What the hell is that sound? They exclaimed. The arguing pair instantly froze and turned toward the direction of the laughter. On the desk stood a stuffed tiger, a small knife stuck in its belly with its entrails exposed, laughing uproariously as though it were alive. Nagitsuru's face went deathly pale in an instant. That stuffed toy was none other than the seppuku tiger that her favorite girl Shatsung Fong had given her. The toy had not only spoken, it had come to life. In contrast, Luo Lin remained much calmer. He stepped forward, shielding his good buddy behind him, and faced the stuffed tiger, heaving loudly, demanding. So you're the mastermind, aren't you? What manner of monster are you daring to commit such an outrageous act under broad daylight in a clear sky? Have you never heard that there are gods 3 feet above your head, and that those who do too much evil will destroy themselves? The seppuku tiger stared back, baffled. What on earth was this person talking about? Although it understood none of his words, the seppuku tiger still took the initiative to hop down from the desk, walk over to the coffee table beside them, and leap up there. Planting its paws on its hips with swagger, it declared, "Humph, since you're asking so sincerely, I'll graciously tell you. What's a mere stuffed toy being so arrogant for? Spit it out honestly, or I'll throw you into a heap of resin, seal you into amber, pour you into a cement barrel, and toss you into the sea so you'll be locked in the ocean for all eternity, never to be reborn." Luo Lin's words sent a chill from the top of the seppuku tiger's head to the tips of its paws. Terrified, it waved its hands and shouted. "No abusing stuffed toys. I'm your partner, you know, a bona fide partner. There's no way you'd do something that cruel to me, right? Are you demons?" Bang! In the pitch-black room, a harsh beam of light suddenly flared to life, stabbing into a corner. The blinding glare was so intense that the stuffed tiger tied to a small stool almost felt as if its button eyes were about to go completely blind. At this moment, the stuffed tiger was bound tight with ropes, struggling desperately to no avail. The one manipulating that spotlight was none other than the sinister group led by Luo Lin, with Ming Jinlu as his right-hand man. Stupid doll, are you going to talk or not? Confess and you'll be treated lightly. Resist and you'll suffer the consequences. If you dare keep that stiff mouth, I, Luo Lin, have more than enough ways to deal with you and make you beg for life, yet be unable to seek death. Luo Lin grabbed the stuffed tiger's plush face with his hand and yanked it outward with force. The pain made the tiger wail loudly. Luo Lin pressed it again with another question. Are you going to talk or not? Talk or not? The stuffed tiger was on the verge of collapse. Only after finally catching its breath did it protest. Talk about what? At least ask something first. You're not even asking, just tying me up like this and using torture to extract a confession. If you want to know something, at least ask what it is, Wawa. The methods were truly frightening. Even Ming Jinlu felt a twinge of guilt. Old Lin treating a mere doll like this, isn't it a bit too cruel? This is cruel already. I haven't even used my real methods yet. But it's still just a doll. Yes, but a normal doll doesn't talk, doesn't scream, and certainly doesn't have suspicious points all over its body like this one does. The stuffed tiger shouted, haven't I already said I'm your companion? I'm a comrade of justice. Luo Lin burst into loud laughter. You say you're our companion and we're supposed to just believe you. Do you really think you're the fool here, or that we're all fools? Are you talking or not? Hurry up and talk. Big bro, I was wrong, at least ask your question. The stuffed tiger surrendered. This man was far too terrifying, completely on a different level from Ming Jinlu. Fortunately, it had chosen to follow Ming Jinlu instead of this man, otherwise it might not even have known how it died. For all it knew, one day he would pour concrete over it and sink it into Tokyo Bay. Seeing that it had finally quieted down, Luo Lin at last relaxed his aggressive posture and began to question it. Now I'll ask and you'll answer. Answer honestly. If you dare to twist words or lie through your stuffing, you have no idea what methods I'll use on you. Big bro, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. First, why did Ming Jinlu turn into this? Is this your doing? Take a look at Ming Jinliu's wrist. Doesn't he have an extra blue bracelet now? Everyone turned to look. Sure enough, there was a strange bracelet that hadn't been there before. Ming Jinlu was shocked and tried to wrench it off, but no matter how he struggled, it wouldn't budge. The stuffed tiger smiled slightly and continued explaining. It won't come off. That bracelet is the proof of your contract, the bracelet of oath. Since you've been chosen by the arbitrators, you will inevitably set foot on the path of battle. You've already become a combat elite at Kempufar. Huh? The two of them were utterly stupefied, struggling to accept this sudden barrage of bizarre rules. All Kempufar are female, only women can become Kempufar. That's why Ming Jinliu's body turned into that of a girl. Since you've already been chosen, you can only fight to the bitter end, haha. What are you laughing at? Luo Lin cursed. No name calling allowed. That bracelet is the bracelet of oath. Every Kempufar has one. Before transformation it will glow. By the way, I'm the messenger sent by the arbitrators to deliver their words, an angelic existence. Now you should understand that I'm your comrade, not your enemy, right? So you're a spy sent by the enemy, huh? In that case, sinking you into Tokyo Bay is the best choice. Luo Lin came to a decision. I'm a comrade. A comrade? I'm really not a spy. Shut up. Okay, big bro, I'll shut up. What kind of people are these arbitrators? We don't really know their exact identities either. Then what use are you? Off to the bottom you go. Do you want that badly to dump me into the sea? The stuffed tiger burst into tears. Just as Luo Lin was about to press this self-proclaimed companion with further questions, Ming Jinlu noticed the time on the clock in the room. Her expression suddenly grew anxious. This is bad. If I don't hurry to school now, I'm going to be late. In the next instant, he rushed up to the stuffed tiger, clamped its plush head in an iron grip, leaned in close and demanded threateningly. Hey stupid doll, get to the point. Since you can turn me into this, you must have a way to turn me back, right? Otherwise I'll be late for school. Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and change me back or I'll twist your head off. Wait. Normally, whether you transform or undo the transformation is controlled by the Kempufar's own will. And you're telling me this now? How am I supposed to know what to do? Sometimes you'll just suddenly revert on your own. I still have to go to school in a bit. It's possible you'll suddenly change back on your way to school, haha. What are you laughing at? In a fit of fury, Ming Jinlu slammed a fist squarely into the stuffed tiger's face. Its head snapped to the side and it went limp, apparently knocked out. Afterward, Ming Jinlu turned to Luo Lin seeking help. Old Lin, what should I do? Save me, hurry and think of something. It just said you'd turn back on your own. How about you head to school and test it? Test it how? If you change back on the way, just go to school as normal. If you don't, then at the school gate grab any classmate you know and have them request leave for you. How about that? As expected, old Lin is reliable. That stupid doll, I'll settle accounts with it properly after school. Breakfast is ready downstairs. No time, I'll eat on the way. With time running short and since Luo Lin had happened to make sandwiches that morning, Ming Jinlu, still in her girl's form, came down to the first floor living room. To make it easier to carry, Luo Lin wrapped her sandwich in plastic wrap, neatly packing it and placing it into her school bag. Ming Jinliu, find some time to eat it at school. I've put your lunch bento in there too. I'm really so grateful, old Lin. Grabbing her school bag, Ming Jinlu dashed to the entryway, slipped on her shoes and headed out the door. After stepping outside, she turned back one last time to look at Luo Lin still standing at the entryway. With a bright sunny smile she said goodbye, then I'm heading out. Be careful on the road. Luo Lin, still wearing an apron, returned her a warm smile and waved her off. With something like this happening so suddenly, it'd be great if you could go to school with me, old Lin. I still feel a bit uneasy going alone. Haha, you'll be fine. What's there to be afraid of for a grown man? All right then. If anything comes up, I'll call you, so remember to pick up. Got it. I'm leaving the house in your hands, and that stupid doll too. And them with me here, don't worry. For some reason, walking off on her own now, Ming Jinlu felt a strange unease in her chest, as if a bad premonition were looming, like something truly frightening was about to happen. After Naguru left, Lauren returned to the living room alone, picked up the steaming glass of milk and the sandwich, complete with crispy bacon and a perfectly fried egg, from the table, and settled onto the sofa, intending to watch television while enjoying his breakfast. A variety of comedic shows played on the television. Though his breakfast was simple, and yet pleasantly flavorful, Lauren could not bring himself to smile. An overwhelming sorrow welled up inside him, finally escaping as a long, weary sigh. Why? Why, truly why? It had already been over a year since he'd transmigrated here. He'd believed, finally, that this world was peaceful, no magic, no cultivators, no heroic spirits, no zombies, no Ultramen, none of the countless supernatural phenomena that plagued other realms. He'd dared hope at last for a quiet, ordinary life. Instead, life had delivered a brutal, stinging slap across the face. The catastrophe beginning today made one truth unmistakably clear: this world was just as broken, brimming with phenomena science could not explain. As for why Lauren found himself in Naguru Sino's home, and why two grown men had shared the same roof for over a year, that story began a year earlier. On that day, Lauren was executed by beheading at the execution grounds, without suspense, without reprieve, without reversal. On that very same day, Naguru sat alone in his room reading a campus romantic comedy manga. Mimicking its instructions, he performed the incantation and gestures for summoning a succubus, lost in full-blown Chinibu delusion, dramatically waving his arms and shouting with theatrical fervor. In an instant, an eerie, blinding light erupted from nowhere within the room, born of Naguru's wildly passionate, succubus summoning array. With a thunderous crack splitting the sky, Lauren made his dazzling entrance. What the? Few could fathom the sheer devastation Naguru felt upon beholding the creature he'd summoned, not a lithe-alluring succubus, but a hulking, muscle-bound man. He'd indulged his Chinibu fantasy, reciting a summoning chant on a whim, and somehow impossibly it had worked. Yet now one question burned in his mind. Why, had he summoned a man? Where was the succubus? Was this some twisted parody, Malubus? Had fate conspired solely to ruin him? Naguru nearly wished he were dead. Fortunately, Lauren still wore the tattered prisoner's garb from his execution. Touching his neck, still tender, still throbbing, he rose with difficulty and gazed once more upon this strange, unfamiliar world. His first sight was Naguru himself, standing before him, eyes wide on the verge of tears. Lauren offered a polite, easy smile and greeted him warmly. Hey there. Greetings, I'm Lauren. A pleasure to meet you. You, who are you? You're not really a succubus, are you? Naguru was utterly terrified, convinced the towering male entity he'd summoned would devour him whole. After all, he was unequivocally, undeniably a man. I have absolutely no interest in that sort of thing. Help. He looks strong, dangerously so. Should I call the police? But, would they even believe me? Naguru clutched his head, spiraling into utter frantic despair. Meanwhile, Lauren watched him leap, wail and flail, and quietly concluded he'd stumbled upon a bona fide lunatic. Hey, buddy, are you alright? Don't come any closer. If you try anything, I'll call the police. What exactly did I do to warrant a police report? Because, if you are a succubus, you'd surely attack the one who summoned you? I refuse to be assaulted by a man. What kind of lunatic is this? Lauren sighed, exasperated. Clearing his throat, he replied with solemn dignity. First, I am not a succubus. My name is Lauren. Thank you. Second, I do not assault people unprovoked. I am no Jason Voorhees. Murder is not my craft nor my concern. Third, why on earth would I assault a man? Do you imagine I enjoy assaulting men? This is slander, blatant unfounded defamation against Lauren himself. After this brief exchange, Naguru gradually calmed. They moved together into the living room. Lauren hadn't eaten yet, and upon seeing the sleek modern open-plan kitchen he strode straight toward the refrigerator. Naguru's voice rang out behind him, "Hey, don't just rummage through someone else's fridge." "Oh, quite the well-stocked pantry I see." Ignoring him, Lauren inspected the refrigerator thoroughly, then turned back with a grin. "Listen, buddy, I'm starving. It's nearly evening. You haven't eaten dinner yet, have you?" "Huh? Oh, right, I haven't. So what? Your ingredients look excellent. May I borrow your kitchen? I'll whip up dinner, don't worry, Chef Lin's culinary mastery is legendary. Delicious, or your money back." "Wait, you use my fridge, my kitchen, and then charge me?" Naguru had lived half a lifetime, yet never encountered such logic. Lauren gave an awkward chuckle. "Just a figure of speech, I used to hawk food from a street stall. Old habits die hard." "You can really cook?" "Absolutely. Chef Lin's restaurant was famed far and wide. Back home, whenever anyone hosted a grand banquet, the first call was always to me." "Then go ahead, give it a try." Naguru had planned to settle for instant noodles tonight, but now intrigued by Lauren's bold confidence, he couldn't resist tasting the cuisine of this so-called summoned succubus. After all, it required no effort on his part but to sit and wait. "Fine, consider it done. Just watch closely, honored guest. If it isn't delicious, I'll eat the entire pot right before your eyes." Having received permission, Lauren immediately retrieved ingredients from the fridge, tied on an apron, and stepped into the kitchen, where he began washing and chopping with practiced ease. The cleaver struck the cutting board with crisp rhythmic precision. His fluid, masterful movements left Naguru, sitting at the dining table waiting for dinner, utterly dumbfounded. His mind registered only one word: raw and immediate. Wow! This skill is extraordinary, akin to those celebrity chefs on television. Is he truly a succubus, or a divine chef descended from heaven? As Lauren cooked, he noticed Naguru's stunned gaze, and allowed himself the faintest secret smile. That lingering spark of pride, however small, warmed him deeply. Though newly arrived in this world, knowing nothing of its rules, its dangers, he felt no fear. After all, this was a fresh start. Even if death came an hour from now at the hands of some unknown force or accident, he would savor this meal. He would die well fed. He had only just died, so dying again held no terror. It felt like launching a new character in a game, no dread of crashes, no anxiety over corrupted saves, just pure unburdened presence. Having nothing to lose, what truly was there to fear? He was hailed as the restaurant's star chef, yet in truth with only meager ingredients at his disposal, Lauren managed to prepare but a handful of modest dishes. Nothing more than simple home-style fare: braised pork belly, kung pao chicken, shredded pork in garlic sauce, spinach and tofu soup, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. One by one, Lauren placed the finished dishes upon the dining table. Once all were served, he thoughtfully ladled generous helpings of steamed rice for both himself and Naguru, then settled onto the chair across from him. Naguru sat frozen in astonishment, gazing at the lavish spread of Chinese cuisine before him. What on earth is all this? Dinner, of course. What else could it be? Chinese cuisine. You're from China? Exactly. So what? Lauren was already ravenous. While answering Naguru's questions, he had long begun shoveling rice and dishing out morsels, grease glistening at the corners of his mouth, as he urged, "Brother, dig in. Seriously. It's absolutely delicious. If you like spice, feel free to add chili yourself. I prefer mild flavors, but if you favor fiery heat, I'll gladly craft something bolder next time. For tonight, let's just make do. How's that sound?" Though every dish was unfamiliar, unseen, untried, its rich aromatic steam rose unmistakably, undeniable. With tentative first strokes of his chopsticks, Naguru quickly cast aside all restraint. His eyes lit up, he fell into rhythm with Lauren, devouring rice, snatching morsels, eating with unrestrained gusto. Between mouthfuls he praised effusively, grease smearing his lips. Delicious. Absolutely phenomenal. You truly are something else, mister. Lauren. Ha ha ha, well. Didn't I tell you so? And call me Lao Lin, no need for Mr. It feels stiff and awkward. Then please call me Naguru. My full name is Sena Naguru, it's an honor to meet you. Likewise brother Naguru. After a feast fit for kings, camaraderie between men bloomed strangely and swiftly. Both sat slumped on the living room sofa, bellies swollen, limbs splayed haphazardly. Phew, I'm utterly done. Can't possibly eat another bite. Naguru gasped, breath shallow. Yet the dishes remained untouched on the table. His gaze kept drifting toward the dining area. Noticing this, Lauren gently clapped his shoulder and declared with easy confidence, brother, don't fret, I'll handle cleanup later. Just relax and recline. Leave those trivial matters to me. But is it really alright to trouble you like this? Ha ha ha, no trouble at all. Every ingredient, every grain, every drop came from your home. I've eaten your food, drunk your water, used your resources, surely the least I can do is tidy up. Very well, thank you. And, those dishes, truly extraordinary. The finest Chinese meal I've ever tasted in my entire life. You're too kind, I merely cooked humble home-style dishes, nothing extraordinary. Once comfortably acquainted. Naguru finally broached the subject closest to his heart. Lao Lin, were you truly summoned here as a succubus? Do I look like a succubus to you? Lauren flexed, and instantly dense powerful musculature rippled across his frame. A paragon of raw masculine vitality. Naguru chuckled awkwardly. No, not at all. Haha, just think of me as a traveler randomly displaced across worlds. Transcendent displacement. That's pure fantasy, surely it doesn't exist in reality. Oh, but it does, standing right before you. Then surely you wield incredible powers, magic, interdimensional pockets, superhuman abilities, something awe-inspiring. Naguru's imagination soared, dazzling cinematic powers straight from legendary manga, flamboyant, overwhelming, godlike. Lauren offered a wry, rueful smile. Haha, none whatsoever. Ha. I'm simply an ordinary man, no gifts, no blessings, no latent talent. Wish I had them, but I don't. No innate aptitude. Do you think I'm the protagonist? Do you imagine protagonists are born so easily? His voice tightened with bitter anguish, as though he longed to tear apart every prodigy blessed since birth with radiant halos and celestial favor. Why? We're all human, why are they chosen as geniuses while Lauren remains a wretched ordinary soul? It's profoundly unjust. Truly, no supernatural abilities whatsoever. None, absolutely none. Lauren pleaded earnestly. Naguru sensed no deception in his tone. Then Lao Lin, if you've crossed into our world, must there not be some purpose driving you? None. Not even a single objective. Prevent villainous conspiracies? Save the world? Shield vital figures from assassination? None, none at all. Please brother Naguru, begging you, don't ask any further. If only Lauren knew his own purpose. I'm mere driftwood, tossed aimlessly between realms. My sole ambition is survival, nothing more, nothing less. That was the unvarnished truth. Devoid of any divine advantage, he stood defenseless against danger, powerless before threats that would crumble beneath a true protagonist's casual strike. Sounds rather bleak. Are you all right? Thank you, I'm fine as you see. So then, what are your plans, Lao Lin? Having just arrived in this world, I'm utterly undocumented, no money, no identification, no kin or friends to rely upon. Brother Naguru, mind if we negotiate? Huh? Negotiate what? If you won't mind, may I stay with you, for a while? Once I earn income, I'll move out immediately. Lauren hoped for temporary shelter, and assured he'd contribute fully, handling all household chores, mastering culinary arts, and delivering flawless meals. Yet at the thought of cohabiting with such a powerfully built man, Naguru instinctively hesitated. Lauren, ever forthright, responded without pressure. No need to fret, brother, if private concerns hold you back, I won't insist nor impose. I'll depart shortly to seek alternatives. Alternatives? What do you mean? Naguru leaned in, deeply concerned. He sensed, Lauren bore no trace of malice. Lauren shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Nothing grand, merely robbery on streets, looting shops, seizing essential supplies, then vanishing into remote mountains to till barren fields shed my name and live in obscurity, far from civilization." Without ID no employer would hire him. Entrepreneurship was impossible. This path, grim as it seemed, offered the swiftest, safest route to survival. Naguru recoiled in alarm. "What? That's criminal. You'll land in prison if caught. Lao Lin, you mustn't commit crimes." "Brother, I wish I had another choice. But hunger is real. Survival is primal. Is that truly wrong? Surely, there's no other way. Could you not take part-time work? A black market resident like me, who'd hire me?" "Ah." Naguru fell silent, struck speechless. Indeed, without identity one is paralyzed in society. He sank into quiet contemplation. Seeing this, Lauren said nothing more, simply patted his shoulder and rose with a broad, resolute smile. "Haha, well then, brother Naguru, it's grown quite late. I'll take my leave." "Where are you going?" "To carve out a livelihood outdoors. Rest assured, if I'm ever apprehended I'll never utter a word about you. Lao Lin stands alone in his deeds, never dragging others down. Thank you for this generous meal, the debt I owe you runs deep. Should fortune grant me the chance I shall repay it fully." That day, as Lauren truly turned to walk away, Naguru's heart lurched violently. When awareness returned, he found his hand already gripping Lauren's wrist, halting his departure. Lauren turned puzzled. "Brother Naguru, anything else?" "Wait, don't go." "But, won't my presence burden you?" "Haha, no need to worry. I've wandered far and wide, slept beneath open skies, lived rootless. It's second nature to me." "I never said you couldn't stay. You truly consent to my temporary residence? If it's only for a short while, I believe you're a good man. So, why? Huh? Don't you fear I might be dangerous? Sheltering a stranger, especially one met moments ago, is reckless. Risk is immense. I know it's unwise, but Lauren studied Naguru closely, mere inches away, eyes unwavering. After a pause, Naguru lifted his gaze, meeting Lauren's with equal sincerity. "Forgive me, I can't fully explain it. I only know, if I truly let you walk away now it would feel as though I'd lost something irreplaceably precious." "Huh?" Lauren blinked, then burst into laughter. Naguru, truly fearless aren't you, brother? Stop babbling. Still, I sincerely thank you. Why such solemn gratitude? It's embarrassingly heartfelt." Naguru scratched his head, cheeks flushing with shy discomfort. Looking back upon the past. From that day onward, Lauren officially settled into Naguru's home. To conserve their meager living expenses, Naguru even devoted considerable time to part-time jobs, working at convenience stores and taking on odd gigs, to support them both. Lauren often felt a pang of guilt watching Naguru rush about so tirelessly. After all, he was perfectly capable, yet still depended on another for sustenance. He had contemplated numerous ways to earn money, performing on city streets, working as a bodyguard, or foraging rare medicinal herbs deep in remote mountains. Yet each option carried grave risks, identity complications that could trigger reports to authorities, draw in police scrutiny, and even imprisonment. Perhaps precisely for this reason, Naguru firmly opposed Lauren seeking employment. When asked, "Aren't you ever troubled by how exhausting this is?" he would always respond with an easy, warm smile. "It truly is exhausting, but the moment I step through the door I'm greeted by a spotless home, a table laden with exquisite home-cooked meals, and the quiet certainty that someone waits for me. That alone erases all fatigue. You're already striving so hard to earn money outside, how could I sit idle at home and do nothing? That would make me little more than a parasite. So please, Lauren, don't carry such guilt. Yes, I work outside, but more often than not I feel like I'm the one being cared for." Indeed, since Lauren moved in, Naguru had experienced what true world-class domestic stewardship felt like. His home never once fell into disarray or neglect. All laundry needed only be dropped into the basket to by morning it reappeared, neatly folded, sorted, and arranged in his wardrobe with flawless precision. Even broken furniture, malfunctioning computers, or wobbly chairs summoned Lauren, toolkit in hand, descending like a benevolent angel to restore everything flawlessly. But what mattered most was this: each evening as Naguru crossed the threshold and called out, "Lauren, I'm home." From the far end of the entryway corridor Lauren would appear, half his body emerging from the living room, beaming at him with unrestrained warmth. "Oh, brother's back. Ha! Come in, come in. Wait till you taste today's new culinary experiment. I guarantee it'll haunt your dreams and steal your heart. What delicacy are you conjuring up today? In secret, for now. You'll find out once you've tasted it. Needing such gourmet fare every day, I'll swell into a mountain of flesh. Then we'll rise together at dawn and train, shed every ounce. And I wish I had your physique, Lauren. How do you sculpt such perfect form?" Ha! The answer is simple. No. Tell me. And consistent, unwavering effort, day after day, year after year. Pfft, so much for revelation. And wrong, and how so? And saying it is effortless. The real question isn't what to do, it's when, today or tomorrow. In that instant, Naguru awoke as if from a dream. Though he long admired Lauren's physique, and imagined that disciplined training might transform him likewise, he habitually deferred action, always whispering, "I'll begin tomorrow." And so not once, not a single time, had he ever followed through. Deep within, Naguru knew, returning each day to immaculate order, savoring fragrant Chinese cuisine and meeting Lauren's radiant, joyful smile, these were the very things that filled his life with meaning. The mere thought of them made every hardship worthwhile, every exhaustion justified, every sacrifice noble. Ha! Oh, and one more crucial detail: his room, once perpetually chaotic and neglected, had become astonishingly tidy since Lauren arrived. Even the hidden collection of study materials, stashed in forgotten corners, had been meticulously categorized and displayed on the bookshelf with scholarly precision. When Naguru first glimpsed those neatly aligned volumes, his face burned crimson, he nearly dissolved on the spot. Lauren strode forward, clapped him heartily on the shoulder, and declared, "Ha! What's there to fear, brother? Nothing to hide, let them stand proudly on full display. These are not things one displays openly. No true man stands upright beneath heaven and unashamed before earth. His conduct must be transparent, his integrity unblemished. It's merely a few study volumes, surely no cause for shame. But, and besides, we're the only two here. No women will ever see them. If you worry about appearances, just give me a call beforehand, I'll vanish them utterly, leaving no trace. Your dates will proceed without interruption." I never said anything about dating anyone." At that Naguru blushed fiercely, wishing the floor would swallow him whole. Then, to his utter mortification, Lauren flipped open one volume and began reviewing it aloud, offering thoughtful commentary. "Oh ho, haha. It's been ages since I last laid eyes on these. Naguru, may I borrow them occasionally?" "You may, if you wish." Now a wave of profound embarrassment washed over him. Some of those materials, he admitted inwardly, had already served their purpose. Lauren reassured him gently, "Don't fret, I'll admire them, yes, but I won't lay a finger on your treasures." "What on earth are you babbling?" "And exactly what you think I mean. And Lauren, you have no shame. How can you speak such mortifying words so boldly?" "Haha, what's a man to fear?" Naguru surrendered completely. He sensed with quiet awe that meeting Lauren had irrevocably altered the course of his life. His daily existence had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Watching Lauren continue leafing through the volumes, Naguru finally interjected. "For the record, they were given to me. I didn't purchase them myself." "And understood. Consider it settled." What does "consider it settled" even mean? It is settled, factually. And today's models are stunning, but alas, Nala's what? The retouching is excessive. With that, Lauren closed the volume and returned it carefully to its place. Naguru observed, astonished, that Lauren wore the serene countenance of a sage, utterly devoid of the leering gaze, drooling mouth, or labored breathing typical of other men confronting such imagery. "Hey Lauren. And you don't seem particularly drawn to these women. And my orientation is perfectly conventional. I certainly appreciate youthful beauty. You don't look like it, you simply observe detached. And haha, perhaps. To me even the loveliest young women exist only to be admired from afar, like blossoms viewed through glass, exquisite yet untouchable. Why? At that question Lauren grew solemn, leaning in, voice low and resonant with gravity. Because you can never know which of those charming girls is the heroine. And every manga, drama or film obeys one immutable law: any man who entangles himself with the heroine, yet isn't the protagonist, will almost certainly meet a tragic, violent end. And suffer relentless misfortune, never finding peace or reward. And what? And help, and Naguru was utterly bewildered, unable to parse his friend's cryptic pronouncements. Lauren offered no further explanation, only a gentle knowing smile as he patted Naguru's chest and said, I'm just a minor character, a common man. Unlike the hero, I'll never command legions of radiant heroines vying for my attention. I seek only to live quietly, to survive unscathed. Truly, that is all. For years Lauren had never craved such things. Women held no allure for him. To wake each day with a full belly, to breathe freely, to live, this was abundance beyond measure. Was it not enough? Returning to the living room now. After finishing the simple breakfast in his hand, Lin picked up the plate, allowing the comedic program on the television to play in the background as he prepared to head to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Through the open kitchen the tidy scene of the living room was fully visible. The soft sounds emitted by the television filled the air. In harmony with the splendid morning hours, Lin deeply felt the hard-earned peace and happiness of this moment since arriving here. Lin cherished every day spent in this home, and the reason was quite simple. Because Lin was very clear that his life here, filled with such peaceful and beautiful days, would truly decrease with each passing day. No matter how you put it. This was still Ming Jinli's home, with his name written on the door plate outside. He was merely a temporary guest in this house, destined to leave one day. He could never stay here for long. Although a year had passed and he was still here, it did not mean that this year, or next year, or the year after that, he would have the chance to stay comfortably like this, merely cooking, sweeping, doing laundry and cleaning. At the beginning Ming Jinlu was already a freshman. This year Ming Jinlu had advanced to his second year of university. Lin felt that with Ming Jinlu being such an excellent and kind person, he would soon meet a girl he truly liked during his university years and form a perfect romantic relationship. When that time came, they would undoubtedly come to this home, frequently expressing their love for each other and enjoying their private world together. Thus at that time Lin, as an outsider, would be the most inconvenient presence in this home. Lin smiled knowingly and shook his head. Ming Jinlu was the first and only close friend he made in this world, his best brother. He absolutely did not want to be a burden to his brother, becoming an obstacle to his happiness. Therefore Lin had long decided that when Ming Jinlu started dating a girl he liked, he would pack up all his belongings and completely move out, living the familiar life of wandering the world until the day unexpected misfortune and death arrived. He would naturally traverse the reincarnation to another strange world, meeting new brothers and close friends, experiencing new separations and new wanderings. Thus it would go on in a cycle endlessly. Once there were brothers who repeatedly urged him to stay and live well together. Unfortunately, they were all rejected by Lin. The more he valued his brothers, the less he wanted to add to their troubles. All gatherings must end in separation eventually. Do not be misled by the fact that the house is well organized now. Lin believed that if he left, this house would immediately revert to its previous state of dust and disorder, with the kitchen neglected once more. But precisely because of such messiness, Ming Jinli's lovely girlfriend would have a better opportunity and reason to help someone she cares about, wouldn't she? Lin thought, who wouldn't prefer to see a beautiful girl doing their laundry and cooking at home rather than a rough man taking care of them? At that moment, while washing the dishes, Lin suddenly recalled everything that had happened that morning. His brows furrowed as he realized some details he had seriously overlooked. Coming back to his senses, a wave of coldness surged through Lin's heart. He abruptly dropped the dishes he had been washing, tore off the pink apron he was wearing and dashed towards the stairs leading to the second floor. He sprinted up to the second floor, rushed into his room and put on a special black coat hanging on the wall. Next he charged into the adjacent room, grabbing the seppuku tiger still tied to a small stool which seemed to be in a daze. Luo Lin delivered a series of slaps to it, nearly sending the seppuku tiger straight to the Buddha in the west. A cry of pain immediately followed. "Oh my God, help! Stop hitting me! Please spare me! I'll tell you everything." The seppuku tiger thought it was about to face a terrifying torture again. Opening its eyes, it saw Luo Lin approaching with a very serious expression and overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him. "Stinky tiger, what did you say earlier?" "What did I say?" The seppuku tiger was utterly confused. "This person is really terrifying. Ming Jinliu, what kind of awful friends do you have? You said that Ming Jinliu was chosen by some kind of mediator and he must fight to the end, right?" "It's a mediator?" "Mediator? I don't care what that mediator is called. I just want to know if Ming Jinliu has already been targeted and what the necessity of fighting means." "Well, don't give me that. Since there's going to be a fight, doesn't that mean enemies will appear?" "Isn't that obvious? What kind of enemies will appear? I need to know all information about the enemies right now. Listen carefully, let's cut to the chase. I don't have much time to waste with you, so hurry up and tell me everything you know." "Hurry up. Oh, don't choke me, or I might really die." The seppuku tiger was being choked tightly. Feeling like it would be decapitated at any moment, it hurriedly said, "The bracelet on Ming Jinliu's wrist isn't blue, right?" "Yes." The Kemper faction is divided into two major camps, blue and red, which are mutually hostile and fight until one side achieves complete victory. So that means there are many other Kemper users in this city besides Ming Jinliu. Ha ha ha, isn't that obvious? Damn it. Luo Lin almost lost his temper and twisted the seppuku tiger's neck angrily, shouting, "You should have told me this sooner. So scary, so scary. Old Lin, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly so agitated? Get lost. Don't call me Old Lin." Luo Lin punched the seppuku tiger's toy face. Then he threw it away, landing perfectly in the trash can. He immediately got up, ready to rush out the door. "Stinky tiger, you dared to hide such crucial information. If anything happens to Ming Jinliu because of this, I will make you pay. Just wait for your own downfall." Humph. After saying this, Luo Lin slammed the door shut and locked it from the outside to prevent the toy from escaping. "Oh no, oh no, oh no. I should never have let Ming Jinliu go out. If he runs into an enemy outside, he would be doomed. That fool doesn't look like he has any combat experience. Ming Jinliu, you must be safe. Wait for me, brother. I'm coming to save you right now, you must hold on." At this moment, Luo Lin's heart was in a state of extreme urgency. Having wandered on the edge of life and death for years, he understood all too well the dangers involved. He would absolutely protect his only good brother in this world. Even if it meant sacrificing his own life, he wished to guard what he wanted to protect. Meanwhile, I'm going to be late. Damn it, it's all that stinky tiger's fault. Ming Jinliu, running towards the school, was still complaining. He was desperately wishing for his female form to disappear as quickly as possible. Just then, as he dashed past a corner, a familiar beautiful girl suddenly appeared in front of him, causing Ming Jinliu to widen his eyes in shock. Bang! The two collided heavily into each other, each letting out a scream. Ah! With two piercing screams, both individuals collided and fell to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Ming Jinliu, clutching his sore backside, realized he had bumped into someone and it was a girl. Ignoring the pain, he quickly got up to apologize. Just as he looked up, the words of apology hadn't yet escaped his lips when he was struck dumb by the sight of a stunningly beautiful girl still seated on the ground, lost in her thoughts. The words slipped out before he could control himself. "Sakura, classmate." Huh. Hearing someone call her name. At this moment, Sakura Kid, who was slumped on the ground, followed the direction of the voice and lifted her head to look. It was a sight that would leave a lasting impression. The morning sun dazzled behind her, revealing a tall, beautiful, blue-haired girl standing before him, bending down and extending her hand toward him. Her smooth, delicate skin glistened like satin, and her sparkling eyes, full of anxiety and guilt, gazed at him with profound concern. Enhanced by the morning sunlight, it was as if this girl was the epitome of beauty. Oh no, she was an angel, a true angel. Sakura Kid stared at her figure completely occupying his mind. Meanwhile, Ming Jinlu was still puzzled. What's wrong with Sakura, classmate? Oh my, could it be that bump made her go silly? No, if it leads to such a serious consequence, 100 deaths wouldn't be enough to atone for it. Sakura Kid, one of the two most famous beauties at Xingtia Academy and the object of Ming Jinli's long-standing infatuation. Sakura Kid, right? Hey Sakura, classmate. Hello. Are you okay? Oh no, oh no. Why do all the bad things happen to me? Just as Ming Jinlu was feeling frustrated, Sakura Kid finally snapped back to reality, her fair cheeks suddenly flushed with shyness. She reached out her hand and grasped Ming Jinli's. With the strength from her grasp, she stood up. However, at the moment they held each other's hands, Ming Jinlu felt enveloped in overwhelming happiness, for it was Sakura classmate's hand. That touch, that warmth, that delicate feeling was simply marvelous. Sakura Kid's heart raced as she thought, ah, what a beautiful pair of hands, I wish I could hold them forever. But out of politeness, not wanting to be seen as rude or disrespectful, they both simultaneously and awkwardly let go. In this face-to-face moment, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward. Ming Jinlu hadn't expected to encounter his favorite girl in such a place, and Sakura Kid hadn't anticipated meeting true love at this corner on this very day. Both stood there frozen in place, maintaining a delicate silence, shyly avoiding each other's gaze. At that moment, Ming Jinlu noticed a piece of bread on the ground with a small bite taken out of it. Was that dropped by Sakura, classmate? Oh that. I'm sorry, I got up late today and didn't want to be late for school, so I took a bite of the bread and rushed out. So that really was Sakura classmate's breakfast? Ming Jinlu felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Look what you've done, Ming Jinlu. Are you really going to let Sakura classmate starve while she studies hard in the morning? Suddenly Ming Jinlu had an idea. He quickly took out a sandwich from his backpack, which had been packed, and directly shoved it into her hands. Sakura Kid looked at the sandwich she suddenly received with a puzzled tilt of her head, while Ming Jinlu responded with an apologetic smile. Haha. If Sakura classmate doesn't mind, please take this as breakfast. Don't worry, I haven't eaten a bite, it's very clean. This is your breakfast, right? No, how can I take your breakfast? Please accept it, thank you. Ming Jinlu didn't give her a chance to refuse, blocking her hands from returning it. He continued, please accept it, Sakura classmate, it's my honor. And I assure you this sandwich tastes absolutely amazing, I wouldn't lie to you. But alright, let's leave it at that for now, Sakura classmate. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Ming Jinlu immediately turned and ran off, quickly disappearing around the corner, leaving Sakura Kid still a bit dazed, holding the sandwich, standing in place and gazing in the direction he had left. Sakura Kid stared in that direction, her eyes filled with reluctance. She couldn't help but murmur, I haven't asked for your name yet. Yet he knew her name and had called her Sakura classmate so familiarly, seeming to be very familiar with her. He was wearing the same school uniform. Could it be that girl was also a student of Xingtia Academy? But why had she never seen such a beautiful and cute girl at school? A sandwich. Looking at the still warm sandwich in her hand, Sakura Kid felt her heart flutter. Did that girl make this with her own hands? She even assured her that it would taste good. Surely it must have been made by her own hands. Oh no. She was almost reluctant to eat it. Is it really okay to just devour it? So hard to part with it, it must be filled with affection. Perhaps this is a fateful encounter. Unbeknownst to her, Sakura Kid tightly cradled the sandwich to her chest, guarding it closely, reminiscing about the angelic girl's gestures and figure, thanking the heavens for this arranged encounter. She made a decision. I will definitely find you. I will repay this kindness, well, please wait for me. Meanwhile on the other side, after leaving Sakura Kid, Ming Jinlu pressed his hand to his racing heart. He had nearly been scared to death. How could he have met Sakura classmate at such a time? If only he could meet her again when he became a boy, he would definitely praise how wonderful this day was. But now he found himself in this state. Oh no, not only had he almost hurt Sakura classmate, but he also knocked her breakfast on the ground. He felt truly guilty. He hoped that sandwich could somewhat mend Sakura classmate's hurt feelings. Ming Jinlu lamented. At the same time he was also troubled, wondering why he hadn't transformed back yet. He had been walking for a long time almost at school, urging himself hurry and change back. Change back. Change back. I order you to change back. Yet. While he was frantically jumping up and down on the street, a girl with red hair suddenly appeared ahead, staring intently at him. Just as Ming Jinlu was confused, he saw her suddenly raise her right hand toward him. In her hand was a shiny black handgun. And a genuine one at that. The gun was aimed directly at Ming Jinlu. Bang! A gunshot pierced the air, its bullet whistling past Natsu Nagasu's cheek, severing several strands of hair. The chilling breath of death instantly enveloped her entire being. The red-haired girl across the street frowned and muttered, "TCH, missed." Before she could squeeze the trigger again, Natsu had already reacted. She had no idea who this assailant was, or why she'd been ambushed in broad daylight, but none of that mattered now. What mattered was that this woman truly intended to kill her. Bang! 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 The gunshots erupted in rapid succession. Natsu shrieked in panic and bolted, her lithe figure darting with astonishing speed through alleys and side streets. The red-haired girl gave chase without pause, cursing under her breath as she ran. So you're one of them, the Kenpufa? Only a Kenpufa could move like that. Damn woman, stop running or I'll blow your skull apart and send you straight to hell. Are you insane? Who in their right mind would just stop and let you kill them? Natsu shouted back while sprinting full tilt. The red-haired girl gritted her teeth, frustration mounting. She keeps zigzagging, impossible to hit. Damn it! Gunfire raged on relentlessly. Meanwhile, Lauren, sprinting along his usual school route, instantly detected the sharp crack of gunfire ahead. His expression flared with alarm. Oh no, not good. I feared this might happen. Could it really be Natsu? My friend. He poured every ounce of strength into his legs and charged headlong toward the source of the gunfire. As she fled, Natsu remained unaware that her speed now far surpassed human limits, and her leaping ability was nothing short of extraordinary. A single bound carried her effortlessly several meters into the air. Gunfire still echoed behind her, bullets whizzing past, striking walls, pavement, lampposts, and roadside trash bins. She was just an ordinary university student. This wasn't some action film, it was raw, heart-stopping reality. Natsu glanced back and screamed, "Why are you chasing me?" Because you're a Kenpufa? I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Coward. Hiding and dodging, that's not combat. Face me like a real fighter, or I'll turn your head into a shredded mess with my bullets. Why on earth must I fight you? If you don't fight, you die. What kind of twisted logic is that? Natsu felt tears welling up, helpless, bewildered, and utterly drained. Suddenly distracted by her glance backward, she crashed headfirst into a lamppost with a deafening clang, stars exploding before her eyes as she crumpled to the ground. Spotting her fall, the red-haired girl slowed to a halt in the distance. Her heaving chest and sweat-slicked face gradually softened into the smug, predatory grin of a hunter who'd cornered her prey. Ha ha ha, run. Go on, keep running. You over-endowed wretch, what now? Today your fate is sealed. Wait, please wait. Begging won't save you. Accept your end. The red-haired girl leveled her pistol at Natsu's chest. But, just as her finger tightened on the trigger to end the chase once and for all, a thunderous shout ripped through the air from afar. Hold your fire. Huh? The red-haired girl froze. She heard the voice but saw no one. Before she could process the anomaly, 3 projectiles streaked in from the right, blazing fast. What? She barely reacted in time, ducking sideways as the trio skimmed past her clothing, slicing a faint razor-thin gash across the fabric. Clang! 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 The projectiles slammed into the wall behind her and embedded themselves there. Only then did she see them clearly: star-shaped shuriken, 5-pointed with a circular void at their center. Who dares interfere? She whirled around, roaring. From the distance a man came sprinting, then hurled twice more, launching 6 more shuriken in rapid succession. Too late to raise her gun, the instinctive survival reflex kicked in. She rolled hard to evade. Clang! 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 All 6 missed, each embedding itself in separate objects. Old Lin! Natsu cried out, recognizing him instantly, her voice trembling with overwhelming relief. Seizing the moment while the attacker recoiled, Lauren dashed to Natsu's side, seized her hand, and yanked her into a narrow alleyway. As they ran, he demanded, "Natsu, my friend, are you all right?" "I'm fine, old Lin. How did you get here?" "I was worried, and clearly I was right to be. From the moment you awakened as a Kenpyufa this morning, you were drawn into a vast shadowed conspiracy. Much remains unclear, even to me. But don't fear. We will uncover the truth." "Yes. Thank you for saving me, old Lin. You're my brother. If I won't save you, who will?" And with that they vanished into the maze of alleys. Regaining her composure, the red-haired girl gave chase once more, yet unease prickled at her thoughts. What is going on? Who is that man? Could he also be a Kenpyufa? Impossible, only women can become Kenpyufa. A male Kenpyufa defies all known law. Damn it, things just grew far more complicated. She murmured to herself. She accelerated, determined not to let them escape. The battle had begun. To spare them now would be to nurture a tiger within one's own home. Inevitably it would turn and devour its keeper. Sensing pursuit, Lauren skidded to a halt beside a high brick wall, dropped into a half-crouch and braced his hands atop his right thigh, shouting to Natsu, "Brother, now!" "What?" "Step on my hands, climb the wall." "Huh? Now, before she catches up." Even as he spoke, another gunshot cracked the air, its bullet screaming in from the distance. Natsu snapped into focus, no hesitation. She planted one foot onto Lauren's interlocked palms. With a surge of raw strength he thrust upward, launching her cleanly over the wall. In truth, such assistance wasn't needed. Natsu in her transformed state could leap several meters effortlessly. But Lauren, unaware of her abilities, acted purely on instinct and training. Once Natsu cleared the wall, Lauren retreated, built momentum with a swift sprint, and vaulted over the nearly 3-meter-high barrier using flawless military-grade wall climbing technique. The instant both slipped over and pressed themselves flat against the inner side of the wall, the red-haired girl arrived, firing wildly. "Gone? Impossible. Where did those vermin vanish? Damn it, damn it, damn it." Inside the compound, Lauren pinned Natsu firmly beneath him, face-to-face, and clamped his right hand tightly over her mouth. He whispered, "Shoo. Too close. Too close. Too close." Luo Lin muttered in the lowest possible voice. "Don't move recklessly. Are you insane? Don't you know the enemy is right outside, just one wall away? What if they hear us?" Natsuru tried to speak, but her mouth was covered. Seeing this, Luo Lin reluctantly released her. Natsuru knew the enemy was nearby, so she didn't speak immediately. Instead she whispered softly and meekly, "Old Lin, don't press so hard against me. Be silent. I feel awful. Endure it. How can you be like this? Do you think this is child's play?" At long last, after the footsteps beyond the courtyard wall gradually receded into the distance, searching farther away, only then did both of them exhale in unison, relief washing over them. Luo Lin slowly rose from atop Natsuru, yet she remained sprawled on the ground, utterly drained. Luo Lin extended his hand. "Can you sit up?" "Ugh. I told you not to crush me like that. Old Lin, you're so heavy." Natsuru grumbled, but still grasped his hand and sat up. They now hid deep within the tall grass of the small courtyard while Luo Lin remained intently attuned to every sound beyond its walls. Natsuru voiced her concern. Old Lin, what on earth is happening? You're asking me? Who should I ask? Why does that person insist on fighting us? Whatever her motives or intentions, none of that matters now. The battle has already begun. And thus there remains only one thing we must do. What is it? To win, by any means necessary. For if we fail we die. This all happened so suddenly. Don't worry. No matter what comes, Natsuru, I will protect you. Old Lin. Truly adversity reveals the purity of true friendship. Natsuru was deeply moved. She had never imagined that in such peril her dearest friend would risk everything to shield her. How could she ever repay such devotion? Listening carefully to the sounds outside, Luo Lin analyzed aloud. Judging by the gunfire just now, her weapon is almost certainly a Colt M1911 semi-automatic pistol, manufactured in the United States. Chambered for 45 ACP cartridges. With a bullet diameter of 11.43 mm, it delivers formidable stopping power, reliable, durable, and easy to maintain. It has long served as standard issue for U.S. military forces. Huh? What? Natsuru blinked, utterly bewildered. The M1911 holds 7 rounds per magazine. Its muzzle velocity is 253 meters per second, effective range 50 meters. From the moment this began until now she's already fired 24 shots. How many did she fire at you before I arrived? Thighs. 2 forgot. How could I possibly remember old Lin? She wears attire resembling a school uniform, meaning she likely carries no large supply of spare magazines. Yet she fires so freely, implying her current magazine is not her last. So, conservatively speaking, she retains at least 10 rounds and no more than roughly 20. Natsuru, at a loss for words, simply nodded in mute agreement. Her movements are agile, but betray no trace of formal training. She is unlikely to be a professional assassin employed by any faction, otherwise her marksmanship wouldn't be so erratic, and you'd never have survived long enough to meet me. Then this is our chance. A chance. She stands alone, this is our optimal opportunity to act. Were there 2, or more, enemies, we'd have no choice but to flee immediately. But now isolated and vulnerable, she presents a narrow window we must seize, striking before reinforcements arrive and ending this confrontation decisively. Shall we launch an assault? But isn't she the one pursuing us? Relax. Against a single opponent, I, old Lin, am more than capable. Oh, you're so reliable. So cool. Old Lin, I never realized how extraordinarily capable you are, not just supremely kind-hearted but also fiercely formidable in combat. Formidable. At those words, and especially seeing the faint awe in Natsuru's gaze, Luo Lin shook his head with a wry self-deprecating smile. You've never seen those who cheat, those blessed with protagonist's aura. They are truly formidable. As for me, I'm merely an ordinary man, honest, humble, grounded in the quiet margins of society. So, what's our next move? Stay hidden here. Leave the rest to me. What? Just sit here idle? Exactly. That can't be right, I should help too. Help? Natsuru, have you ever taken a life? Huh? I doubt you've even slaughtered a chicken. Throwing you into such violence unprepared would only hasten your death. You've undergone no training, witnessed no carnage, known no war's brutal reality. Listen, Natsuru, as your brother I cannot bear the thought of anything befalling you. My life holds little weight, but yours? Yours brims with boundless promise, beauty, joy, a future radiant with possibility. You must survive. But old Lin, I'll worry about you too. Fear not. We've already weathered fire and sword together. So, someone will die? Will you kill that girl? Death. A word once impossibly distant to Natsuru, existing only in films, fantasies, manga, and novels. In reality she had never witnessed murder firsthand. Noticing her distress, Luo Lin laughed heartily, clapped her shoulder and replied with solemn sincerity. Brother, don't fret. If I can capture that girl alive, I will. A corpse yields no intelligence. In any conflict, information remains the most vital, the most indispensable asset. So I'll devise a way to seize her, and extract every useful detail. I'll cheer you on. Ha! Wait for my triumph. Just as Lord Guan warmed wine before slaying Hua Xiong today, it's old Lin's turn to uproot a willow tree by its roots. On Lauren's body, the inner side of his coat was equipped with 12 gold money darts on each side, which took the shape of a multifaceted pentagram with a hollow circle in the center, one of the famous concealed weapons commonly used in the history of Huagua. Adding them up, there were a total of 24, neither more nor less, just right. These things are simple to make and possess considerable lethality, making them one of Lauren's standard weapons. Earlier during the rescue of Ming Jinliu, he used 9 darts in total, leaving him with 15 gold money darts now, after ensuring that Ming Jinliu was well hidden in the bushes. Lauren stood up and stealthily approached the gate of the wall, peering outside just in time to see the red-haired girl standing at a nearby intersection approximately 20 meters away. He considered for a moment. Then he took out 3 darts from his pocket. But no, after a brief thought, Lauren put them back and only took out 1 gold money dart. Then he stepped out the door, standing right in the middle of the road. He hurled the dart with all his might towards the distant red-haired girl. Covering nearly 20 meters, coupled with only 1 dart, the power significantly diminished and both speed and accuracy dropped sharply. Whoosh! A gold money dart suddenly landed on the ground beside her, and the red-haired girl instantly became aware of the ambush. She swiftly turned her head to look in the direction from which the attack came. Immediately she spotted Lauren standing prominently in the middle of the road, unmistakably visible. After exchanging a glance with her, he also displayed a look of regret. The sound of him muttering followed soon after. Damn it, I actually missed. Hey, you despicable little man, how dare you sneak attack amidst the chaos without any honor, utterly shameless. Just wait until I shoot you dead, you filthy man. Not good, run. It was unclear who Lauren was warning. Seeing the red-haired girl chase after him, Lauren swiftly dodged and dashed back into the adjacent courtyard. The owner of this house seemed to be absent. However, Lauren didn't care whether anyone was home. He rushed to a nearby window and without hesitation smashed the glass with an elbow strike, reaching inside to open the window. But he deliberately waited there. When the red-haired girl reached the front door and looked this way, Lauren suddenly resumed his panicked expression, leaping through the window and darting inside. Upon entering the house, Lauren quickly glanced around, dashed to the kitchen, grabbed a frying pan and then fled upstairs. The red-haired girl followed through the window. However, after she entered the house with her gun, an eerie silence enveloped the place, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Perhaps because she was in someone else's house, the red-haired girl dared not fire her gun recklessly. If discovered and reported, she would likely face dire consequences. Damn it, where has that filthy man gone? He's just like a stinky rat in a sewer, both foul and cunning. But he must be in this house. The red-haired girl knew he had nowhere to escape. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about this made her mood finally lift, and she relaxed a bit, even unable to suppress a smug smile on her face. That feeling was akin to Tom, who thought he had the upper hand after cornering Jerry in the basement, grinning as he shut the door. Hey filthy man, I know you're in this house. You better come out yourself, or else I swear I'll shoot that thing between your legs until it becomes mush. No response. The surroundings remained eerily silent. Come out already, you have nowhere to run. The red-haired girl searched each place cautiously. I bet you must be very nervous right now. Behind the sofa? No one was there. But you know you are bound to lose this battle. Behind the TV? No one was there. You're not can give up. We can avoid becoming enemies, and you won't get hurt not having to cower in some corner trembling. Behind the kitchen? No one was there. Do you really think you can keep hiding like this? Do you think I can't find you? No, you have nowhere to escape, you can't fly away. In the bathroom? Still no one. The red-haired girl continued her vigilant search through every corner of the first floor, every room, every possible hiding place. But her incessant chatter annoyed Lauren, who was hiding upstairs, rolling his eyes in utter disbelief. He wondered why that woman below was moving so slowly, searching the first floor so slowly. Lauren hid beside the stairway on the second floor. He took out a small frog toy from his pocket, wound it up, and hurled it forcefully down the corridor towards an intentionally opened door. In an instant the sound of the frog toy hitting the ground echoed loudly, instantly capturing the attention of the red-haired girl on the first floor. Is it on the second floor? Following that, after hitting the ground, the frog toy began to make a very noticeable rip-it sound as it bounced around on the floor, calling out incessantly. Upon hearing the noise, the red-haired girl immediately chased up the stairs. Just as she reached the second floor, all her attention was drawn towards the rib-biting frog toy at the end of the corridor, combined with the opened door. Instinctively she thought the enemy was likely hiding in that room, lying in wait to ambush her. However, at this moment of high tension, Lauren's figure appeared like a ghost behind her silently. Suddenly the red-haired girl felt someone patting her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Lauren's smiling face reflected in front of her, causing her pupils to contract in shock. Hi, hello. The next second a dark frying pan rapidly enlarged in her vision, whistling towards her. Bang! With that frying pan strike, the red-haired girl immediately saw darkness collapsing to the ground, consciousness lost. Lauren nodded in satisfaction. He discarded the frying pan in his hand, stretched his limbs, and first found some cloth-like items in the house, tearing them into strips to temporarily bind the red-haired girl's hands and feet, then took out duct tape from his pocket and skillfully sealed her mouth. After finishing all this, Lauren chuckled and hoisted the unconscious red-haired girl over his shoulder like a sack, walking out the door. He shouted loudly towards Lin Luo, who was still hiding in the courtyard. Buddy! Old Lin! Ha ha ha! Alright, stop hiding, the battle is over. It's time to go home. The most interesting interrogation time is about to begin. Saying that, Lauren patted the trophy he was carrying on his shoulder, feeling quite pleased. Perhaps the force of Lauren's frying pan had been insufficient, or perhaps the red-haired girl truly possessed extraordinary resilience. Halfway there, the red-haired girl unexpectedly regained consciousness. As her eyes fluttered open, she found herself tightly bound, her mouth sealed with adhesive tape, and slung unceremoniously over someone's shoulder in a deeply humiliating posture, being carried toward an unknown destination. Terror and panic seized her, and she immediately thrashed violently, emitting muffled cries of distress. Her clenched legs kicked so fiercely that one sharp double knee strike nearly fractured several of Lauren's ribs, sending waves of searing pain through him, making him grimace, his blood surging and prompting an explosive outburst. Damn it! You're a captive now, act like one. A resounding slap landed hard on a particularly sensitive part of the red-haired girl's anatomy. The unexpected intimate sting flooded her face with crimson embarrassment, and the burning ache radiated sharply across her skin. She struggled even more desperately, only to be met in swift succession with further sharp stinging blows. Shut it! You think you're somebody? A captive has no right to defiance. Shut it! Squealing won't save you. Know your place, prisoners don't get to posture as if they hold power. This relentless barrage of reprimands left her trembling uncontrollably. The excruciating pain finally subdued her completely. She dared not stir again, paralyzed by fear of another punishing strike. Even my Jinru, walking beside him, stared dumbfounded, and overcome with sympathy hastily intervened. Lao Lin, please stop this. Huh? She's still just a girl, you struck there, isn't that going too far? What do I care? Be gentler. What? Lauren's eyes widened in disbelief. My Jinru, did you just say something? I said, be gentle. Doesn't she look pitiful enough already? Humph. Sorry, but all my gentleness is reserved for brothers and comrades. As for enemies, especially those who just pointed a broken pistol at my head and tried to end me, I'd call this restraint the very pinnacle of mercy. Indeed, Lauren was furious, but he genuinely believed he was being restrained. He hadn't yet deployed half his more ruthless methods. What he was doing now? Barely even a warm-up. Just then a young woman happened to pass by, and froze in shock, rooted to the spot, staring wide-eyed at the bizarre scene unfolding before her. Lauren and my Jinru noticed her instantly, and Lauren without hesitation shouted directly at her, "What are you gawking at? Nothing worth seeing? Never seen a daylight abduction before? Blink again, and I'll shatter your glasses 4 eyes." "Yeah." Startled, the girl stumbled backwards several steps, and instinctively touched the bridge of her spectacles. My Jinru meanwhile flustered into motion. First she shot Lauren a sharp reproachful glare, and shoved him hard. Then stepping forward she bowed repeatedly and profusely to the terrified young woman. "Oh no, we're terribly sorry. So sorry. Please forgive this rude fool. And, no, we're absolutely not kidnappers or suspicious characters. We're simply, yes, playing truth or dare." Humiliated beyond measure, my Jinru hurriedly pushed Lauren from behind, urging him to quicken their pace, desperate to flee the scene before her friend committed another social catastrophe. Fearing he might yet do something that would shatter her worldview entirely. Only after Lauren and my Jinru disappeared did the bespectacled girl begin to calm down. Had she witnessed 2 men carrying a bound, gagged girl through broad daylight, she would have instantly assumed criminal activity, and dialed emergency services without hesitation. But what she'd just seen, the blue-haired girl, had been effortlessly charming, tall, radiant, captivating, flawless. Such a graceful, sincere apology could only mean one thing: they were merely playing a game. After all, how could someone so beautiful possibly be a criminal? She exhaled, deeply relieved. Meanwhile, nearing home, my Jinru finally burst out, "Lao Lin, what was that attitude back there? You were far too aggressive. She was just an innocent passerby. You saw how frightened you made her? So what? Huh? Strangers' feelings mean nothing to me. You? How can you speak so coldly? Never again, don't shout at girls like that. You're far too extreme. I always thought you were kind, genuinely kind." My Jinru. Lauren sighed, exasperated. "Yes. I'm not a public utility. Why should I dispense kindness to everyone? Listen, while I reserve my gentleness only for those who first show it to me. Huh? If others treat me with warmth, I reciprocate. But if they point a gun at my head, do they deserve my gentleness? That's sophistry, pure equivocation. Huh? Lighten up, why get so worked up? It's exactly this attitude that makes me angry." My Jinru didn't even know where to begin with him. Lauren patted her back with a grin. Fine, if you tell me who to be gentle with, I will. Happy now? Ugh, what nonsense. Stop touching me. Annoying." She swatted away his hand. "I rarely raise my voice, let alone curse. Lao Lin is by nature cultured, refined, respectful, and always considers others' perspectives." "Haha, oh please. That's laughable. Not a word of it lands." My Jinru nearly collapsed laughing. "What, don't believe me?" "Nope, not buying it." "Then don't. I'm not begging for your trust. Believe what you like. But you do swear constantly, next time apologize properly." "Truth is, I'm remarkably mature. When I realize I've erred, I offer sincere, heartfelt apologies. Yet I've never once heard you apologize. Because I've never once been wrong." My Jinru stared, utterly bewildered. After returning home, Lauren directly carried the red-haired girl into his room and roughly threw her onto a chair, warning her not to move. He then retrieved a bundle of ropes from a nearby workbench filled with various terrifying tools and bound the red-haired girl tightly to the chair beneath her. Immediately after, under the astonished gaze of Ming Jinlu, Lauren centered the girl in the middle of the room and set up a single-barrel dart in the east, west, south, and north directions, each at different angles of attack, aiming from below at the red-haired girl's thighs, lower abdomen, chest, and head. He then used 4 fine threads to connect the triggers of the 4 single-barrel darts to the red-haired girl. After finishing all this, Lauren warned her, "Now my brother and I are going out for a while, and you, my little beauty, better sit here and wait for us to return so we can enjoy you properly." Oh, if I were you, I definitely wouldn't move around casually. The moment you dare to struggle or attempt to break free, the darts from all four directions will immediately launch a deadly attack. Each dart is coated with lethal poison. You touch it and you die. The red-haired girl was terrified. Haha, it seems you already understand your situation. Be obedient and the mechanisms won't trigger and you won't come to any harm. The red-haired girl was indignant. Shortly after, Lorlin pulled Ming Jinlu with him and closed the door, leaving the room. Ming Jinlu still looked worried about the girl inside. Hey Lorlin, when did you learn to use such terrifying mechanisms? Isn't it a bit cruel to use them against a girl? Haha, Ming Jinliu, you're truly a good person. I'm serious. Don't worry, the darts in those tubes don't have tips. Oh, so that's how it is. That's great. Ming Jinlu sighed in relief. But don't get too happy just yet. The darts themselves are extremely powerful. Even without tips, having 4 of them shot at you simultaneously would be quite painful, something an ordinary person would find hard to endure. Indeed, that's still quite cruel. What are you afraid of? As long as that girl sits obediently and doesn't move, she'll be fine. If she brings trouble upon herself, she can't blame others. Because she has already been told that making mistakes comes with a price. Ming Jinlu sighed upon hearing this. She complained, Lorlin, sometimes I really can't tell if you're gentle, cruel, or sly. Ha ha ha, think whatever you want. You look quite happy. Is this truly something worth being happy about? Ming Jinliu, just know that no matter how malicious and cruel I am, I would never harbor bad intentions towards you. I, Lorlin, operate like this. Enemies are enemies, friends are always friends, and brothers go without saying. Hearing you say that makes me both happy and worried. Alright, let's go. Where to? We just got back. Where are we going again? Of course we're going back to the battlefield. What for? Fool, I left 10 golden daggers there that I haven't collected yet. Golden what? Ming Jinlu felt as though she had never heard of such things. To this, Lorlin chuckled. As they stepped outside, he took out a golden dagger from his pocket, showing it to her and explaining, look, this is a golden dagger. Oh, could this be the legendary hidden weapon? It looks like the shuriken used by ninjas. How cool is that? Could it be that you, Lorlin, are also quite proficient in legendary ninjutsu? Ha ha ha, this isn't the shuriken used by ninjas from your country, it's one of the famous hidden weapons that has been popular in our Huagua since ancient times. Some golden daggers are circular in shape, but their functions are mostly the same, used for killing. Killing. It seems so unbelievable to hear such a thing from your mouth, yet it sounds so commonplace. Is it? Lorlin, have you really killed someone? What do you think? Come on, I'm the one asking you. Why did you turn the question back on me? You must have been completely late for school today, huh? You're already changing the subject, how cunning. Ming Jinlu. What? Sometimes when others give irrelevant answers, it already means they have answered. Huh? Ming Jinlu was somewhat confused. Lorlin merely smiled and remained silent, offering no further answer, only patting her shoulder. Looks like you won't need to go to school today, the first period must be almost over by now. You don't need to tell me that today has been incredibly unlucky. All sorts of terrible things have happened to me. Be more optimistic, think of it from a different perspective. It's not that bad, is it? I don't think so. It's been absolutely awful. I actually feel quite lucky. Then tell me where you feel lucky. We did encounter a battle, but we won and even captured a big-mouthed person. Isn't that lucky enough? That means more information and more initiative. Isn't that lucky enough? Lorlin, you really are quite optimistic. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards the battlefield. Lorlin also recalled and collected all the golden daggers he had used previously. Although making these wasn't complicated, why waste effort and materials to remake things he could easily collect? While he was tidying up, Ming Jinlu stood there somewhat bored, watching Lorlin's busy figure, unable to help but exclaim. Lorlin, I never realized you had so many unknown sides before. What unknown sides? I only knew you were excellent at cooking and doing housework. Clearly a strong man, yet so considerate, more so than girls. Haha, thanks for the compliment. But it's only today that I discovered you have an even more impressive side, proficient in combat, able to maintain calm thinking and analyze information in the face of danger, orderly and composed. Are you falling for me? Get lost. How annoying. I'm trying to have a serious conversation with you and you're still making jokes. I'm serious, Ming Jinlu. If you were really a girl you might have already deeply fallen for me, haha, get lost. The girl exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Luo in the distance, loudly complaining. The latter continued laughing. His laughter was so infectious that even Ming Jinlu couldn't help but join in. You're such a jerk. I was just cursing at you and you still managed to laugh. You shamelessly keep laughing. Stop laughing. I said stop laughing. Ha 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 ha. After placing all the retrieved money darts in his palm and carefully inspecting them, feeling that there were no significant signs of wear and tear, Luo put them back inside the inner side of his coat. Ming Jinlu watched everything with curiosity and asked, "Hold, Lin, so your money darts are all kept in this place, huh?" Yes. That's really cool. It gives off a modern ninja vibe, hidden and discreet. You must have other even more powerful hidden weapons, right? After all, you definitely don't look like someone who only has one type of hidden weapon. Oh. You can tell. Haha, I've seen a lot of comics and animations after all. Well. Luo hesitated for a moment, but after exchanging a few glances with Ming Jinlu he nodded and said, "Alright Ming Jinlu, I consider you a brother, so if you want to know anything I won't hide it from you." With that he opened his coat wide and Ming Jinlu instantly saw even more hidden items inside. Luo introduced in order. On the inner side of my coat on both sides combined there are a total of 24 money darts. You see this, right? MHM. And then in my right hand there's a single tube sleeve arrow. As he rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, the sleeve arrow launching device hidden inside was revealed and Ming Jinlu's eyes widened in wonder. The single tube sleeve arrow is about 8 inches long, with the arrow itself being 7 inches long. I usually coat its surface with a special poison that can paralyze the enemy's nerves in a very short time, causing anyone shot to instantly lose all combat capability. Oh ho oh. On the right side of my waist there's also an arrow holder that can carry 12 arrows. The range of the sleeve arrow is about 15 meters. That's impressive. On the left side of my waist I have a melee weapon, which is one of the most famous hidden weapons in the history of our Huagua, the Yuchan sword. He said this as he drew out a special short sword about 9 inches long from the left side of his waist. The sword blade had no ornate patterns or decorations, only fine lines that made it appear as if it were made of countless small fish intestines, hence its name Yuchan sword. The hilt had a small bulge, making it comfortable and stable to hold, giving a strong sense of power transmitting from the hand, making one involuntarily want to grip it tightly. The entire blade emanated a faint chill, sending shivers down the spine. This is what they call the Yuchan sword. Although Ming Jinlu didn't know much about these items, it didn't hinder her from being deeply shocked. This short sword clearly looked like a super dangerous and terrifying killing weapon. After a brief examination, Ming Jinlu hurriedly returned it to Luo. Then Luo put away the Yuchang sword and said, "Finally. Also my last life-saving weapon. Normally such things should never be revealed to anyone, but I, Luo, have no regrets about sharing with a brother, so since you asked, I'll tell you." With that, Luo rolled up the sleeve of his left side and in an instant a remarkably intricate mechanism appeared before Ming Jinlu. It was a special hidden weapon resembling a wrist guard. This mechanism is called the Rainstorm Pear Flower Needle. It shares many similarities with the sleeve arrow, but it is even more lethal. Once activated, it will instantly shoot out a total of 27 extremely sharp silver needles that can easily penetrate a human body. I've coated each needle with the deadliest poison. Anyone struck by it, an ordinary person with a mortal body, will undoubtedly die. There is absolutely no chance of recovery. Naturally, these trivial things would seem extremely useless and quite tragic if they encountered cultivators, superhumans, great mages, dragons, or magical girls. Luo would most likely be pressed to the ground and crushed. It could only deal with ordinary people of the same level. Whenever he thought of this, Luo would deeply sigh, lamenting the unfairness of heaven, wishing he were the protagonist. Why is this happening? It's not fair. Do ordinary people's lives not count? Why should nobles and princes hold all the power? After hearing Luo Lin's series of introductions, Ming Jinlu took a deep breath and fully realized how terrifying this good brother whom she had lived with for more than a year truly was. But she also felt extremely fortunate. After all, keeping Luo Lin around and not allowing him to go out to commit robbery was the best decision, otherwise the world would have gained another super thief. After seeing all this, Ming Jinlu gave Luo Lin a thumbs up and exclaimed, You're amazing, only you are amazing. What's so amazing? They're just pathetic and cowardly means of survival. Luo Lin self-deprecatingly replied. If one day he could be like those protagonists, moving mountains and filling seas with a gesture, that would be truly amazing. But now, he even had to worry about whether to buy a bag of chips on sale. However, who knows if it was the admiration and praise from Ming Jinlu that in that moment made Luo Lin's mind flash back to countless unforgettable memories. For a moment you're an ant, but for a lifetime you remain an ant. With your kind of waste do you dare to aspire to the Tao and compete with all beings for the creation of heaven and earth? Ha ha ha. You're even worse than a janitor over there. You haven't even touched the threshold of cultivation and you think you deserve it. At that time when someone stepped on your face, the burning pain. Do you think these things can really change anything? Do you really think you can fight against the divine? No, it's ridiculous. You know nothing of true divine beings. Ha ha ha. When countless spears easily pierced the body, the sound of despairing screams at that moment was the most brutal reality. Understand your identity, lowly commoner. Do you know who stands before you? Kneel down, boy, call me grandfather in front of everyone and well, let you go. Otherwise your good friend won't be able to keep his right hand. You better hurry up. That's right, having money means being able to do whatever you want. Our family is wealthy, we are the real emperors here. Everything here is under our control. A lowly wretch just like a slave dares to openly defy me for other slaves. What kind of order is that? Someone drag this ungrateful lowlife into the death cell and torture him day and night. I want him to beg for life and beg for death. Hand over what you have and we might show mercy. Ha ha ha, how foolish, just you. What are you even worth? You can't protect anyone. Today I will personally kill all your family and friends in front of you. I want to see what kind of painful expression you will have then. Do you really think you can change all this? Give up, we really can't fight against them. Brother Lin, we lost, let's admit defeat. Consider it my plea. We're all just ordinary people, how can we resist? This is fate, it's fate. Please don't involve us anymore. Your self-righteous justice will only harm us all. All of us. This is the fate of us mortals, a destiny we can never escape. Does it make you very unwilling? Ha ha ha, this is how the world is. You really think you're the protagonist? Do you think you're really that lucky? Today you are destined to fail because that is your ending, an ending you cannot change no matter what. Do you really think heaven will stand by your side? What a ridiculous fool. I'm sorry, Brother Lin, I had no choice. They promised to let me live and return to see my family. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. Luo Lin, run. This is all a conspiracy. Those people around you, those you consider brothers and partners, they are all traitors. Everyone has betrayed you, so why do you still choose to persist in fighting? You've always been alone, there's no one you can trust around you. Give up, accept your fate, I plead you. If you run now, there's still time, you can survive. Please make sure you survive. They've injected me with the most vicious poison to make me obedient, but you saved me and I owe you a life. Now it's finally time for me to repay you. How does it feel to see all your hard work over the years turn to ashes overnight? Ha ha ha, I want you to see it all, that this is the outcome of daring to oppose us. Old Lin, we won. Did you hear the sound of the enemy's surrender? We finally won. This protracted war is finally over, we can go home, ha ha ha. Old Lin. What's wrong with you? Did you get shot? Damn it, why didn't you say you were shot? Why didn't you say anything? Brother, don't die, hold on, I plead you, medic. Medic. I have an injured person here, come quickly. Hurry up. He's not going to make it soon. Too many images flashed through Luo Lin's mind. Luo Lin couldn't help but deeply sink into that painful train speeding through countless memories of death, unable to extricate himself. However, at this moment Ming Jinlu came to his side, shook his body vigorously and looked at him with great concern, anxiously saying, Old Lin, what's wrong? Why have you been in a daze? You looked like you were in pain just now. What's wrong? Don't scare me. Hearing Ming Jinliu's voice, Luo Lin suddenly snapped back to reality. A few seconds later his face switched back to its usual relaxed expression and he raised a familiar bright smile, replying, Oh, it's nothing. I accidentally zoned out for a moment. Haha, did I worry you? I didn't expect you to zone out too. Everyone zones out sometimes. I was worried about you just now. Don't do that again, okay? You made me worry for no reason. Hearing this, Luo Lin's expression briefly changed before he smiled and nodded vigorously. Haha, right. You're absolutely right. Don't do that again. Very well said. What are you even saying? Luo Lin's words were becoming increasingly incomprehensible to Ming Jinlu. At this moment, while inspecting the scene, Luo Lin suddenly frowned and asked, Wait a minute, Ming Jinlu, is something off? What's off? We've been wandering around this scene for so long, but why hasn't a single bullet shell been found? The traces of bullet holes are all preserved, yet not a single bullet shell is left behind. This is impossible. That woman fired so many shots, there should be many bullet shells on the ground. Could someone have cleaned up the scene before we arrived? But that doesn't make sense. Why collect the bullet shells? Does she have accomplices? If so, why didn't they come to rescue her in time? Could those bullet shells expose some key information? Old Lin, I'm talking to you. Huh? You've been acting strangely since earlier. Haha, sorry, it's just my profession. I sometimes become overly suspicious without realizing it. Haha, it's a habit. Please don't mind me. Are you alright? Of course I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Haha, look at how worried you are. After tidying the battlefield, Luo Lin said to Ming Jinliu, It's about done. Let's go home, Ming Jinlu. We've been out too long. If the enemy truly has allies, they may already have slipped into our house to mount a rescue. What? Ming Jinlu cried, alarmed. Hurrying back together, Ming Jinlu asked as they rushed home. Old Lin, if you were worried they might have companions, why go out to pick up things? Couldn't we have finished what needed doing first and cleaned the battlefield afterward? I didn't think of it at first either, but you saw it. There wasn't even a single shell casing at the scene. There must have been a third party present. It's highly likely they were the enemy's accomplices. Oh no, they wouldn't have rescued the captive at home, would they? Of course it would be best if they weren't rescued. If the enemy really did sneak into our home and take them away, that would actually be even better. Huh? Ming Jinlu looked puzzled. Luo Lin gave a secretive smile. Do you think Old Lin would truly leave no contingency? Actually, he began. Earlier, when Luo Lin had given the harsh spanking, he had already slipped a tracker the size of a button into the back of her garment, pressed close to her body. As long as she did not remove that piece of clothing, the tracker would allow them to locate her. At that, Ming Jinlu felt a chill. She had not noticed any of this before. Old Lin, I'm increasingly impressed by you. Haha, don't fall in love with me. Although Old Lin am handsome, learned, beloved by all, and singular in bearing, yet I remain chaste. I wonder what sort of extraordinary girl would ever be worthy of my superior qualities. Tisk, it's almost a pity to think about. Get out, you are so narcissistic. A man being confident, is that a crime? Where am I wrong? I'm speaking seriously. Luo Lin, when we get back, if that girl is still there, what do you plan to do with her? You won't do anything too excessive, will you? Don't worry, I'm not a monster. With that smirk you have, you are hardly convincing. Don't do anything reckless. We may need certain methods to extract more information, but for the sake of brotherhood, Ming Jinliu, I promise you, I won't be too cruel to that girl. That's good. She kept pointing a gun at you before, she really wanted to kill you and now you show concern for her. I just find it hard to understand. Why must everyone fight to the death? With no grievances or grudges, getting hurt benefits no one. Sigh. Sometimes being too kind cannot protect what is important to oneself. I'm sorry. It's all right. You need not apologize. Kindness is not a sin. Human nature is complex and there are no absolute rights or wrongs. Luo Lin patted her shoulder and offered a bright smile. Ming Jinlu could not help replying with a gentle smile and a nod. Thank you, old Lin. However, Luo Lin had indeed spoken thus, but if it later proved that the red-haired girl was an implacable enemy, he would without Ming Jinli's knowledge unleash slaughter and erase all traces. Ming Jinlu could be kind, soft-hearted, forgiving. But he would not. If someone was an enemy, whether man or woman, young or old, he would spare none, otherwise those around him would suffer. That would not be mercy but folly. If someone must wear the mantle of villainy, then let the infamy fall upon him. Back home, upon opening the door, the red-haired girl was indeed still in the room. At the sight of their return she became visibly agitated, struggling weakly. Luo Lin deftly disarmed the sleeve arrow mechanism on her garment, then drew every curtain in the room. It was exactly as when they had interrogated Chiefu Hu before. They bound her and seated her on a chair in the pitch-black center of the room. Luo Lin and Ming Jinlu brought over stools and sat before her. A blinding beam of light fell upon her, almost forcing the red-haired girl to close her eyes. When the scene had been arranged, Luo Lin stepped forward, tore the tape from her mouth, and a torrent of furious curses erupted. You bastard, how dare you treat me like this, you wretch, stinking durian, filthy dung. I will smash your head to mush, you treacherous scoundrel. For ambushing me like this, I will never forget this grudge. When she finally finished, Luo Lin's face suddenly loomed close to hers, wearing a look of amusement. Hey miss. Are you sure you want to say all that? Luo Lin asked. What do you intend to do? The girl demanded. You stinking bastard, see if I don't twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot, she shouted. Say one more word and I'll strip you of an item of clothing, Luo Lin replied. What? She cried. You don't seem to be wearing much. Miss, you have a fine figure. Once your clothes are all off, the sight would surely be even more exquisite, wouldn't it? Ha ha. By then, with a lecher like me staring the whole time, everything would be laid bare. Really, is that okay? You, how despicable, shameless, filthy. The red-haired girl's face flushed crimson, incredulous. Luo Lin's expression hardened in an instant. Say one more word and you'll truly tear your clothes to shreds and do all manner of things to you. You dare, she cried. What is there I would not dare? Do you think you can resist me now? He shot back. If you try anything to me, I will not let you off, she warned. Ha, so what? By then you'll have had my fill. Even if you later seek revenge, what will it change? Could that alter the fact that today you will be brutally ravaged? The girl stammered, nearly choking as Luo Lin advanced. Realizing her chastity might be lost, the red-haired girl grew genuinely frightened. You, don't come closer. Don't come here. Ha, now you know fear. Luo Lin sneered. Damn it, this is humiliation, she wailed. Since you are afraid now, whatever I ask next you must answer honestly. If you dare lie, don't blame old Lin for being ruthless and resorting to torture. During the interrogation, Ming Jinlu watched Luo Lin from the side, feeling as though she were watching an arch-villain. This did not feel right. They had clearly been the victims of the attack. How could it now be that the girl who had been the assailant seemed more like the victim? Cough, cough. After clearing his throat, Lauren formally began the interrogation, fixing the red-haired girl with a serious gaze and posing his first question. Name. Humph. The red-haired girl turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge him. Without hesitation, Lauren reached out and placed his hand squarely upon her chest. In that instant, her entire face flushed crimson, while my Jinru, standing nearby, gaped in stunned disbelief. Why, you, what exactly are you groping? She sputtered in outrage. Lauren calmly withdrew his hand and spoke again, utterly unperturbed. I told you, answer every question I ask, no exceptions. Otherwise I'll treat you however I please. Do you truly believe you hold the standing to negotiate with me? You monster. Correct, I'm Lauren the monster. What of it? You're vulgar. Once more, name. Humph. Just as Lauren raised his hand again preparing to indulge himself once more, the red-haired girl finally relented, her cheeks burning with shame, as she hastily blurted out her name. Mishima-kun. My name is Mishima-kun. Gender. Are you blind? Blind. I've no idea whether you're male or female. Stop dawdling, answer promptly. Justice is vast and all-encompassing. Don't imagine you can slip through its net with deceit. Justice. You're just a deranged criminal, how dare you invoke justice? Too many words. Cell 303. Who's Cell 303? You are. Since when did I become Cell 303? I assigned you the designation just now. Ugly name, change it. Now you're picky? Do you think this is a lottery office? Lauren said, growing impatient. Answer the question, gender. Kun was fuming. Do I look like a man to you? You're the man, your whole family's male? Ha! And do you truly look like a woman? Behold the exquisite young lady beside me, she outshines you by leagues, and she too was born male. Lauren gestured casually. My Jinro instantly blushed, mortified, waving her hands in protest. Oh Lauren, stop saying such things. What exquisite young lady? Don't say something so embarrassing in front of others. Be confident, my Jinro, you're stunning as a woman. Haven't you noticed it yourself when you glance in the mirror? Stop saying that, it's humiliating. Ha, ha, ha. Lauren ceased teasing her and turned back to Kun. What is your gender, finally? You're currently transformed, yes, but who knows? Once reverted, might you not reveal yourself as some burly bearded brute? Why, you're utterly insufferable. Kun stamped her foot in fury. A low threatening tone, Lauren lifted his hand once more, ready to grope again. Kun hurriedly cried out. I'm a girl, truly authentically female. Residential address. She obediently recited it. Satisfied by her sudden compliance, Lauren shifted to the crux of the matter. You reside here, this area appears entirely residential. How many accomplices do you have? None. Ha, no one believes that. Believe it or not, I don't care. Humph. Filthy man, you've defiled my body and you think this ends here. You will take responsibility. When precisely did I defile you? You. Kun stomped, voice trembling. You just touched me like that, and now you deny it. Oh. Is that all you have to say? What kind of attitude is that? Why did you attack my Jinro? I sensed Kenpufo energy, and struck first. Given how weak you appear, you've clearly seen little combat. Am I wrong? How dare you underestimate me? You're now a captive, freely toyed with at another's whim. Why on earth should I respect you? You're the most detestable, most hateful wretch I've ever met. I loathe you. Ha ha ha, what does it matter to me? Did you imagine I'd care whether you liked me? Who said I liked you? Kun had intended to divulge nothing further about herself. Yet, while observing my Jinro earlier, she noticed the azure-colored oath bracelet on her wrist, the same hue as her own. Instantly she realized her grave error. This was no enemy but an ally. That revelation dissolved much of her resistance. Add to that the indignity of being groped, and those chilling, menacing threats. And Kun answered meekly. Indeed, I possess scant combat experience. I became a Kenpufo only 6 months ago. Hearing from Mr. Kuro Usagi that Kenpufo inevitably clash, I acted preemptively upon sensing Kenpufo energy. Better to strike first than await ambush. So my Jinro was your first opponent. Everything clicked into place. No wonder she was so weak. Lauren had subdued her in mere moments. She was plainly a novice. I mistook you for an enemy, but now I see my error. Satisfied? Ha! Look at my bracelet. See it? Azure, just like your companions. Truly azure. Now you understand Kenpuful are divided into red and blue factions, those sharing your color are allies. I've heard as much. Can you release me now? Ha, dream on. What do you mean? I've declared myself your ally. Filthy man, release me now. Given your attitude, release is unthinkable. At that moment my Jinru stepped forward and interjected. Lauren, she claims to be our ally. Naive my Jinru. Do matching colors guarantee loyalty? Isn't that precisely how it works? Hearts hide behind ribs. When abroad, do your countrymen never cheat or betray you? And in games, do teammates never turn treacherous, selling you out, firing stealth shots, or defecting to the enemy with your secrets? That does sound plausible. Kun listened intently. Hey filthy man, you're paranoid beyond reason. I've sworn allegiance, I won't raise a hand against you again. Ha ha ha, who guarantees that? Then what must I do to earn your trust? First, revert your transformation. Fine. Agreed. Second, hehehe, swallow this. Lauren drew a mysterious rainbow-colored candy from his pocket and held it before her. Kun instinctively recoiled, a chill of foreboding creeping up her spine. What is this? Ha ha ha, Miss Kun, what pray tell is the most likely thing a man would feed a woman? In that instant, her delicate face burned scarlet once more. Despicable. Shameless. Lecherous. You're no human, men are all vile? Upon releasing you, should you cooperate honestly, I'll grant you the antidote. But should you deceive us, you'll beg for death yet find none, your name will rot in infamy, your soul plunged forever into abyssal ruin? In truth it was merely an ordinary rainbow candy. Lauren favored this ruse, his favorite deception. It had proven remarkably effective. Especially against girls, and female captives. I refused to eat it. Faced with something she knew was utterly vile, Kirin noted inwardly that this man must have had his skull blasted by artillery. How could any girl possibly consent to swallowing such a thing? He deserved nothing less than the 18th level of hell. Will you eat it, or not? I already said I won't. How dare you force-feed a girl something like this? You despicable dung beetle, you're clearly trying to trick me into taking it, then seize the chance to commit unspeakable shameless acts against me? Humph. Your scheme is transparent, I saw right through it. Do you take me for a fool? And, ha ha ha, you're absolutely right. You are a fool. I'll kill you. And, why don't you use that pit brain of yours for once? If I truly intended such things, would I need to trick you into swallowing it at all? What do you mean? And, you call yourself clever yet still doubt it. Look at you now, helpless, vulnerable. I wouldn't even need to feed you anything, to do as I pleased. One last time, will you eat it, or not? No. And, fine. You've chosen refusal. Lauren stepped forward, seized Kirin's mouth with his left hand, scooped up a rainbow candy and shoved it deep into her throat with practiced ease, as one might dose a kitten or puppy. Then he clamped her lips shut, preventing her from spitting it out. Driven by pure instinct, Kirin swallowed the candy. In that instant she wished only for death. Tears blurred her vision as she whispered, "It's over, utterly ruined. I'll be humiliated and defiled here, by the most detestable, loathsome man imaginable. Dying now would be far more merciful." Very well, you've taken the medicine. Obey me without resistance and show genuine sincerity, and I'll administer the antidote regularly, ensuring you never succumb to its maddening effects. Your fate rests entirely in your own hands. I'll haunt you beyond death. And, ha ha ha. If you can't defeat me while alive, what makes you think becoming a ghost will change anything? May you rot in eternal torment. And, say that again, and you'll regret it. And, MMPH. And, now, revert your transformation. Or else prepare yourself for severe punishment. What kind of punishment? And, humph. I'll make it devastatingly clear what awaits a captured girl, especially one as young and lovely as you, when she falls into enemy hands. And, see that computer over there? And, yes, I see it. Inside lies a folder, filled exclusively with uncensorable anime files. Should you persist in defiance, I'll drag you before that screen and play each one, without skipping, without pause, forcing you to witness firsthand how girls who thought themselves invincible are reduced to pitiable wrecks. You monster! And Kieran instantly grasped the true nature of those files. A flood of heavily pixelated images surged through her mind. And curses. There was no turning back. And fine. And she had to admit it, she was truly afraid. I understand. I'll revert my transformation, but you must keep your word, release me afterward and refrain from doing those things to me. Otherwise, I swear, I'll pursue you across lifetimes. Do you imagine you have any choice? And, Man, so it ended. And Kieran's entire body erupted in blinding light as she reverted her form. In the next moment, a girl with shoulder-length orange hair, round spectacles, delicate features, and a timid aura stood before Lauren and Naguru. Kieran Majima right transformed state 10 post-reversion. Kieran radiated an entirely different presence, her voice soft, pleading, apologetic. I'm so sorry, I'm truly deeply sorry for everything. Please, don't subject me to those terrible things again. Sob. I beg you, forgive me. If the crimson-haired girl had been the very embodiment of fury and regal dominance, then Miss Kieran, gentle, bashful, trembling like a neighbor's little sister who'd accidentally angered someone, was now cowering in fear of reprimand, tears brimming at the slightest threat. Such staggering contrast left both Lauren and Naguru momentarily stunned. Lauren asked, so, this is what you look like after reverting? Weren't you just boasting moments ago? How did you shrink into such a simpering, feeble creature overnight? Sob. I'm truly sorry, I never meant to act that way. When I transform into Kenpua, my personality shifts drastically, I speak crudely, behave recklessly. Please, forgive me. As she spoke, tears welled anew, the plaintive, heart-wrenching sobs echoing through the room, making Lauren genuinely wonder if he had become the villain. He sighed, exasperated. Silence. N, sob, 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 N, silence. N, sob, 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 N, I said, silence. Annoyed beyond endurance, Lauren strode forward, bent low, and cupped Kieran's cheeks between both hands, bringing his face within mere inches of hers. Instantly, all sobbing ceased. And two pairs of eyes locked, one unblinking, profound, enigmatic, the other glistening, tear-drenched, achingly vulnerable. They held each other's gaze unwavering, tangled in silent intensity. Perhaps the proximity was too great, she could feel his warm, faintly moist breath brushing her skin, and as awareness flooded back, her fair cheeks flushed crimson, deepening rapidly, vividly, irresistibly. Am I about to be kissed? And that raw, unfiltered thought flashed through her mind, followed by a quiet surrender. Without hesitation, she closed her eyes, awaiting his advance. Ken. Lauren blinked, baffled by her sudden submission. At that very moment, Naguru rushed forward, shoved Lauren aside, and flushed slightly as she scolded, Lao Lin, what on earth are you doing? What am I doing? And, you're standing far too close. Keep your distance. And, I'm merely interrogating her. Shoved aside unexpectedly, Lauren found Naguru's reaction inexplicable, until she added, interrogate, yes, but to do that to such a helpless girl. That's unforgivable. Dagenamly then did Lauren notice the faint blush dusting Naguru's cheeks, and comprehension dawned. A wry-knowing smile tugged at his lips. Ah, I see. Naguru, you thought I was about to kiss her. And I never said that. Humph. It's just inappropriate to lean in so closely, like some perverted creep. Ha! Do you take me for some reckless libertine? If she tried to kiss me, I'd turn her down flat. And, there you go, bragging again. Just behave yourself for once. Naguru often found Lauren insufferably lacking in boundaries, yet, and strange. Even if he were truly perverse, why did that moment stir such disquiet within her? And, as the two bickered, Kieran, eyes newly opened, saw Lauren now standing apart, her lips untouched, and a subtle fleeting shadow of disappointment flickered across her expression. After stopping the argument with Ming Jiliu, Lauren realized that his wariness towards the girl Hongyin diminished significantly upon seeing her true form. He then took the initiative to step forward, untying the ropes binding Hongyin and restoring her freedom of movement. Once freed, Hung-in appeared somewhat at a loss while Lauren ignored her. Lauren walked over to his large bed, lay down and closed his eyes to rest, leaving Hung-in and Ming Jiliu standing there exchanging confused glances. Hung-in, feeling somewhat awkward, walked over to the bedside, her gaze fixed on Lauren. "Feel free to ask me anything, Miss Meidao." "Just call me Hung-in," she replied. "Oh. You seem quite familiar with me," Lauren said, opening his eyes and casting a teasing glance at her. Hung-in felt a bit shy. "Well, we're partners fighting together, so it shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Partners, huh? What's wrong with that?" "I'm serious, and about that?" Thank you." "Huh? If it weren't for you, Mr. Lauren, I might have accidentally harmed my supposed comrade Sino and made a grave mistake. Thank you for stopping me. But I did so many excessive things to you just now. You're not angry and yet you still thank me, Hung-in. Are you a soft-hearted fool like Ming Jiliu?" "What?" Ming Jiliu interjected, displeased. "What do you mean by soft-hearted fool? Hey Lauren, clarify that for me." Lauren ignored him and continued asking Hung-in. "Alright, Miss Hung-in, I'll say this again. If you truly consider us your partners, we might accept you provided that you treat us sincerely. If you betray us, I, Lauren, won't be as merciful as I was earlier. Two won't do anything excessive or despicable." Hung-in urgently tried to explain. "To prove it, mere words won't suffice, you need to demonstrate it with actions." "Wha, so you really want my body? That's why you fed me that stuff," Hung-in said, her eyes brimming with tears. Ming Jiliu interjected, "Hey Lauren, stop scaring her." Lauren, lying on his bed leisurely, continued to ask. "Alright, enough crying. I have a question for you." "Where did all those magazines come from during the battle? I didn't see you with any tactical belt, and after the fight there wasn't even a single shell to be found. That doesn't make sense." "The guns used in Kempfa have unlimited ammunition," she replied. "Oh. Wait, what?" Lauren suddenly sat up from the bed. "What did you say? Unlimited ammunition?" "Yes. Ugh, that's so unfair. People who cheat are the worst." Lauren finally broke down in tears. "It's just not fair. Why do cheaters never get punished?" Mr. Lauren. Just call me Lauren, there's no need for Mr. It sounds awkward. Is that okay? It's just a name, what's the issue? Then. Lauren. Hung-in said, her cheeks flushing. She even seemed a bit happy. "Tell us what you know about Kempfa, Hung-in." "Sure, what do you want to know?" "Does every Kempfa weapon have unlimited bullets like yours? If that's the case, that would be incredibly brutal. If the difficulty of battle would skyrocket." Hung-in shook her head. "There are 3 types of Kempfa: the Graspa magic Gobel guns and the Shibuya sword." "What kind of nonsense is that? Magic is magic, what's with Graspa? It's so tacky. Who came up with that name? It's the German term for it." "So in general there are these 3 types. What about the details? Yours should be a Gobel gun, right? Do others using Gobel guns also use the M1911 as their weapon?" "No, the overall weapons are indeed these 3, but their forms can vary based on the user. Everyone's weapons are different." "Oh, I see. So not everyone with a gun has unlimited bullets." "I think that's the case." "Damn. So they can cheat openly and the officials don't do anything about it? How can this game still be played?" Lauren was extremely upset about this. Hung-in was somewhat puzzled as to why he was so angry. "Lauren, aren't you a Kempfa?" "That's right. Then why would you risk your life to participate in the fight?" "Huh?" Lauren looked at her seriously. "Listen, sister, you were using a gun with unlimited bullets against my best friend and I couldn't just stand by and watch, could I? What was I supposed to do, just be a spectator? Watching you almost kill my brother? What does it matter whether I'm a Kempfa or not?" "That's true, I'm sorry." "Alright, what's done is done. I'm not blaming you anymore. But I didn't expect that you, Lauren, who aren't even a Kempfa, would be so powerful. I couldn't match you at all and was easily defeated and being tied up. That was the first time a boy did that to me. Hong Yin couldn't help but feel her face flush with heat, squirming as she thought back on what had happened. Lauren was puzzled. He then beckoned Ming Jiliu to come over and sit beside him. Ming Jiliu walked over. "What's up, Lauren?" Since Hong Yin mentioned that Kempo weapons come in 3 types, what about you, Ming Jiliu? "Me? Do you have a gun?" "I don't have my man's gun anymore. What gun could I have?" "What about a sword?" "There should be a sword." "I don't have that either. Since my transformation I haven't had any weapons at all." "Since you have neither a gun nor a sword, that leaves just the grasp of magic, right?" "I guess so." "Then show us the magic so Lauren can see it too." "How do I do that?" "If you ask me, who should I ask? You're the Kempa, surely only you know how to cast magic." "But I can't." Ming Jiliu shrugged, completely clueless. Lauren added, "I don't know either, I'm a magic idiot. I was the lowest in my class back in school." At that moment the two looked at each other, both at a loss, and they turned to Hong Yin in unison. Flustered Hong Yin quickly shook her head. "Don't look at me like that, I don't use magic, so I definitely wouldn't know." "Then where did your gun come from?" "The weapons used by Kempa during combat will appear or disappear according to the user's will. Once you're proficient you can control them freely." "Looks like we have to get through the newbie phase. But without even a tutorial, how are we supposed to figure this out?" Lauren sighed deeply. Lauren paused in thought before turning to Akane and asking, "Akane, could you transform, and then let me examine your firearm?" "Well, I suppose I could." Obediently Akane shimmered with radiant light once more. In the next instant, the fire-iron hot-tempered Akane materialized, her very first move being to press the barrel of her gun beneath Lauren's chin, a smug upward curl tugging at her lips as she taunted, "Ha ha ha! Oh, weren't you just acting so high and mighty a moment ago? Now that I'm unshackled you actually dared order me to transform on the spot. Do you truly have no fear I'll pull the trigger and blow your head off?" Naguru cried out, "Lauren!" Lauren raised a hand, gently halting Naguru's lunge. Unfazed by the gun pressed against his jaw, he replied coolly, "Go ahead, fire. You wretched man. Even with my barrel pointed right at you, you still dare wear that condescending aloof expression. Do you genuinely wish to die? If you've got the courage, go ahead and kill me. But know this, when I fall you'll soon follow. The poison coursing through your veins, I alone hold its antidote. Kill me and you'll perish too. Worse still, before death you'll be violated and humiliated by countless men. Your end will be grotesque, undignified and agonizing. You're a demon." "Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment." Akane's lips twitched, her expression strained. Yet seething with indignation, she finally lowered the weapon and tossed it toward him with a huff. "Fine, consider this debt deferred. You wanted to see my gun. Here, take it." Lauren caught the firearm smoothly. With practiced fluid motions he disassembled it entirely. Within seconds the pistol lay scattered across his palm in pristine gleaming components. That display left both Naguru and Akane utterly speechless. Lauren picked up the magazine, still fully loaded. Then, after meticulously inspecting each part and confirming all were intact, he reassembled the weapon with equal dexterity, raised it toward a nearby trash can and pulled the trigger with deliberate force. Why won't the trigger depress? He tried again, then again, yet the mechanism remained stubbornly frozen, immovable, as if welded shut. Frustration flared. Without warning, Lauren seized Akane's delicate pale hand. She gasped in shock and indignation, "What are you doing? Pervert, you're trying to grope me again?" Yet the hand he held made no move to resist or pull away. Naguru, watching from the side, instinctively furrowed his brow, his gaze locked intently upon their intertwined hands. Lauren guided Akane's hand to grip the firearm, aimed it steadily at the distant trash can, and pressed her finger firmly onto the trigger. Bang! A sharp, crisp report echoed through the air. At last Lauren understood completely. He released her hand, and relinquished the gun. So Kenfa weapons only respond to their wielder's touch. TCH, how miserly. What an irksome rule. His frustration was plain. But Akane burst into delighted laughter. Oh, so you're that enamored with my firearm? Ah, but how unfortunate you simply can't use it. Ha ha ha. What exactly are you gloating about? Your aim is abysmal, yet you dare mock me. Who are you insulting? Naguru had no means to counterattack. He stood there like a living target, yet you still couldn't land a single fatal shot. Tell me, aren't you utterly useless? How dare you speak like that? Are you suggesting I should have killed Sanosen? No, I merely wished to demonstrate how appallingly poor your marksmanship truly is. Don't push your luck. You're truly oblivious to your own fortune. If I had a boon like yours, Lauren, I'd long since be invincible. Ah, I see now. Suddenly Akane's anger dissolved, replaced by a sly upward curve of her lips. See what? You're jealous of me, ha ha ha. Ridiculous, who'd ever envy you? That sour pouting look suits you perfectly. Go to hell. Instantly Akane felt deeply, profoundly satisfied. Ecstatic, almost euphoric, as though only Lauren's flustered, unraveled composure could deliver her such singular delight. Then, in perfect contentment, Akane reverted from her fierce form back into her soft-spoken, gentle kohai guise. I'm sorry, Lauren, I said some terribly arrogant things just now. Please don't be angry with me. It's fine, I'm not that petty. That's such a relief. By the way, why do Kenfa fight one another? I asked Mr. Harakiri Black Rabbit about that. He said he didn't know either. Harakiri Black Rabbit? Oh, it's an internal organ doll. Is it like Harakiri Tiger? As he spoke, Lauren gestured toward the corner, where Harakiri Tiger sat motionless, posing as a mere plush toy while secretly eavesdropping. Akane glanced at Harakiri Tiger and nodded. Yes, that sounds right. You possess Harakiri Tiger. Does that mean every Kenfa carries a similar organ doll as a messenger or envoy? Well, I'm honestly not sure. Naguru. Lauren turned to him. Yes. Where did you get Harakiri Tiger? Sakura-senpai gave it to me. Could Sakura-senpai somehow be connected to the Kenfa phenomenon? Hey Lauren, don't jump to wild conclusions. Sakura-senpai is such a charming, outstanding girl, how could she possibly be linked to something so utterly bizarre? I was merely offering a hypothesis, you needn't react so strongly. I just find your assumption rather implausible. Ha ha ha, they say love makes fools of us all, and it seems utterly true. What nonsense. You're the fool, no, you're the biggest fool of them all. Naguru retorted, bristling with indignation. Akane watched puzzled, so Lauren smiled warmly and explained, this young man has harbored secret feelings for her since long before today. Do you happen to know her, Akane? Do you mean Sakura Kida-senpai? She's one of the two supreme idols of our school's girls division, everyone knows her. An idol indeed. Naguru, you certainly know how to pick them. Naguru grumbled, shut up. One less word won't make you mute. Lauren continued, and where did your organ doll come from? I think Sakura-senpai gave it to me too, though it was quite some time ago and my memory's grown hazy. Sakura keyed, again. Lauren filed the name away, committing it firmly to memory. At that moment Harakiri Tiger, having listened silently from the shadows, finally stepped forward and interjected. Regardless of who pulls the strings behind the scenes, Kenfa inevitably converge. Once one appears nearby, others will follow, second, third, fourth, dozens more drawn inexorably together. What? Lauren's expression darkened instantly. He seized one of Harakiri Tiger's exposed viscera and snapped, look what you've done, dragging Naguru into such a treacherous, inescapable vortex. Harakiri Tiger shrieked in agony. It wasn't me. Truly, not me. It was the mediator. Nothing to do with me. Who believes that? Tonight, you're sinking into Tokyo Bay. No. Indeed, this man was a true demon. How terrifying. Luo Lin casually tossed the disemboweling tiger into a nearby room's trash bin like discarded rubbish, thump, accompanied by the tiger's pained yelp, ouch. Akane glanced at Minatsu and asked with a hint of playful curiosity, Say Minatsukan, are you really fond of Seokachin? Huh? Startled by such a direct question, Minatsu scratched his head and flushed slightly, utterly at a loss for words. Yet seeing how flustered and bashful she looked, Akane already knew the answer, and couldn't help stifling a mischievous giggle behind her hand. Well, it's not surprising. After all, Seokachin is the Academy's ultimate idol. Countless students adore her. I just think she's a truly wonderful girl, hee. Still, given how beloved Seokachin is, winning her heart would surely be an arduous uphill battle. Ahaha, yes, I know that well enough. Minatsu inwardly acknowledged he could never measure up to someone as exceptional as Seokachin. Yet even brief daily encounters, even just exchanging a few words, with Seokachin filled her with overwhelming joy. Luo Lin watched from the side, amused. Oh, come on, buddy, look at you. A pitiful love-struck wreck. Seokachin isn't some celestial angel, and frankly I don't see what's so dazzling about her. Shut up. Don't speak ill of Seokachin. Ah, yes. Clearly between brotherhood and romance, brothers hold zero value. What? I never said that. What's gotten into you? Minatsu had no idea why he was suddenly irate, though Luo Lin wasn't truly angry at all. Akane turned to Luo Lin and asked hesitantly, since that's the case, does Luo Lin also perhaps harbor secret feelings for someone like Minatsukan? Me? Luo Lin pointed at himself, both startled and amused. Ha, do I strike you as the type who falls for anyone? Just living comfortably was achievement enough, why bother falling for someone else? He simply didn't have the time. He was far too busy. He barely had time to dodge trouble. If he accidentally attracted some heroine-like figure, he'd be dragged across the floor by the protagonist himself. As for satisfying such urges, it was simple: visit an entertainment district. Charming young women would gladly attend to him, provided he had the funds. Yet Luo Lin held no interest in such indulgences. Such pursuits weakened the body, sapped vitality, and bred spiritual lethargy. Better to spend that time building physical strength, so when danger struck he could flee swiftly rather than gasping after 2 steps like a rabbit chased by wolves. So, you truly have no one you fancy? Obviously. Ahaha, well then that's splendid. Huh? Oh, no, nothing at all, haha. And you? I don't either. As she spoke, Akane cast subtle knowing glances toward Luo Lin, only for him to glance elsewhere entirely, having asked purely out of casual curiosity devoid of deeper intent. Realizing this, Akane quietly simmered with quiet disappointment. Then Minatsu stepped forward and asked, Misato-san, how exactly do we undo this Kenpu transformation? Oh, please call me Akane Minatsukan. Then you may call me Minatsu. Akane, I want to revert, but I have no idea how. Ever since morning she'd remained trapped in a girl's form, and Minatsu was thoroughly exhausted by it. Akane replied somewhat apologetically. At first, transformations are entirely random, you never know when reversal will occur. Only after growing accustomed can one consciously control and trigger them through sheer willpower. What? Minatsu cried in despair. Luo Lin burst into hearty laughter. Isn't it great, Minatsu? Why rush to change back? You're an absolute vision, a breathtaking beauty. Just looking at you is a pleasure for the eyes. Go die. Only you would find this delightful. I can't even see myself. If you became a girl, I'd mock you too and call it a feast for the eyes. Just accept your fate. Why not remain a girl forever? Ha. Say that again and I'll fight you to the death. Conversation paused there. Luo Lin sensed no further useful intelligence could be gleaned. Akane, you may leave now. We still need to organize and analyze everything we've learned today. For now, please return home. Alright then. Since he'd spoken so plainly, Akane felt awkward lingering further. Luo Lin. Before departing, Akane noticed the computer in the room, and recalling his earlier remark, blushed faintly as she asked. Does your computer really contain those extraordinary anime files? Oh. Ha, so you're genuinely curious? And no, not at all. Please don't jump to conclusions. I only wondered, if you keep such things perhaps you personally enjoy that genre. And why ask? What do you plan to do with that knowledge? Nothing much, just preparing myself mentally for the future, that's all. Huh? No, nothing. Really? Akane was so mortified she wished she could vanish into the floor. Luo Lin replied calmly, if you'd like them come by sometime, I'll copy them for you. And no way. Showing that to a girl, what on earth were you thinking? What a shame, some are genuinely high quality. So you do have such interests? Wrong. What's wrong? Old Lin embraces all genres with scholarly openness, I welcome everything. He said it with unmistakable pride, and Akane despite herself burst into soft laughter. Ugh, truly I was only asking. By the way, before you go let's exchange numbers. What? Reluctant. Worried I'll harass you? And no, not at all. Actually this is the first time a boy's ever asked for my contact info, I'm just shy hehe. Sorry. After exchanging numbers Luo Lin pocketed his phone. Now we're bound together, like insects on the same thread. If you encounter enemies outside alert us immediately. Never fight alone. Should you face more than one foe, retreat without hesitation. Do you understand? Never gamble with danger, the cost of failure is one we cannot bear. Luo Lin. Did that mean she held profound significance in his eyes? Would losing her truly be an unbearable loss? This is far too direct. How is this any different from a confession? Her heart soared, she screamed inwardly with giddy euphoria. At last before officially departing Hong Yin advised Luo Lin and Ming Jinlu. By the way, if the bracelet suddenly glows in your daily life indicating a transformation or directly transforming it means there must be a Kenpu Fa near you or Kenpu Fa is releasing hostility towards you. Please be particularly cautious about this. Is there really such a radar-like setting? Luo Lin surprisingly felt delighted. Great, this setting is quite good. Hey. As long as there is this setting at least you will have a few seconds of reaction time before an enemy ambush which is enough to make a defense. No wonder you are Luo Lin, you seem to be incredibly skilled despite not being a Kenpu Fa as if you are quite accustomed to this kind of battle. Haha, it's just something I've been forced into. What? Nothing, never mind. Alright Hong Yin, you should head back for today. If there's anything we can communicate over the phone later. So does this mean you will take the initiative to call me? You can also call me first. Really? That's wonderful, I will. Seeing Hong Yin's joyful expression, Luo Lin couldn't shake the feeling that she might have misunderstood something. Later after Hong Yin left in the living room, Ming Jinlu sat on the sofa and couldn't help but remark as Luo Lin returned from the hallway. Wow, how nice, you're already on your way to exchanging contact information. What are you talking about? You looked quite happy just now, is it because you got a new girl's contact in your phone that makes you so joyful? Humph. Ming Jinlu, are you out of your mind? Luo Lin couldn't understand what she was saying. He walked over and sat on the sofa speaking earnestly. Since you've already skipped class today, you better take this opportunity to quickly figure out how to use that so-called grass ball magic. How can I figure it out in such a short time? How would I know? I don't know either. The two stared at each other for a moment. Luo Lin sighed. In any case, Ming Jinlu, you must try every method you can think of. This is something you must master. There can be no slacking off. Even if you are like a blind person feeling an elephant, you must make your best effort and possibilities to explore and skillfully utilize it. You're being too unreasonable. No complaints allowed. Luo Lin's tone suddenly turned stern, and this serious atmosphere made Ming Jinlu feel quite uncomfortable. Her momentum weakened slightly. Why are you suddenly shouting so loudly? We have no idea when the next battle will come. It could be tomorrow, the day after, or even in the next minute. If you have no means of counterattack, how will you fight back then? Are you just going to be slaughtered like a lamb? Do you think that would be fun? Ming Jinlu was at a loss for words. This concerns life and death, especially your own safety. I just hope you understand that we are currently facing a very severe test. If we win, everything will be fine, but if we lose, we will likely die without a doubt. I'm sorry. I was a bit harsh in my tone just now, I apologize. No, I was too naive. You're not wrong, Luo Lin. In the face of crisis, we cannot escape. Let's work hard together. Rest assured, no matter what, I will stand with you in battle. Luo Lin. Ming Jin Lu looked deeply at her good brother. Even if it means death, Luo Lin won't even frown. Until you grow stronger, as your support, I will do my utmost to protect you, brother. In that case, I can't let you down either. The two tightly clasped hands, expressing their determination to fight together. Later throughout the entire day, Ming Jin Lu exerted herself to explore the completely clueless magic in her own way, dancing in the courtyard, constantly murmuring various magic incantations. Hey! Open sesame! Great dragon, great law spell, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bama boom! Magic elf, quickly reveal yourself! Fireball technique! Great fireball technique! Water escape! Super forbidden spell! Divine Luo Tianzheng. Swift Wind Phantom. Multiple Shadow Clones. Sage Mode. After a series of chaotic spellcasting, not a single trace of magic emerged. Instead, Ming Jin Lu felt tremendous embarrassment akin to latest Chinibyu. Luo Lin sat under the eaves sipping tea and watching the commotion. I'm not practicing anymore, I'm done. Ming Jin Lu began to give up. She returned under the eaves, sitting next to Luo Lin, grabbing tea and snacks from the tray, eating and drinking heartily while complaining what a load of nonsense this grass ball magic is. I think it's just a huge scam. At least give a beginner tutorial. Sigh, it seems that without consulting a senior, relying on oneself to explore is truly too difficult. Where can I find a senior? Maybe we will encounter one in the future, but only if we can survive until then. Isn't Hong Yin here? She has a gun. Don't always pin your hopes on others. Do you want to be a burden? This is so difficult, Luo Lin, I really don't understand, help. According to the current information, Kangpu Fa will unconsciously gather together and explode into battle. Moreover, since you and Hong Yin are in the same school, the university you are in is very likely to become the most severely affected area for potential battles. What to do then? In school, I'm all alone. Ming Jin Lu anxiously grabbed Luo Lin's arm. Luo Lin thought carefully and smiled to reassure her. It's okay, how about this? Starting tomorrow, I will go to school with you. No, Luo Lin, aren't you an undocumented citizen? Plus you really don't look like a college student at all. How could there be such a strong and mature-looking college student? If you were in school just wearing a white shirt and carrying a leather briefcase, if you told her he was the principal, Ming Jin Lu would totally believe it. Luo Lin replied, silly, I don't mean to go to class and study like you. So what do you mean? I'll borrow your school uniform, then I'll climb over the wall and disguise myself lurking in the school. If anything happens, we'll meet up immediately. Lurking? What if you get discovered? Haha, you don't need to worry about that. I, Luo Lin, am quite skilled at lurking and hiding. Luo Lin confidently patted his chest, perhaps considering it an old skill. Afternoon. The ingredients in the fridge seem to be running low. I need to go to the supermarket to restock. Lauren opened the fridge while checking its contents. He also had to consider what delicious dish to prepare for dinner. It looked like it wasn't going to happen today. Ming Jin Lu, probably like himself, was a magic idiot. Thinking of this, Lauren deeply placed his hand on Ming Jin Li's shoulder, sighing with earnestness. It seems you are not the protagonist either. It's okay, don't be discouraged. You'll get used to it. For us ordinary people, sometimes just surviving is already a blessing. As for the real big BOSS, there will surely be true protagonists to deal with them. And our task is simply to do our utmost to survive until the very end of the story. Old Lin, you've babbled on a lot, but I didn't understand a word. Haha, actually when I saw that you weren't the protagonist, I felt quite relieved. Why? If you were the protagonist, it would be a death sentence for me. Every step would be a disaster, every corner a danger. As long as I am with you, you definitely won't die because you are the protagonist, but I would absolutely meet my end because I am nothing more than a background character. You are exaggerating too much. Are you suffering from a middle school syndrome? If you... Never mind, I won't say any more, it's nothing. What? Don't leave me hanging like that, it's just teasing me. Yet Lauren smiled silently, unwilling to reveal any more information. He felt it was unethical to impose the disasters and pains he had once endured onto others. Besides, even if he had suffered immensely, what did it have to do with Ming Jinlu? Why should Ming Jinlu share in his pain? Why should he? Ming Jinliu am going out for a bit. What for? To the supermarket to buy groceries and think about what to have for dinner. Oh, then why don't we go together? You want to come too? Anyway, there's nothing for me to do at home alone. Didn't you say before that we could face battle at any moment? So being alone is the most dangerous, right? Wow, I didn't expect that. Your awareness is quite high. Do you really think I'm an idiot? I have played many AAA titles, you know. I still understand some common sense. Then why not just sleep together tonight? Huh? Oh right, if we do sleep together, please make sure to maintain your current super beautiful appearance. I would be very grateful. You. Old Lin, what the hell? As fellow men, Ming Jinlu instantly realized what Lauren was implying and his face turned beet red, fists clenching tightly. Even if I still look like a woman at night, if you dare to do anything to me, my fist will immediately be on your face. I'm not joking. Ha ha ha. How ruthless. What's wrong with a bit of benefit? Get lost, it's not like you're turning into a woman, so of course you don't care. If I did turn into a woman, I might give my good brother a treat. What do you mean? Are you indirectly hinting at me to treat you? I never said that, you said it yourself. Old Lin, am going all out. Whoa, Ming Jinliu, are you serious? The two started chasing and playfully fighting in the living room. Ming Jinliu's curses and Lauren's laughter echoed throughout the entire room. On the street, dusk was slowly approaching. Lauren and Ming Jinlu walked down the street. For some reason, Ming Jinlu could always sense numerous ambiguous gazes of attention gathering around, making her feel uneasy. Walking side by side, they passed by a fried meat shop. Lauren stopped, looking at the golden appetizing fried chicken legs, wings, drumsticks, and ribs in the display window. He felt tempted. When Ming Jinlu saw him stop, she also halted. Old Lin, what's wrong? How about we buy some fried chicken legs to have as a side dish for dinner? Oh, if you want to eat, then go ahead and buy some. Boss, I'll take this and this all in one order. Lauren approached the window and pointed at the items while addressing the boss behind the counter, who responded with an enthusiastic smile, sure. After a while, most of the items he ordered were already fried, and the boss personally packaged them, handing them over with both hands. Sir, all the items you ordered are ready. Thank you. After receiving the items from the boss, Lauren was about to leave when he saw Ming Jinlu still leaning over the counter, staring intently at a chocolate cream cake, showing a look of eager desire. Seeing this, the boss would naturally not let this business slip away. He immediately gave her a warm smile. This beautiful young lady, if you like it, given how cute you are, I can give you an 20% discount, haha. 20% off? Wow, really? Then, you'll take one. Ming Jinlu immediately placed her order. Lauren was still puzzled. How can someone who sells fried meat also sell cakes? Oh, that's made by my wife. She loves making these things, so occasionally she'll produce items that are sold as limited editions at a cheaper price. I see. Haha, but the taste and safety are absolutely guaranteed. You can rest assured we've been running this shop for over a decade and we will never harm our customers. After a chat, the boss handed the packaged chocolate cake to Ming Jinliu, saying, lovely young lady, your cake is all packed up, please take it. Thank you. After taking the cake, the two left together. However, just a couple of steps out while holding the cake, Ming Jinlu suddenly frowned, feeling something was off. Wait a minute, what did that boss call me? He said you were the lovely young lady. Lauren stifled a laugh. Girlfriend? Whose girlfriend? What do you think? Lauren finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Ming Jinliu, who also snapped back to her senses, looked at Lauren laughing beside her, then at her own curvaceous figure in female form, and her face flushed bright red, feeling utterly embarrassed. She quickly turned around and rushed back to the fried meat shop, correcting the boss loudly. I am not that guy's girlfriend. The shop owner was taken aback for a moment before quickly realizing. Ha ha ha. Yes, sorry, I understand. But it's alright, I believe with how cute and beautiful you are, you will easily win him over. What did you say? Ming Jinliu was almost going mad. Didn't he completely misunderstand? You understand. What the hell do you understand? On the road, Luo Lin suddenly recalled something important. Ming Jinliu, there's something I almost forgot to tell you. As Ming Jinliu spoke, he maintained a distance of 2 meters from Luo Lin on the street, leaving Luo Lin both amused and exasperated. He retorted, why are you standing so far away from me? Stop rambling, he replied. What kind of nonsense are you up to now? Isn't it to avoid being misunderstood as a couple? Do you have any idea how much that misconception hurts me? Why should a respectable man like me be seen as someone else's girlfriend? Why do you care so much about what others think? Of course you wouldn't care, it's not you who's being misunderstood like that. Please, we both bear the brunt of the misunderstanding. You can't command everyone, and besides, do you think I enjoy being misunderstood like that? What do you mean? Stinky old Lin, are you saying you find it distasteful that I could be your girlfriend? Am I not good enough for you? Come closer and speak. No, Ming Jinliu, stop messing around. You're the one messing around. Unable to take it anymore, Luo Lin moved closer. Ming Jinliu leaned aside but accidentally bumped into a passing man. Ouch, ah. I'm sorry. She quickly apologized. However, the man glared at her and scolded, watch where you're going. You two can argue all you want, but don't cause a scene in public. You're causing trouble for others. If you like to argue so much, why not go home and argue quietly? Wow, I'm sorry. It was clear that the man had a bad temper. After scolding, he huffed angrily and left. Just then Luo Lin arrived beside Ming Jinliu. Ming Jinliu looked somewhat dejected. Today is just unlucky, nothing good has happened. Haha, serves you right for causing a ruckus, and now you've bumped into someone and got scolded. How can you still laugh? Who do you think is to blame for this? Come on, Ming Jinliu, you were the one who bumped into him. What does that have to do with me? It's still your fault. It's definitely your fault. Anyway, it's your fault. Ming Jinliu began to act stubbornly. Luo Lin felt a headache coming on. Alright, it's all my fault, is that enough? Humph. Now you can walk properly, right? I was already walking properly. Back on the road, Ming Jinliu asked, by the way, what did you want to say earlier? Oh, with you interrupting me, I almost forgot. Your childhood friend sent a postcard again saying she's coming back soon, currently in Cape Verde, and once she's back she'll definitely make curry for you. That girl sent a postcard again? She really loves sending things back, never takes a break, does she? What, your childhood friend is coming back soon and is eager to cook for you? Aren't you happy about that? There's nothing to be happy about. I don't want curry that badly. Besides, can't I have curry whenever I want? Your curry is really delicious too, right? Are you an idiot? Huh? What? Why are you suddenly insulting me? Is it about the curry? Isn't it about the curry? Facing Ming Jinliu's retort, Luo Lin was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether she was genuinely clueless or just pretending to be ignorant. In that case, let me get straight to the point. Ming Jinliu, how do you view your childhood friend Jin Tang Shuiqin? What do you mean by view? Oh, come on, I'm asking if you like her or not. Luo Lin had to make everything crystal clear. This person really? Huh? Why did we suddenly change the topic to this? Come on, we've been discussing this all along. Luo Lin was about to explode. This stupid blockhead. Like or not, we're just childhood friends, right? Besides, you know I like someone else, right? Yeah, I know, but I still want to hear your opinion. Luo Lin sighed. That's my opinion. Shuiqin and I don't have any special relationship, we're just good friends. Shuiqin must think the same way, so be careful not to make her dislike you by saying she likes me. You're such a fool. What? What did you say? Which girl would send postcards to a boy so persistently showing concern? Is that so strange? Those involved might be confused, but outsiders see clearly. Only a girl in love would act that way towards a boy she likes. Now do you understand? Upon hearing this, Ming Jinlu showed a hesitant expression. She replied, but even if you say that the person I like is indeed Shutsung classmate, and regarding Shuiqin. Ming Jinlu fell silent. Perhaps this was the only answer she could give. You know, sometimes I really don't know what to say to you. Living in comfort but unaware of it many times instead of desperately pursuing someone who doesn't like you, maybe it's better to accept the one who loves you the most. What are you talking about? Forget it, it's nothing. Perhaps fools have their own blessings. Who are you calling a fool? Haha, so you do understand selective hearing, huh? Since you've been talking about me, why don't you share what kind of girl you like? Me? Don't tell me you like a girl like Hongyin. I saw how well you two were getting along, so happy together, it's wonderful, right? Yes, I'm happy for you too. I have nothing, completely broke. What do I have to like a girl? Luo Lin spread his hands, indicating that he was just a penniless person. He believed that being clean mattered more than appearance. He had no capital to like anyone at all. What about putting that aside? What kind of girl do you like? I don't know. Huh? I just never thought about it. Do you think I'm like you, always secretly in love with someone? What do you mean? Are you mocking me? Clearly liking someone but always too scared to pursue them. Aren't you worried Shutsung classmate might end up with another guy? Ming Jinlu was momentarily speechless and felt a wave of disappointment. Alright, I was just saying that casually. Why are you getting so down? It's fine, you still have Shuiqin, right? I've already said that's just a friendship. Sure. I can see you don't really understand. In any case, you won't be single forever. Regarding that childhood friend Jean Tang Shuiqin, whom Ming Jinlu had yet to meet, Luo Lin would take a look to see if that girl was indeed good in every way. If she truly was a wonderful girl, perhaps helping her pursue Ming Jinlu would also be a good choice. Once everything was settled, he would need to leave. It would be time to say goodbye to his good friend. More than a year had passed. Spring gave way to autumn and time flew by. He was starting to feel a bit reluctant. I just wonder if this time he can withstand it. If it's like before where he... I'm sorry my friend, I'm really just an ordinary person. Many times I might not be able to help you much. I can only strive to take each step well. As for where the end is, it's up to fate. I hope you can walk through safely to the end and become the winner who can smile in the end. Old Lin. What's wrong? You suddenly look lonely again, just like before. Oh no, it's nothing. It's just your imagination. Let's keep walking. What a strange old Lin. After returning from the supermarket, Naguru had bought an unusually large quantity of snacks, carbonated soft drinks, colloquially dubbed otaku happiness water, and other beverages, all in oversized bottles, perhaps as a reaction to the string of misfortunes that had plagued the day. One inevitable consequence of such unrestrained shopping was the sheer weight of the grocery bags, for in total 2 carried by Lauren, 2 by Naguru. Seriously, this is so heavy? Naguru groaned, her hands stinging as if they might split open. Lauren chuckled. Who told you to buy so much in the first place, and those giant bottles of soda? Are you trying to drown yourself in sugar? I just wanted a sip of otaku happiness water, to feel a little joy. Is even that a crime? Naguru protested feebly. Seeing how strange she looked, Lauren suggested they pause for rest every so often along the way. Naguru, palms burning with pressure, accepted the proposal without hesitation. And so they stood side by side at the roadside. Naguru, flushed with heat, fanned herself vigorously with an open bag of potato chips. Since Lauren happened to be standing directly in her breeze, every exhale from Naguru washed over him. Lauren furrowed his brow slightly and sniffed the air. Naguru, What's that scent on you? Huh? What? Am I really that foul? Could it be sweat? I did break into quite a sweat. Do I truly smell that bad? No way, no way. I don't smell anything at all. Naguru assumed he meant she reeked of perspiration. Lauren shook his head. Not foul at all. In fact, it's delightful and elusive, intoxicating fragrance, like blooming flowers, yet also like crisp, clean air. Simply exquisite. Do you care so much about it? Naguru lifted her arm and sniffed intently. Nothing, I swear it's nothing. Why would I lie to you? I don't believe you. Smell again properly. Then hold still. Oh. Lauren stepped forward unhesitatingly, closing the distance until his face hovered mere inches from her neck. Naguru's eyes widened, her cheeks flared crimson, and she stumbled backward, shouting, Hey Lao Lin, what the hell do you think you're doing? Didn't you ask me to take a proper whiff? That doesn't mean you have to get this close. Haha, blushing already? You're the one blushing, you and your whole family. Actually, Naguru, there's something I've long wondered. What is it? Why is it that girls exude such a uniquely enchanting natural fragrance, while men do not? I've never understood it. Is it truly innate body scent or merely the lingering trace of expensive perfumes, shampoos, or body washes? Why are you telling me this? Instinctively Naguru recoiled, desperate to widen the safety gap between them and this incorrigible fellow. But behind her loomed a wall, her retreat cut off. Lauren advanced further, a roguish grin slowly spreading across his face. Why tell you? Haha, need I even say it? Right now we have a perfect opportunity for verification. What are you planning to do? I'm your brother, for heaven's sake. Before, with other girls, old Lao Lin would never stoop to such perversion, but with a trusted brother. Now that's exquisite irony, isn't it? You don't come any closer. Come now, we've been brothers forever. Surely this small privilege won't offend you, Naguru. Go to hell. Don't worry, old Lao Lin won't actually do anything. Just a quick sniff. I promise I'll keep my hands to myself. I swear it. Will that satisfy you? You degenerate creep, do you really crave this so desperately? Haha, well, we're both men. What do you think? Though she knew deep down he wasn't wrong, after all she was a man too and thus could well comprehend such curiosity. Yet she was the one being subjected to it now. You truly want to smell me? Then swear, only smelling. No touching. Not a single finger. Just a curious sniff, that's all. Grant me this chance. Fine. But mark my words, if you ever become a woman I'll do the exact same to you. Haha, then by all means have at it whenever you like. Alright, remember exactly what you said today. Go on then, you perverted fool. Naguru stood frozen, eyes tightly shut, resigned to her fate. Lauren wasted no time. He placed both hands firmly on her shoulders to steady her, then leaned in, nose nearly brushing her skin, and inhaled deeply, attentively, deliberately. His warm breath fluttered against her, short-circuiting her thoughts. What was this infernal sensation? A wave of mortification crashed over her, like being groped on a crowded train by a lecherous stranger. Naguru clenched her fists, her tolerance evaporating by the second. Meanwhile, down the street, Sakura Kid, walking home after school, clutched a neatly folded wrapper in her hand, her mind drifting back to the blue-haired girl she'd met that morning. I wonder when I'll see her again. That sandwich was truly delicious, filled with such heartfelt warmth. Of course, someone so radiant must craft food with extraordinary tenderness. Next time we meet I must thank her properly. And, if possible, I'd love more than anything to taste another meal prepared by her loving hands. I miss you so much, even knowing your name would bring me such joy. Where are you now? What are you doing at this very moment? As Sakura walked, she pressed the folded wrapper tenderly to her chest, cradling it as if embracing the angelic girl herself. She'd spent the entire day lost in thought, replaying that smile, that voice, every fleeting detail. Could this truly be love at first sight? How utterly embarrassing. How dreadful! If she found out, would she think me frivolous? To fall headlong for someone upon our very first meeting. Yet, just as Sakura wandered dreamily down the street heart aflutter with reverie, her steps froze instantly. Even the wrapper she held so tightly to her chest slipped silently from her grasp, fluttering down to the pavement. For there within her stunned gaze, unmistakably clear in the broad daylight, stood the very girl she'd yearned for all day long. Pressed helplessly against a wall by a man, who was shamelessly brazenly molesting her. In plain sight. Sakura felt her entire being contort with shock. It was her, the girl she adored. She was in danger. What was that man doing? Unforgivable. This is beyond contempt. Just when Sha Tsungfeng was fuming with rage, reaching an unprecedented peak of anger, he pulled out his phone, preparing to directly dial the police. At this moment Ming Jinliu, who was far away, had also reached her limit of tolerance. She drew back her right fist and suddenly slammed it into Lauren's abdomen, shouting, "Indeed, I still find it very annoying." This blow almost unleashed a shockwave. Lauren was caught off guard and suffered a heavy blow, instantly flying backward and crashing into the guardrail of the motor vehicle lane with a loud bang, causing even the sturdy guardrail to bend outward significantly. Lauren clutched his abdomen and spat out a mouthful of blood, sitting on the ground in unbearable pain, unable to recover for several seconds. Seeing that scene, especially the blood Lauren spat out, made Ming Jinliu's back chill in an instant as she realized how serious and excessive her actions had been. Initially Sha Tsungfeng was pleased to see that girl knock the bad man away, but before he could even feel happy for her, the result came. The next second he saw that girl rush over to Lauren with immense worry and guilt, squatting down in a flurry, panicking and flailing her arms. "Lauren! Lauren! How are you? Are you okay? Woo, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I'm really very sorry. I didn't know I would have so much strength, it just happened. I truly didn't mean it." Looking at Lauren's hand covering his mouth stained red with blood, Ming Jinliu felt so guilty that she was almost going crazy. Seeing her about to cry, Lauren swallowed all the words he had prepared to scold her and instead forced a comforting smile. "Good boy Ming Jinliu, you're really ruthless. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Woo, I'm really very sorry. Lauren, don't die or I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life." "I'm not going to die, but I have to admit, Ming Jinliu, why did your strength suddenly become so great? I don't know. Woo, if I had known it would be like this, I definitely wouldn't have hit you like that." Alright, stop crying. I'm not blaming you, am I? I'm sorry. I also have a responsibility, you blame me. Earlier I indeed went a bit too far. Even as brothers we shouldn't do such boundary crossing things. You've spat blood, why don't we hurry to the hospital? I'm fine, this little bit won't kill me. But you trust me." Lauren firmly grasped the panicking Ming Jinliu's hand, and with that grasp she finally began to calm down considerably. But she still had a face full of guilt. "Lauren, you. It seems that after transformation the user's strength and physical qualities should also be significantly enhanced. At this point let's not talk about that anymore. Help me up, consider it a blessing in disguise having gained useful intel. Can you stand?" Ming Jinliu actively lifted Lauren's left arm, letting him rest it on her shoulders, and helped support him up. Lauren noticed the 4 heavy shopping bags on the ground and fell into deep thought. At that moment Ming Jinliu took the initiative to speak. "Let's take a taxi, carrying all these things is exhausting and you've been hurt because of me." "A taxi? Isn't that expensive?" "It's alright, it's not far from home. This little expense Ming Jinliu can still manage." "Then alright." Meanwhile, in Sha Kangfeng's eyes he immediately sensed a fact: that girl was clearly very familiar with the other person and their relationship was not shallow. Could it be that he wasn't the perverted lunatic who attacked the girl? Do they know each other? Wait a minute. That man. Isn't that Lauren? Just as Ming Jinliu called for a taxi and helped Lauren into the car, the taxi quickly disappeared from Sha Kangfeng's sight. She gradually set down her phone, frowning as she looked at the photo she had just taken of the two of them helping each other, carefully observing and comparing it, murmuring, "There's no mistake, it really is Lauren. Isn't he a friend of Ming Jinlu? Then why is Lauren with that girl? What exactly is their relationship? Could it be? Are they dating? In an instant Sha Tsungfeng thought of the most unwilling hypothesis to accept. It seems this matter must be investigated and clarified as soon as possible. What exactly is the relationship between that girl and Lauren? Surely, regarding this matter Ming Jinlu should know something. After all, she remembers that Lauren lived with Ming Jinlu. The next day, waking up again in the early morning, Ming Jinlu discovered that he had finally transformed back into a man, nearly moved to tears. After getting up, he went to the living room just in time to see Lauren busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. Lauren, good morning. Oh, Ming Jinlu, you're up. Lauren, look. Ha ha ha. I've turned back into a man. I've finally returned. Being a man feels the most comfortable. Ah, yes, what a pity. I know what you're thinking, but unfortunately I've turned back. There will be no beautiful girl for you to see anymore. Ha ha ha. You're quite pleased with yourself. Anyway, once you get used to it, transforming into a girl will be just a matter of raising your hand. Ha ha ha, so what? Do you think I would deliberately transform into a beautiful girl just to let you see? Dream on. If you like it so much, go transform yourself. Ming Jinlu was extremely pleased. Lauren shook his head, speechlessly too lazy to deal with him, and continued with his work, but Ming Jinlu approached him. Are you making bento? Isn't it obvious? You even made 2 portions. By the way, are you really going to school with me? What else could it be? By the way, about your injury yesterday? The moment this was mentioned, Ming Jinli's guilt resurfaced, showing that he still cared a lot about the mistake he made yesterday. Lauren glanced at him and smiled playfully, punching him on the chest. It's fine, the party involved haven't said anything. Why are you still tangled up in it? It was an unintentional act. I really don't blame you. I'm sorry, I definitely won't do that again next time. It must have hurt a lot, especially since you spat out so much blood. Really? Look, aren't we still lively and kicking? Really no need to go to the hospital. If you truly feel that guilty, then hurry up and transform into a beautiful girl to take good care of me. That would be a true apology. You're starting to be indecent again. Lauren, you must be a pervert deep down, right? Don't get me wrong, I'm only a pervert towards you, my good brother. Get lost. If you keep this up, I might really hit you again. Ha ha ha. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. I'm off to wash my face and brush my teeth. Also, they'll bring over my other school uniform for you to wear, but I don't know if the size will fit. After all, you look much stronger than me. Your muscles are so solid. Well, find out once you try it on. Just don't stretch out my clothes. If they tear, I'll personally sew them for you. Is that alright? Lauren, you can sew clothes. You can do such needlework. Is it that difficult? My goodness, you're really too virtuous. It's such a waste for you to be a man. Ming Jinlu felt it was a waste of talent. Lauren smiled leisurely. Oh. So you mean if I were a woman I'd be invincible? Of course. That's not okay. If I really were a woman, what if you fell in love with me then? Get out. You're starting to be narcissistic again. Ha ha ha, didn't you just say that it was a pity for you to be a man? So if I were a woman, you would fall deeply in love with me, even to the point of being infatuated? Absolutely impossible. I would only like Shatsung classmate. Ming Jinlu declared firmly. Lauren teased. You're quite single-minded, you make sure to catch her first. I believe everything is preordained. Destiny. Lauren actually often detested this word. Walking on the road to school together. In order to appear more like a college student rather than a suspicious individual attempting to infiltrate the school, Luo Lin not only donned another set of Ming Jinliu's school uniform but even borrowed an old backpack he used to own, symbolically filling it with some old textbooks, presenting himself as a mature college student, and set off to school with Ming Jinlu. On the way, Ming Jinlu could subconsciously sense many curious gazes directed towards them, often glancing over, to be precise, at Luo Lin, who did not quite resemble a college student. However, Luo Lin paid no mind. Instead, he walked while playing on his phone, appearing to chat with someone. Ming Lu, curious, asked. Lao Lin, are you chatting with someone? Yeah. Who is it? Hong Yin. No wonder you're so engrossed, we're on a busy street. You should at least pay a little attention. Even if you really enjoy chatting with her, there's no need to do it while walking, right? I was just discussing our plans with her. Oh. What did she say? After she learned that I was preparing to infiltrate the school soon, she recommended a good place to me, your school's library department. Luo Lin openly displayed the chat messages on his phone without any intention of hiding them, excitedly saying, Hong Yin also mentioned that she is a library committee member at the university, so that place is practically a tailor-made hiding spot for me, haha. The library department, huh? What do you think? Our school has a complete separation of boys and girls, but the library department is one of the few public places where both boys and girls can enter together. It just happens to be located at the junction of the boys and girls departments, making it a pretty good place. Ha ha ha. Looks like it's a strategic location indeed. Do you think hiding in the library department will really work? All I have to do is pretend to be a delinquent skipping class at school. Don't worry, during breaks I'll sit there quite openly, and when the class bell rings I'll hide away. It feels risky though. Hong Yin is still a library committee member, so in case of any emergency she should be able to use her authority to adapt to the situation. Fine then. If your bracelet emits a danger signal while at school, remember to head to the library department immediately. Don't face the enemy alone. Got it. You're being overly cautious, just like a mom, Ming Lu retorted, rolling his eyes at him. Do you think I want to be your mom? There are so many people at school, even if there really are enemies, they shouldn't cause too much chaos, right? One should never let their guard down. In any case, if we encounter a battle, everyone must gather urgently. If we only face one enemy, our forces will be 3-1, giving us the advantage. Luo Lin seriously reminded him, when you can gang up on someone, never attempt to show any personal heroism by going solo, remember that? Yes. Ming Lu sometimes felt that his good brother really loved to worry and nag. As they approached the school gate, Ming Lu asked, how do you plan to get in? Climb over the wall? Is there a teacher checking at your school gate? No. Then that's it, you just walk in openly. Is that what you call infiltrating? The more guilty you feel about sneaking, the more likely you will be seen as a suspicious person. Conversely, the more audacious you are, the less others will suspect you. Lao Lin, you seem quite familiar with these things. Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. After entering the school as class time was approaching, Ming Lu had no choice but to return to his classroom first. Luo Lin followed Ming Lu's previous instructions. He successfully arrived at the University Library Department of Xingtai Academy. With classes in session, the place was empty. Luo Lin strolled through this library department of Xingtai Academy, inhaling the rich scent of paper pulp, and found himself somewhat fond of the place. As the saying goes, knowledge is power. Taking advantage of the emptiness, Luo Lin picked up some books, sat on the floor, and began to read leisurely, treating it as a way to pass the time. Anyway, as long as it was class time, he absolutely could not be found outside the library department. Otherwise, if discovered, he would definitely be questioned and seen as a suspicious individual. Originally, Luo Lin had prepared to stay quietly here until school ended. However, when the bell for the first class rang, Hong Yin, a library committee member, was the first to eagerly arrive at the library department, searching for his figure, and finally found Luo Lin sitting in a corner with a book covering his face, dozing off. Luo Lin, hey Luo Lin. Wake up, why are you hiding in this corner, and you're almost asleep? Hearing Hong Yin's voice, Luo Lin suddenly woke up and the book covering his face slid down. Are you okay? Oh no, I had planned to study, but one moment of distraction led to me not studying at all, and instead I ended up dozing off. Luo Lin's comical appearance right after waking up. This involuntarily made Hong Yin cover her mouth and smile. Then she also covered her skirt with her hand, mimicking Luo Lin's sitting position, and sat down on the floor. At first the two maintained some distance. After Hong Yin secretly moved a bit closer and saw that Luo Lin was completely oblivious, she boldly inched closer until they were sitting right next to each other. Bump, she brushed against the boy's shoulder. Hee. Just when Hong Yin felt pleased with this little action, Luo Lin took the initiative to ask, in the past couple of days have you noticed anything unusual at school? Oh, it seems like there hasn't been anything strange so far. Is that so? Typically the KMPF wouldn't suddenly attack in crowded places, right? In theory that's true, but it doesn't mean we can let our guard down. What if they do the opposite and specifically target you during such times for an assassination? Assassination. Such things are usually only heard in TV shows or movies. Has it already escalated to assassination? Ugh, that sounds terrifying. If that's the case, isn't everywhere unsafe? However, even if there are enemies now, they likely don't know our identities just like we don't know theirs. Otherwise they would have acted long ago. Will there really be enemies at school? Aren't most KMPF members female? So Hong Yin, you need to be extra careful in the girls' department. If you encounter danger, remember to rush to the library department immediately. If you face 2 or more enemies, run as far away as you can. Don't try to take on 2 at once or it will be counterproductive. I understand. That's good. Currently with the enemy situation unclear, the best strategy is to remain steady and see who can hold their nerves longer until someone slips up. Incredible. I was feeling quite scared initially, but after hearing you say that I feel a lot more at ease. Hong Yin smiled happily at Luo Lin beside her. I used to feel very uneasy when I was alone, not knowing when I would be attacked by enemies or dragged into a fight. But now that you're by my side, everything is truly different. Hee. Oh. Having teammates is certainly different, haha. It's great to have a reliable boy by your side. Shouldn't it be too? Oh wait, Ming Jin Lu should count as half. Upon hearing Luo Lin suddenly mention Ming Jin Lu again, Hong Yin felt that the atmosphere had diminished significantly. Clearly what she wanted to express was not that kind of meaning. Ugh. Luo Lin, you idiot. Sitting side by side, Hong Yin quietly admired Luo Lin, who was dressed like a college student at that moment, and couldn't help but praise him. I didn't expect you to choose this way to fight alongside us. You mean infiltrating the school? Your school uniform? It really suits you, very handsome. Hee. Are you serious? Ming Jin Lu has been mocking me, saying I don't look like a college student at all. I personally think it looks quite handsome. Hong Yin shyly blushed as she complimented him. Meanwhile, in another classroom of the university's male department, Ming Jin Lu was watching his classmates moving around during the break, still thinking about Luo Lin in the university's library department. I wonder where old Lin is hiding and how he's doing now. Should I go check on him during the break? Ming Jin Lu thought to himself. But first he took out his phone and sent a message. Old Lin, how are things on your end? Everything is normal. The reply came back quickly. Oh, that's good. Should I come over to keep you company? It must be boring and lonely hiding in the library all the time. If you transform, I would welcome you to come and alleviate my loneliness. Get lost. That old Lin, is he just so concerned about what I look like after transformation? He never changes his ways. Ming Jin Lu scolded with a smile. Luo Lin's message popped up again. If nothing's wrong, it's better not to come to the library. Why not? Don't you think it's suspicious if you frequently visit the library for no reason? So unless there's an emergency, it's best not to meet frequently to avoid being detected by enemies lurking in the shadows. Currently the enemy is hidden, the situation is unclear, but for them we should also be in the shadows, just don't expose any flaws. Isn't that a flaw? In any case, if any emergency arises, we will notify each other. I'll remind Hong Yin about this too. Alright, you be careful. And then you too. The chat abruptly came to an end. In a corner of the Star Iron Academy's library department, Hong Yin watched Luo Lin chatting with Ming Jin Lu on his phone and curiously asked, what are you two talking about? Ming Jin Lu wanted to come over, but I told him not to come to the library if there's nothing going on. That guy doesn't look like an exemplary student at all. Frequent visits to the library could inevitably raise suspicions, so for safety's sake I told him not to come. I see, as expected of Luo Lin, you always think things through. Haha, you're overpraising me. It's just a case of learning from experience. Then, if that's the case, would my coming over also trouble you? Hong Yin looked at him apologetically. Luo Lin shook his head. You're different. You're a library committee member. If you don't come to the library, it would seem strange. So unlike Ming Jin Liu, I can come over frequently to be with you. I guess so. Luo Lin felt something was off about this statement but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Hong Yin was overjoyed. She felt an overwhelming sense of relief realizing that becoming a library committee member was a wise and correct decision. Perhaps this is fate's arrangement. Seeing her giggle without knowing what was so funny, Luo Lin added, "Oh, if it bothers you, you don't have to come looking for me if nothing's going on. If something happens, I'll contact you all proactively." No. Hong Yin immediately shook her head vigorously. "I wouldn't find it troublesome at all, or rather I prefer it that way." Huh. It's nothing. Hong Yin shyly lowered her head, feeling she had said something significant. She hesitated for a moment, then happily said, "Actually, I haven't talked much with boys before due to my personality. I don't really know how to communicate with boys even now that I've entered university. So, being able to sit here and chat with other boys like this makes me very happy, as long as you, Luo Lin, don't mind." "Why would I mind you, Hong Yin? He doesn't seem like the type to reject friends, right?" "Really? Could I lie about that?" "Thank you. Luo Lin, hearing you say that makes me really happy. If I come over after class every time, would I really not disturb you?" Ha ha ha. Having a beautiful girl sitting next to me every day chatting and talking, I couldn't be happier. Beautiful? Me? Hong Yin immediately seized on that key word, appearing very excited and serious. Luo Lin was taken aback. Well, normally people would think such words are just pleasantries. However, out of politeness, Luo Lin accepted it. "Yes, what's wrong? Luo Lin, do you really think I'm beautiful? Are you ugly?" "Ugh, how can a boy ask a girl that back?" "I think you are quite beautiful, Hong Yin." "Well, everyone should think so, right?" Luo Lin couldn't just tell her you're incredibly ugly, that would be rude. Besides, he genuinely found Hong Yin quite beautiful. She's a quiet and reserved girl, really nice, just that. Hong Yin's heart raced as she heard this, her face flushed with girlish shyness. "Thank you, Luo Lin. You're the first boy to chat with me for so long and the first to compliment me like this. And that. You. Me? What about me? You really are handsome." With that, Hong Yin felt incredibly shy. She said it. Such embarrassing words, she actually said them. She felt her adrenaline pumping her entire body, feeling hot, and the atmosphere was like a boiling magma radiating intense heat. Perhaps this is the best opportunity now? Luo Lin, upon hearing, understood that the other party was merely being polite, engaging in a routine flattery. So he accepted it calmly. "Haha, is that so? But don't overpraise me or else I might get carried away. Just a little praise will do." I really think so. If that's the case, then how about?" However, just as Hong Yin was about to say something, the classroom bell for university rang. This made Hong Yin's expression suddenly turn dejected. "Hong Yin. No, it's nothing, sorry." Hong Yin's face fell, looking like a deflated balloon. Luo Lin was filled with questions. "Are you okay?" "Thank you, I'm fine." "Ugh, I need to go back to class." "So, Luo Lin, he'll head back now?" "Oh, take care. I'll come back for the next class." With that, Hong Yin stood up dejectedly, her back hunched, and walked step by step towards the library's door. Leaving Luo Lin alone sitting on the cold hard floor, puzzled, scratching his head, wondering what the other party wanted to say. As the bell rang to end the second period, Hong Yin hurriedly made her way to the library department. She used to think that being the library committee member was exhausting and troublesome and not worth it. Now, however, she found herself incredibly excited and eager to go to the library, even resisting the urge to go there during class. Perhaps all of this was due to the existence of that person. It wasn't the library that had changed, but rather the presence of the one she longed to meet inside. "Lorlin, sorry to keep you waiting." When Hong Yin arrived at the library again, Lorelin was no longer sitting in the corner but was openly seated at a table flipping through a stack of light novels and mumbling to himself. Indeed, being the protagonist is great, with all sorts of golden fingers encounters and lucky events. It's really enviable. Sob. Lorelin. Oh, Hong Yin, you're here. Sit down, don't be shy, just treat this place like your own home. What are you talking about? This is the library at school, do you think of it as your home? Hong Yin chuckled, covering her mouth. She took the initiative to pull a chair over, not sitting across from Lorelin but rather beside him, sitting very close. Lorelin gave her a curious glance but didn't think much of it. Because, compared to these trivial matters, he had something more important to discuss with her. Hong Yin. Since sitting down, Hong Yin had been resting her chin on her hand, leaning to the side, staring at Lorelin intently, her eyes filled with a possessive desire. She truly enjoyed this moment, with no outsiders, no disturbances, and no Ming Jin Lu, just the two of them relishing this wonderful time alone. Once again she thanked her past self for becoming the library committee member. While you guys were in class, I was pondering our trio's composition issue. Composition? Yes, your weapon is a handgun, which is quite suitable for mid-range fire support, while my limited-range hidden weapons can only serve as unexpected tricks, effective only when used by surprise, hence they are not suitable for sustained frontal engagement. However, when it comes to unarmed combat, I believe my battle experience surpasses both you and Ming Jin Lu, so for melee support tasks I seem to be the most suitable at the moment. I may not have special abilities like you two, but I know how to fight against enemies. If we encounter a lone enemy, I will do my utmost to provide you. Especially you, Hong Yin, with more opportunities to deal damage. As long as I keep the enemy occupied, you can maintain a safe distance and continue to attack. Hong Yin nodded, feeling an inexplicable fondness for listening to him speak, captivated by his uniquely charming voice. And his every gesture and movement. Oh, he is truly captivating. Lastly, regarding Ming Jin Lu, while he is indeed a novice in grass magic, he is a complete beginner. If he wants to gain combat power, he will probably need some time to develop. Therefore, if we do encounter enemies, the focus of the battle will likely have to rest on the two of us. As long as Ming Jin Lu successfully develops, as long as he holds steady and doesn't drown, with the combined strength of the three of us, we should at least be able to resist an equal number of enemies. Even if we can't guarantee a win, at least we won't lose too embarrassingly. Are you even listening to me? Hong Yin suddenly snapped back to reality, her cheeks slightly flushed, hurriedly explaining, I really was listening. You said that as long as you're around, you'll protect me for a lifetime. What? Lorelin was taken aback. Did he really say something like that? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Right now I'm most worried about enemy teams forming and launching assaults on us. Once they discover that Ming Jin Lu is a novice in combat, he will become our biggest weak point. But if we leave Ming Jin Lu alone and prevent him from participating in battle, who can guarantee that the enemies won't focus their attack on the lone Ming Jin Lu? Now, Lorelin really wanted to know what kind of magic Ming Jin Lu's grass magic was. If it truly had formidable power, then prolonging the time to allow Ming Jin Lu to develop would be worth it. Sigh every time it comes to this point. Lorelin deeply felt that his combat power as an ordinary person was truly too limited. But the more it came to this, the less he could complain about fate. Complaining was of no use at all. If one wanted to become stronger, they could only rely on their own efforts. That is the rule of the world. So even if he felt weak now, Lorelin was willing to believe that as long as he never gave up, he would eventually achieve his dream of becoming the person he wanted to be. At that time, he would never allow the mistakes of the past to repeat themselves. It didn't matter if he wasn't the protagonist. As long as he could protect what he wanted to protect, that would be enough. Lorelin. At this moment, Hong Yin, who had been watching him from the side, wore a look of bliss on her face. Although she had no idea what he was deep in thought about, it didn't prevent her heart from racing as she admired his serious profile. Oh, this is too blissful, it's like a scene from a comic book featuring a world of two. Then Lorelin snapped back to reality and spoke again. As for many battle plans, I think we should find a time to discuss them together properly. Hong Yin, your shooting skills, though I'm not trying to belittle you, do need some practice. Is my shooting really that poor? Generally speaking, if a professional assassin were to show half their body in front of you, I'd be dead. That's too terrifying. Assassins with professional training are definitely super skilled with guns. Just look at a lot of movies and dramas. The protagonists can take down one person with a single shot, right? One person can take out a whole squad. But that's just a movie. Hong Yin laughed, teasing him. The protagonist can take out one person with a shot, but the enemies all have horrible shooting skills like a storm of bullets. But in reality, enemies are usually numerous and seasoned killers who have blood on their hands, possessing marksmanship akin to that of a protagonist. As soon as they see a relatively large target, getting shot is just a matter of time. I will work hard to improve myself. And ma'am, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. As long as I know, I'll do my best to teach you. Really? Hearing this, Hong Yin suddenly became genuinely excited. Of course. Then how about we find a time? Lorlin, you can come to my house and teach me in my room. Teach you to shoot in your room? Lorlin found it strange. What is your family running a shooting range? Do you have a practice target in your room? Hong Yin instantly turned beet red and waved her hands in a frenzy. No. Right, I just meant that it might be better in the room. If we get tired, we can lie down and rest for a bit. That's not what I meant, please don't misunderstand, and I really am not that kind of girl. Huh? Lorlin completely couldn't understand what she was trying to say. The school bell rang once more. Hong Yin quickly got up, preparing to return to class, but before leaving she remembered something important. Lorlin, what are your plans for the lunch break? What plans? Do you have lunch boxes or something prepared? I do. So are you planning to have it in the library then? I suppose so. That's great then. Can I come and eat with you? Hong Yin asked nervously. Lorlin thought it was something serious. Haha, of course, if you want to come over, just come and eat together. It's just a small thing, no need to ask about it. Really? Thank you. Then you'll definitely come over on time during the lunch break. After saying this, Hong Yin turned and left, almost bouncing with excitement and anticipation. Soon the lunch break finally arrived. Yay, I'm going to have lunch with Lorlin. I never thought I would actually get to eat lunch with a boy in real life, how wonderful. However, just as Hong Yin picked up her lunchbox ready to leave the classroom with enthusiasm towards their little world, a female classmate stopped her. Maydao, please wait a moment. Huh? It seems the teacher is calling for you, asking you to come over. Why now of all times? What could be so important that they need me at this moment? I don't know. Alright then, I'll go over. Hong Yin looked at the lunchbox she was holding, tears of anxiety silently flowing down her cheeks. Woo, please wait for me a moment longer, Lorlin. I will apologize to you in person then. On the other side. Due to the lunch break, more students gradually appeared in the library. Lorlin glanced at the lunchbox in his bag, recalling his promise to Hong Yin, and decided not to take it out right away, even though he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Since he had promised someone, Lorlin could not go back on his word. This was a matter of his integrity. However, just as he sat in his seat, seemingly no different from other students here to read, suddenly a girl with long black hair and an idol-level cold beauty sat down across from him. Her beautiful and mysterious eyes seemed to be staring at him intently, a hint of amusement curling her lips. Who is this person and what does she want? Initially, Lorlin didn't pay much attention to her, thinking she was just a pretty girl sitting down to read, which was irrelevant to him. She wouldn't talk to someone like him, and he wouldn't initiate conversation either. However, Lorlin soon felt something was off. With so many empty seats around, why did she choose to sit right in front of him? Could it be that this girl was here for him? Flirting? That's impossible. How could such a beautiful girl approach him? It must be a dream. If it's not flirting, then this could get interesting. Lorlin set down the Art of War, raised his head and formally looked at her. At that moment their gazes intertwined. She had been watching him all along. Lorelin, feeling speechless, finally asked, "Excuse me, do you need something? You're interrupting me, don't you realize? If you're here to confess, please allow me to refuse. I'm just a legend, do not be infatuated with me. Thank you for your cooperation and please leave without seeing me off." "Confess to you? Me?" The black-haired girl laughed instead of getting angry. "Interesting. If I were to confess to you, I fear you would be the first man to reject me like this. Are you crazy? Where did this narcissist come from? Such a rude comment. Is this how you always speak, without courtesy?" "Yes, my apologies. I've always been like this. I'm only polite to those who are polite to me. As for those who are inherently rude, why should I treat them with courtesy? Am I so bored? Is it really okay for you to treat me so rudely? Who are you? Are you trying to show off in front of me?" Currently, Lorelin just wanted this bothersome woman to leave quickly. One of the biggest rules of being here was to avoid excessive contact with anyone other than his teammates to prevent exposure of his identity. But someone who was this direct was indeed difficult to deal with. Could it be that she discovered his identity? No. If that were true, what could her motive be? Could this person be an enemy lurking in the shadows? Once he thought of this, everything began to make sense. Lorelin started to take the black-haired girl in front of him seriously. However, she was wearing long sleeves, making it impossible to see if she was wearing bracelets, but even without them he couldn't rule out the possibility of her being an enemy spy. "It seems you truly do not recognize me," the black-haired girl said, appearing somewhat regretful. Lorelin gradually calmed down and teased her. "Sorry, I'm someone who enjoys the second dimension and is a complete otaku, so I'm not interested in three-dimensional beauties, especially someone as beautiful as you. Thank you, please leave and do not disturb my studies." "Oh. Thank you for the compliment. Although I often hear others praise me, almost no boy dares to compliment me to my face. You are the first. You seem quite pleased with yourself. Hey, don't think that just because you're pretty you can do whatever you want, expecting all the boys in the world to revolve around you. How foolish. You insulted me again. No one has ever dared to insult me like this, let alone multiple times." The black-haired girl's expression began to turn cold. Lorelin did not want to cause trouble. "Please do not disturb my studies, thank you. Other boys see me and are either too scared to speak or blushing with accelerated heartbeats and blank minds. Yet you can respond so freely and even keep pushing me away. Am I not a beautiful girl in your eyes? Generally, shouldn't boys be excited wanting a beautiful girl like this to chat with them more? You're really difficult. What exactly do you want? You seem to dislike me. Please, I'm trying my best to study here. You suddenly sit in front of me staring at me so intently and acting so high and mighty while interrupting my studies. Am I supposed to be infatuated with you? Who do you think you are? Are you a reincarnated succubus, or are you holding some hypnotic app specifically to hunt down innocent otaku like me?" Upon hearing this, the black-haired girl couldn't help but chuckle, but quickly realized she had lost her composure and corrected her expression. "You aren't a student of Xintia Academy, are you?" A casual remark, yet it instantly made Lorelin freeze, his expression growing serious. "You aren't a student of Xintia Academy, are you?" and she asked again. And her dark-haired gaze grew increasingly playful, like that of a hunter observing prey trapped in a jar, laced with mockery and quiet triumph. Luo Lin's expression flickered subtly several times before instantly settling back into composure. And meeting her gaze unflinchingly, he countered without evasion. "You don't seem like a student here either, and me, and yes, exactly you, and yet." Upon hearing this, the dark-haired girl's smile deepened, her eyes locking onto Luo Lin as though he were a living caricature, a pitiful preening fool. A faint twitch tugged at Luo Lin's lips, humiliation surged through him like scalding ink. "And what kind of look is that? What do you mean by it?" "Based solely on that remark just now, I can assert with certainty, you are no student of this academy. You're an intruder, a suspicious figure who slipped inside under false pretenses." "Nonsense then," still refusing to admit it, "Yen, how can I confess to something utterly fabricated? Let me warn you, if you speak such slander again, I'll sue you for defamation." "Sue me? Oh, I see. So you plan to march straight to the student council Yan? Ah, well yes, and coincidence, it just so happens the student council president is right there. Shall you go accuse me before her? Afraid already. If you simply retract your words, apologize sincerely and leave this place at once, I'll pretend none of this ever occurred. Luo Lin declared this bold-faced lie with unwavering conviction. And the dark-haired girl replied, her tone layered with quiet irony, and, very well, I know the way to the student council perfectly. Shall I guide you there? Truly unafraid that I'll report your slander to the student council president Yan. If you dare accompany me there in person, I'll admire your courage, and formally apologize for my earlier remarks. Seeing her stand so poised and unshaken, Luo Lin hesitated, uncertain whether she was bluffing, weaving an empty fortress of intimidation to unsettle him, or whether she genuinely held sway within the student council, utterly unbothered by his threats. And what a formidable woman! And annoying, and Luo Lin felt thoroughly outmaneuvered. When he remained silent for too long, she spoke again. And, what's wrong? Weren't you just brimming with bravado? Yet at the decisive moment, you've turned cowardly. Don't try provoking me, I'll go. Then Luo Lin swiftly scanned his surroundings. And too many students lingered nearby, their glances scattered and unpredictable. If this girl truly posed a threat, or had already uncovered his imposture, perhaps leading her to a secluded place would grant him the advantage he needed. That arrogant wench. Don't think your beauty shields you from my fists. And anyone who falls into Luo Lin's hands, man or woman, young or old, tall or short, slender or stout, is treated with absolute impartiality, fairness, equality. No exceptions. Fairness, equality, no exceptions. At that thought, Luo Lin found himself warming to the idea. And instantly, he rose to his feet, and even extended a hand with deliberate flourish. And, since you possess such audacity, let us proceed to the student council and settle this once and for all. Let us expose truth from falsehood. And when we do, remember to bow deeply before me with genuine remorse, and, oh, a courageous man indeed, and lead the way, woman. And, gladly, and thereafter Luo Lin truly followed her out of the library department. Yet along the path he quickly noticed, every student who passed her gave her a glance both awestruck and reverent. You truly don't recognize me, and you're not a student here, are you? And recalling every word she'd spoken earlier, Luo Lin realized his cover had likely been blown. Judging by how others reacted to her, this girl clearly held extraordinary renown and considerable authority within the academy. To deny knowing her outright? That wasn't denial, it was self-sabotage. What now? And if exposed, should he eliminate her on the spot? And countless thoughts churned in Luo Lin's mind, calculating precisely how best to subdue her once they reached solitude. But, killing her was out of the question. Eliminating such a radiant young woman would instantly betray his most critical secret. Every hidden enemy would trace the thread backward, straight to Luo Lin, and ultimately to my Jinru and Hung Yin. Yet restraining her, engaging in earnest negotiations, striking a bargain that Luo Lin decided remained viable. And, not long after, they arrived at a building nestled between the male and female divisions. The dark-haired girl led Luo Lin to a door on the third floor, opened it, and gestured him inside. Luo Lin entered. And the spacious room bore all the hallmarks of a senior administrator's office, surely the student council president's private chamber. But where was she? Why was it completely empty? Just then, a soft click echoed behind him. He whirled around, just in time to see her closing the heavy door. Noticing his sudden tension, she offered a faint teasing smile. And, what's the matter? Bringing a stranger, whom you've just met, to a deserted room, then locking the door the moment we enter? Surely you intend some ill deed against me, and then, you pervert. What did you say? And her expression hardened, icy and sharp. And, I'm the one scheming against you? Shouldn't a young woman be the one feeling uneasy? Look at yourself, what part of you suggests decency? Am I not justified in being wary? Qian, how utterly rude. The dark-haired girl bristled with anger, but suppressed it. Then under Luo Lin's wide-eyed, bewildered stare, she strode deliberately toward the desk at the far end of the room. She seated herself, hands placed neatly atop the desk, fingers interlaced. Her posture shifted instantly, commanding aloof sovereign. At last her true identity emerged. Very well. Now, state your grievances against me, the student council president, one by one, and, what? Luo Lin's face contorted in disbelief. He bellowed, arrogant fool. Do you think merely sitting behind that desk makes you the student council president? Humph, trying to bluff me. Let me tell you, woman, your cheap theatrics, your hollow, empty fortress ruse, I've seen them all. Who do you think you're frightening? The dark-haired girl blinked, genuinely stunned. She hadn't anticipated he'd still deny reality, even now, even after this, accusing her of impersonation instead. At last she could bear it no longer, and introduced herself with crisp authority. And, I am Sanju Shizuku, the current student council president of Xinjie Academy. Utter rubbish. Whether you're Sanju Shizuku, Yanju Shizuku, or Hashiju Shizuku, I couldn't care less. You're clearly suffering from a severe case of adolescent delusion, imagining yourself president, and now seizing this empty room you've lured me, a pure-hearted boy, into your childish fantasy game. Humph, how laughable. I advise you flee this place with me before the real student council president returns, or face consequences far graver than mere punishment. Expulsion wouldn't be unthinkable. Understand, Miss Delusional? In that instant, and Sanju Shizuku could scarcely believe it. One day a mere man would provoke her to such fury. It was inconceivable. And to what depths of insolence could this man descend? And she had never encountered such shameless audacity. In truth, by this point Lauren already knew in his heart that the person before him was indeed the genuine student council president, yet knowing and admitting were two entirely different matters. Absolutely not, he would deny it outright, stubbornly and shamelessly. So long as the other party could not irrefutably prove their identity, they held no legitimate authority to sit in judgment over him, a suspect under scrutiny. Afterward he would seize an opportunity to escape. If necessary, he would even alter his entire strategy, no longer hiding in the library, perhaps crouching all day across the street from the school gate would suffice. Within these school walls you may wield the title of student council president like some lofty sovereign, arrogant, unassailable, your word law itself. But what then should I step beyond those gates? How, pray tell, would you respond? Humph. Once outside, whether you are student council president, Olympic council president, or even director of the Xinjie Academy underground organization, none of it matters. None of it holds power. It's getting late. Listen carefully, you melodramatic young man, I have no time to waste bantering with you. I'm leaving now. Lauren turned on his heel, ready to vanish. From behind him came the voice of Mio Shizuka. It's no use, you see I quietly locked the door just moments ago. As she spoke she held up the key for him to see. Lauren approached the door and gave the handle a firm push. Damn it, it really was locked. Damn it. Had he been tricked? All along Lauren had sensed something amiss, a subtle creeping feeling of entrapment, yet he'd assumed as a grown man facing a lone girl the advantage lay firmly with him. Now it was undeniable he'd been outmaneuvered. Lauren slowly pivoted back, striding straight to her desk, his gaze sharp and unrelenting, fixed upon her with palpable hostility. So, you've been scheming against me, haven't you? Not at all. I merely took slight precautions to prevent your escape. Alone together, just the two of us, and you've locked the door. Are you truly unafraid of me? Oh. What exactly do you imagine I might do to you? Exactly, what are you afraid I might do? I wonder, why don't you tell me? Her utter composure unsettled him. She was almost certainly hostile. Lauren hesitated. Her true identity and capabilities remained unknown. If she suddenly transformed and drew a submachine gun, even 10 lives wouldn't save him from her seemingly infinite ammunition, or whatever supernatural advantage she possessed. Magic would be worse still. And if she wielded close combat weapons with seasoned expertise, especially enhanced by transformation, Lauren judged his odds of victory to be vanishingly slim. Ugh, damn it. Never imagined he of all people would be the first to fall into an enemy's trap. A classic case of grasping for a chicken and losing the rice, of Diao Chan's careless blunder at Jingzhou, sacrificing both bride and general. Had he grown careless once again? Meanwhile, watching Lauren's face shift through every hue, red, green, yellow, orange, blue, indigo, violet, like a frantic traffic signal, and recalling his earlier arrogance, Mayo Shizuka felt an unexpected, deeply satisfying thrill rise from within. How delicious, to witness this odious man so thoroughly flustered. The sensation was almost intoxicating. So bold just moments ago, where's that bravado now? A storm of thoughts churned in Lauren's mind. Still, at this proximity, even in the worst-case scenario, he retained one final trump card, the plum blossom rain needles. He could ensure mutual annihilation if need be. Speak plainly, what do you truly want? First introduce yourself properly. I've already shared my name, yet you remain silent. Is that not profoundly rude? Your name? What was it again? Mayo Shizuka's expression darkened instantly. This insolent man dared forget her name, after she'd just spoken it. He'd clearly heard it. Was it deliberate contempt, or mere absent-mindedness? Suddenly Lauren snapped his fingers. Ah, yes. I remember now. So you're not yet senile enough for hospitalization. You're Young Shizuka, right? Who named you? Sounds utterly bizarre. It's Mayo Shizuka? Her molars ground together in silent fury. In her entire life no man had ever provoked such loss of composure. Oh, right, Mayo Shizuka. Never mind, whether it's Mayo Sunxiang or Ishiang, it makes no difference. What did you say? You insolent wretch. You've locked me in here, so what do you want? Answer my question first, what is your name? I bear no alias, I am Di Renjia of the Great Qin Brocade Guard. My epithet? Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Di Renjia. But your name is Lauren, isn't it? What the, how did you know that? You told me yourself. Then Mayo Shizuka deliberately repeated Lauren's earlier words, woman, your despicable ploy, this hallucini ruse, I Lauren have seen it countless times. Who precisely do you think you're frightening? At her words Lauren's expression shifted. TCH, slipped up did I. Since you already know, I suppose there's no point pretending any longer. At last you confess. Who's interrogating whom? Do you seriously believe you're the student council president? I've already stated it, I am the student council president. Ha ha ha, oh, I'm the student council president, here am I. Lauren mocked her tone with theatrical sarcasm. Mayo Shizuka's face visibly darkened. With a swift leap Lauren landed squarely atop her desk, raised an eyebrow and teased, enough games, little beauty. Let's strike a bargain, what do you say? Get off my desk, have you no manners whatsoever? Did you crawl out of some remote mountain wilderness? Spare me the lectures. Let's be clear, we're alone here. I'm no student of this academy, I'm an intruder, a suspect. And you? What did you say? Repeat that. You barged into the student council president's office while she was away, planted yourself on her chair, and now pose as her feigning authority. Don't lecture me on etiquette and virtue, on propriety and shame, when your conduct mirrors mine, exactly sitting right here at this very desk. There is no distinction, do you grasp that or not? Her breath hitched. This man felt like heaven-sent chaos, sent solely to shatter her worldview. Of every man she'd ever met, none matched his sheer infuriating audacity. One final time, I am the student council president, Mayo Shizuka. Ah yes, yes yes. I yield. Very well, I'll grant you the title for now. There, let's end this charade, shall we? You. She couldn't go on. Mayo Shizuka felt her blood pressure surge. Meanwhile, on the other side of the library department. Lorraine, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Hey. Where is Lorraine? Lorraine, where are you? After finally grabbing her bento, she rushed to meet Lorraine, but upon arriving at the library department she couldn't find him anywhere. Anxiously she began searching all around. Suddenly she spotted Lorraine's backpack beside that familiar seat and even found his bento inside. Since the backpack was still here, where could he have gone? To the restroom? Something feels off. Red Sound quickly took out her phone and dialed his number, only to be informed that it was turned off. Earlier on his way to the student council, Lorraine had turned off his phone and tucked it into his pocket to avoid revealing information from any calls from Red Sound or Ming Jinlu. He had no idea whether that black-haired girl before him was an enemy. If she was and she discovered that he had companions at school, it would be the worst possible scenario. Seeing that his phone was off, Red Sound finally sensed something was wrong and quickly dialed Ming Jinlu's number, which this time connected. Hello? Red Sound. What's wrong? You suddenly called me. This is bad, Ming Jinlu. What? Lorraine. He is missing. I found his backpack in the library and his bento is inside, but when I called his phone it said it was turned off. Lorraine wouldn't have encountered some trouble, would he? Lorraine's phone is off. That's not good. Lorraine's phone never turns off. He might really be in danger. Where are you right now? I'm in the library department. I'm on my way. Don't act alone. Okay, hurry. After hanging up, Ming Jinlu, not even bothering to eat his bento, sprang up and ran towards the library department. Meanwhile, in the library department, Red Sound didn't just sit idly. Since there were still many students around, she mustered her courage and began to ask one by one if they had seen a tall, strong and handsome boy who sat in that spot. Did they know where he went? Fortunately, quite a few students actually knew about it. Several girls told Red Sound that the impressively mature boy had apparently been taken away by the student council president. What? The student council president? In an instant a storm cloud seemed to gather over Red Sound's head. Could it be that Lorraine had been exposed and captured by the student council president as a suspicious individual? Oh no, what do we do? Red Sound was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and just then Ming Jinlu came rushing over. After Red Sound relayed the information, Ming Jinlu's expression mirrored the thunderstorm above. What did you say? The student council president? Yes, Ming Jinlu, what are we going to do? Lorraine has been taken by the student council president. We have to rescue him quickly. Why is it that the most reliable among us, Lorraine, is the first to get captured by the most terrifying student council president? Is he trying to start with a hell-level difficulty? It's no use saying that now. The urgent matter is to rescue Lorraine quickly, or who knows what the student council president will do to him. Without delay, let's go and see. Okay. Red Sound followed Ming Jinlu as they quickly left the library department, heading towards the student council. On the way, Red Sound asked, Ming Jinlu, do you have a battle plan? No, this sudden situation doesn't give me time to think of a battle plan. Hey. So you mean we just rush in together like this? We need to see Lorraine's situation first. What if they are really enemies? What will we do if a fight breaks out? Ming Jinlu, however, couldn't think about that anymore. He had to get to Lorraine as soon as possible because he felt his good brother needed him. At that moment, inside the student council president's office, Sanxiang Shizuku tried her best to remain composed, not wanting to lose the refinement she had accumulated over the years because of a man as brutish as a mountain ape. You just said you wanted to discuss something with me. Discuss what? Haha, it's simple. We both get what we want and leave each other alone. How about that? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, really, stupid? With your dense wooden head, do you really think you can become the student council president? No wonder you can only imagine yourself as the real student council president when no one is around, indulging in your little power trip. You. Perfect. Sanxiang Shizuku felt she could hardly contain her desire to tear this man apart. Now just you alone, you know I'm not a student here. How about this? You don't report me to anyone else, and I will absolutely not disclose that you are impersonating the student council president. We can coexist peacefully, and wouldn't that be wonderful? Are you threatening me? No, I just think. If the whole school finds out that you're masquerading as the student council president, not only will you be punished, but you might even be expelled. And what about you? Me? Ha ha ha, if I'm caught, I'll just run. As long as I want to run, no one can stop me. Run. Just one phone call and the school will lock down immediately. Where will you run? Ha, a fake student council president and you're acting all high and mighty? Really, you're getting carried away. How shameless can you be? This man should not get angry, should not stoop to his level. Sanxiang Shizuku strived to remain calm. First tell me, what exactly are you, an outsider, doing lurking in our school's library department? I haven't done anything, you saw it too. I've just been studying diligently. I just want to learn. What's wrong with that? You think I would believe such an excuse? Believe it or not, I've been poor all my life with nothing to my name, unlike you privileged students. Just look at you, fair-skinned, slim, tall, and good-looking. Obviously from a wealthy family, born with a silver spoon, never understanding the feelings of us common people. I didn't expect to hear so many compliments about me from you. Thank you for the praise. Hearing your honesty has lifted my spirits somewhat, even though my mood has soured largely because of you. Are you crazy? Listening to others like you're picking vegetables. You say you're poor? Yes. That's right. Not only am I poor, but am also orphaned, without savings or relatives, not even a place to sleep. So I have no choice but to succeed. Do you think everyone can be born into wealth like you? Half lies and half truths. Some of what Lorraine said was indeed true. Staring at Rokurin's expression at that moment, Mikasa Shizuku found herself momentarily unable to discern whether his words were truth or deception. She decided to step back first. You want me to keep your secret? I suppose that can be arranged. Oh. Ha ha ha. At last a sensible word from you, woman. Humph, impudent man. Shizuku chose to ignore his rude remark and continued calmly. Ordinarily, under such circumstances, I would immediately alert all campus security personnel and call the police, to have a suspicious individual like you taken straight to the station. Here we go again, still not done playing student council president? However, you have harmed no student here. Ever since I first noticed you, you've been quietly absorbed in your books, no excessive or suspicious behavior whatsoever. In ancient times, Sima Guang chipped through a wall to borrow light. Today I, Rokurin, endure hardship to refine myself. I never intended any mischief. I simply wished to study diligently and one day become a productive, respected member of society. Is that so? Isn't it? Haha. Humph. His words sounded perfectly noble, but not a single syllable convinced Shizuku. She firmly believed he had not come here to study at all. Yet she truly had no idea what he sought by lingering in the library, and that was precisely why she lured him into the student council office, to uncover his true purpose. But now it seemed clear. Given this man's shameless nature, extracting useful intelligence from him would be impossible. Worse still, she couldn't tell which of his words were genuine and which were lies. He was cunning to the core. Very well, how about this? Shizuku proposed her compromise. I'll permit you to remain in our academy's library, but you must abide by its rules. What rules? First, you must harm no student here, or you'll be arrested on the spot. Why would I attack students for no reason? Am I some blacklight virus vector? Second, you may not steal anything from the library. It belongs to Seitetsu Academy. You're free to read any book, but you may not remove any without authorization. If you offered me one, I'd refuse it. I wouldn't want the weight or the clutter. Third, you must leave campus after school hours. You may not remain on campus overnight. Yes, my esteemed student council president, whatever you say. And fourth. There's a fourth. Shizuku paused deliberately, teasing his curiosity. He grew impatient and pressed her. Just say it already. What's the fourth rule? Can't you speak plainly? You will assist with maintaining the library's cleanliness, and help the library committee reorganize books scattered across desks. So you want Lao Lin to work for free? TCH, should have said so from the start. Knew you had no good intentions. You sound rather reluctant. Of course I am. No wages, no meals. Who'd willingly work under those terms? No salary is possible. The academy's budget contains no such allocation. Oh. Haha, he'd only joked, yet she'd taken him seriously. Did she really think he cared about petty wages? But as for meals, what now? Should you prove yourself exemplary, I might, just might, extend my mercy and provide one. You mean you'll cook for me? It's merely an extra bento. I'll prepare it myself if you behave obediently. Consider it your reward. Shizuko gazed meaningfully at the man seated arrogantly atop her desk. Taming such a man, keeping him as a pet at home, might indeed be an unexpectedly delightful experience. A strangely whimsical thought flickered across her mind. An extra bento? So you'll make it yourself? What, am I supposed to feel slighted? I'm afraid it's poisoned. How utterly impolite. Do you know how many students across this entire academy would kill for a bento made by my hands, and still never get one? Ha ha ha, narcissist. Who'd want your bento? You act like Chang'e in the Moon Palace, but no one actually craves your cooking. That countless admirers you imagine? Pure fantasy, utterly fabricated, entirely false. Why do you always provoke me so? In any case, Lao Lin brings his own bento, and cooks it himself. I have no interest in anyone else's. If even chicken soup can be laced with poison, what hope is there for a bento? Truly a barbaric man, devoid of charm or wit. You claim charm? Fine, my bento arrives shortly. Dare you eat it? Oh. Is it truly your handiwork? Indeed. You cook too. Lao Lin ascends the hall and descends to the kitchen. He masters life's essential arts. I trained rigorously under masters of China's imperial banquet cuisine, the famed Manchu Han imperial feast. Many dishes are so authentically refined, so deeply rooted in tradition that even the wealthiest among you could never taste their truest, most unadulterated form. Seeing Rokurin's smug, self-satisfied grin, Shizuko genuinely grew curious. Very well. Well, what's very well? Bring me your bento, I'll taste it. Dream on. If I give you mine, what do I eat? The wind from the northwest. Oh, I might just starve to death. You may eat mine. No, poison's still a risk. Then let me escort you to the cafeteria now, and order your lunch personally. How does that sound? So you truly wish to taste my bento? Didn't you just boast about your culinary mastery? Naturally, I'm intrigued. Shizuko had resolved, today, that bento would be eaten. Not even Jesus could stop it, she declared. You aren't afraid I've poisoned it? Not in the least. You lack sense, you should fear. If I die by poison, you'll instantly become a nationwide fugitive. Haha, that would be tragic. So I wager it's harmless. A madman. Rokurin gave a low chuckle and leapt down from her desk. Noticing Shizuko still seated, he sighed in exasperation. Come on, Student Council President, what are you waiting for? Has your bottom fused to that chair? Can't you speak more politely? Sorry, I'm just like this. Lao Lin's a rough-and-tumble fellow. You'll have to adjust. You agree? First return with me to the library for my bento, then take me to the cafeteria. Once I've ordered and you've paid, I'll hand over the bento, cash on delivery. Agreed. Cautious, aren't you? Fair warning, I have a prodigious appetite. Don't regret your generosity when the bill arrives. Oh. How prodigious? Large enough to fill 3 or 4 stories. An intriguing man. Order as much as you like, I'll buy it all, provided you waste nothing. No extravagant ordering, no half-eaten plates, every morsel must vanish. That goes without saying. Then here's my proposal: after you order and I pay, we'll sit together. I'll eat your bento while you enjoy your meal. How's that? Fine, eat wherever you please, just don't vanish before paying. Rest assured your appetite is well within the means of this student council president. Shizuko suddenly found the situation delightfully engaging. Sharing a meal with someone? It had been far too long since she'd done that. Rising, she retrieved her keys and unlocked the door, walking side by side with Rokurin out of the office. Along the way, she remarked, "You're the first boy I've ever sat beside at the same table, sharing a meal like this. Are you pleased?" Madwoman. You swore again, mind your manners. Don't speak to me with that girlfriend-like tone, thank you very much. Girlfriend? You're quick to claim privileges. I'm the one being wronged here. Do you have a girlfriend? Do I look like the type? No, you don't. What's it to you? You seem awfully delighted. Rokurin felt humiliated, mocked. Shizuku merely smiled, silent, enigmatic, and spoke no further. The two first returned to the library where Lauren intentionally made Sanxiang Shizuku wait at the entrance while he went to get the bento, hoping to leave some message for Hongyin, who might come to the library later. However, the cunning Sanxiang Shizuku wouldn't give him any time alone and insisted on following him. Lauren had no choice but to take out the bento from his backpack in front of her. After that, the two walked towards the cafeteria. Under Sanxiang Shizuku's lead, Lauren didn't hold back and ordered several main dishes at the cafeteria, including a curry pork cutlet set, chilled tonkatsu ramen, fried chicken rice, and even a creamy hamburger set. In total, there were 4 main dishes. When they were all served on a table placed before Lauren, the astonished expression on Sanxiang Shizuku sitting opposite him was remarkably clear. She even began to worry. Can you really eat all that by yourself? Of course. Are you not just trying to get me to spend more money by ordering so much on purpose? Can anyone really eat that much? Just taking one portion out, Sanxiang Shizuku felt she couldn't finish it, let alone 4 portions. 4 portions? Was this man a reincarnation of Zhu Beiji? So much food? Lauren smiled at her. Don't worry about those things. As long as I finish everything in front of you without wasting any, isn't that enough? Seeing the resolute look on his face, Sanxiang Shizuku was somewhat convinced yet still shocked. If you end up in the infirmary because of this, I won't take responsibility. You underestimate a man's appetite. I can't even finish 1 portion here, just looking at it makes me feel full. Ha ha ha. Then you're not much use, are you? Who are you talking about? Sanxiang Shizuku was somewhat displeased. After helping to pay for so much, he didn't even say thank you and instead threw insults her way. What a rude man. No wonder you're so thin, you should eat more sometimes. A slim figure is what girls like most. Fine, do as you wish. Lauren then proactively handed the bento in his hand to Sanxiang Shizuku across the table. As per our agreement, it's yours now, but remember to return the bento box after eating. I need to use it again, and the chopsticks too. Hearing this, Sanxiang Shizuku looked at the bento box and chopsticks before her cheeks slightly flushing. You won't be licking the chopsticks that I've used, will you? Pfft, are you crazy? Lauren almost spat out his drink. You better not do that. Even if you begged me, I wouldn't do that. Who knows? You are really too self-absorbed, thinking of yourself as an idol-level beauty. Though I dislike saying this, it seems that in the eyes of others I am indeed one of the 2 most popular beauties recognized by Xingtia Academy. By the way, the other one is Shutsang Kid, who is also my good friend. Why are you telling me all this? While Lauren was devouring the fried meat rice in his bowl, he chewed his food and disdainfully said to her, Don't think that just because you look pretty, all the men in the world will swarm around you like flies. You're mistaken. Indeed, isn't there a boy right in front of me now? Sanxiang Shizuku's lips curled into a faint smile. Seeing Lauren devouring his food without restraint, she gradually opened the bento box in front of her. The moment it was opened, a classic Chinese sweet and sour pork bento appeared, half rice on one side and the other half filled with sweet and sour pork and stir-fried corn and green peas with sausage. By the way, the bento given to Ming Jiliu was the same. Lauren wouldn't waste effort making 2 different bentos. This is a bento. Sanxiang Shizuku had never seen this kind of Chinese bento before. Suddenly she discovered that there was another layer beneath the bento box. Upon opening it, she found kung pao chicken, vegetables, and some mushrooms, all delicious-looking side dishes. Yes, a bento. What's wrong? Lauren thought she was hesitating because she was worried there might be poison inside. Did you make it yourself? Of course. Buying it outside is really expensive. So you made it yourself to save money? Exactly. I didn't expect you to have such a thrifty side. You don't need to compliment me. It looks delicious. This is the first time I've eaten a bento made by a boy's hands. You always seem to take away my various first experiences. What a chaotic way of saying things. With a mindset of trying it out. Sanxiang Shizuku picked up some with her chopsticks. As the bento entered her mouth, the sweet and sour pork was tangy and refreshing, the corn and green peas were aromatic and sweet, and the kung pao chicken was tender. All of these combined with the exquisite rice gradually formed a delightful melody of flavors. She was somewhat surprised at how delicious this bento was. Seeing her continuously eating the sweet and sour pork, Lauren teased, "So what do you think? My cooking skills aren't bad, right? It's really delicious. Ordinary people would want to eat it but might not be able to get it. You got a bargain this time. Is this authentic Chinese cuisine?" Having gotten used to home-cooked meals, occasionally trying foreign specialties seemed like a good choice. Just then, while eating, Sanxiang Shizuku saw a pair of chopsticks suddenly reach over from opposite her and grab a piece of sweet and sour pork from her bento box. Caught off guard, she looked up and saw Lauren putting the sweet and sour pork into his mouth, showing a look of enjoyment. Seeing Sanxiang Shizuku looking at him, Lauren responded, "What? It's my own sweet and sour pork. What's wrong with taking a piece to taste?" Sanxiang Shizuku said nothing, just looked at him in disbelief. Lauren thought she felt he was taking advantage of her. So he also took a piece of fried pork cutlet from his plate and placed it back into her bento box. All right, I'll consider this a return gift for you. Isn't that fine? You're such a grown person yet being so stingy. You can't even be happy about me taking a piece of pork." Having lost a piece of sweet and sour pork but gained a piece of fried pork cutlet in her bento box, Sanxiang Shizuku was a bit dazed. This should be what they call exchanging bentos. It's a behavior often exhibited between the closest friends or lovers. Thinking of this, Sanxiang Shizuku looked meaningfully at Lauren, who was enjoying his meal, unsure if he was intentionally taking advantage of her or if it was accidental. But after hesitating for a while, she slowly picked up the piece of fried pork cutlet he had sent, put it into her mouth, and chewed carefully. Why did it always feel like, having eaten fried pork cutlet so many times, this particular piece today seemed to taste a bit different? Sanxiang Shizuku felt somewhat puzzled. During the meal, Lauren clearly noticed that the position they occupied had, unbeknownst to them, become the center of attention and discussion among all the students present. Various fiery gazes gathered from all directions, accompanied by countless whispers. Look! The renowned president has actually come to the cafeteria to eat. Who is that boy sitting next to the president? How could he sit so closely with one of the legendary super beauties of the girls' department? Ugh, I am so jealous. Were they just exchanging bento boxes? Could it be that they are dating? No way, please don't tell me that's true, or I might just die from it. They must be dating. I clearly saw the president personally covering the boy's meal costs and even took a unique bento from him. That couldn't be a love bento, could it? It was a bento made by that boy for the president herself. No doubt about it. Look at how intimate their actions are, sharing food from their bentos. Oh, my president. Who is that boy anyway? I've never seen him before. He seems so mature, incredible, almost like a working adult. His physique is great too. Although his looks are just average, he gives off a sense of reliability. Oh no. I think I'm starting to feel something too. The discussions from all directions forced Lauren to face the true purpose of why this woman had brought him to the cafeteria. Clearly this person was indeed a well-known figure within the school. Lauren felt that this was intentionally done by her, bringing him to such a crowded place, using her own popularity to expose him completely to the eyes of all the students in the cafeteria. Was it a precaution to prevent him from potentially attacking students later? After this meal, Lauren knew that he would gain some recognition within the Star Iron Academy, and if he were to do anything harmful to the students in such a situation, he would instantly become the target of all the students there. Thinking of this, Lauren realized that this woman was not an easy opponent. She was quite cunning. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the student council president's office, Hongyin and Nagatsumi opened the door and found the office empty, anxiously looking around. Didn't they say that old Lin was taken away by the student council president? Why is he not here either? Nagatsumi was pacing nervously. Could he have encountered danger somewhere else? We didn't see any signs of a struggle on our way here, and I haven't heard of any special attack incidents at school, so it shouldn't have escalated to that level, right? So what should we do now, Nagatsumi? Since we can't find him anywhere, we can only head back to the library department first. Maybe old Lin has already returned. Back at the cafeteria. Naturally, all the gossiping voices were heard by Mizashima Shizuku, whose cold and deep eyes occasionally glanced at the classmates looking their way. Finally her gaze landed deliberately on Lauren, who was eating across from her, and she leisurely remarked, "It seems everyone is discussing us." "I heard you, I'm not deaf. Many seem to misunderstand that we are dating. Those people really lack insight." "Oh. Do you think we don't look like a couple? Or do you think you're unworthy of being my boyfriend?" "Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at?" "I just think those people have no judgment. How could someone as handsome and charming as me, Lauren, date a woman like you?" While saying this, Lauren deliberately placed his hands on his head, striking a pose as if styling his hair back. The more exaggerated he was, the funnier it seemed to Mizashima Shizuku. "So you're saying that a girl like me is not worthy of you?" "Ha ha ha, exactly. Such a narcissistic man. I'll return that sentiment to you. I don't want someone as self-absorbed as you to say that to me. But I am indeed recognized as a beauty in the whole school. What about you?" "Me? I am too." "You are?" Mizashima Shizuku gestured to the surrounding students. "They probably don't even know who you are, right? Who can prove your so-called recognition? Aren't you the same? Those guys around just seem to be hired fans simply to satisfy your vain and pathetic vanity. Sometimes when you tell a lie too many times, you might even start to believe it yourself. You who have no other skills are surprisingly impressive in your ability to spout nonsense. Thank you for the compliment. Then tell me, what kind of girl would be worthy of a man as well as dashing as you?" Mizashima Shizuku, with her arms crossed and chin resting on them, gazed intently at the boy still eating in front of her. She wanted to hear what sort of legendary girlfriend could surpass her in idol-level beauty. Lauren paused his eating, pondering carefully. "To be my girlfriend, one must at least. You can't even describe it yourself, can you?" Haha. Mizashima Shizuku couldn't hold back her laughter. This man was sometimes really entertaining, far more enjoyable than those she had met before, who either treated her with utmost respect or constantly flattered her. Lauren felt mocked. "Stop rambling. I, Lauren, am not someone who only looks at appearances. What good is a pretty face? There are plenty of beautiful women with hearts as venomous as snakes." "Oh. Then what do you value most?" "First, the ability to control emotions. Second, the attitude toward handling matters. Third, the way of communication." This is the first time I've heard such requirements. I always thought boys would like girls who are cute and pretty. Mizashima Shizuku admitted she learned something new. Lauren smiled faintly with profound meaning, saying, "If you only look at appearances and not the inner self, that so-called liking is just a simple attraction to beauty." "Wait, why am I even telling you this? Am I crazy? Why are you being so rude that you scold yourself?" "If I want to scold, I'll just do it. What's so strange about that? Interesting. Do you want to hear my standards for a boyfriend?" "Not interested. None of my business." Mizashima Shizuku's expression darkened a few shades. Lauren added, "Don't talk too much while eating." "What? You're the one who keeps talking while eating? Eating too much? And you still have the nerve to turn it around on me?" Mizashima Shizuku almost choked and nearly cursed back at him. Fortunately, she managed to hold back. She was a bit surprised that after just spending a lunch break with this man, she almost got influenced by him and almost became rude. That was too dangerous. This man. Danger level 6 stars. How can you criticize me? You've been talking while eating all along. After finishing all the dishes in front of him, Lauren finally revealed a comfortable expression. He leaned back in his seat, his right hand resting on his belly, savoring the subtle happiness that came from being well-fed. Mizashima Shizuku, sitting across from him, did not expect that he could actually finish all 4 portions of the main dish. This once again reshaped her understanding of a man's appetite. "I can't believe you actually finished everything." "Haha, it's just that the portions here are too small." Lauren was in high spirits, enjoying the chance to tease her. Since the meal was finished and the matters were discussed, he felt it was about time to take his leave. However, Lauren noticed the bento in Mizushima Shizuku's hand which she had barely touched. The rice was only half eaten and the side dishes were barely touched, with each kind only having a small portion consumed. Overall, more than half remained. Seeing her gaze fixed on the bento in his hand, Mizushima Shizuku softly replied, "Your bento is too much for me. I'm already full. I can't believe there's still so much left." "Are you really full?" "Yes." "Are you sure you're not lying just because you think my bento isn't tasty? If you think it's bad, just say it directly, no need to beat around the bush." "No, your bento is really delicious," Mizushima Shizuku answered honestly. Lauren didn't care whether she was being truthful or not. He simply said to her, "So you're not going to eat the leftovers, right?" "I really can't eat anymore." "Well, fine then." Since she said so, Lauren didn't know what else to say. He couldn't just force her mouth open and stuff the leftovers into it, could he? "You can give me back my bento." He took back his bento. Just as Mizushima Shizuku was wondering how he would deal with the remaining bento, whether to throw it away or take it back for other purposes, Lauren in the next moment directly lifted the bento she had left uneaten and began to eat it voraciously in front of her. Especially the chopsticks which had just been in Mizushima Shizuku's mouth were now being used by Lauren without any restraint as he picked up vegetables and rice, even slurping a few bites in between. Seeing this scene, Mizushima Shizuku's face darkened slightly, but she also felt a hint of girlhood shyness. She questioned him with a flushed face. "What are you doing?" "What do you mean?" "This is the bento I just left uneaten. Are you so eager to share an indirect kiss with me?" "I didn't know you had such a perverted side." To her surprise, Lauren snorted dismissively. While continuing to eat from his own bento, he shot back at her. "If it weren't for someone who clearly has a pathetic appetite but insists on eating someone else's bento, do you think I would want to eat your leftovers? With so much good food, do you want me to just throw it all away? Please, food is precious. It's clear you're a pampered young lady who has no idea of the value of food." In many past dire situations, Lauren had been driven to the edge of starvation, eating countless disgusting things just to survive. Things like tree bark, guanine soil, and various insects and maggots. He had eaten them all. Thus the after effects were quite severe. He couldn't care less about others, but he himself would almost never waste food after all he had truly experienced near starvation. However, he had gotten used to many of those insects, now no longer resisting them as he once did, thanks to the cursed lands of the Golden Triangle in Vietnam and Cambodia. Who knew your appetite was so big? This action also sparked excited discussions among the surrounding students, especially the girls. "Wow, did you see that? That guy actually ate the president's leftover bento right in front of her. The president isn't even angry. Could it be that those two have really become that close? Ah, their relationship is so enviable. The mysterious boyfriend of the student council president. This is big news and we are the first witnesses." Suddenly the discussions from nearby caused Lauren to pause his movements. Oh no, he had fallen into a trap. Could it be that this bento was intentionally left for him? Now that he ate it, he was mistakenly believed to be in a relationship with that group of people. Without a doubt, a large number of people would soon begin to gather information about him. This way, the fact that he wasn't a student at this academy would surely be exposed soon. Once exposed, he could forget about continuing to linger in the library of this academy. Damn, he had been schemed against. Finally finishing the bento in his hand, Lauren felt a bit uncomfortably stuffed. Even for him, eating 5 main dishes at once was somewhat pushing it. After cleaning up his bento box, he stood up, giving Mizushima Shizuku a cold glance before turning to leave. That detestable woman had laid so many traps for him during just one meal. Sigh. It seems he couldn't stay in the library anymore. After today, Lauren felt he would be squatting like a street urchin on the sidewalk across from the school for the entire day. Seeing him about to leave, Mizushima Shizuku said playfully, "Are you leaving so soon? There's still some time left before the break ends." "Why would I stay here? Am I really dating you? Are you going back to the library?" "Yes, thanks to you, I need to cherish this last bit of time there." "Last bit of time? That's exactly what you wanted, right? Don't worry, starting tomorrow I won't be coming back. Aren't you happy about that? Humph. What? Misushima Shizuku still looked puzzled. Didn't I say you could stay in the library? As long as you follow the rules I won't say anything to others. Alright, you don't need to keep pretending to be a good person. But since you treated me to this meal today I still have to say thank you. No need to thank me, this is my first time experiencing what it's like to eat with a boy. That's enough, I'm leaving. With that, Lauren turned to leave, gradually walking towards the cafeteria exit under Misushima Shizuku's gaze until he finally disappeared from sight. Only after he completely vanished did Misushima Shizuku slowly stand up from her seat, muttering to herself, Lauren, right? Humph, an interesting man. But, would he really not come tomorrow? Suddenly she felt a bit regretful. I'll investigate a bit when I get back. On the other side, as soon as Lauren returned to the library, he saw Hongyin and Najitsuru anxiously waiting inside. The moment they saw Lauren return, their anxious hearts finally settled. They rushed over, surrounding Lauren with a mix of happiness and anger. Lauren, where have you been? You didn't say a word. Do you know how worried we were? Hongyin pounded Lauren's shoulder with her fist. Yeah, Lauren, we thought you were attacked by enemies. Your phone was off. What exactly happened? Najitsuru was nearly frantic. In the corner of the library department, Luo Lin reopened his phone and elaborated in detail to the two people about everything that had happened after leaving the library. However, he initially thought that after listening their focus would shift to whether that student council president Misaki Shizuku was a potential enemy. Instead, the response he heard was, oh really? Is that so? So it turns out that while we were worried sick about whether you were in danger, you were acting all affectionate with the student council president in the cafeteria. It's great, right? Haha, you have to think about it. After all, she is recognized as one of the two super beauties of the entire Star Iron Academy, on par with classmate Shutsun senior Misaki Shizuku. I think you might as well just date her, right? Luo Lin replied, old Lin, you came back. You must have been mesmerized by the student council president after seeing her, you lecherous guy. We were so worried about you before, acting like two big fools. Luo Lin asked, how was the lunch that the president personally bought for you? You even exchanged bento boxes? TCH, do you really think you two are dating? Both of them exchanged quips that left Luo Lin feeling somewhat confused. The key point was that as they spoke they would occasionally turn to him and snort in annoyance, obviously displaying a vibe of I'm very angry right now, please don't talk to me. When the two finally finished speaking, Luo Lin waved his hand to signal them to stop. We weren't causing trouble, they both exclaimed in unison, responding with angry retorts. Regardless of everything, starting tomorrow I can no longer stay in the library department. What? Upon hearing this, Hongyin was the first to become agitated. How could this be? She had only just found the true joy of being a library committee member today. Why should this blissful time be taken away after just one day? Woo-woo, she didn't want that. After being stirred up by that student council president today, I'm practically becoming a famous person in the school. I'm not a student here, I'm an infiltrator, and my greatest fear is being exposed in front of the public. If I hide in a corner I shouldn't be in any trouble, right? It's already no use, I can't keep hiding in the corner. As soon as I'm seen by other students I could instantly become the target of everyone's attention. So unfortunately after today I'll have to think of another way to assist you outside the school tomorrow. Woo-woo, it's all that detestable president's fault. Hongyin was so angry she was about to bite her handkerchief. Ming Zilio on the other hand felt indifferent. Whether hiding in the library department or outside the school, as long as he knew his good buddy was nearby, he was fine. So old Lin, are you really not coming to school starting tomorrow? I'll probably find a place near the school gate to rest. It won't be too far away. That's fine. At least I won't have to deal with that student council president asking me to join her in the cafeteria for a romantic meal together. I already told you that's just a trap set by her. It better be a trap. You definitely enjoyed it, didn't you? After all, the president is a super beauty too. What makes me happy is the delicious food, not the woman sitting across from me plotting against me. You don't like the president, do you? Are you out of your mind? Am I insane? Or do you think I old Lin have never seen a woman before? That's good. Ming Zilio felt inexplicably relieved and his mood brightened. Before I turned off my phone to avoid involving you guys. If you called me during the journey, that student council president would immediately know I wasn't alone in school, and then both of you would come into her sight. If she really is an enemy, we'd be completely exposed to her view. At that moment the enemy would be in the dark while we were in the light, and the situation could instantly put us at a huge disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Ming Zilio and Hong Yin exchanged glances, truly understanding why Luo Lin chose to turn off his phone. However, after understanding this, they felt somewhat ashamed. Because they had previously thought that Luo Lin turned off his phone deliberately to avoid being disturbed during his sweet lunch with the beautiful student council president. The lunch break was about to end soon. Ming Zilio and Hong Yin also planned to return to the classroom. Before leaving, Luo Lin reminded them. At school you should pay attention to the student council president's every move and avoid doing anything strange so as not to alarm the snake. Okay, X2. Ming Zilio, after school come to the library department to find me. For the rest of the time don't come over. Understood. Ming Zilio replied. Also Hong Yin, if you have time, try to come to the library department more often. Really? Okay, I got it. I'll come over whenever I have time. When Hong Yin heard this, she thought Luo Lin liked being with her. Yay, she didn't expect such a reliable Luo Lin would also have a side that liked to act spoiled. Did he really enjoy their time together that much? Thinking of this, Hong Yin felt delighted and couldn't help but smile. However, Ming Zilio, watching Hong Yin's secretly ecstatic expression, turned to Luo Lin and said, "Old Lin, you're really something. When it comes to me you say to stay away, but with Hong Yin it's a completely different attitude. What's up with that?" As the school bell echoed throughout the Xintia Academy, Ming Jinlu stretched lazily in the classroom when his good friend Dong Tianganren approached him, flashing a warm smile and inviting, "Hey Sinang, are you free after school today?" "What do you want, Dong Tian?" Ming Jinlu looked at him somewhat displeased. Dong Tian replied, "It's been a while since we went out together. Today let's call old Lin and go have some good food and have some fun. You seem quite relaxed, but I'm sorry we've been quite busy lately, so you should go alone." "Both of you are busy? Hey, are you two hiding some secret activity and not including me? That's really inconsiderate. What exactly is this secret activity?" "Oh, I know, could it be a secret underground activity targeting beautiful girls? Are you an idiot? Then what are you two big guys busy with?" "Sorry, no comment. That's quite heartless. In any case it's very dangerous, so we can't involve any innocent people." Ming Jinlu rarely spoke in such a serious tone. Seeing this, Dong Tianganren seemed to sense something and stopped pressing for answers. Instead he supported, "All right then, if that's the case I won't ask more. But don't forget, we're all brothers. If you run into any trouble just say the word and it'll definitely help you out." "Thank you. I hope this matter can be resolved quickly and then we can go have fun together." "Sure. If there's nothing else I should head back now. Oh, by the way, hasn't Mizuki-chan almost returned to the country recently?" "I think so. You seem to care very little about her. After all, she's your adorable childhood friend. You're really in luck but don't realize it. So what if she comes back? What does it have to do with me?" Sai, still as foolish as ever. "Huh. I really worry about Mizuki-chan's future." "What are you talking about?" "Oh, there's one more thing. I don't know if you're interested." "What is it?" "I heard there's a super mysterious beautiful girl in the girls department recently. According to rumors, she possesses a breathtaking beauty like a fairy, making her the third super mysterious beautiful girl alongside idol-level beauties Shukurin Keen and Sansaku Shizuku." "Oh. Wow, such a dull reaction. How can you have no interest in such explosive news about a beautiful girl? No matter how mysterious she is, what does it have to do with me? Will she suddenly appear in front of me and confess, creating a perfect campus romantic comedy? Ha ha ha. What a delusion. Why do you think you can be the protagonist? It should be me, a suave and handsome campus heartthrob she should confess to." Dong Tianganren narcissistically posed thinking it looked very handsome. Ming Jinlu looked at him amusingly like watching a clown. You really enjoy this kind of stuff, always focusing on beautiful girls. Stop whining. You're the one who already has an adorable childhood friend, so don't criticize my ambitions. Huh? What does Mizuki have to do with it? Forget it, after all you're the kind of guy who only thinks about Shakuran. You. Ming Jinlia's face turned a bit red, perhaps because the other person hit the nail on the head. Well, you liking Shakuran isn't a new thing. Although dating one of those idol-level beauties like Shakuran is a dream for almost every guy, most of us know it's impossible. Stop whining. I like Shakuran, what's wrong with that? Maybe when you encounter that third rumored beautiful girl you'll be moved and fall for her. Haha, absolutely impossible. Don't celebrate too early. Once I find out the true identity of that mysterious beautiful girl, I'll let you know right away. Whatever, it has nothing to do with me, no matter how beautiful she is. Oh, by the way, the reason that mysterious beautiful girl has caught everyone's attention is primarily because of your beloved Shakuran. Shakuran. Yes, without a doubt, if anyone in this school is most concerned about that mysterious beautiful girl, it would be Shakuran. Who exactly is that mysterious beautiful girl? Ming Jinlu felt an inexplicable urgency. Dong Tianganren shrugged. How would I know? If I did, wouldn't I have told you already? But... Haha, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. As soon as I gather information about that mysterious beautiful girl, I'll inform you immediately. Alright then. After a brief conversation with Dong Tianganren, Ming Jinlu picked up his backpack, stood up and walked leisurely towards the library. At this time, just as he was about to reach the library, a striking and refreshing figure caught his eye in the corridor ahead. Her gently blowing hair shimmered in the faint light of the setting sun. Just standing there simply resembled an angel that fell to earth, pure and beautiful, sacred and heart-racing, making his heart flutter. Is that Shakuran? Ming Jinlu didn't know what she was doing standing there, but it seemed she was waiting for someone. Could she be waiting for some boy? The thought made Ming Jinlu inexplicably angry. However, just as he continued walking forward, hesitating whether to greet her, Shakuran Kid's face immediately brightened with joy upon seeing him, even smiling happily. Just a simple smile. Yet it was enough to quicken Ming Jinlia's heartbeat, stirring his emotions. Ah! Shakuran really is incredibly cute. The infatuated expression on his face flashed away. As Shakuran Kid quickly approached him, Ming Jinlu tried hard to contain the excitement and thrill of being approached by the person he liked, pretending to be calm. Could it be that the person Shakuran had been waiting for all along was actually him? The beautiful girl waiting for him under the setting sun. Was this really not a dream? At this moment, facing each other, Ming Jinlu could even distinctly smell a unique fragrance. Was it coming from classmate Shatsang? At this time, a terrible memory flashed in Ming Jinlia's mind, recalling the moment he was cornered and sniffed by a pervert in his transformed state. At that time, he felt utterly ashamed and even punched the other person out of impulse. Now, from a boy's perspective, after he also caught a whiff of the unique fragrance emanating from the girl, Ming Jinlu finally understood why that good brother of his had made such a perverse request. Indeed, only a man could truly comprehend another man. I'm sorry, Lao Lin. Ming Jinlu sincerely apologized again for his reckless behavior back then, facing the girl in front of him once more. Ming Jinlu clearly stuttered, even feeling at a loss. Classmate Shatsang? May I ask what this is about? Ming Jinlu. Yes. I am Ming Jinlu. I'm very sorry for suddenly blocking you like this. I just have something I want to say to you. Under the setting sun, the shy expression of the girl slightly bowing her head deeply touched Ming Jinlia's heart. She has something to say to me? Could it be? Is it really a confession? Ming Jinlu shamelessly thought to himself. Oh, whatever you want to say, classmate Shatsang, just go ahead. So nervous. What is this feeling? It's a mix of anticipation for a confession and fear of it being a confession. Shatsang Feng hesitated, her nervousness evident on her face, looking as adorable as a little kitten. Ming Jinlu couldn't help but feel grateful for the treat. Finally, after hesitating for quite a while, Shatsang Feng shyly spoke up. After school today, do you have time? Shutsang classmate. Could it really be a confession? Ming Jinlia's heart shook. Do you have time? Shutsang Feng asked again. Oh yes. I'm so free, but I just don't know what classmate Shutsang is asking this for. What exactly are we planning to do? If possible, I would like to go home with you, okay? Oh, just going home together. Sure then. Huh? Wait, going home together? Huh? In that instant, Ming Jinliu, realizing what was happening, nearly exploded as he looked at the shy Shutsang Feng. What does going home together mean? Meanwhile, in another corner of the library club, Lolan was leaning against a row of bookshelves with Hong Ying waiting for the last tardy guy to join them in the library. At this time it was already after school. Thus there were basically no other students lingering in the library. The last library committee member hurriedly left after briefing the still present Hong Ying. In the silent library, Lolan's patience was gradually wearing thin. Why hasn't Ming Jinliu arrived yet? He's so slow. Maybe something delayed him. Compared to the slightly impatient Lolan, Hong Ying appeared much more relaxed. She even hoped that Ming Jinliu would arrive even later so she could have more time and opportunity to be alone with Lolan, giggling. That guy wouldn't have been attacked, right? Shouldn't be. Even though there's no one left in the library, there are still many students outside the school. If a fight breaks out, it will be quickly surrounded and the police might even come. That's true. Plus, if an attack were to happen, I think the environment we are in right now is actually more conducive to an attack. Haha, just kidding. No. You're not wrong, since there's no one here and it's quiet compared to the crowded places outside. If I were the enemy, I might also choose to launch an attack here. School's already out, so the enemy might have gone home. That depends on whether we have been exposed. If the enemy cannot grasp our movements, they must have gone home by now. I hope they have gone home. At this point, the setting sun outside the window cast a slanting light onto Lolan, her serious gaze deep in thought paired with her resolute and determined face emanating a unique aura that brought a sense of reassurance, making Hong Ying's heart race as she recalled that Lolan had once promised to teach her how to shoot a handgun. Hong Ying quietly cheered herself on, and finally she decided to be brave this time. Haha. Lolan, if nothing happens today, would you like to come to my house? However, just as she was about to finish her sentence, Hong Ying, whose full attention was on how to invite the other to her house, saw Lolan's face suddenly change in a visible shock. In the instant where time seemed to slow down in her brain, she clearly saw Lolan opening her arms, rushing towards her. Watch out! Whoosh! A short sword tied with an iron chain suddenly struck from behind Hong Ying at an extremely rapid speed, aiming directly at her. Lolan, who just happened to see this scene at that moment, her pupils dilated, displaying an instinctive combat reaction. Just as the short sword was about to pierce Hong Ying, Lolan leaped forward, tackling her down. However, the speed of the short sword was simply too fast. Even though Lolan's reaction was outstanding, she still couldn't completely evade it. The short sword grazed Lolan's right side, leaving a deep gash. Thud. After being knocked down, the transformed Hong Ying saw a large bloody gash torn into Lolan's back. The intense pain, the burning sensation, and the cold feeling from the rapidly flowing blood surged in her heart. Lolan, seeing the blood-soaked back of the other Hong Ying, froze in place, screaming as she desperately wanted to do something for her heart aching to the extreme. However, Lolan quickly pressed her shoulder and embraced her tightly again, rolling hard to the right. In the next second, the short sword landed where they were just moments ago, crashing to the ground with more than half of it piercing into the hard-tiled floor without causing any cracks, showcasing its immense power. After rolling away, Lolan shouted loudly at the still-dazed Hong Ying. Enemy attack 3 o'clock direction. Immediately activate Operation Plan No. 1. Now take combat positions. What? But your injury. This is a combat situation. Don't worry about that move now, Hong Ying. Under that roar, Hong Ying finally returned to her senses, giving Lolan's blood-soaked back one last heart-wrenching glance, transforming all her sorrow into a towering rage as she gripped her handgun tightly. She swore to turn the guy who harmed her man into a beehive, into a pulp. The sudden outbreak of combat left Lauren utterly oblivious to the wound on his back. Protocol 1 was specifically designed for confronting a single adversary. He surged upright from the floor. With a sharp glance toward Hongyin, Lauren immediately darted sideways, using the countless bookshelves as cover, and advanced in a swift semicircular arc toward the approximate origin of the earlier assault. Simultaneously, Hongyin, having just risen from the ground, mirrored his tactic, sprinting urgently along the opposite flank, weaving through the labyrinth of shelves for concealment. In an instant the two formed a pincer movement, one on the left, one on the right, converging with relentless pressure upon their target's position. The enemy concealed in the shadows clearly singled out Hongyin first, repeatedly hurling short blades from his hand toward her path in rapid long-range strikes. Bang! 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 Yet behind the dense maze of bookshelves his projectiles could not land a single hit on Hongyin as she wove through them, and each failed strike only invited swift retaliatory gunfire from her pistol. Still, with the enemy's precise location unknown, Hongyin's pistol fire served only as harassment, incapable of inflicting decisive harm. Seizing this opportunity, Lauren confirmed definitively only one assailant had launched the attack. As he ran, he pulled out his phone and swiftly sent a warning text to my Jinru, who was stationed far away. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Do not approach. He fired off 3 identical messages in rapid succession. Yet at that very moment my Jinru remained locked in face-to-face conversation with Sakura Kid, utterly unaware of the faint chime and sudden glow of his phone screen buried deep within his pocket. After sending the message, Lauren stowed his phone and resumed his sprint toward the enemy. The library's reference section was neither small nor vast, merely compact enough to heighten tension. While Hongyin pinned down the enemy's attention with her evasive maneuvers, Lauren finally circled behind the assailant, a girl wearing an eerie mask, whose figure now loomed fully before him. She too instantly spotted him. Abandoning her assault on Hongyin, she whirled her short blades toward Lauren with fierce, unrelenting intent. The masked girl wielded 2 short blades linked at their hilts by a slender iron chain, transforming what should have been limited reach into an unnervingly boundless range of attack with every fluid throw. Damn it, another cheater! Lauren cursed inwardly as razor-sharp blades screamed toward him, each strike laced with lethal precision. Whistling gusts of blade wind sliced past his temples, shearing off strands of hair, sending icy dread coursing through his veins. A single hit would surely end him on the spot. Under such relentless assault, Lauren dared not parry her blades. Hidden, unarmed and cornered, he resorted solely to desperate rolls and evasive tumbles. Just then Hongyin's support arrived at last. So you're the bastard behind this, I'll get you myself. Bang! 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 The furious barrage of gunfire forced the masked girl instantly from offense into defense. Just as Lauren refused to clash steel with steel, she dared not meet speeding bullets with bare flesh. With Hongyin's covering fire, Lauren's pressure eased dramatically. Rolling once more, he drew 6 coin daggers, 3 from each side of his coat, and hurled them in a synchronized semicircular arc toward the masked girl. 6 gleaming daggers streaked forward, left and right, forcing the girl caught between dual threats to leap backward in startled evasion. All 6 missed, embedding themselves deep into the distant wall. Though the strike failed, its true purpose had been achieved, disrupting her offensive rhythm. As the masked girl rose and turned, her gaze snapping sideways, Lauren had already closed the distance and the two plunged instantly into brutal close-quarters combat. Lauren drew the treasured Yuchang sword from his coat and lunged, aiming a vicious thrust at her shoulder. She twisted aside just in time. After several exchanges, blades clashing, parrying, feinting, a sudden piercing metallic shatter rang out as their weapons collided with full force. Lauren's pupils contracted sharply. For there before his very eyes his pride, the legendary Yuchang sword, had fractured clean in half after merely a single forceful impact against her short blade. The sword snapped like brittle driftwood. What the? Shock froze his thoughts. What manner of blade did she wield? Sharper than Sima Wangyun's fabled 7-star saber, capable of cleaving iron as if it were silk. This wasn't skill, it was outright cheating. His weapon shattered beyond use. Recalling how easily my Jinro had sent him flying with a single punch, Lauren knew neither strength nor steel could match hers, not Hedon. Without hesitation he discarded the broken hilt, and seizing the fleeting moment of her overconfidence unleashed his long-hoarded Wing Chun techniques. Though the masked girl moved with seasoned fluency, Lauren sensed it instantly. Her eyes held no trace of bloodshed, no shadow of true killing. Her experience was mere child's play, polished sparring, nothing more. Thus her openings were astonishingly numerous. Once again she lunged, dual thrusts from both sides, blades flashing forward. Lauren countered with twin inside palm blocks, striking her wrists, deflecting both attacks, jarring her arms, and leaving her center wide open. He surged forward, and delivered a blistering sequence of knife-hand strikes directly to her throat. Relentless blows to the carotid region disrupted her neural reflex arcs, inducing dazed disorientation, widening her gaps in defense. Pressing his advantage, he launched a textbook perfect sun fist barrage, each blow landing with thunderous precision upon her chest. Normally such a flurry, delivered with Lauren's power, would drop any adult male outright. Yet this girl wore dual oversized airbag protectors, and her Kenshin-activated physique had vastly amplified her resilience, severely blunting the impact of his strikes. Each punch drove her staggering backward, until Lauren vaulted high, delivering a devastating Wing Chun high-side kick squarely to her temple. She spun violently through the air, then crashed hard onto the floor yards away, limbs splayed, breath knocked from her lungs. Having struck, Lauren did not pursue immediately, instead settling instinctively into the classic Wing Chun, asking hand, stance poised and vigilant against counterattack. From afar Hung Yin watched, stunned into silence. Her mind reeled. She'd known Lauren was formidable in close combat, but never imagined mastery of this caliber. What was that fighting style? Incredible. In the distance the masked girl collapsed, dazed and barely able to sit upright. How could Hung Yin let such an opportunity slip away? Just as she raised her gun to riddle that accursed woman with bullets, Luo Lin's thunderous shout halted her. Don't fire. What? Capture her alive, preferably. Are you joking? She's already half dead, why not finish her now? Have you forgotten what I told you earlier? A furious roar shook the air. Instantly Hung Yin's rage subsided and clarity returned. She recalled Luo Lin's repeated solemn instruction during their mission briefing. If you encounter a lone enemy, and conditions permit, you must capture her alive no matter the cost. Why? Do you think a living prisoner who can divulge intelligence holds more value, or a cold, lifeless corpse? Must she absolutely be taken alive? Yes. Intelligence is paramount. Know your enemy, know yourself, and victory is assured. Never forget this. Never forget this. Even if hatred consumes you, wait until every scrap of intelligence she possesses has been extracted, only then may you strike. Understood, I'll follow your lead, Luo Lin. Recalling Luo Lin's warning, Hung Yin, though seething, slowly lowered her pistol and muttered, scratching her head in frustration. Fine, I surrender. Happy now? Good. I'll go bind her now, and deal with her later. No, stay where you are and maintain vigilance. I'll secure her. Ha! Beware of feigned unconsciousness. Understood. Hung Yin truly marveled at Luo Lin's unwavering vigilance. Even as the masked girl lay nearly senseless on the floor, he refused to lower his guard. Yet, she soon realized Luo Lin had been right. The very instant Luo Lin stepped forward, the girl, who moments before had lain motionless, seemingly unconscious, sprang up and hurled her short blade straight at him. Thwip! Though Luo Lin evaded instinctively, the violent motion wrenched his deep open wound across his back, searing pain instantly slowing his reflexes. The blade skimmed past his body, slicing anew across his left clavicle, a shallow but vicious gash instantly flooding with blood and radiating unbearable agony. The masked girl snatched back her blade, launched herself into the air and delivered a devastating 720-degree spinning kick squarely into Luo Lin's chest. Crash! He flew backward several meters, slamming hard into a bookshelf, the impact echoing like thunder. Dozens of books cascaded down, burying him beneath a chaotic mound of leather-bound spines and yellowed pages. Luo Lin. Hung Yin raised her pistol again, but every shot missed, deflected by the girl's uncanny agility. The masked girl began darting behind desks and chairs, using them as cover. Consumed by panic for Luo Lin buried beneath the fallen books, Hong Yin fired several hasty shots, then bolted toward him desperate to kneel and dig him free from the literary avalanche. In combat this was an unforgivable lapse, one that shattered their tactical advantage and exposed her to lethal counterattack. Struck twice with brutal force, and then blasted backward by that terrifying spinning kick, Luo Lin choked, spitting forth a torrent of crimson blood. He'd intended to rebuke Hong Yin, his face paling, voice raw, urging her to focus solely on the enemy. But then, just as Hong Yin reached his side, he saw it the masked girl did not seize the perfect opening to hurl her blade again. Instead she rose slowly from behind her cover, motionless, silent, watching Hong Yin rush forward. What was happening? Was she holding back? Or was she simply above such underhanded tactics? No, that made no sense. Hadn't she launched the entire assault as a stealth strike? At this range Hong Yin stood in mortal peril, yet the girl remained still. Luo Lin. Luo Lin. Luo Lin, are you all right? Idiot. 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 You should have just killed her on the spot. Now look, you're bleeding. Don't you dare die, you bastard. What if you do die, what happens to me then? Huh? Coughing weakly, Luo Lin stared in bewildered disbelief. What did his death have to do with her? Luo Lin sighed. Seeing the masked girl make no move to advance, he allowed Hong Yin to crouch beside him, frantically clearing books from his chest, rescuing him from the sea of knowledge that had swallowed him whole. He mused inwardly. Hong Yin was still a novice in battle. He'd need to speak with her later, gently, firmly, about never repeating such a fatal misstep. Luo Lin, are you all right? Hong Yin strained to lift him, guiding him to lean against her shoulder. I'm fine. Idiot. Look at you, you say, fine. I'm sorry, I worried you. Do you have any idea how terrified I was? So close, Luo Lin could see the shimmering film of tears welling in her eyes. She truly had been terrified. I'm truly all right, I won't die. If only you'd let me kill her outright, none of this would have happened. Fool, if I'd truly wanted her dead, she'd have fallen the moment we closed in. To secure a live captive. Luo Lin had held back nearly all his killing techniques. In that ideal close-quarters exchange after landing his rapid-fire sun punch, he could have followed with Wing Chun's deadliest finishing strike, the Byaji finger thrust to the throat, instead of merely deflecting with a high sweep. He hadn't even drawn his right arm sleeve dart launcher or his left-hand plum blossom rain needle, both lethal, silent, and untraceable. But look at you now, battered, bleeding, broken. Capturing her, interrogating her, studying her, holds infinitely greater value than a lifeless corpse. Hong Yin, our enemy isn't just her. You may kill her today with ease, but what then? Does slaying her mean victory? No. Kill her, and countless others like her will rise in her place. Can you guarantee you'll always survive the next ambush, by sheer luck alone? Ugh, alright. I'm terrible at arguing, fine. Whatever you say goes, I'll obey, okay? Hong Yin scratched her head, flustered. Normally she never weighed such considerations. Her approach to enemies was brutally simple: eliminate first, ask questions never. Yet she knew deep down that Luo Lin was right. That first ambush, had Luo Lin not thrown himself in front of her, shielding her with his own body, she would have been pierced through the heart from behind, dead before she even felt the blade. The raw gaping wound across his back, the one that made her shudder just to glance at it, was born entirely for her. It must have been excruciating. All of it, for her. Hong Yin saw it all, and felt the crushing weight of a debt too immense to repay. Could gratitude truly demand nothing less than her hand in marriage? No. She wasn't some bargain bin maiden to be claimed on whim. Who does he think he is, proposing as if it were his birthright? At that thought a flush of youthful shyness warmed her cheeks, compounded by Luo Lin's full weight leaning against her, his breath warm against her neck, his presence stirring her pulse, quickening her breath, and scattering her thoughts like startled birds. Meanwhile, in the corridor leading to the library department, Ming Jinlu felt his heart racing at an unprecedented pace. The girl he had silently liked for countless days and nights had actually said she wanted to go home with him at this very moment. Could it be that happiness has truly descended upon him all of a sudden? Calm down, he must remain composed. Sakakura-san. Going home together means. Is it convenient to go to your house? 3. My house. Is this really not a dream? Is it inconvenient? Ah no. This isn't a matter of convenience. Is there something important that you suddenly want to go to my house for? Well, because I do have many important things I want to say to someone important face to face. Someone important? Is it him? Ahaha, Ming Jinlu felt a bit flustered, almost floating from excitement. However, Sakakura Kid's next sentence instantly froze all his delightful expressions. Your friend. Lolin should be at home, right? I mean your friend. I have some very important things I want to say to him. If possible, I hope you can take me to see him, okay? Going to find old Lin? In an instant, Ming Jinlu felt as if he was petrified, shattering into pieces. That feeling of suddenly falling from heaven to hell must be exactly this. Oh no, it turns out the important person Sakakura mentioned is old Lin. This old 6. When did he secretly build a relationship with Sakakura? Could it be that the so-called important matter is actually confessing to old Lin? In a daze, Ming Jinlu could even imagine it in his mind, Lolin holding the beautiful Sakakura tightly in his arms, then gently kissing her lips in front of him. After that he would look up at him and say, sorry Ming Jinliu, the person Kid really likes is me. I have been hiding it from you and I'm really sorry. She doesn't like you and I can't help it. Accept reality, Ming Jinlu. Kid is already mine, we have been dating for a long time. No. Ming Jinlu felt like he wanted to die at that moment. He even considered rejecting her right away, telling Sakakura Kid that he was busy today and old Lin wasn't home, asking her to figure it out herself another day. But as the words hung on his lips, Ming Jinlu ultimately couldn't bear to refuse those beautiful eyes that were pleading with him. What a gentle and lovely person she was. She was begging him so earnestly, could he really heartlessly turn her down? I understand. Ming Jinlu lowered his head, deeply feeling as listless as a zombie. Really? Ming Jinliakan, are you willing to take me to find him? I will take you to find old Lin. Wait a moment. Ming Jinlu suddenly remembered that old Lin should be in the library department at this time. He quickly changed his words. Oh, I just remembered old Lin seems to not be home today. But you just promised me. How about this? Tomorrow. How about tomorrow? I will personally bring old Lin to meet you. Don't worry, when you two are talking I will step aside and silently guard you. Ming Jinlu felt like a clown, sobbing. Why is it that the girl he likes someone else who happens to be his best friend? Alright then. I will wait for you at the school gate after school tomorrow. Remember to bring him to meet me, you must keep your promise. Okay. Then thank you, see you tomorrow, Ming Jinliakan. With that, Sakakura Kid gave Ming Jinlu a sweet smile, waved her fair hand and left. See you tomorrow. Until the moment she completely disappeared from sight, Ming Jinlu was still immersed in her sweet smile, unable to extricate himself. Oh no. He almost forgot about old Lin. He needed to hurry to the library department to meet them. At that moment, Ming Jinlu finally remembered his phone in his pocket. Since he still had a short distance to the library department, and after chatting with Sakakura for so long, old Lin and the others must be waiting anxiously. He should send a message to inform them. He picked up his phone. In that moment, he finally saw the urgent messages Lolin had sent earlier. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Don't come. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Don't come. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Don't come. He received 3 messages all at once. Ming Jinlia's expression changed greatly just as his bracelet emitted a brilliant blue light. Putting down his phone as he rushed toward the library department, he also completed the transformation of Kenpu, changing into a female form. Old Lin Hongyin, please don't be in danger. Ming Jinlu rushed desperately towards the library department. In the library department, Hong Yin was supporting Lolan with one hand while holding a handgun in the other, vigilantly pointing it at a distant girl, watching for any slight movements. However, beside her, Lolan, due to the wounds on his left shoulder and right side of his back, blood was still oozing out intermittently. Even the slightest movement would tug at the wounds, causing such excruciating pain that it could make any adult man feel like he was dying. Yet Lolan gritted his teeth and endured, desperately holding it together. But being silent didn't mean he could completely ignore the existence of the wounds. Moreover, having just suffered a severe internal injury from that spinning kick with both internal and external injuries, his ability to just stand without passing out was already a testament to his exceptional physical quality. Cough cough. Another mouthful of blood spewed out, alarming Hong Yin. Lolan. I'm fine. You're talking nonsense. Look at how you are now. Do you look fine? Compared to this. Focus on the enemy. Lolan staggered, nearly falling again. Fortunately, Hong Yin supported him, scolding, "Can't you hold on to me tighter?" "Okay." Lolan complied, and while holding on he teased, "I never noticed before, but who would have thought, Hong Yin, your figure is actually pretty impressive." Hearing this, Hong Yin's face instantly flushed. "You pervert. Even at a time like this you still have the mind to say such lewd things. Happy. You're the first man to hold me like this. All the good and bad have been taken by you. You were also the first to touch me. Ha ha ha. Hearing you say that, I guess I should be happy. Cough cough. Ah, okay, don't talk anymore. I'm begging you." Hong Yin was genuinely afraid that if Lolan coughed up blood again he might talk himself to death. She no longer cared about winning or losing. She just hoped that Lolan could be alright. That was more important than anything else. Inside the library department, both parties suddenly found themselves in a delicate standoff. The masked girl stood silently, holding a short sword in both hands without uttering a word or making any other movements. Hong Yin also found it difficult to make any other moves, as she needed to hold the severely injured Lauren. If she wanted to fight, she had to put Lauren down. However, how should I put it? At this moment, feeling the wonderful sensation of being tightly embraced by Lauren, Hong Yin could only sense her blood boiling and excitement rising inexplicably. Asking her to release the man in her arms was as difficult as leaving the most comfortable bed in the morning. Right now, all she wanted was to hold on a little longer, or even forever like this. Yet Lauren's thoughts were still completely focused on the enemy. In their current position, he and Hong Yin were on the inside while the masked girl was on the outside, with the exit of the library department not far behind them. Observing the situation, Lauren sighed, leaning closer to Hong Yin's ear to whisper, "It seems today we have no chance of capturing her alive, Hong Yin. If she wants to continue fighting and you truly intend to kill her, then do it." Her hot breath in rhythm with his words brushed against her ear. Hong Yin's face turned crimson, and unable to contain herself she let out a squeak. "Ah!" Lauren, who was speaking, was startled by the sudden and soft exclamation, his mind filled with question marks. Returning to her senses, Hong Yin felt so ashamed that she almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. Even the masked girl across from her was somewhat shocked by her previous expression. Frustrated, Hong Yin scolded, "Don't talk so close. It tickles. It's all your fault for making me embarrass myself suddenly." "What does that have to do with me? You idiot. Don't you know you shouldn't get so close to a girl's ear? How vulgar." "Huh? What the hell?" Lauren was utterly speechless. Hong Yin tried to calm herself down, realizing it was her own gaffe, so after saying that she quickly changed the topic. "What did you just say? Are you finally allowing me to kill her? If she wants to run away, then let her go. But if she insists on fighting, we can't allow that. We can't suffer casualties just to capture her alive, can we?" "Good, I like hearing that. Listen carefully. If she attacks, you must immediately let go of me and evade the attack. What about you? I will pretend to be seriously injured. Then I will be the best bait. When she charges at me, you can shoot from the side. It would be best if you can kill her, but even if not, it will greatly disrupt her. Once she gets close enough to me for optimal attack distance, I will greet her with the rain of pear blossoms needle, thus ending the battle completely." If she goes after you, I will hide and take the opportunity to use the Rain of Pear Blossoms needle to finish her. Alright, I will follow your lead. Though I would prefer to capture her alive if it means risking everything, it won't be worth it. As for the valuable information, we will have to use her corpse to retrieve it. Lauren analyzed calmly. Hong Yin nodded repeatedly, quickly realizing that if the enemy wanted to escape, all they had to do was turn around. The exit was not far and they could easily flee. If she runs away, are we really just going to let her go? What about afterward? Won't she attack us again? Don't worry. She will only have the chance to ambush us today. Her identity cannot withstand investigation. So if we let her go, we can easily investigate her identity. Just remember, there are so many surveillance cameras in this school. Haha. I knew you were reliable, my man. Huh? What? Ahem, nothing. Hong Yin coughed shyly a few times to cover up her previous candor. At this moment, the masked girl was also observing Lauren and Hong Yin, who seemed to be whispering to each other. She felt exhaustion and weakness stacking up, her eyes darting toward the exit of the library department. It seemed that she had already conceived the idea of retreating. Today's battle had revealed too much information, and continuing to fight like this, with 2 against 1, the advantage was clearly not on her side. Thus retreat became the best choice. However, at this critical moment, when both sides were blocking each other's next moves, the library department's door was suddenly pushed open with great force from the outside, accompanied by a loud shout. Lauren? Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. The sudden appearance of Ming Jiolu instantly disrupted the entire situation. Hong Yin's face turned to one of disbelief, muttering under her breath. That idiot! Why did he come now of all times? Didn't I send a message telling him not to come? That damn fool! Didn't I tell him not to come? This is bad. If that guy turns his attention to Ming Jiolu, it will be a disaster. Ming Jiolu is a complete rookie. After opening the library department's door, the chaotic scene of the fierce battle was reflected before Ming Jiolu. First she saw the mysterious masked girl not far away, and then the embrace of Hong Yin and Lauren at a greater distance. Initially, when she saw the two embracing, Ming Jiolu instinctively felt a pang in her heart. But she quickly noticed Lauren's upper body completely stained with blood and his clearly injured figure. Ming Jiolu felt her heart tighten. Clearly Lauren had engaged in a brutal battle with the enemy while she was unaware. As for the enemy, she immediately turned her gaze to the masked girl not far away, her eyes filled with rage and hostility. You're the one who attacked Lauren, right? Even if I can't use magic, so what? My fists aren't to be trifled with. At the same time, the masked girl, upon seeing Ming Jiolu's gaze, quickly made a move, sprinting toward her while wielding 2 swords. Not good. That girl is indeed heading toward Ming Jiolu. As he saw his friend in danger, Lauren once again unleashed his powerful fighting instincts. He let go of Hong Yin, taking a curved route and sprinting toward Ming Jiolu to provide support. Bang! 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 Hong Yin's gunfire continued, targeting the masked girl. As Lauren ran, he raised his right hand, calculating the enemy's speed, and with a single wrist-mounted arrow concealed beneath his sleeve, he took a preemptive shot. Whoosh! An arrow shot out swiftly, slicing through the air and whistling toward its target. The masked girl was shocked. With one side being restrained by Hong Yin's handgun, the sudden arrival of the arrow barely grazed the layer of her mask, passing closely by. Had she not been extremely agile and executed an unimaginable evasive maneuver, that arrow would have likely pierced through her mask and into her brain. Now even the sturdy mask only suffered a slight scratch, resulting in fine cracks appearing. One could imagine the horror of what would happen if she had been hit directly. Lauren had to stop her. He must stop her. However, what he didn't expect was that the enemy's attack on Ming Jiolu was merely a feint. The real target was him, who was heavily injured. Once the masked girl saw Lauren rushing toward her, she immediately changed her course and charged toward him, launching a fierce attack. Lauren! At that moment, Hong Yin's handgun was nearly pressed into a semi-automatic mode, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets toward the path of the masked girl. Lauren! At the same moment, Seeing Lauren in danger, Ming Jiolu desperately reached forward and under the surge of her strong will she conjured a massive fireball that shot out. Damn it, so the target is me. At this moment Lauren had no intention of holding back. In a life-and-death situation he unhesitatingly rolled up his left sleeve. The Rain of Pear Blossoms needle was aimed at the enemy about to be activated. The masked girl at that moment clearly felt the massive fireball magic coming from her left. The bullet stormed from the right and directly ahead. Lauren's left hand raised menacingly, holding an unknown device that emanated immense psychological terror and pressure. She seemed to have fallen into an absolute dead end. Boom! A thunderous explosion rocked the entire library section, deafening, cataclysmic. Scorching shockwaves erupted outward, overturning everything in their path. Bookshelves, walls, floors. Even Luo Lin, Hongyin, and Ming Jinlu were hurled violently through the air, slamming into walls, shelves, and the floor. At the final critical moment, the masked girl abandoned her charge toward Luo Lin and instead dropped low, rolling sharply to evade. Hong Yin's barrage of bullets collided head-on with the blazing fireball launched by Ming Jinlu, triggering the colossal detonation that echoed throughout the library section. Of the three, Luo Lin sustained the gravest injuries. The blast wave flung him backwards, slamming him hard against the wall behind him, his consciousness instantly fracturing into blurred, overlapping fragments. His vision dissolved into chaos. When the dust finally settled, the library section lay in utter ruin. In the final instant before his eyes closed completely, Luo Lin saw Hong Yin and Ming Jinlu struggling to rise from the rubble, their faces etched with anguish as they sprinted toward him, followed closely by two desperate, trembling cries. Luo Lin! Luo Lin! Luo Lin! Old Lin! Old Lin! Old Lin! Summoning his last breath, Luo Lin raised his right hand and pointed, steadily, deliberately, at the epicenter of the explosion. First, deal with the enemy, you fools. His raised right hand fell limply to his side. His consciousness collapsed into absolute void, the world before his eyes swallowed by impenetrable blackness. How long had passed? No one could say. When Luo Lin awoke again, his gaze met the familiar ceiling of his own room. The space was dim, only a slender sliver of daylight slipped through the narrow gap between drawn curtains, suggesting it was daytime outside. The room's gloom stemmed entirely from those tightly drawn curtains. And the moment he stirred awake, dull, insistent pain throbbed across his wounds. He knew this sensation well. It wasn't his first time recovering from grievous injury. Or rather, strictly speaking, this wasn't even grievous. Merely a superficial wound barely worth the name. So then, what did constitute true grievous injury? Forcing one's entire right arm, flesh and bone intact, slowly into an industrial meat grinder, enduring every shuddering twist, every grinding tear, without withdrawing, without yielding, holding fast to sheer willpower until the limb was reduced to raw pulp. That was grievous injury. Luo Lin had once been forced to endure such a threat, a harrowing death game. Life or death? He'd had no choice. Shaking his head lightly to clear the haze, he willed himself not to dwell on those agonizing memories, painful relics best left buried. He adjusted to the ache in his body and shifted, attempting to sit up. It was then he finally realized why his usually spacious bed felt so strangely cramped. By the faint light filtering through the curtains, he turned left and froze. There, inches from his face, slept a breathtaking girl with long sapphire hair, her serene, flawless features softened by gentle snores. To his right, a familiar, delicate face nestled against his right arm, her expression blissfully peaceful, her sleep deep and untroubled. Glancing downward beneath the quilt, he found himself neatly bisected, pinned between them like a human fulcrum. Ahem. Hey, Ming Jinlu. Hong Yin. Wake up. Wake up already, what time do you think it is? At his voice both girls stirred awake, and the moment they saw Luo Lin alive and unharmed, they lunged forward, throwing themselves at him. Luo Lin, you're okay. Thank the heavens. Old Lin, you damn bastard, you're finally awake. They crashed into him simultaneously. Luo Lin winced, sharp pain flared where bandages pressed against fresh wounds. He recoiled, teeth gritted. Ow, damn it. Holy hell, stop hugging. Stop. If you keep this up, I'll be meeting the Buddha himself before noon. They sprang apart instantly. The curtains parted. Sunlight flooded the room, brilliant, blinding. Luo Lin squinted, shielding his eyes. Only then did he notice, he was wearing nothing but a pair of briefs. Hong Yin wore the pajamas meant for him. Ming Jinlu wore her own, but in her feminine form the garment draped over her curves like a deliberate costume, alluring, provocative, with the neckline perpetually slipping open to reveal generous swaths of smooth skin. Luo Lin pointed. Ming Jinlu, your top's practically falling off. Why don't you button it properly? Huh? Oh, that. If I button it all the way it's stifling, I prefer it like this. It's not a big deal. It's very much a big deal, you're half naked. Her cheeks flushed faintly. Then stop staring, pervert. What did you say? Who are you calling that? You, yes you, still looking. Go ahead, lean in closer. Wouldn't that give you a better view? Luo Lin sighed, exasperated, refusing to engage further. He turned his head, and found Hong Yin puffing her cheeks, glaring at him with unmistakable indignation. He blinked. Why are you giving me that look? Luo Lin, if you really want to see, I'll show you too. She reached for the buttons of her pajama top, only for Luo Lin to snatch her wrist just in time, averting a visual catastrophe. Alright, no, I just woke up. I can't handle two demigods ganging up on me. Please, have mercy. Fine. We'll save it for next time. Huh? Next time? Do you treat this like a discount coupon? Luo Lin steered the conversation back to seriousness. First he looked at Hong Yin. How long was I unconscious? 48 hours. It's the third day since the battle. We've skipped school for 2 straight days, yesterday and today, to stay with you. And the enemy? The masked girl? She escaped. But given the proximity of that explosion, she must have sustained injuries. Slightly regrettable, but not disastrous. Her survival works in our favor. As I've said before, capture alive whenever possible. A living source yields intelligence we cannot afford to lose. Then he turned to Ming Jinlu. Brother, so your grass staff magic is fire-aligned. Impressive power. Ugh, don't remind me. I was terrified I'd blown you to pieces, old Lin. You have no idea how guilty I felt. I nearly tore myself apart with worry. No, you should be relieved. I'd never forgive myself if anything had happened to you. Call it a blessing in disguise. We've gained vital intel on the enemy, and unlocked your magic. Double fortune, wouldn't you agree? Old Lin, you're always so optimistic. Ha! Would frowning make the obstacles vanish? Luo Lin rose from the bed and stood in the center of the room, stretching his arms wide and gently loosening his limbs. The slightest increase in motion sent Jinlu and Hong Yin into immediate concern, fearing he might recklessly aggravate his wounds. Lao Lin, your injuries haven't healed yet, take it easy. For now just rest quietly in bed, Jinlu urged, unable to hold back. Yes, your wounds are severe. Please wait until you've fully recovered before resuming any activity. Don't worry, we'll care for you always. Hong Yin added warmly. Facing their sincere concern, Luo Lin waved a hand and smiled. Just superficial wounds, nothing serious. Here we go again, can't you show yourself a little more care? Jinlu chided. During the 2 days and nights you lay unconscious, did anything else happen? Nothing at all. Later we took you to the hospital claiming you'd fallen, and had doctors thoroughly dress your wounds. Was the cost exorbitant? Oh, don't even think about it, what matters is that you're safe. Money means nothing compared to your life. I'm truly sorry, I've burdened you once again. Luo Lin knew well how strained Jinliu's finances were, her modest allowance stretched thin across 2 people. Now she'd spent a substantial sum on his medical care. Yet Jinlu paid no heed, instead she retorted, her voice edged with quiet anger. What nonsense are you speaking? Do you have any idea how completely drenched in blood you were? I'd spend every last coin I own, not just for medicine but to keep you alive. If you died, no amount of money could ever bring back my dearest brother. Her voice trembled with raw emotion, her gaze unwavering and fierce. In that moment, reflected in Luo Lin's eyes, stood Jin Lu, unreservedly devoted, profoundly precious. A quiet, tender warmth stirred within him. He lowered his head, hiding a soft, private smile. When he lifted his gaze again, he spoke sincerely to Jin Lu. "Thank you." That simple phrase carried everything: gratitude, joy, surprise, and quiet relief. Jin Liu, startled by such heartfelt gratitude, flushed and scratched her head, averting her eyes as she stammered. All right, suddenly getting so serious makes me blush. No need for thanks between us, we don't speak that way. And after hearing those words just now, every wound you bore was worth it. Absolutely worth it." She stepped forward. Luo Lin clapped her shoulder. Their eyes met, and broke into shared laughter. Jin Lu playfully punched his arm. Their unspoken bond hung warm and complete between them. Meanwhile, Hung Yin, suddenly feeling like an outsider, stood aside, utterly bewildered by their sudden intimacy. She only sensed their connection had deepened immeasurably, and couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Hastily she interjected. Actually, I worked hard helping at the hospital too." Hearing this, Luo Lin turned to her. "All right, I must thank you, Hung Yin. Without your firepower support during the battle, we'd never have secured a decisive advantage over our enemies. Honestly, I don't think I did much at all. If not for you, Luo Lin, I might have been eliminated in that ambush." Ever since Luo Lin fell unconscious, each recollection of the battle filled Hung Yin with quiet self-reproach. She wondered, if only she'd been more capable, perhaps he wouldn't lie here now, gravely wounded and bedridden. More than once, alone in the bathroom, tears welled up in her eyes. Thankfully, he had awakened. Otherwise, she feared she'd carry that guilt for the rest of her life. Seeing her sorrowful expression, Luo Lin gently took her hand. His unexpected gesture jolted her from melancholy. She stared, stunned at her own hand held so tenderly. When she looked up again, Luo Lin's bright, encouraging smile met her gaze. "We are a trio, each with our role, each contributing uniquely. You may doubt your impact, but remember this: without your aid in that battle, defeat would have been inevitable. After all, how can a team fight without its ADC? Don't you agree, Luo Lin?" His reassurance warmed her heart deeply. She truly couldn't live without him anymore. If he perished, she'd follow him into death, no hesitation. "By the way, you've tended to me admirably, but must you all sleep in my bed overnight?" Side by side, left and right, I nearly mistook my room for an imperial palace upon waking, indulging in such blissful, tender serenity. His sudden teasing left Hung Yin and Jin Lu crimson-faced. They hastily protested, "It's not like we wanted to. Stinking Lao Lin, you stayed unconscious for so long. We were simply exhausted and dozed off by accident." Jin Lu retorted, flustered. 3. "We worried you'd wake in the night needing care, so we slept beside you. Jin Lu even fetched pajamas from your closet. That was the first time I'd ever worn a boy's sleepwear. It was huge, yet immaculately clean, smelling faintly of detergent. Your bed is spacious, 3 of us sleeping together felt perfectly natural." Hung Yin stammered desperately, her blushing face utterly undermining her explanation. Observing their flustered reactions, Luo Lin merely chuckled. He'd only meant to tease. "Hung Yin's fine, she's a girl after all. I'm the one gaining advantage." He then turned to Jin Liu, appraising her with playful, lingering eyes, her current feminine form holding his amused gaze a beat too long, before speaking. "As for Jin Lu, if you weren't transformed, sleeping so close to me might earn you a punch. But given you're now a stunning young woman, I say, brother, many thanks for the hospitality. Truly a noble comrade, please visit again soon." Jin Liu's face burned deeper still, mortified beyond measure. "I was just exhausted, I fell asleep without thinking. And stop looking at me with those lewd eyes. Do you think I enjoy being like this? Damn it, damn it. This cursed blue bracelet, change me back to a man now." Frustrated beyond reason, she lashed out at the bracelet on her wrist. Luo Lin burst into hearty laughter. "Why revert? Would you trade this radiant extraordinary beauty for an ordinary unnoticed manhood? Surely this is far more splendid. If I truly remained like this forever, you'd be the happiest person alive. Now that's inaccurate. Why limit joy to just me? You too can savor happiness daily? What? Go die, Lao Lin. Though hopelessly inept in love, Jin Lu, after over a year with Luo Lin, had developed uncanny intuition for precisely what she shouldn't understand. Sometimes Jin Lu loathed that very intuition. What did savoring happiness even mean? What exactly was there to rejoice about? Her gaze drifted almost involuntarily to the mirror across the room, where her reflection gazed back, loose lustrous hair framing a face of near celestial radiance, porcelain skin, dewy eyes blinking softly, long lashes trembling delicately, every feature harmonized into breathtaking perfection. Her figure needed no further praise. As she stood transfixed, Luo Lin materialized behind her like a phantom, leaning close, his breath grazing her ear in a devilish whisper. Dear brother, heed my counsel. Once this dazzling maiden was a fantasy beyond your wildest dreams. Now she stands before you, shouldn't you feel elated? Hear it, that's your inner voice calling. It's the soul and desire of the man you once were, reaching out, beckoning you home. After teasing Minotsuru for a while, Luo Lin rubbed his stomach. Having been unconscious for so long, his empty digestive tract now sent urgent signals of hunger to his brain, accompanied by audible growls. Akane immediately heard them. Her gaze had never once strayed from Luo Lin. She recognized the prompt, signaling an increase in affection. She quickly stepped closer and said warmly, Luo Lin, you've slept for so long, you must be starving. Indeed. Then you'll head to the kitchen right away and prepare something for you. That would be much appreciated, Akane. Hee. Leave it all to me. Having spoken, Akane hurried out of the room and dashed downstairs with uncontainable enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Minotsuru, who had remained dazed in the room, received a sharp pat on the back from Luo Lin. Yeah. Idiot. What are you hitting me for? Enough daydreaming, time to get serious. Huh. Don't change the subject. That hurt, you jerk. Fuming, Minotsuru instantly retaliated with a hard slap across Luo Lin's back, slap, sending him leaping straight into the air. What the hell, Minotsuru, you hit way too hard. He winced, teeth clenched. The deep resonant thud alone confirmed the blow's considerable force. Humph, haha. Serves you right for striking me without warning. You old fart. Alright, now we can discuss what matters. Lao Lin, what were you about to say? Minotsuru felt thoroughly satisfied, as if only Luo Lin's flustered expression could fulfill her inner delight. Luo Lin clutched his stinging back with both hands. He continued irritably, while I was unconscious, aside from tending to me, did you do anything else? Anything else? Of course, something far more important. Could anything possibly be more important than caring for you? Though pleased to hear those words, he pressed on, how is your grass magic coming along? What do you mean, how? You've successfully cast it once, and unlocked its type. You now know you wield fire magic. Can you control it as freely and precisely as Akane controls hers? I don't know. Besides that explosive high-yield fireball, can you cast any other fire magic spells? I don't know. Regarding spell potency, what's your maximum output? Your finest level of control at minimum? What is its effective range? Its area of effect? How many consecutive casts can you sustain? How long is the casting delay before activation? Can mastery reduce this delay to instantaneous release? I don't know any of this. A torrent of questions crashed down upon Minotsuru like a sudden downpour. Her head spun, she clutched it with both hands and let out a desperate skyward wail, declaring utter ignorance. Upon hearing her, Luo Lin's face twisted in anguish, blood surging to his temples as he erupted in fury. How can you possibly know nothing? Classic case of ask 1 answer 3 with silence. What exactly have you been doing these past 2 days? Stop nagging. Do you even realize how gravely injured you were? How deeply we feared for you? For over 48 hours neither Akane nor I dared leave your side, not even to eat or sleep. Minotsuru shot back defiantly, voice raised. Do you honestly think I could focus on anything else in that state? If you'd never awakened, I wouldn't even know how to go on living. In that instant they stood face-to-face, veins pulsing, eyes locked wide open in fierce confrontation. Minotsuru added after a pause. Besides, I'm a complete novice. Even now I still don't understand how I launched that fireball in the first place. How am I supposed to answer such complex questions overnight? And when you weren't beside me, my mind was utterly chaotic. I refused to contemplate anything but bringing you back safely. In the end, Luo Lin yielded. He turned and sank back onto the bed, bowed his head, covered his face with both hands, and exhaled deeply. Minotsuru too gradually calmed. After a moment's hesitation, she approached him and awkwardly broke the silence. "Well, there's no need to rush, is there? After all, we won that battle, didn't we?" When Luo Lin offered no reply, she pouted slightly and asked, "What's wrong? Are you upset?" "No. Really." He lifted his head, meeting her gaze with quiet composure. "Truly, I'm not petty. Since you've both taken time off today, practice diligently in the courtyard. But you've already cast it once, so don't despair. When lost, revisit that moment carefully in your memory. At least now you possess a clear direction, don't you? Compared to those early days, when you groped blindly like a blind man touching an elephant, you've come remarkably far. All right, I'll try my best. You must grow stronger swiftly, only then will our trio become a true fighting unit. Your fireball's power is formidable, every aspect of it should still be capable of further refinement. To achieve such results on your very first attempt is already exceptional. That foe was truly formidable. She's likely a Kenpu who appeared earlier than you two, thus possessing substantial combat experience. Next time we won't know. Next time she will fall, without question." You're that confident?" Minotsuru sat beside Luo Lin, their shoulders nearly touching. Luo Lin continued. Even at her strongest she remains but a single fighter. We are three. 3 against 1, the advantage lies decisively with us. Moreover, her whereabouts are now known. Next time we meet, escape will be impossible. I've finally become useful too. With disciplined practice, your future contributions will expand exponentially. As a mage, your growth potential far surpasses both Akane's and mine. You may well become our primary source of damage output. Me? Suddenly entrusted with such profound expectations, Minotsuru felt unsettled. Could someone like her truly rise to the occasion? Noticing her uncertainty, Luo Lin gently draped his right arm over her shoulders and smiled encouragingly. Everyone feels nervous at first. With more battles, composure comes naturally. What matters most is courage, to face fear, break through limits, and thereby walk the path towards supreme enlightenment. Yes, I'll try my best. I won't let you down. Wrong. What's wrong? Every effort you make should serve your own growth, not merely fulfill others' expectations. You are not a puppet we control. Becoming stronger, more accomplished, this journey exists first and foremost to honor yourself. I understand. Let's push forward, together. Yes. Meanwhile, in the open kitchen on the first floor, Hong Yin, who was preparing the ingredients, suddenly heard the commotion coming from upstairs. She momentarily worried that Luo Lin and Ming Jinlu were arguing. However, considering the long-standing good relationship between the two, she felt that it was unlikely. Sure enough, she soon saw Luo Lin and Ming Jinlu walking down the stairs together, heading directly to the living room. Seeing Hong Yin still preparing to cook, Ming Jinlu proactively said, "Since we still have some time, I'll go practice in the courtyard first. Remember to call me when the food is ready." "Okay, I understand. I'll pay attention to the areas you mentioned that need focus during my practice. Yes, it's best to understand your combat limits to avoid overexertion during battle, as that can be deadly." "Alright." After saying that, Ming Jinlu left the living room. Luo Lin then sat down at the dining table directly opposite the open kitchen. As Hong Yin cooked, she curiously asked, "What were you two talking about just now?" Now that Ming Jin Lu has unlocked the grass magic, we naturally need to figure out all his combat data. He must quickly get accustomed to using magic, so plenty of practice is essential. That sounds really tough. There's no doubt about it. To become stronger, it's not enough to just talk, one must prove it through action. Sweat more in practice and bleed less in battle. Luo Lin, you're so impressive. You must have faced a lot of hardships in the past, right? Yeah. Another long sigh escaped him, filled with melancholy and weariness. Such is the world, who in this life isn't under pressure and pain every day just to become stronger and better. That's the rule. Everyone is the same, unable to escape, evade, or break free. Of course. Except for those with cheat-like abilities. Luo Lin envied those who had them, but perhaps that is also a rule. One must admit that some people are born with buffs, commonly known as talent. At that moment, Hong Yin looked at the figure sitting at the dining table not far away, feeling an inexplicable sense of loneliness and solitude that tugged at her heart. Hong Yin gradually realized that she knew very little about the person she liked in front of her, far too little. There were so many things and secrets about Luo Lin that she remained completely unaware of. She really wanted to embrace him, to understand him, to possess everything about him. These thoughts continuously surfaced in Hong Yin's mind, stirring her emotions. Even her hand, which was chopping vegetables, momentarily went awry, leading to a slip of the knife. Ah! A painful scream suddenly echoed from the kitchen. Upon hearing the sound, Luo Lin jumped up from his seat and quickly rushed into the kitchen, hurrying to her side with a worried expression. Seeing that she only cried out in pain, Luo Lin rushed over anxiously, and Hong Yin felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. What happened? Oh, it's nothing. I just accidentally cut my finger while being careless. Let me take a look. Luo Lin quickly took Hong Yin's injured hand. Thankfully, it was just a small shallow cut on her index finger with a bit of blood seeping out. Don't move. Luo Lin held her hand under the faucet to rinse it off and then dried it with a towel. Finally, he skillfully retrieved a band-aid from a cabinet below and carefully wrapped it around the cut on her finger. His actions were gentle and cautious. This made Hong Yin feel flattered, her lips curving into a smile as her heart swelled with joy. The feeling of being cared for even made her forget herself, as if the injured person was not her but Luo Lin, who was seriously tending to the wound. All done. How could you be so careless cutting yourself while chopping vegetables? I'm sorry, Anne. Thank you. Alright, you should sit over there. He'll handle the rest. Huh? I said sit over there and wait for dinner. But I was the one who offered to cook for you. How can I let you do it instead? You're the injured one. Then how about you help me out? That should be fine, right? Well. Okay, hee. Hong Yin smiled happily. Taking over the role of head chef, Luo Lin, despite his injury, skillfully resumed his work. Watching him move with such fluidity was captivating. Hong Yin began to realize that Luo Lin's culinary skills might far exceed her own, making her feel even more admiration and envy. He even took back the pink apron she had worn, which originally belonged to him. As the assistant, Hong Yin found herself standing idly by, bored and with no tasks to do. Yet being able to watch him so closely as he worked was a pleasure. It felt like a newlywed couple, hee. Ah, Hong Yin felt shy about her own thoughts. Luo Lin. Your cooking skills are so impressive. Surely you've always been the one responsible for cooking in this household, right? That's right. As long as I'm in this house, Ming Jin Lu just needs to lie back and enjoy when he returns. I handle all the other chores like laundry and cooking all by myself. You do it all by yourself? Hong Yin was somewhat surprised. Luo Lin of course knew what she was implying and smiled at her while chopping vegetables. This is Ming Jin Liu's home after all. All living expenses are covered by him alone. It's not easy for him to support two grown men. Many times he even sacrifices his own rest time to work extra jobs just to earn more living expenses. I see now. Since Ming Jin Lu has worked so hard for this home and I, Luo Lin, cannot contribute financially, I should at least take on more responsibilities in the household chores that I can manage. After all, should we really let Ming Lu work hard all day only to come home and find he has no hot meal to eat? Incredible. It's practically like being a professional couple. Hong Yin exclaimed in surprise. Luo Lin smiled in response. It's nothing, it's just the simplest form of empathy. Everyone has their roles, helping each other out is perfectly normal. Speaking of which, I still don't know much about your home situation, Luo Lin. Are you living in Ming Liu's house? Upon being asked such a personal question, Luo Lin's movements noticeably slowed down as he contemplated whether to deflect the question or reveal some truth. At that moment, noticing his sudden silence, Hong Yin realized she might have asked something inappropriate. I'm sorry, did I ask something inappropriate? You don't have to answer if you'd rather not. There's no need to force yourself. Kohani didn't want her own misstep to stir painful memories for him. After a moment's hesitation, Roran finally lifted his head again, resuming his task with gentle hands, and turned slightly toward her, offering a warm, tender smile. It's really nothing, I trust you, Kohani. You're my friend, and when a friend asks, I tell the truth. Roran, was it something terrible? I have no home. Oh. In this world I possess nothing, not a single relative, not even an official identity, nor any place I could call home. What on earth? You must find it strange, right? How could someone like me even exist in this world? It's tied to certain secrets, perhaps you wouldn't believe me even if I told you. But I swear every word is true. In this world I am utterly undocumented, a complete ghost in the system. Had Nagatsuru not taken me in with kindness and raised me under his roof, I'd long since have vanished into the deep mountains and wild forests, reverting to a life of primal wandering. Kohani stood speechless. This was the first time she'd ever heard so much about Roran. She realized with quiet shock how utterly unaware she'd been of him, how little she truly knew. Though Roran spoke lightly, his tone effortlessly calm. Kohani, imagining herself in his place, felt an immense weight descend upon her chest, so heavy she could barely breathe. Were such circumstances hers, she doubted she'd know how to go on living. She might well have perished long ago. What then was the difference between this and utter abandonment, by the world itself, by human society? Even the most basic proof of existence eluded him. Indeed, should he fall victim to crime, he'd have no recourse, no legal standing, no rights or obligations granted to citizens. Yet behind such desolation surely lay a catastrophe beyond ordinary comprehension, something vast, devastating, unimaginable. Kohani's heart ached unbearably. She dared not fathom what horrors Roran must have endured to arrive at this dead end. Seeing her gaze soften with sorrow, Roran smiled faintly, then gently traced his water-dampened index finger down the bridge of her nose. Ah! A soft cry escaped her. Kohani blinked back to awareness, touching her damp nose, then met Roran's amused, affectionate gaze, and blushed anew. Roran said, "There's no need to grieve for me. Look at it plainly, it'll pass. Life, however harsh, grants us all another chance. As long as we draw breath, we may rise again, stand tall once more, grow stronger, and forge new glory." At that fleeting radiant smile, Kohani's heart clenched even tighter. "It's all right, Roran, you'll never be alone again. I'll always stay by your side. I promise, you'll never be left to walk that path alone." "Oh. Haha, then I owe you my thanks," Roran replied lightly. Yet inwardly he dismissed her vow as the earnest encouragement of a dear friend, nothing more. Besides, he could never truly burden a friend for life. He possessed pride. He possessed dignity. I mean it. Seeing his playful disbelief, Kohani insisted, a touch indignant. "Soon." "What?" "Nagatsuru's childhood friend is due to return before long." "He has a childhood friend?" "Yes, I've seen her photo. She's quite beautiful." "So what?" "That childhood friend lives overseas, yet still sends postcards regularly, fusses over Nagatsuru's well-being, and declares daily that she'll return just to cook curry for him. The implication, I think, needs no explanation. You understand, don't you, Kohani?" Roran's knowing glance made Kohani instantly grasp it, and she stifled a giggle behind her hand. "So that's it. Little Nagatsuruken, turns out he's quite popular after all. Hee hee. Precisely. Once Kuri-san returns and pursues him relentlessly, winning Nagatsuru over will likely only be a matter of time. Don't let his constant talk of Sakura-kun fool you, he's far easier to win than he pretends. Really? Soft charm and firm resolve, there'll be no escape. Haha. That boy's hopelessly dense, but his conquest won't be difficult. Men are like that, they yield easily. And you? Kohani blurted out, unbidden. Rorin paused, then replied. Me? Staying alive is challenge enough, just filling my belly feels like divine favor. Why would I dwell on such matters? He'd never given romance a moment's thought. Often before hunger was even sated, unforeseen calamities, or forces beyond resistance, cut his life short. In the brief time allotted, acquiring skills and knowledge mattered infinitely more than love. In brutal combat, what secures victory against overwhelming foes, the accumulated wisdom of romantic entanglements or raw-hardened combat prowess? What bears greater weight, mastery of specialized techniques and professional knowledge? Rorin knew precisely where true value lay. And yet, another reason weighed even heavier. He believed his own life, whether lived or lost, was of little consequence. But to drag friends, brothers, confidants, or lovers into ruin, that was unbearable, unacceptable. He could dwell forever in the mire, but those he cherished must never sink with him. So, if Nagatsuruken truly begins dating his childhood friend, or anyone else, what does it matter to you? It matters very much. What kind of matter? I've already decided the moment Nagatsuru finds a girlfriend I'll leave. There's no need for such astonishment. I'm merely a temporary guest here, it's Nagatsuru's home. To linger and intrude upon their intimate world would only burden them. I see. So then, what next? What happens after you move out? Kohani grew frantic, clearly this was the question burning deepest within her. Rorin paused thoughtfully, then laughed carefree and easy. Haha, probably off to the deep mountains for wilderness survival. The wilds teem with resources and money's unnecessary. Starvation won't claim me. I'll till a garden, build fences, raise livestock, erect a humble cabin, and live there until death claims me. What? No, that's utterly unacceptable. Absolutely not. Kohani objected vehemently. Rorin was momentarily baffled. Why such outrage? Yes, the life sounded austere, but pitiable. Hardly. His way of life was simply untamed, rooted in a primordial realm wholly severed from human society. There he sometimes found profound peace, free of anxiety, free of suspicion, free of the exhausting games of trust and betrayal. And if tools or medicine ran scarce? Well, he knew banditry inside out. This mountain is mine to command, this road mine to pave. Pass this way? Pay your toll? Of course, he robbed neither wealth nor virtue. Only essentials, tools, provisions, medicines, materials. What use had the mountains for coin? As for women, dreaming of draining his vitality? Not a chance. Not even a flicker of possibility, unless she surpassed him in strength and reversed the roles, robbing him instead. Then, defeated by superior skill, he'd accept his fate with resignation. Miss Kohani, when you truly have nowhere else to go rather than sleeping rough or wandering the wilds, rather than, why not come live with me? She spoke it, her deepest, most fervent wish, shouting it aloud, summoning every ounce of courage she possessed. Warmth bloomed in Rorin's chest, he knew her sincerity came from pure concern. Live with you? I earn no income, I'd only bring trouble to your household. No problem, I'll support you. Just look at Nagatsuruken's home, you've kept it so orderly, so warmly inviting. Having a man like you under my roof. I'd laugh in my sleep. But you're a young woman, sharing a home with me, a grown man, how would others judge you? Would you ever marry? 3. Face burning crimson, pulse surging, Kohani gathered every last shred of courage, and cried out full-throated and fierce. With such a capable, handsome man already in my home, why on earth would I need to marry anyone else? Well, words had now reached this point, and Lauren truly didn't know how to refuse. Was it truly necessary to go this far for someone as utterly destitute as himself? What did she seek in return? Haha. Kohani. Kohani. You're just like Nagitsuru, far too kind-hearted. Such boundless compassion, you'll exhaust yourself, perhaps even lose your life. At the breakfast table, regarding all the conversations that had taken place earlier in the kitchen, Lauren mentioned not a single word to Misato, nor did Koin utter a syllable, even though Lauren had never asked her to keep silent. Koin knew full well that their discussion, the one concerning her invitation for Lauren to move into her family's home, was not meant for Misato's ears. Seeing her enthusiasm and unwavering resolve, Lauren chose neither to accept nor decline, lest he dampen the spirits of his closest friend, and instead offered an evasive reply: such matters could wait until the future. And besides, whether Misato would ever successfully find a girlfriend remained entirely uncertain. Throughout breakfast, Koin kept stealing glances at Misato, so persistently that it made him visibly uneasy. Koin. Why have you been staring at me like that? Misato finally asked. No, nothing at all. I'm sorry. Snapping back to reality, Koin immediately apologized, her face flushed with embarrassment as she bowed her head. She had in fact been wondering whether Lauren would finally move in with her the moment Misato found a girlfriend. Wouldn't that be absolutely perfect? Thus, without question, Misato himself had become the pivotal axis upon which everything hinged. Koin resolved that for the sake of her own future, and her lifelong happiness, she must wholeheartedly support Misato's romantic endeavors. At this very moment in Koin's heart, Misato's happiness had already begun to blur seamlessly into her own. Hang in there, Misato-kun. I'll help you too, Koin silently vowed. At the table with everyone present, Lauren spoke casually between bites. Today let's all stay here through the day. Misato, continue your practice, Koin. Whether you train with firearms or simply rest, it's entirely up to you. All of us together? They exchanged glances. Yes, we'll return to school together tonight. Back to school late at night? Koin hesitated slightly, perhaps unnerved by the image of the school at night, vast, pitch black, and eerily foreboding. Lauren, understanding how natural it was for a girl to feel timid, smiled gently. Of course, if you're afraid, you may stay home and wait for us to return. What? No, I'd definitely rather go with you both. Surely it won't feel so frightening if we're together. Ahaha. No need to force yourself, truly. It's fine. You'll protect me if danger arises, won't you, Lauren? Koin gazed at Lauren beside her with tender, pleading eyes, like a small dog begging for comfort. Lauren grinned broadly, charmed by her innocence. Listen to you, when have I ever stood idly by while you were in peril? Then. I won't be scared anymore. Hee. Reassured by Lauren's promise, Koin instantly felt far more at ease. At times she truly believed that as long as he remained by her side, she would be invincible, fearless before any challenge. Misato too shivered slightly at the thought of the school after dark, but being male, his apprehension fell short of Koin's dramatic trepidation. Lauren, what on earth are you doing sneaking into school at midnight? What else? Checking surveillance footage. Surveillance. During our last attack, it was already after school hours. Few people remained on campus. Anyone spotted near the library at that time would be exceedingly rare. With the footage, Lauren can instantly identify the most suspicious figure, distinguishing ghost from human with unerring precision. You've got the eyes of truth. Haha, unfortunately I lack Sun Ryukong's divine sight. But all the school gates are locked tight at night. Those locks. Lauren cracks one in seconds. You can pick locks. Misato gasped again, discovering yet another astonishing talent in his best friend. Lauren proudly tilted his chin upward and planted his hands on his hips. Oomph! I trained under a master long ago. This lock-picking skill helped me execute countless covert infiltration missions, not that I ever stole anything. Well, okay, perhaps once or twice, but mostly even when captured, bound, or cuffed, I moved as freely as wine through mist. Whoa, that's unbelievably cool. You see back in Harlan City? Never mind, haha. Actually, it's not that extraordinary. Grasp the fundamentals and anyone can do it. Just consult any seasoned locksmith, they'll all know the trick. Still incredibly impressive, Nazato declared, brimming with admiration. Truly in her heart Koyen often regarded Lauren as a peerless genius, omniscient, omnipotent, mastering every art, knowing every secret under heaven. He was quite literally versed in celestial phenomena above and terrestrial lore below, unrivaled across ages. To have forged such deep friendship with someone so extraordinary, she felt as though her ancestors' graves had exhaled auspicious green smoke. Once we infiltrate the school's security room tonight and retrieve the footage from that day, the identity of our attacker will become unmistakably clear. A fierce, resolute light gleamed in Lauren's eyes, like a seasoned hunter stepping onto the hunting ground, supremely confident yet laced with the cold, sharp edge of vengeance. And then? Koyen asked. Then? Need I spell it out? Whatever she inflicted upon us we shall return in kind. The monk may flee, but the temple remains. Once we uncover her identity, control shifts entirely into our hands. We'll toy with her as we please, until she's ours. And when that day comes, Lauren has 18 methods at his disposal, guaranteed to leave her sobbing for mercy, screaming in ecstasy and agony alike. That's far too indecent. Koyen covered her burning cheeks with both hands, her face crimson as a ripe apple. Her imagination instantly conjured a cascade of indescribable pixelated scenes. And then she recalled how during her own abduction Lauren had casually mentioned having study materials stored on his computer. Now it seemed the truth had been confirmed. Ugh. Lauren, you do have that kind of hobby, don't you? Huh? What nonsense is this? How else does one extract vital intelligence, unless one interrogates the source directly? Lauren assumed she was accusing him of enjoying cruel, sadistic interrogations. To prove his innocence, he promptly extended an invitation. Why don't you join me? 2 heads are better than 1. 1 isn't enough. Wait, you mean I'd have to do that too? Instantly Koyen's fantasy expanded, no longer just the masked girl alone, now both the masked girl and herself bound side by side to a custom-built wooden post by Lauren, whose face twisted into a sinister grin as he wielded an array of unspeakable pixelated implements against them. The louder they screamed, the more humiliated and shattered they became, the more ecstatically Lauren laughed, throwing his head back in maniacal, unhinged mirth. Fortunately Lauren, the very subject of Koyen's feverish reverie, had no inkling of these mental images. Otherwise he'd surely collapse on the spot, seized by violent convulsions, writhing uncontrollably on the floor. There's one thing still troubling me. Lauren suddenly shifted the subject, prompting both Naguru and Akane to glance at him with puzzled expressions. He continued, ideally we should have infiltrated the school immediately that very night, right after the skirmish, to begin our investigation. Yet now a full day and 2 nights have already passed. If the adversary is equally meticulous, they may have already tampered with the surveillance system, erasing all footage from that day entirely. That would complicate matters significantly. Then what do we do? Naguru asked urgently. Clearly neither of them had considered such operational details. For quite some time they had grown utterly accustomed to leaving all strategic thinking solely to Lauren, receiving only distilled intelligence and executing orders precisely, trusting their commander to steer them to victory. In short, they had long since settled into comfortable reliance. Why strain their minds when a capable leader was already carrying the weight? Haha. No need to worry. Even if the surveillance footage has indeed been erased, we can still reconstruct events through witness interviews and other investigative means. That skirmish was exceptionally fierce. The enemy must have sustained serious injuries. Only a day and 2 nights have elapsed, even counting today no more than 2 days have passed. Full recovery would be impossible within such a narrow window, Lauren mused thoughtfully. Akane's expression brightened with dawning understanding. So you mean, if there's no surveillance footage, we simply identify anyone injured on campus whose wounds match the combat patterns from that day? That person would then be confirmed as the enemy? Exactly. Beyond that, you're also the library committee representative. You may conduct interviews across campus under the pretext of investigating the library assault, quickly uncovering who was near the library at that critical hour and who lingered there. Truly impressive, just like we expected from Lauren. I told you she wouldn't escape. That day was her sole opportunity for a surprise strike, and unfortunately for her it failed. We'll have to fight such a formidable foe again. I must admit I feel rather tense. Haha, what's there to fear? Back then Naguru hadn't even awakened her abilities yet and she still couldn't defeat us. Now she's reached level 6, with a fully mastered ultimate technique. 3 against 1. If she somehow wins that, then I might as well surrender on the spot, no point continuing this game. At that moment Naguru, who had been entrusted with such high expectations, blushed slightly and hastily waved her hands toward the smug Lauren in gentle protest. Oh come on Lao Lin, don't say such things. It's terribly embarrassing. I haven't even fully grasped how to properly cast that fireball yet, so I'm certainly nowhere near as skilled as you claim. It's fine, it's merely a matter of time. If you place too much faith in me you'll only burden me with greater psychological pressure, please don't weigh me down. After all, confidence is essential, especially for someone like you, a mage with limitless potential ahead. All I truly wish is to live quietly as an ordinary person. Are you serious? For a fleeting moment Lauren nearly delivered a righteous headbutt, just to let her taste the fury of an ordinary man. How utterly infuriating. Did she even realize how absurd that sounded? What kind of world is this? Some parch to death while others drown. TCH. Amid their conversation Naguru suddenly recalled a crucial detail she'd nearly forgotten, and quickly informed Lauren that Satsura Kid wished to meet him. What did you say? Satsura Kid wants to see me. Yes. But after our brutal confrontation, and your subsequent unconsciousness, I hadn't yet reverted to my male form. So yesterday at dismissal I asked Akane to relay a message to Satsura-san that you were temporarily unavailable and would reschedule the meeting at a later date. Indeed, Akane nodded in quiet confirmation. Lauren frowned. Why on earth would that woman seek me out, without reason or warning? Utterly inexplicable, I refused to meet her. Seeing how swiftly Lauren dismissed the request. Naguru, who had secretly worried whether Lauren harbored some clandestine romantic entanglement with Satsura-san, now wondered if her suspicions had been unfounded after all. How could Lauren possibly align himself with Satsura-san? Haha. It was simply unimaginable. Unlike Satsura-san's apparent affection for him, Lauren held not the slightest interest in her, indeed he regarded her with mild disdain. Hearing Lauren's firm unhesitating refusal, Naguru felt an unexpected surge of quiet joy, and gently interjected. Well, it's just a brief meeting, perhaps Satsura-san truly has something vital to discuss with you. To reject her outright without even meeting her, wouldn't that leave Satsura-san heartbroken? Lao Lin, please don't be so unfeeling. Naguru, it's not that I'm heartless, it's simply that Satsura Kid is your crush, not mine. Whether I choose to meet her is entirely my own decision. Why should I concern myself with her feelings? I'm sorry, but in my estimation she means absolutely nothing to me. Our relationship doesn't even merit the term acquaintance. A stranger I've briefly encountered would be more accurate. Satsura-san will surely be devastated. She was clearly looking forward to it. Haha. I couldn't care less. We're swamped with our own affairs. Who has time to fret over her? I must say, Lao Lin, you remain as ruthlessly indifferent toward girls as ever. Not a shred of chivalry or tenderness. Ah, now that's inaccurate. Lauren raised his palm in a gesture of rebuttal. Naguru asked, where's the inaccuracy? I've never seen you treat any girl with kindness or consideration. Oh, but I have. Where? Right here. Lauren gestured directly toward Akane beside him, whose cheeks instantly flushed crimson, flustered and deeply touched. Lauren continued, it's not that I disregard women's feelings, I simply disregard the feelings of strangers. I'm no universal air conditioner dispensing warmth indiscriminately. I reserve my gentleness exclusively for friends I genuinely care about. Genuinely care about? Akane instantly seized upon the most pivotal phrase in his statement. Her heart swelled with overwhelming emotion, tears brimmed in her eyes. Sniff. So in Lauren's heart she, a plain ordinary girl, mattered far more than Satsura Kid, that dazzling idol. Such love, how profound, how indelible. In that instant Akane felt the transcendent power of love, its intoxicating allure, its surging soul-stirring force. She was utterly entranced. Yet Lauren remained completely oblivious to Akane's rapturous inner reverie, still addressing Naguru with solemn conviction. If she truly insists on seeing me, let her seek me out herself. What, does she expect me to personally track her down? Satsura-san seems so pitiful. Please don't mistreat her too harshly, she's truly a wonderful girl, gentle, charming, and unfailingly polite. Naguru couldn't help but interject a preemptive plea. Lauren replied with unruffled composure. As long as she leaves me alone I won't mistreat her, I'm no demon. But if she seeks me out hoping I'll grant her some favor. A favor? My rates aren't cheap, she'd better prepare accordingly and ensure she can afford the fee. Ugh, money grubbing. Foolish. When others ask for your help you rush to assist selflessly, how noble, how lofty. Yet soon everyone with trouble will descend upon you, consuming your time and energy. And if your efforts fall short you'll face resentment instead of gratitude. Satsura-san isn't like that at all. Humph, how can you be certain? Hearts are hidden behind ribs. You're no parasite dwelling inside her gut, reading her every thought. I'm already sensing a foreboding omen. Haha. So either let her seek assistance elsewhere, or understand plainly I'm no deity. Were it not for your involvement, Satsura-san and I wouldn't share even the faintest connection. Oh Lao Lin, please don't be like that. I know you're truly kind-hearted. For the sake of one mere woman, Naguru, even in her current feminine guise, had begun employing coquettish charm. Lauren widened his eyes in astonishment, truly a sight to behold. Finally he yielded with a sigh. Fine, alright, stop gazing at me with that helplessly vulnerable look. I'll agree, let her come to me first. I'll hear what she wishes to say, what she intends to do, and only then decide what course to take. Is that satisfactory? Yay! Haha, thank you Lao Lin. Just as I knew, you're the kindest person of all. At that moment, Naguru finally grasped why beautiful, charming girls always resorted to such endearing tactics when making requests or appeals. Now it was clear. This method was astonishingly effective. Even a figure as immovable as Lauren, solid as granite, softened instantly at the lightest touch of coyness. Yet what Naguru didn't yet realize was this: it wasn't mere coquettishness that swayed Lauren, it was her doing the coaxing. Only because it was she, not another, did he choose to soften his stance, temper his tone, and yield in compromise. Late at night, outside the school walls shrouded in utter darkness, Luo Lin Hongyin and Ming Jinlu had sneaked here. The school's outer wall rose several meters high, not something one could easily scale without a ladder or similar tools. But they clearly lacked such equipment. They were here to infiltrate, and nobody would bring an conspicuous ladder when slipping in secretly. Lao Lin, how are we supposed to get over such a high wall? Ming Jinlu asked nervously, staring up at the towering barrier. Luo Lin smiled. He stepped into the corner, leaned forward slightly and pressed his hands against the wall, turning his back into a makeshift stepping platform. He told the two beside him later, take some distance, run with all your strength, and with your final step press on my back, then leap up. You can clear it easily. The two exchanged glances. If Luo Lin truly positioned himself as a footstool, the once intimidating wall would instantly seem much lower, as if easily surmountable. Ming Jinlu and Hongyin both understood at once and broke into delighted smiles. Yet amid her relief, Ming Jinlu still asked a question. Then Lao Lin, what about you? If both of us step on you to get up, who will you step on? Hongyin is a girl and physically weaker, so Hongyin, you go up first. Alright. Hongyin answered with determination. Then Ming Jinlu. Brother, when you get on the wall, leave one leg hanging and find a secure leverage. Go, run, push off the wall, spring up, grab the leg you let hang, and you pull me up with force. Amazing is this Lao Lin's wall climbing trick. Where did you learn it? The cooperative technique of scaling the wall excited Ming Jinlu. Ming Jinlu felt both excited and thrilled. Luo Lin smiled faintly. Haha, it's not really a secret art. Anyone familiar with climbing walls knows these moves. It's a common practical method. Alright, I'll coordinate with you. We'll go up together. Ming Jinlu rubbed her hands, impatient with eagerness. With Luo Lin as the stepping stone, Hong Yin took the first run, planted her foot on his back and leapt so effortlessly she landed atop the wall in an instant. Next came Ming Jinlu. As agreed, she hooked herself onto the top, letting her left leg hang while bracing her right leg and half her body across the wall, ready to launch. Once both were up, Luo Lin stepped back, ran, planted his feet and sprang upward, his hands quickly and skillfully clamping onto Ming Jinli's ankle. Whoa, that's heavy. The sudden grip on her left ankle transmitted Luo Lin's entire weight to Ming Jinli's left leg, forcing her to strain to lift it. At that moment, the moonlight, which had been hidden by clouds, once again poured down across the ground. A chill wind swept through and gusted upward. With a sudden whoosh, the wind struck. The gust blew Ming Jinli's skirt entirely aloft, exposing blue-striped underwear beneath the moonlight. Luo Lin stared in shock, and Hong Yin, perched on the wall, covered her mouth in surprise. Recovered from the shock, Ming Jinlu abruptly set aside embarrassment. She had to pull Luo Lin up first, with her left leg anchoring him. Luo Lin used his feet to climb the wall and reached the top. The three then sprang together and successfully slipped inside the school grounds. Only now, as Ming Jinlu recalled the earlier scene, her face flushed and heart raced. She shot Luo Lin a hostile glare and with a pointed tone asked deliberately, "Lao Lin, you saw everything earlier, didn't you? Do you think I wanted to?" Luo Lin's retort nearly stole Ming Jinli's breath away. She scolded him, "Don't get cocky just because you caught a glimpse. Forget what happened. So what if I saw it? What are you going to do, lose a piece of flesh or become pregnant?" He shot back. Alright, enough. We're already inside, now let's keep moving. Seeing that Luo Lin clearly did not dwell on the incident, Ming Jinliu, for reasons she could not explain, grew even angrier. Watching Luo Lin continue on as if nothing had happened, Ming Jinlu stamped her foot and muttered to herself, "Stinky Lao Lin. It's not you who got seen, so of course you don't care." Before this, she had, like many boys, been puzzled by why girls made such a fuss when a skirt flashed and underwear was exposed. She never understood what there was to be so angry about. Now that the same embarrassment had happened to her, Ming Jinlu instantly grasped why those girls had been so upset. That indescribable shame can indeed kindle fierce anger. Hong Yin walked beside Luo Lin and, prompted by a mischievous impulse, blurted out, "If you wanted to see Luo Lin, I could show you too." "Ah." Luo Lin turned in surprise, seeing Hong Yin's shy, coquettish expression. "And well, I'm not dressed especially cute today, since I didn't expect you'd suddenly want to look. I hope you don't mind." What nonsense is this? Compared with Hong Yin's boldness and racing heart, Luo Lin's mind was entirely fixed on the surveillance footage in the monitoring room. His thoughts were consumed by it, so he did not immediately react or understand what Hong Yin and the others were doing. Ming Jinlu lagged behind, still sulking and keeping some distance, perhaps because Luo Lin had set too brisk a pace. Luo Lin called softly to the straggling Ming Jinliu, "Ming Jinliu, what are you doing? Hurry up and catch up." "Alright, I'm coming, geez." Ming Jinlu quickened her steps. As she caught up with Luo Lin and the others, she continued to grumble aloud. "Why is it that after becoming Kempfa I must wear a short skirt, the kind in the school uniform? My lower half is always cold and exposed. I feel so insecure. It would be so much better to wear the boys' uniform. I don't know how those girls live like this." Her complaint made Hong Yin laugh into her hand. Luo Lin, a little annoyed by her nagging, retorted offhandedly, "Come on, so what if it's seen? You've become Kempfa and your Bodhi's functions have improved greatly. That's enviable enough. Clothes are trivial, don't be ungrateful." "Lao Lin, you can say that because you don't know how humiliating it felt when my skirt flew up. It was so shameful and so cold, like an ice cube pressed against my backside. Then just be more careful next time." After the casual remark, Luo Lin quickly shifted his gaze to Hong Yin and said, "Where is the school's monitoring room? Hong Yin, lead us there." If we encounter locked doors, I'll open them. Let's save time and avoid retracing our steps. Okay, I know. A late-night school can feel eerie, but there are no ghosts. Don't be afraid or worried, you're not alone, we're with you. I know. I also know you'll always be by my side to protect me. Lead the way. Follow me. Hong Yin smiled in response. The feeling of being genuinely useful pleased her. As long as she could help Luo Lin, she was eager and full of vigor. At that moment Ming Jinlu looked at the two in silence, a sudden small irritation welling up inside her. She muttered to herself under her breath. Fine. You speak to me so casually and dismissively, but with Hong Yin you're all concern. You're always choosing looks over friendship. Stinky Lao Lin, I think all you see is Hong Yin. The school at midnight lay empty and deathly still, an uncanny hush hanging in the air, as if something unwholesome might manifest at any moment. Nothing strange would seem unlikely here. On the way to the surveillance room they had to traverse several long corridors, places so dark that one could not see a hand before the face. In an environment that was nearly pitch black, a powerful flashlight would have been the sensible choice for illumination. Ming Jinliu, it happened, had such a flashlight at home. Yet Luo Lin refused to use it. His source of light was nothing more than a pitifully small candle whose glow was laughably weak. The tiny flame shed just enough light for the three of them to barely make out the ground beneath their feet. Beyond that, the path ahead remained shrouded in gloom. They could see almost nothing. All around was ink black, with the occasional eerie caw of a crow slicing through the silence. They say most schools are built on old mass graves, someone whispered. They walked on, and Luo Lin, feeding the already taut atmosphere, suddenly let slip a chilling remark that sent a shiver down their spines. Hong Yin, already timid by nature, was instantly overcome with terror. She trembled uncontrollably and clung to Luo Lin's left arm with such force she seemed intent on wrenching it free. Woo, Luo Lin, don't scare me, it's dark enough already, don't say such terrifying things, she sobbed. Luo Lin laughed. You're so annoying. Stop laughing. Ming Jinlu scoffed. At most it's just a few stray spirits, nothing to fear. Wah, now that you say it, it's even scarier. Hong Yin practically walked with her eyes shut. Fortunately she had something to hold on to, someone to cling to, or she might have truly broken down in such a setting. Not only Hong Yin, even Ming Jinlu felt the school's sinister atmosphere prickling his nerves, adrenaline spiking through him. Suddenly a strange red shadow seemed to emerge from the darkness ahead, a vague silhouette with a human outline lingering there. Ah! God, Luo Lin, a ghost! Ming Jinlia's skin prickled. She clung to Luo Lin from the side in a panic. The unexpected embrace nearly made Luo Lin drop the candle. After a scramble he finally steadied the trembling flame. Luo Lin turned half angry, ready to scold the prankster Ming Jinlu, but when he saw her genuinely frightened expression, his rebuke died on his lips. He asked irritably, where is the ghost? I don't see anything. Ming Jinlu answered, right ahead. Isn't that reddish human-shaped thing right there? Can't you see it? They looked in the direction Ming Jinlu pointed. Indeed, a vague human-like mass exuded a faint red glow. Hong Yin nearly fainted at the sight. Luo Lin replied calmly, there's nothing to fear. Either it's a trick of our eyes, a hallucination, or it is simply a woman in red standing there watching us. Ming Jinliu, astonished, could not understand how he remained so composed. Luo Lin shrugged. You think I haven't seen ghosts? I used to do midnight exploration live streams. Tiny specimens like this are common. Ghosts come in all kinds, some gentle, some vicious. They're not so different from people. First time I've heard that, Ming Jinlu muttered. If they wanted to hurt you, they'd have acted already. At worst we fight them. You two are Kenpufa, one with endless bullets, one who casts magic, afraid of a few spirits. But it's really scary, Ming Jinlu protested. They wouldn't dare to do anything to us, Luo Lin insisted. How can you be so sure? She asked. Luo Lin snorted. What else? They're just ghosts, I'm a human. If any dared lay a finger on me, I'd gather materials on the spot and fashion a string of crude bombs. I could reduce this whole school to ruins. Then we'll see whether they fear me or I fear them. Hearing that, Ming Jinlu couldn't help but give an admiring thumbs up. Luo Lin, only you're more terrifying than the ghosts themselves. You're the right person to deal with a demon like that. Enough, let go of me. You almost dropped the candle. What are you doing? Are you disgusted with me? You're making it hard for me to walk when you cling to me. Ming Jinliu, feeling affronted, released him and huffed. Ah yes, whatever, me holding you is a nuisance, Hong Yin hugging you is beauty in the arms. Men are all hopeless, she grumbled. What nonsense are you spouting? You're a man too, aren't you? Excuse me, I'm a girl right now, a girl, humph. You sound ridiculous. Are you alright? I'm fine, of course I'm fine, what could happen to a big man like me? Ha humph. Thanks to someone, Ming Jinlu suddenly felt no fear at all. She was so angry now she wanted to beat the red-clothed ghost senseless. If the ghost lacked some afterlife insurance, this would not end well. Because it was so dark and because Luo Lin had said so many frightening things earlier, Hong Yin clung to his arms so tightly that it hindered his walking as well. Luo Lin said to her, Hong Yin, you hold on so hard I can't walk. Woo, but Luo Lin, I'm scared. Then hold my hand or grab my shirt. Well, stay right beside you. If anything happens, I'll step in front of you first. There's nothing to fear, okay? Alright. Hong Yin relaxed her grip and instead took his hand with one hand while clutching the back of his shirt with the other. Ming Jinlu watched the two of them being so close and couldn't help teasing. You didn't bring the brightest flashlight on purpose, did you? Just this little candle so the girls would cling to you more. Your scheme worked. Happy now? What are you talking about? See? Caught you. Are you angry because I guessed right? I'm bored enough to hatch conspiracies like that? Stop denying it. Why can I cling to you and it's a problem, but when Hong Yin does it's perfectly fine? You favor her, jerk, go to hell, stinky Luo Lin. Ming Jinli's accusation left Luo Lin baffled. He replied helplessly, I only have one hand to hold the candle. Hong Yin is timid, that's fine, but if you also cling, then how am I supposed to hold the candle? With my mouth? Then why not bring a strong flashlight? Come on. What do you think we're here for? If you call it a stealth operation, it's flattering, and more bluntly, we're trespassing. Have you ever seen thieves carry several powerful flashlights and illuminate everything as they ransack a place? People would spot the light in a pitch-black school and immediately suspect intruders. Wouldn't they call the police? Ming Jinliu, stumped by the logic, fell silent for a moment, cheeks reddening as she sputtered, whatever, you just favor her. If you're scared you can grab my clothes, just don't interfere with the hand holding the candle or my walking, Luo Lin said. Humph. Now you care about me, too late, haha. I don't need it. Fine, let's keep moving. Grumbling, Ming Jinlu finally reached out and seized the back of Luo Lin's shirt. When his amused gaze turned to her, she flushed and retorted, do what you said, I can grab on. How can a grown man be afraid of such things? Who in their right mind would wander into a haunted place in the dead of night? And you with your offhand remark that schools are built on mass graves, what did you mean by that? Luo Lin explained, many schools were indeed built on old burial grounds. Using the vitality of bustling students by day helped suppress the lingering deathly qi. There are more mundane reasons too. Land was cheap. Schools need large stretches of land usually found in remote areas. A mass grave sits in secluded, sparsely populated places. The feng shui might be good and students are innocent and unconcerned about the land's past. No wonder it's so eerie at night, Ming Jinlu said. The more open a place is, the more it feels bleak after dark. I would never come here alone. Ha, still afraid? Who's afraid? You're walking in front, what is there to fear? Using me as a shield, huh? A real good friend you are. Humph. Now that you're the only man here you must take the lead. But you're supposed to be the man, aren't you? I'm a girl right now, remember? When it suits you you suddenly become a girl. Well played, Ming Jinlu. I admire you, I respect no one but you. Hee hee. I simply have the advantage. So what if I use it? If you can change too, go on, change. You can't, can you? That's just perfect. Getting smug now, you shameless thing. Their back-and-forth banter gradually eased the oppressive silence of the empty school as they walked on. Hong Yin listened at the side and felt a pang of admiration. Truly Ming Jinlu and Luo Lin were very close, sometimes she found herself envious. Although Luo Lin cared for and looked after her, for some reason Hong Yin couldn't shake the feeling that he showed a different side when he was around Ming Jinlu. Hong Yin wondered if she was being selfish, wishing to possess every facet of Luo Lin to be the one who held all of him. Wait, why did she care so much about Ming Jinlu? Was she concerned about a man? Could it be that unconsciously she regarded Ming Jinlu in female guise as a rival? She told herself it was unlikely. After all, Ming Jinlu was a man. Luo Lin wouldn't pursue a relationship with another boy. What reason did she have to feel threatened? After some fumbling, guided by Hong Yin, Luo Lin and the others finally arrived at the central surveillance control room inside Xintia Academy. The door was locked, unsurprisingly, but Luo Lin promptly produced a thin wire and with astonishing speed and precision picked the lock in mere seconds. Once inside, they powered up the computers and began systematically reviewing and cross-referencing the surveillance footage. Wait, yes. That's it. Reverse it, I need a closer look. Luo Lin instantly identified the figure he had most suspected among the dozens of surveillance feeds. At first his suspicion had been little more than intuition. But now, having retrieved the footage, he confirmed it. There she was, clearly visible in the corridor outside the library. That person is the student council president? Naguru stared, pointing at Misato Shizuku on the screen. Lao Lin, do you really suspect her of attacking you that day? I've long considered her the most suspicious candidate, only lacked evidence. My doubts began the moment she approached me uninvited for conversation. Could it truly be her? If she were merely an ordinary student council president anxious about my being a potential threat, her initiating contact to probe me might have been understandable. But consider this: when an unarmed girl confronted me, a man who bore no resemblance to a trustworthy soul, in a secluded enclosed space, the one who should have trembled with fear instead stood utterly unflinching, calm and composed. That was the moment my suspicion crystallized into certainty. You do look like a villain, not a gentleman, more like a rascal. Naguru seized the chance to mock him. Luo Lin fell silent, then retorted with a veiled threat. Say another careless word and I'll lay hands on you. Touch what? What do you think? A sly smile curled Luo Lin's lips as he raised his right hand palm upward, miming a firm, deliberate grip. Snapping back to awareness, Naguru, flushed crimson, clutched her chest with both hands and cried out, What? You perverted Lao Lin, you dare? Humph. What don't I dare? If you touch me, I'll fight you to the death. You provoked me, so you brought it upon yourself. Didn't you say it first? How can you blame me now? Tiring of the banter, Luo Lin turned away, and gently patted Hong Yin's shoulder as she sat in the chair, issuing his next instruction. She appeared at that exact timestamp. Pull up surveillance from other corridors. Let's determine whether she merely passed by the library or actually lingered there. Understood. Hong Yin replied, methodically cross-checking the footage. Luo Lin, look. She appears nowhere else in the footage. That means she never left that vicinity, and the only location there is the library. She couldn't have gone anywhere else. Good. Now rewind to the time after our battle ended, and check whether she appears again at that same spot. As Hong Yin adjusted the feed, the timestamp fast-forwarded to the critical moment, and there, unmistakably beneath one of the security cameras, stood student council president Misato Shizuku, battered, bloodied, and unmistakably wounded. She looked utterly shattered, her once pristine uniform torn and scorched, her gait unsteady, her expression contorted with pain. She staggered with every step, frequently bracing herself against the wall for support. At that sight, Luo Lin's expression softened into quiet certainty. He pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of Misato leaning heavily against the wall, capturing irrefutable proof. It really is her? Hong Yin murmured, visibly stunned. Never imagined our first true adversary would be none other than the legendary student council president Misato Shizuku. Naguru clenched her fists, suddenly gripped by a palpable sense of pressure. After all, she was the student council president. Within the academy she wielded near absolute authority, and was also one of its two most iconic beauties, standing shoulder to shoulder with Satsura Kid as Shintia Academy's reigning idols. Enough. We've gathered what we needed, we're leaving. Luo Lin withdrew his gaze, ready to depart. Naguru and Hungin exchanged glances, and nodded in unison. Later, back in Luo Lin's apartment, the three settled around a low table draped with a soft rug. Naguru thoughtfully poured 3 glasses of chilled barley tea. It was already past 2 p.m. Though exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, Luo Lin insisted on holding an urgent debrief. How much do you two know about the student council president? Hungin and Naguru paused, each reflecting. Naguru shook his head. He knew almost nothing about her, unlike his friend Dong Tian Ganren, who obsessively compiled dossiers on every beautiful girl on campus. Lao Lin, Dong Tian might know far more. Consider it as one of the academy's most celebrated beauties, the student council president would undoubtedly occupy top priority in his archive. You're right. But it's far too late now, he's surely asleep. And you, Hungin? Luo Lin turned to Hungin. After a brief hesitation she spoke up. Well, honestly I don't know much either. Just that she's rather intimidating, and that she scored perfect marks in every subject on her entrance exams. A literal superhuman. Oh. Also she's never late, never absent, universally regarded as the ultimate model student by both peers and faculty. Add to that her striking beauty and razor-sharp efficiency, and her overwhelming popularity makes perfect sense. I'm sorry, Luo Lin, I wasn't much help. Had I known it would be her, I'd have gathered intelligence on her well in advance. No need to apologize, Hungin. This is more than enough. In fact, had you done extensive reconnaissance ahead of time, you'd have risked alerting her prematurely. That would have worked squarely against us. Ah, that's a relief. Hungin sighed, patting her chest in visible relief. Her gaze drifted to Luo Lin's face, deep in thought, and the longer she watched the more captivated she became, the more magnetic he seemed, the more she yearned to draw nearer. Just then, Naguru's voice broke through her reverie. Hungin. Hey, Hungin. Huh? She nearly leapt in shock. Naguru chuckled. What was that just now? Your face was practically inches from Lao Lin's. Did you see something on his skin? No. Nothing at all. I'm so sorry. Snapping back to reality, Hungin burned crimson steam practically rising from her head. She had, without realizing it, leaned in dangerously close, so close their lips had nearly brushed. Oh, how mortifying. She wished desperately for a crack in the floor to swallow her whole. Before long, Lauren finished his deep thoughts, picked up the chilled barley tea in front of him and took a sip. Seeing him relax, Ming Jinlu and Hungin hurriedly asked. Lauren, what are your thoughts? Old Lin, have you thought of anything? The two spoke in unison. Lauren pressed his hands down to signal them to calm down. Then he touched the lingering pain from his injuries and made a firm decision. Tomorrow. No, the day after tomorrow will be fine. Just give me one more day to rest and recover. The day after tomorrow. We will go directly to their doors, settling both old and new grievances. The day after tomorrow? Ming Jinlu asked in surprise. You mean we will go directly to confront them? While you are at school tomorrow, Hongin, write a letter and leave it in her shoe cabinet in advance. A letter? Hongin nodded. Yes, the content doesn't need to be too much, just one sentence. See you at the school gate after school tomorrow. I know you will come. That will do. Okay, I will write it. What about after that? After we meet, choose a desolate mountain area, take a taxi to bring her there, and we will resolve all our grievances there. Take her to a desolate mountain? Isn't that kidnapping? Sort of. But what if someone calls the police? After school, the school gate is the busiest place for students. Are we really going to kidnap the most famous student council president in broad daylight? Hongin thought this was too crazy. Ha, it felt like filming a sci-fi movie. Lauren replied, to be precise, it's not kidnapping, it's an invitation, yes. Inviting her to the place we want to go. Huh? Will she agree? She will. Why? Simply because she is the student council president because she is an outstanding student. Huh? Hong Yin was momentarily confused. Lauren stopped explaining further. Anyway, she will come with us when the time comes, so don't worry. Okay Lauren, I trust you. At that moment Hong Yin's unwavering trusting smile made Lauren's heart flutter. Since we've decided it's already late. I know you are all tired. Ming Jin Liu, you should go back and sleep. We will discuss the rest slowly tomorrow. Alright, I can't take it anymore. Ming Jin Liu yawned, having not only practiced that damned fireball spell all day but also having been restless at school all night. She was utterly exhausted. She then got up and left the room, heading straight to her own room. Now only Hong Yin and Lauren were left in the room. The atmosphere started to become somewhat strange. Hong Yin's drowsiness vanished instantly. She lowered her head, her cute face slightly flushed with shyness, occasionally stealing glances at Lauren beside her with a mix of anticipation and nervousness, her heart racing wildly. In the dead of night, a lone man and woman shared the same room. Moreover, Lauren specifically asked Ming Jin Liu to go rest, leaving only her behind. Wasn't it a precursor to something happening? What should I do? The underwear I wore today seems too ordinary, not cute at all. If I had known, I should have worn something more stunning. I'm so nervous. I hope Lauren can be a bit gentler with me. However, just as Hong Yin was feeling all fluttery, Lauren stood up. When Hong Yin saw him stand, believing her moment of romance was about to arrive, Lauren took out a complete set of bedding from the closet and laid it on the floor beside the bed. After laying it out, Lauren took off his outer clothes without treating Hong Yin as an outsider, changing into his pajamas right there. Finally, he plopped down onto the laid bedding and let out a deep sigh of relief. It seemed he was indeed very tired, already injured and having to run around worrying and exhausting himself. Hong Yin watched Lauren lie down on the floor. She walked over, standing beside him, looking down with an expression of surprise and confusion. Why? What is going on? This isn't right. Shouldn't it be like this, followed by that, and finally leading to this? The next morning they would wake up happily together, looking into each other's eyes, establishing the deepest bond. How could it be? Lauren, are you going to rest now? Hong Yin. If you keep standing like this, I can see everything under your skirt. Due to the angle, Lauren had a full view of the scene below. For this he kindly gave a reminder. Hong Yin, who had snapped back to reality, suddenly realized, her face turning bright red. But even after such a direct reminder, she surprisingly didn't make any attempt to cover herself or step back. Instead, she just stood there looking dazed and asked, Next time I'll try to wear something cuter, hoping you will like it. Lauren was instantly bewildered. Oh no, I must be exhausted and hallucinating. He pointed at the bed. It's already late, you can sleep on my bed, I'll take the floor. How can that be? You're the patient. I'm just sleeping on the floor, it's no big deal. Girls shouldn't sleep on the floor, it's easy to catch a chill. It's late now, if you want to take a shower you can go ahead. After you wash up you can sleep. As for me, yawn. I'm really tired, I want to sleep first. I'm too lazy to even take a shower. I see. You've really worked hard today. The one who should be resting and recuperating is you, yet you are the one who is most tired. Lauren's efforts were all seen by Hong Yin and it pained her heart. Oh, by the way, the pajamas you wore before are still hanging in the wardrobe. If you want to wear them you can use those for now. Really? Can I? Haha, you've worn them once already, what's there to worry about? I'm sorry for wearing your clothes without your permission. What's there to apologize for? If you like wearing them I can give them to you. They are all soaked in my sweat, so as long as you don't mind, that's already great. Really? Are you giving them to me? This girl, why is she so dense? Just a polite remark and she took it seriously. But Lauren found himself in a difficult position, so he said, if you really don't mind, then consider it a gift. Just don't throw it in the trash. How could I throw it away? I will definitely treasure it well for a lifetime. Haha, you're being too dramatic. It's just a set of pajamas. It's not that serious, is it? Feeling a flutter in her heart, Hong Yin took out the set of men's pajamas she had worn only once from the wardrobe, tightly hugging it in her arms, reflecting on how this set of pajamas had officially become her possession now. This was Lauren's pajamas. It was the pajamas he used to wear every day. The last time she wore it, she could clearly feel it. Wearing it felt as if she was completely enveloped by Lauren. It was such a blissful happiness. Now, happiness doubled, joy infinite. She had completely acquired the SS-level outfit, Lauren's pajamas. Can I take a shower first? Hong Yin, being a girl, loved cleanliness and wanted to be thoroughly clean before bed no matter how tired she was. Lauren couldn't even be bothered to look at her, raising his right hand and waving it, signaling her to go wash as she pleased. Then he dove into the quilt, closed his eyes, and fell completely silent. He was truly exhausted. Moreover, the wounds on his body were still faintly aching, with too many chaotic thoughts in his mind making him utterly fatigued. If he didn't sleep soon, dawn would break and he would have to wake up early to make breakfast after just a few hours of sleep. Suddenly he remembered something, forcing his eyes open and asking Hong Yin, who was about to leave the room to take a shower. By the way, Hong Yin. You've been here for the last couple of days, won't your parents worry? Oh, I'm the only one at home. My parents are working out of town for now and may only come back occasionally during holidays to visit me. I see, then that's fine. So, Lauren, you can feel free to come here in the future. Hong Yin's words were left unfinished. Lauren closed his eyes again and fell silent, leaving Hong Yin with no choice but to sigh helplessly and leave the room to take a shower. In the bathroom, after finally washing herself clean and smelling fragrant, Hong Yin stood in the changing room gazing at the pajamas she held in her hands. Her heart tingled. She then brought it close to her face and took several deep breaths. Woo-woo. This feeling, this sensation of being enveloped in Lauren's scent was truly too blissful. But what to do? If this set of pajamas was to be hers from now on, the scent of Lauren would surely fade with time, eventually disappearing completely. No. If only she could recharge this set of pajamas regularly. Hong Yin suddenly thought mischievously. After tightly putting on the pajamas against her body, Hong Yin quietly returned to the room where Lauren was already fast asleep, lying quietly on the floor mat. His serene face resembled a sleeping beauty waiting for a prince's kiss, like a Snow White poisoned by pufferfish sashimi. She carefully turned off the light but didn't go to bed. Instead, she knelt down beside Lauren's mat, slowly sitting down. The moonlight shone through the window, perfectly illuminating Lauren's face, adding a multitude of sacred ambience. If I quietly do something, I shouldn't be discovered, right? This can't be blamed on her, right? It was already difficult for a man and a woman to be alone in a room, so defenseless, so tempting for each other, so close at hand. In such a situation, how could she do nothing at all? Hong Yin felt a wild beast in her heart, furiously clawing at its cage, roaring to break free. But just then Lauren attempted to turn over, seemingly aggravating his wounds, causing him to reveal a hint of pained expression. Seeing this scene, Hong Yin suddenly calmed down completely. How could she forget? Lauren was still severely injured, and it was for her that he had sustained such serious wounds. In such circumstances, how could she act solely for her own selfish desires and attack him? Lauren trusted her so completely, so defenselessly. Returning to her senses, Hong Yin felt immense shame. But despite her shame, she still didn't return to bed to sleep honestly. Instead, she quietly lifted the blanket, crawled in beside Lauren, and murmured, "Sorry for disturbing you." Once she lay down, she behaved herself, lying next to Lauren, gazing intently at his profile illuminated by the moonlight shimmering brightly. Inside the blanket, she shifted her body, snuggling up to Lauren's side, gently wrapping his right arm in her embrace, gradually succumbing to the warmth and safety, falling into a deep sleep. As for the unoccupied big bed, who would choose to sleep there? Any normal person would not choose to hug the person they liked when there was a man sleeping on the floor beside them, opting instead to sleep on the bed like a good girl. How could that be possible? Haha, just thinking about it makes it impossible, right? The next morning, Lauren woke up almost entirely from pain. What kind of pain was it? It felt like being pressed down by a ghost, of pain that was suffocating, almost making it hard to breathe, pulling at the wounds on his back, sending sharp penetrating pain deep into his bones. Only after he opened his eyes did he finally realize the true reason he felt like he was being pressed down by a ghost. For some reason. At this moment, Hong Yin, who should have been sleeping on her own big bed, was unexpectedly inside his blanket, almost entirely sprawled on top of him. No wonder he felt so crushed. She was heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. Lauren turned his head to glance at the big bed beside him, then at Hong Yin, who was still sleeping soundly on top of him, occasionally smiling in her sleep. He racked his brain, unable to figure out why Hong Yin was in his blanket. Could it be that this girl had a sleepwalking disorder? That would be quite serious. Lauren, feeling extremely uncomfortable, had no choice but to pat her back, calling out, "Hong Yin! Hong Yin! Hey, 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 Hong Yin! Wake up! Wake up! Dude, I'm almost crushed to death by you. Oh my god, it hurts like hell. Why is this happening?" After several pats, Hong Yin finally groggily opened her eyes, still not fully awake. She even pouted her lips and leaned closer to Lauren, mumbling, "Darling, give me a kiss." What? What the hell? Lauren was truly astonished. Not only was she pinning him down, but she was also having a spring dream. Lauren couldn't understand why he had to endure such torment. "Wake up already, Hong Yin, I'm begging you, wake up. Darling, kiss me." What the hell? Wake up, hey Hong Yin, you're still single. Come back to reality. With that, he surprisingly managed to wake Hong Yin up. She shivered, saying, "What? I'm still single. Wait. Didn't we already have 3 kids? When did I become single again? No way." Lauren. "Oh darling, good morning." "Huh? The kids probably haven't woken up yet. Let's sleep a bit more." "How can you still not wake up from your dream? What kind of spring dream was so captivating?" Dawn. Near the breakfast table, Ming Jinlu had woken and returned to his masculine guise. At the moment, he was in the bathroom, blissfully splashing his face and brushing his teeth. In the kitchen, Hong Yin had taken up the cooking again. This time she did not cut her finger and successfully prepared 3 breakfasts without incident. After setting the breakfast down, Hong Yin sat beside Luo Lin, still flushed with embarrassment over the morning's incident, taking advantage of Ming Jinlu's absence. She apologized to Luo Lin once more, stammering, "About this morning. I am so sorry. I don't know what came over me last night. I just lost control for a moment." Luo Lin assumed she was apologizing for sleepwalking. He replied generously, "It's all right. You've already said sorry more times than I can count. I never blamed you. But you're sleepwalking, do be more careful from now on." Sleepwalking? Yes. I sometimes just act without thinking. I'm sorry. Wonderful. Hong Yin had been nearly terrified, fearing Luo Lin might think she was some crazed woman who had tried to assault a man in the night. Fortunately, Luo Lin never entertained such a notion and instead offered a far healthier explanation: sleepwalking. She felt deeply cared for even after what had happened. Luo Lin never regarded her as a bad woman and instinctively excused her. The sensation of being protected warmed her profoundly. In truth, she was overthinking. Luo Lin had seen his friend sleepwalk before. Once he woke in the middle of the night to find a buddy standing rigidly by the bed, clutching a large axe. The room was dark. Luo Lin nearly had a heart attack. He half believed some grim reaper had come for him. Another friend sleepwalked out into the streets for a stroll, eyes wide open, wandering about. Luo Lin was thoroughly astonished. On one occasion, he was even carried in his sleep by a friend to a graveyard. Afterwards, he was so angry he refused to share a room with that friend again. Turning back to Hong Yin, Luo Lin offered a caution: "If it happens often, you should see a doctor. If you are nervous going alone, I can come with you." What? She was moved to tears at the very idea that he would accompany her to the hospital. She thanked him warmly. "Thank you, Luo Lin. But I think it only happens occasionally. At home I sleep in my bed just fine. Even so, be careful. Today I happened to be here and could intervene, but you cannot rely on such luck every time." I may not always be there to act as your shield. She laughed nervously. Maybe it only happens under certain circumstances. There is such a theory. She wanted to add that it only happened when certain people slept beside her but only managed to offer a mischievous, like last night for example, with a nervous chuckle. Luo Lin felt something amiss. So you only sleepwalk when you share a bed with someone? Has your sleepwalking got a sensor that activates when someone arrives? Maybe, well, perhaps that's true, she admitted with an embarrassed laugh. Hong Yin hid behind an awkward smile. Luo Lin found it amusing but dismissed it as a trivial matter, hardly worth fretting over. Later as the three gathered at the dining table, Ming Jinlu asked curiously, "Oh, Lin, you said you would take the student council president to the outskirts last night. What exactly do you plan to do there? Fight?" Luo Lin shook his head. Ming Jinlu and Hong Yin exchanged puzzled looks. After a moment of thought, Luo Lin replied earnestly, "If it can be resolved by conversation, that is by far the best approach." Huh? Ming Jinlu looked baffled. To be honest, there is no deep irreconcilable hatred between us. In that encounter we both used our strengths and learned much about one another. I have had direct contact with that student council president. I know she is clever and understanding. Oh. The smarter and more reasonable she is, the more amenable she is to negotiation. Remember, do not act rashly. A fight to the death is the last and poorest choice. Talk to her? About what? I thought you planned to gang up and beat her to death. No, as the strategists say, the highest skill is to win by strategy, next by diplomacy, then by force, and only finally by besieging and annihilating. Say it in plain words, please, Ming Jinlu pleaded, utterly confused. Hong Yin shared his bewilderment. Luo Lin simplified, in short, the best method is to defeat the enemy with cunning, second is to conquer them through diplomacy, third is to use might to subdue them, if the last resort is a bloody all-or-nothing battle that ruins both sides. I see. Ming Jinlu and Hong Yin nodded, half understanding. If we can recruit that woman, that would be ideal. If she refuses, mutual cooperation would be a good compromise. If that too fails, the three of us will resort to force, subdue her, capture her, and make use of her. And if she truly proves as stubborn and foul as a stone lodged in a latrine fighting to the death, then there will be no other choice. Luo Lin made a throat-slitting gesture. The two swallowed nervously. Don't worry. I will personally handle her. I do not want you to stain your hands with blood. Let me bear that guilt on your behalf. Old Lin. Ming Jinlu recognized that Luo Lin was looking out for them. Really killing someone? He had never taken a life before. So he hesitated at the thought of killing. He had never even killed a chicken, come to think of it, left him uncertain and uneasy. Meanwhile, in another part of town, inside a luxurious bathroom, Sanxiang Shizuku stood beneath the lashing spray of the shower, bathing in the hot water. Only after cleansing herself did she dry with a towel. When she glanced into the large mirror, however, she could clearly see the bruises strewn across her once flawless body, splotches of blue and purple everywhere. More than 3 days had passed, yet the contusions left by the last battle had not yet faded. Especially at her neck and chest, those large angry bruises still throbbed painfully whenever she pressed them. Each time the pain flared, she was instantly transported back to the memory of being beaten by Luo Lin's Wing Chun, those ferocious blows, and the relentless Rizi Chongquan that struck her chest. That detestable man. Sanxiang Shizuku's feelings were tangled. The library department had been closed for emergency repairs after that battle and would likely remain shut for a long time. And that man had not reappeared at the school since then. She remembered the wound she had inflicted on him with her short blade and how his shirt had been drenched in blood. She even found herself worrying about him. She feared she might have actually killed him. She had been targeting the hostile blue Kempha. That man was not a Kempha, so he should not have had to suffer such harm. As for that blue Kempha, could she have been his lover? It would make sense, after all, that was the girl he had risked his life to protect. Even wounded as he was, he had continued fighting. It was inconceivable. Who exactly was he? What manner of person could he be? For days she found her thoughts occupied entirely by him, an unrest she had never before experienced. Why was she so troubled? That man, Luo Lin, was he all right? If he was still alive, what would he be doing now? After breakfast, Ming Jinlu and Hong Yin prepared to go to school. Before they left, Lauren kindly handed them both 2 lunch boxes. Compared to the already accustomed Ming Jinliu, Hong Yin looked at the lunch box in her hand with mixed emotions. When she saw Lauren preparing the lunch boxes in the kitchen earlier, she thought it was just Lauren helping Ming Jinliu, but she didn't expect that there was one for her too. Is this really for me? It's in your hands now, why are you still asking if it's for you? Lauren chuckled. Hong Yin felt a bit shy and smiled awkwardly. I'm just a bit too happy, so I feel a little worried, afraid that I might still be dreaming or something like that. A lunchbox is enough to make you so happy. Haha, then your happiness is quite cheap, Hong Yin. This is the first time a boy has personally made lunch for me, and I will cherish it well. Cherish it well? Oh, just remember to eat it on time, otherwise it will spoil after a while. Ming Jinlu put away his lunchbox but hesitated, wanting to say something. Lauren naturally noticed his change and said directly, Ming Jinlu. Lauren, that. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need for us to be polite. If there's nothing else today, what about Shikang's matter? Oh, you mean that? Lauren thought for a moment and quickly nodded. Ming Jinliu's face lit up. Lauren, you agreed? Don't be too happy too soon. As I said, since she wants to see me, let her come to me in person. If she's unwilling, then there's no need for a meeting. Okay, I understand. I will tell her later. Every time Shatsung Feng was mentioned, Lauren could see the unmistakable joy on Ming Jinliu's face, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh, secretly calling him a big fool. He couldn't understand what was so good about Shatsung Feng. Sure, she was beautiful, had a lovely voice, a good figure, and a great temperament, and her personality was gentle and considerate. It was even difficult to find any obvious flaws. But was such a nearly perfect girl really worth pursuing? Lauren didn't know, but he tried not to criticize his brother's preferences too harshly. After all, everyone has the right to like someone. At Xingtia Academy, in the female department on the first floor hall, Sanjo Shizuku, today dressed as a stunning idol-level beauty, walked through the hall, captivating the envious and admiring gazes of the girls around her as if bathed in spotlight, shining brightly like a celestial maiden. After arriving at school normally, when she opened her shoe cabinet today, she found a special mysterious letter placed neatly on her indoor shoes. Why was there a letter in her shoe cabinet? After taking it in hand and examining it closely, it seemed very ordinary, plain on the outside, just a simple ordinary letter. Could it be a love letter? But that was impossible. This was the building of the female department and boys could not possibly enter it. It couldn't be a love letter from a girl, right? Girls' love letters aren't like this. Sanjo Shizuku chuckled curiously. She opened the envelope right there, and soon she clearly saw the words written inside. Meet at the school gate after school tomorrow, I know you will come. The entire letter contained just this one sentence. As soon as Sanjo Shizuku saw this sentence, her expression turned serious. She looked around and found nothing particularly unusual, just ordinary female students. She came back to her senses and carefully scrutinized the sentence. This handwriting is neat and beautiful, very much like a girl's handwriting. It should be written by a girl, right? But the tone of this message. The more I look at it, the more familiar it seems. Could it be him? Recalling the last battle with that red-haired girl who was extremely close to him, Sanjo Shizuku no longer doubted why this letter ended up in her shoe cabinet. Meeting at the school gate. That is not a good place for a battle. What kind of scheme is that man planning? Also, how did he know her identity? A series of questions immediately made Sanjo Shizuku's head begin to ache. Her injuries from the last big battle had not yet healed. The large bruise on her chest constantly throbbed with pain. And that man who had been seriously injured, instead of hiding to recuperate, was actively trying to meet her. Is it a trap? Or does he have ulterior motives? An interesting man. After hesitating and pondering, Sanjo Shizuku finally smirked slightly, laughed softly, and placed the letter into her pocket. It seems there will be a good show waiting for her tomorrow. Lauren, oh Lauren. She was eager to see what new tricks this annoying man could come up with. But it's really great that he's okay. Clearly not a Kenpu person, yet he still wants to wade into this muddy water. Is he really not afraid of dying? In the afternoon of that day after school, at the entrance of the female department campus, Ming Jinlu had already been wandering there for a while. Because he seemed to be the only boy on site, many passing girls would mistakenly think he was waiting for his girlfriend or pursuing a girl, leading them to gossip among themselves and occasionally stifle giggles. With gazes from all directions focused on him, Ming Jinlu felt like he was sitting on needles. Luckily, at that moment Hong Yin rushed out first. Ming Jinlu looked at her as if he had seen a great savior and quickly waved at her. Hong Yin. Ming Jinlu. Hong Yin spotted him in the crowd and hurried over. Upon reaching Ming Jinlu, he had a look of relief on his face. Great, Hong Yin, you didn't leave. Otherwise, standing here alone, I really would be at my wit's end. Ming Jinlu said with a sorrowful expression, pouring out his troubles. Hong Yin naturally noticed the curious gazes from all around, and seeing Ming Jinlu's distressed expression, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Ming Jinlu was speechless. Why are you laughing at me too, Hong Yin? Haha, oh sorry. Damn it, I wish I could turn into a girl. If I could control my transformation now, I would have turned into a girl long ago. Why would I be standing here with a boy's face being the most conspicuous one? Hong Yin smiled. I made you wait so long, you've really worked hard. Yeah, I've really suffered, especially since Shatsung hasn't come out yet. She hasn't gone home early, has she? Don't say that. Do you really want to see Shatsung that much? Of course. Today is the only chance, tomorrow will be. Ming Jinlu immediately shut his mouth. Realizing that such confidential matters could not be carelessly discussed outside, he quickly changed his words. Lauren only agreed today to meet Shatsung. Last time we let Shatsung down, so to avoid making her sad, I wanted to help her fulfill her wish as soon as possible. That's true. Tomorrow there are more important matters. As for the day after tomorrow, we don't even know what will happen. Our time right now is truly precious. Since turning into a girl, I haven't had a single easy day. It's truly a disaster at every turn, enduring endless suffering. In order to catch a glimpse of Shatsung, Ming Jinlu and Hong Yin waited for a long time at the school gate. Finally, as dusk approached and most students had nearly left, a striking figure slowly walked towards the school gate, stepping into the radiant sunset. However, on her adorable yet melancholic face an endless sorrow was visible, as if she were burdened by countless troubles, appearing quite dispirited. Hong Yin, look. It's classmate Shatsung. Haha, that's great. I thought she had already left the school today. Seeing Ming Jinlu's expression instantly transform with visible excitement, Hong Yin couldn't help but smile slightly and remark. It's clear that you really like classmate Shatsung, Ming Jinlu. Well. Hee. Ming Jinlu scratched his head in embarrassment but did not outright deny it. When Shatsung was nearing the school gate, Ming Jinlu finally mustered the courage to wave at her and called out, Hey! Classmate Shatsung? Over here. Hearing someone call her name, Shatsung lifted her sorrowful face and looked in the direction of the voice. Ming Jinlu? Yes, it's me. Curiously, Shatsung walked towards them. Once she stood in front of Ming Jinlu, Shatsung glanced at Hong Yin beside him but did not pay much attention. She curiously asked Ming Jinlu, Excuse me, Ming Jinlu, is there something you wanted to talk to me about? That. Haha. Ming Jinlu became so nervous that he started to stutter. Hong Yin playfully poked him in the back to remind him not to be so tense. Ming Jinlu then made an effort to calm himself down and responded with a sunny smiling face. About that. I'm really sorry for what happened last time. What happened last time? It's just. Didn't you say you wanted to meet Lao Lin? Due to some special circumstances we happened to encounter some trouble, so we had to postpone temporarily. I'm very sorry for making you wait. Ming Jinlu pressed his palms together and sincerely apologized. Shatsung smiled gently and waved her hand. It's okay. I'm not angry. However, Ming Jinlu, you came specifically to find me today and waited here. Is it possible that? Yes, that's right. Today just happens to be a good time, so if you want to meet Lao Lin, now is the best opportunity to say what you want to say. Really? Upon hearing this news, Sha Kangfeng's originally heart-wrenchingly beautiful and cute face instantly radiated with vibrant brilliance, her sparkling big eyes shimmering with enchanting light, looking absolutely stunning. Especially when she smiled at that moment, Ming Jinlu felt utterly captivated. Indeed, classmate Sha Tsang was the most adorable girl in the world. Sha Tsangfeng inquired further, "Can you take me to meet Luo Lin today?" It's just... Well, Lao Lin is still at my house, so if you want to see him, why don't you come home with us? I see. But don't worry. If it gets late, I'll personally make sure to take you home. I wouldn't let such a cute girl like you walk alone at night. Ming Jinlu quickly clarified. After thinking for a moment, Sha Tsangfeng smiled adorably and readily agreed, "Then I will trouble you both today." You agreed? Yes. After all, I do have something very important to discuss with Luo Lin. If you don't mind, may I ask what this important matter is? Sha Tsangfeng, upon hearing this, shyly averted her gaze. Her shy and adorable demeanor made Ming Jinlu both fond and anxious. Oh no. Could it be that she is really going to confess her feelings? So Sha Tsang indeed prefers boys like Lao Lin. Oh no. Thinking of this, Ming Jinlu felt a sharp pain in his heart, but he also realized that he wouldn't truly be unable to understand if Sha Tsang really had feelings for Lao Lin. After all, in his view, Luo Lin was handsome, reliable, had a good personality, was gentle and considerate, capable of handling chores, and had a meticulous mind. He was intelligent and never panicked in difficult situations, always thinking calmly. With Luo Lin by his side, everything seemed easier. He was so dependable that it was intoxicating. Huh. Wait a minute. Ming Jinlu suddenly realized that he was constantly affirming Luo Lin's charm. No. I can't keep praising him like this, or it'll become strange, haha. I need to think of Lao Lin's flaws. Upon careful consideration, he realized that he had quite a few flaws. He was very clear about his likes and dislikes, kind to close friends, yet indifferent to the feelings of strangers. He was also quite narcissistic, often speaking arrogantly and lying without a hint of shame. Haha. That stubborn Lao Lin, right? He also had the funny habit of boasting. While Ming Jinlu mused over these thoughts, he found them amusing and quite entertaining. Ming Jinlu. Sha Kangfeng's voice instantly brought Ming Jinlu back to reality. Oh no, he had gotten lost in thoughts of Lao Lin while facing Sha Tsangfeng. That darn stubborn Lao Lin, he even caused me to embarrass myself in front of Sha Tsang. It's all his fault. Haha, sorry, I was a bit distracted just now. It's nothing. I just felt that you seemed really happy just now. Were you thinking of something interesting? No. That's not it. Then since that's the case, let's not delay any longer. Let's go. Okay, follow me. Speaking of which, this is my first time visiting a boy's house. I'm a bit nervous. It's fine, Lao Lin is the only one at home and my parents work outside. I see. Ming Jinlu felt equally nervous. He never expected that his home would be the first boy's house that Sha Tsangfeng would visit. Oh, what an honored feeling. Fortunately, Lao Lin has been managing the house, keeping it clean and sanitary. If it were just him living alone before, he couldn't imagine how it would be if Sha Tsangfeng stepped into his messy home. He would feel it would be an insult to her. On the way home, Sha Tsangfeng clearly noticed Hong Yin, who had been following him, and finally asked out of curiosity. May I ask who you are? Hong Yin, who was walking, did not expect Sha Tsangfeng to suddenly speak to her and immediately became flustered and socially anxious. At this moment, Ming Jinlu quickly introduced her to Sha Tsangfeng, saying, "Her name is Mei Dao Hong Yin, a good friend of mine and old Lin's." Oh, I see, so you are Ming Jinlia's friend. Does Mei Dao's family live around here too? No. Hong Yin has been at my house these past 2 days attending study sessions with us, so she is going back with us today. Study sessions? Hong Yin is the librarian, you know. Don't let her appearance fool you, her grades are quite good, ha. Right? Hong Yin, standing beside them, was somewhat speechless. She replied, "What do you mean by don't let my appearance fool you? Ugh, Ming Jinliu, you really are something." Then, Hong Yin actively explained to Sha Zongfeng, haha. Please don't worry, I won't interrupt when you discuss things. I am indeed very good friends with Loring and Ming Jinliu. We've been discussing study matters these past 2 days because Ming Jinliu's grades have been slipping quite a bit recently and he has received a lot of criticism from the teachers. Oh, I see. Sha Zongfeng suddenly understood. His curiosity was satisfied and he did not care much about Ming Jinliu's situation. Meanwhile, the innocent Ming Jinliu felt like cursing. When did he suddenly become the bottom of the class? When did he become the bad student who got criticized so much? Why did Hong Yin have to say such things in front of Sha Zongfeng? Ugh, wasn't this ruining his good impression in front of her? Ming Jinliu dejectedly lowered his head. Hong Yin, however, secretly smiled. You just said bad things about me and now it's my turn to get back at you, fair enough. After returning home, Ming Jinliu specifically pressed the doorbell, then opened the door. Standing at the entrance, he shouted into the room, "Hold Lin, we're back." As soon as he finished speaking, there was immediately a commotion inside as Loring came over holding a plate of freshly cut fruit, wearing a pair of big slippers and even still dressed in his morning pajamas, walking over eagerly from the living room. He called out while walking, "Oh, you guys are back, come, I just prepared some fruit platters, ha, your timing is perfect." However, as soon as he saw Sha Zongfeng standing next to Ming Jinliu, his smile instantly vanished and his originally enthusiastic attitude suddenly dampened. It's you really came," Loring said somewhat ungraciously. Ming Jinliu quickly said in a low voice, "Hey old Lin, it's rare for Sha Zongfeng to visit, don't be so cold." "Ah, fine. Sha Zongfeng, please come in." Upon hearing this, Sha Zongfeng politely bowed and said, "Sorry for the intrusion." Everyone entered the living room. Loring had already sat down on the sofa, propped up one leg, and started to leisurely eat the fruit platter on his lap. Seeing the three still standing there, Loring had to gesture and say, "Please sit down, Sha Zongfeng. Didn't you come to find me? Just sit over there." He pointed to the sofa opposite him. Sha Zongfeng obediently sat down, but before starting the discussion he clearly glanced at Ming Jinliu and Hong Yin standing on the other side. The meaning he wanted to express was clear. He hoped they would leave and not be a hindrance here. Ming Jinliu immediately reacted and jokingly said, "Then you guys go ahead and talk, you'll head to my room first. I need to organize some things, so I won't disturb you." Following that, Hong Yin awkwardly said, "You'll head to my room too, you guys chat, haha. Mei Dao, do you also have a room here?" Sha Zongfeng asked in surprise. No. What I meant was I can go to Loring's room to avoid you for a while. It sounds like Mei Dao is quite familiar with Loring's room. Do you often visit boys' rooms? That's not the case. I've only been to one boy's room, Loring's. Hong Yin explained repeatedly, her face flushed. Sha Zongfeng nodded in a daze, indicating that he understood. However, just as Ming Jinliu and Hong Yin were about to leave, Loring's voice suddenly rang out, powerful and resolute. "Where do you think you are going? Come back, there's nothing to avoid here." "But..." Ming Jinliu hesitated. "But what?" "Come back. Sit down." "Loring, if we stay, will we disturb you?" Hong Yin asked. "Hong Yin, sit next to me." At this point, Loring even patted the sofa beside him. His bold action made Hong Yin's heart race and flutter. However, Sha Zongfeng clearly wanted them to excuse themselves. Loring, however, insisted on keeping them there. What should they do? In the end, between Sha Zongfeng and Loring, Hong Yin decisively chose Loring. Following his intention, she actively sat to Loring's left. Due to the close distance, their thighs nearly touched. Hong Yin felt immensely happy, almost unable to suppress her smile. On the other side, Ming Jinliu looked back and forth between Loring and Sha Zongfeng several times. Ultimately, under Loring's meaningful gaze, he walked over and sat on Loring's right side, also very close, sitting side by side. Once both of them were seated, Loring stretched out his arms wide and embraced both Hong Yin and Ming Jinliu at their waists, pulling them toward himself with force. X22 surprised exclamations rang out. Hong Yin and Ming Jinlu were pulled into Loring's embrace. "Old Lin, what are you doing?" Ming Jinlu felt ashamed when Loring acted like this in front of Sha Tsungfeng. "Loring, what happened? Why have you suddenly become so bold?" Hong Yin, feeling flustered, also unconsciously leaned closer. She seemed to thoroughly enjoy the feeling of being tightly held in his arms, and more importantly, this was a gesture of intimacy made by Loring himself. Meanwhile, Sha Tsungfeng looked at Loring, who was hugging them closely, with some confusion, and asked with a smile that was hard to maintain. Mr. Loring, may I ask what this is?" "Sha Tsungfeng, you saw it too. The one on the right, Ming Jinliu, is my best brother, no exceptions. And the one on the left, Hong Yin, is also my best female friend, no exceptions." Loring showcased both of them while saying, "So there are no secrets between me and them. There is nothing they need to avoid in front of me, and nothing they cannot hear. Now, Sha Tsungfeng, do you understand what I mean?" "Yes, I see." Sha Tsungfeng forced a smile, signaling her understanding. But she was also very clear. Loring's action was simply a slap in her face. She wanted Ming Jinlu and Hong Yin to excuse themselves, but Loring stubbornly refused to allow it. The meaning was also very clear. He was giving her a warning. "Old Lin, what are you doing? It's so embarrassing to say that in front of others. Don't you feel shy?" Although being said this way made Ming Jinlu very happy and touched, she still felt super ashamed in front of Sha Tsungfeng, her face burning. At the same time, Hong Yin was also screaming inside. It turned out that in Loring's heart her status was so high, so important. She actually was his best female friend, the number one kind. How could this not make her fall madly in love? Since she was already number one, why not just get married? This is wonderful. The future of a happy life is definitely secure. The steaming teacups on the table emitted wisps of warmth, while the evening glow of the sunset shone through the window, spreading warmth across the floor and infusing the entire living room with a sense of cozy vitality. However, the atmosphere surrounding the 3 cups of hot tea appeared rather unpleasant. Loring's gaze was cold and filled with a sense of distance. Although the two had previously known each other through Ming Jinliu's connections, Loring had never considered her a friend. They had exchanged only a few words. Feeling the uncomfortable chill in the air, Ming Jinlu instinctively wanted to ease the tension, but this was a matter between Loring and Sha Tsungfeng. He and Hong Yin sitting here were merely outsiders with no room to interject. Under Loring's unblinking gaze, Sha Tsungfeng lowered her head, shyly gripping her short skirt with both hands, momentarily unsure of how to begin. Finally, Ming Jinlu could not bear to see the girl he liked being put in such a difficult position. He could not help but poke Loring from behind, whispering, "Hey, old Lin, don't be so serious. Can't you see you're scaring Sha Tsung, classmate? You promised me you wouldn't bully Sha Tsung, classmate. She hasn't done anything wrong, has she? She hasn't done anything to upset you, right?" Hearing Ming Jinlu speak up for her, Loring glanced at him. With a sigh, he finally softened his stern expression, becoming somewhat friendlier. He forced out a smile that was relatively amiable, picked up the hot tea before him, and asked, "All right, in the spirit of Ming Jinlu, Sha Tsung, classmate, what is it that you need from me? You might as well just say it outright." After regaining her composure, Sha Tsungfeng adjusted her nervousness slightly and shyly smiled. "Actually, there is indeed something I hope Mr. Loring could help me with." Helping someone requires a reward, Sha Tsung, classmate. You surely came with sufficient sincerity, right? What? Sha Tsungfeng was taken aback. With her hands empty, just a backpack in her possession, what gifts could she possibly have? "Sha Tsung, classmate, what's wrong?" "Oh no, it's nothing. But I see your hands are empty and you don't seem to have much money. You wouldn't come here with no sincerity hoping to get help from others, would you?" This. Perhaps it was due to her natural beauty. Sha Tsungfeng had always been a star-level figure, and whenever she sought help from others, especially boys, they were all grateful and honored to assist her. It seems that having a super beauty like Sha Tsungfeng ask for their help was a blessing they could only dream of. But with Loring it was completely different. Goodness, he didn't regard her as anything special at all. The stark contrast in treatment left Sha Feng a bit dazed, her heart fluttering with anxiety, leaving a deep impression. But she really came without any preparation today. Just as Lauren had pointed out. She had taken the privilege of enjoying free assistance from others for granted, so she came seeking help without thinking twice. I'm sorry, I truly didn't bring any gifts today, but if Mr. Lauren can help me, I can promise any kind of reward you desire afterwards. Oh, is that true? Lauren was waiting for this statement. Yes, as long as you can help me fulfill my wish, I'm willing to do anything. Willing to do anything? Lauren instantly released the hold he had on Ming Jin Lu, and Hong Yin stood up and leaned forward, bringing his face dangerously close to Sha Feng. The sudden closeness startled Sha Feng, causing a charming blush to spread across her fair and beautiful face. Mr. Lauren. She was a bit flustered. But Lauren fixed his gaze on her eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smirk resembling an evil slave trader eyeing a lovely prey. You just said you're willing to do anything? Do you understand how much misunderstanding your words can create? Misunderstanding? Exactly. What you call being willing to do anything, do you really mean anything? In front of Sha Feng. Lauren's gaze slowly traveled down from her eyes to her lips, from her neck to her chest, from her abdomen to her thighs. His unabashed gaze was suffused with a sense of wickedness and wildness. In an instant, Sha Feng felt as if she had been completely seen through, and she instinctively shrank back, curling up protectively, her eyes glistening with a hint of tears. Her voice trembled as she retorted, "Please don't bully me like that. I did say I was willing to do anything, but I must refuse any indecent proposals. After all, such things could only be offered to the person she loved the most, to the one she treasured most." Unexpectedly, Lauren burst into laughter. "Come on, right now, you're the one asking for my help. I only want to get what I desire. As for what you think, does it matter to me? Why? Aren't we friends? Yet you would treat me like this? Could it be? Mr. Lauren, do you actually dislike me?" "No, I like you very much." Normally anyone could tell that Lauren's words were layered with meaning beneath his forced smile. However, after those words were spoken, not only did Sha Feng suddenly look surprised, but even Lauren, who had stood up, pulled back his hands with great force, a strength that was hard to believe. As soon as he sat back down, he was bombarded with questions from both sides. "Old Lin, what exactly did that statement mean? Do you like Sha classmate? Are you joking or serious?" Ming Jin Lu was on the verge of collapsing, his mind and thoughts in utter chaos. "Lauren, what did you just say? You like her? You like her? Why is this happening? This can't be true, tell me this isn't real. Didn't you say you liked me?" The frantic bombardment from both sides left Lauren equally confused. What on earth was going on with these two? Anyone with common sense could see that the statement he just made could not be interpreted as a confession. Who would use such a tone and attitude to confess to someone? With Ming Jin Lu and Hong Yin causing a ruckus, Lauren's once clear thoughts became somewhat muddled. After firmly holding the two of them down, Lauren scolded them. "You both need to be quiet for a moment. I haven't finished speaking yet and you're already jumping in. Don't you know it's very impolite to interrupt someone while they're talking? Lao Lin, you have manners." Ming Jin Lu was shocked. A threatening elongated sound. Ming Jin Lu immediately obediently closed her mouth. As for the still somewhat confused Hong Yin, Lauren leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Don't forget who she likes. It's one thing for Ming Jin Lu to be a fool, but Hong Yin, I believe you'll understand me." Lauren. Confess to her? Haha. Do you really think that's possible? So Lauren, are you implying? Isn't it for some infatuated young man? Hong Yin now fully understood. She lowered her head a bit in embarrassment and apologized. "I'm sorry, I was just a bit too nervous. After all, Sha classmate is so beautiful, I thought you really would like her and confess to her." "I wouldn't confess to her even if I confessed to you." "Really? Alright, in any case, learn to be calm, don't always be so reckless. I'm sorry. With the heavy stone in her heart lifted, Hong Yin's smile blossomed once more. Paired with her large glasses and the innocent look of a neighborhood girl, she was quite adorable. After restraining Ming Jinlu and Hong Yin, Lauren turned back to Shutsung Feng, raising a polite faint smile, and asked again, what did Shutsung classmates say earlier? We are friends. Aren't we? Friends. In Shutsung classmates' heart, am I your friend? Ming Jinlu is my friend and Lauren is Ming Jinlia's friend, so I believe we should also be friends, right? Am I the only one who thinks so? Shutsung Feng asked sadly. Ming Jinliu, upon hearing that Shutsung Feng considered them friends, was secretly overjoyed. Ye being recognized as a good friend is wonderful. He was immensely happy. However, Lauren showed little change, still wearing that distinctly distant smiling expression. But when he caught a glimpse of Ming Jinlia's secretly delighted expression out of the corner of his eye, he shrugged and replied. Alright, I also think we can be friends, but even among friends we must respect each other. If you have difficulties, I'm certainly willing to help, but that doesn't mean you can take advantage of me. After all, there are levels of relationships among friends. We don't seem close enough for that, do we? Then okay. Shutsung Feng understood. What are your conditions? Can you tell me first? If it's money, I have some pocket money. Oh no. Lauren and I'm not interested in money. Then what exactly do you want from me? Thinking back to Lauren's previous invasive glances and that beastly evil smile, Shutsung Feng still showed some fear. She emphasized, first, let me state in advance I will absolutely not agree to any indecent requests. You can't force a girl to do that, can you? I believe you wouldn't do that. You're not that kind of bad person. Oh. Indecent requests. Like what? Well, of course those indecent things. Shutsung Feng blushed, quickly retorting, if you don't specify, it'll be hard for me to comply. Woo. You're bullying me again. Shutsung Feng started to adopt a pitiful expression as if to say, if you keep bullying me, I will really cry for you to see. Hey Lao Lin. Ming Jinlu also shook Lauren's thigh, urging him to tone it down a bit and not always bully the poor girl. Lauren laughed heartily and then took the opportunity given by Ming Jinlu to change the subject. Alright, then you'll change my request. What do you want? A promise. What promise? I won't ask you to do anything indecent. As for the specifics, I haven't thought of them yet. You can owe me for now, and later when I think of it I will tell you. So at that time, Shutsung classmate can't refuse, you can only agree and accept the tasks I will entrust you with. How about that? Woo, it feels like I've been caught by a bad person. Lauren, you're so cunning. Just tell me whether you agree or not. You really won't ask me to do anything indecent? And nothing criminal either? And no dangerous things either? Also, nothing embarrassing like making me wear a collar and be your servant for a day? What? Shutsung classmate. Do you actually like that? No. Shutsung Feng turned back, her face instantly flushed, hurriedly waving her hands, explaining, I was just using that as a metaphor. Lauren, please don't take it seriously. What girl would enjoy being treated like that? Alright, I can agree to that. Oh, and enough. Why don't you just draft a contract for us to sign? Why can't I stop bringing it up? Why did you suddenly shout so loudly? You're so fierce. Stop rambling. Lauren, you're not gentle at all. Sorry, that's just how I am. As for that request, I can agree, but on the condition that Lauren will actively help me fulfill my wishes. Then that's not acceptable, eh? It depends on what you want me to do. If you want me to pluck stars and the moon from the sky for you, how am I supposed to do that? Oh, should I turn into Superman and fly up there? Not quite. I think it should be relatively simple for Lauren. You agree to my conditions first and then we'll talk business. You agree to help me first and then you'll agree to your conditions. Shutsung Feng became sly as well, turning the tables on the negotiation. Lauren frowned. The door is right there, please leave. Since Shatsang classmate is so lacking in sincerity pushing back and forth with me, you might as well return home and find someone else to help you. Seeing that Lauren was about to give up on helping, Shatsang Feng panicked and had to compromise. Alright, I agree to you, but you must also try your best to help me and not deliberately deceive or bully me. Haha. Good, remember what you said today. You owe me, Lauren, a promise. Don't be a treacherous person. Lauren is just like the big bad guy in the TV shows. What did you say? Oh no, I mean thank you, Lauren. I'm very happy to get your help. Now that all the preconditions have been discussed and settled, we can hear from Shatsang classmate about what exactly you are requesting. Please begin your performance. Lauren graciously gestured for him to start. Shatsang Feng hesitated for a moment, then shyly began to speak. Actually, what I want to ask of you is not complicated at all. I just what? Stop stalling, just say it already. Can't you be a bit more considerate? Hurry up, it's annoying. Very well. Thanks to someone, the shy and nervous Shatsang Feng no longer feels that way at all. She regained her composure and said, I hope Mr. Lauren can introduce me to someone. Huh? Since our first encounter, I have found it hard to forget that person, so I want to see her again no matter what. I know that person must have a good relationship with you, Mr. Lauren. You definitely know her. She is beautiful and charming, wearing our school's uniform. Ever since that day I think about her almost every night, missing her and wanting to know her name. Who? Shouldn't I be asking you that, Mr. Lauren? Why are you asking me? If you don't tell me who she is, how can I know if I know her? If I knew who she was, I wouldn't be asking you for help. In that moment, the two stared at each other while Lauren tried to calm himself down, starting to ask questions one by one. First, is it a male or a female? Female, and a very, very attractive and sunny girl full of charm. A charming girl? Lauren frowned, thinking hard, suddenly turning his gaze to the side at Hung Yin. Hung Yin was startled when she noticed Lauren looking at her. Lauren pointed at Hung Yin and asked Shatsang Feng, the charming girl you mentioned. Could it be Hung Yin? Huh? The words shocked both of them. Shatsang Feng, a bit angry, said, Please don't joke around. I'm not joking, Lauren replied innocently. Didn't you say that I know a girl who is charming? Hearing this, Hung Yin blushed, her hands on her face, feeling blissful and almost fainting. Lauren's words undoubtedly confirmed that in his heart she truly is a charming girl. However, compared to Hung Yin's sweet happiness, the reason Lauren said this was quite simple. He hadn't really known many girls, and the only one he could count as a girl was Hung Yin. Ming Jinlu didn't count, as he was a boy. Even if he became a super beauty, he would still be a boy. The person you are talking about isn't Hung Yin. How could it be her? Shatsang Feng's words made Hung Yin glare at her, feeling a bit annoyed. What does that mean? Are you implying that I'm not a charming girl? It's really irritating. Lauren also defended, Then I don't know, the only charming girl I know is Hung Yin. Hearing Lauren speak for her, Hung Yin happily nestled against him, then stuck her tongue out at Shatsang Feng in disdain, expressing her annoyance. If you say I'm not a charming girl, but so what? As long as Lauren likes me and finds me charming, that's enough. I don't need you to comment on me. Shatsang Feng was getting a bit anxious. This can't be, you clearly know her. What makes you so confident? What proof do you have? Well, Shatsang Feng hesitated, showing a conflicted expression, but in order to see the girl she had been thinking about, she finally gritted her teeth and took out the photo she had secretly taken on her phone, showing it to Lauren and everyone else. It was a photo from when Ming Jinlu had punched Lauren and was helping him into a taxi. As soon as this photo appeared, everyone at the scene was shocked, and Shatsang Feng specifically pointed at the blue-haired girl in the photo, emphasizing, the girl I'm talking about is her. It's her. Mr. Lauren. At this point, do you still dare to say you don't know her? You both looked so close then it was almost enough to make one jealous. Among the three, Ming Jinlu was the first to point at the girl in the photo and shout, I thought it was some girl, but isn't this just me? Huh? Goodness. Shatsang Feng was also stunned into silence by his loud voice. Fortunately, Lauren reacted quickly pressing down on Ming Jin Liu's head to draw Shutsang Feng's attention, then deliberately laughed loudly. It's not like that, Shutsang classmate, you heard wrong. Ming Jin Liu means. The girl in the photo is not only someone I know, but he knows her too, haha. Ming Jin Liu knows her too. Yes. I thought you were wondering who that girl you had been thinking about was, and it turns out it's her. So why did Ming Jin Liu just say? Oh, this is because of a very coincidental connection. You definitely can't guess it, but the super beauty you have been thinking about, her name is also Ming Jin Liu, so that's why Ming Jin Liu made that misunderstanding. She is also named Ming Jin Liu? Shutsang Feng exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Lauren nodded. Yes, haha, so you want me to be an introducer to introduce her to you? That's right. Very well. He successfully diverted the topic. Lauren sighed in relief while Ming Jin Liu's mood became very complicated. Why? Why does Shutsang classmate care so much about her feminine self? It would be better for Shutsang classmate to confess to Lauren directly. Ming Jin Liu suddenly looked pale. Shutsang Feng continued, but before that I have one very important question to ask Mr. Lauren. Please go ahead, Shutsang classmate. What is your relationship with that girl Ming Jin Liu? What relationship? Right, I saw how close you two were. It couldn't be that you are dating, right? As she reached this point, Shutsang Feng's voice trembled slightly. Lauren chuckled. How could that be? It's just a purely friendly relationship. Then does Mr. Lauren like the girl Ming Jin Liu? I do. What next? Three voices echoed simultaneously, and Lauren directly shot back at Ming Jin Liu and Hongyin. What are you surprised about? After that he continued to explain to Shutsang Feng, it's definitely a friendly kind of liking. In short, our relationship is indeed very good, extremely good, but it absolutely won't be romantic, that's it. Really? Shutsang Feng looked at him suspiciously. Of course. Is it really true? Yes. Is it really true? Hey, that's enough, don't take advantage of me. Phew. Then that's good, and now I can rest assured. The heavy stone in her heart also finally landed. Shutsang Feng also revealed a sunny and lovely smile that she hadn't shown in a long time, instantly allowing Lauren to truly see why this woman was called one of the two super idol level beauties of Xintia Academy. To be honest, when she smiles she really looks good. No wonder Ming Jin Liu is so infatuated with her. After careful consideration in his heart, Lauren raised his head again to face the idol-like beauty Shutsang Feng. His smile began to soften somewhat and his tone became gentler, no longer as cold and indifferent as before. Seeing how concerned you are about her, do you have feelings for her? In that instant Shutsang Feng slightly lowered her head, her fair cheeks tinged with a hint of red, revealing the affection of a young girl. Meanwhile Ming Jiliu was greatly shocked, feeling a bitter turmoil within. Hongyin couldn't care less, rather one might say she found it entertaining. As long as it didn't involve her Lauren, it was fine. Whether Shutsang Feng cared for the girl Ming Jiliu or the boy Ming Jiliu was of no concern to her, she just wanted to watch the excitement unfold. Shutsang Feng did not directly answer Lauren's question, but the shy demeanor she displayed clearly responded to him. Lauren understood and was clear about it. Alright, since that's the case, old Lin shall facilitate this. I can formally introduce her to you. Meeting such a beauty must surely be a delightful affair for her, right? What? Really? Mr. Lauren, did you just say she would be happy about our encounter? Is that true? That's right. As he spoke, Lauren's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Ming Jiliu beside him, who was evidently still in a complicated emotional state. Upon hearing that Lauren intended to introduce him to Shutsang Feng, he instinctively opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But for a moment he didn't know what to say. He could only feel that his heart was in turmoil. Then I shall leave it to you, Mr. Lauren. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Shutsang Feng kept bowing in gratitude. Clearly achieving this result was already the greatest joy for her. Given the circumstances, may I ask one question? Please, Mr. Lauren, feel free to ask. Your feelings for that girl. Are they romantic feelings? Exactly. His tone was firm and resolute without any hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lauren's expression became slightly grave. Is your orientation not towards boys? Must girls choose boys? It's not that it must be this way. It's just. Then it should be fine, right? But how can you be sure that the girl Mingjiliu would accept you? Perhaps she normally likes boys. These words left Shatsung Feng somewhat silent. After a long while she raised her head again, her gaze still resolute. Indeed, I can't yet know Mingjiliu's thoughts, but it doesn't matter. Regardless, I will rely on my efforts to attain the happiness I desire, even if I ultimately fail. At least until the outcome is revealed, I still have the chance to seek happiness, don't I? I didn't expect you to be so optimistic. This isn't optimism, I think. It must be fate's arrangement. Again with fate. Lauren sighed. Sometimes he truly despised this word, always talking about fate. What is fate? What is luck? Some people are born as protagonists, while others are fated from the start to be cannon fodder and supporting characters. Is this also fate? Is this what is called fate? Is it that everyone from birth to death follows a preset script, sacrificing everything? Cannon fodder and supporting characters, no matter how hard they try, cannot ultimately change the outcome. Protagonists, regardless of whether they slack off or strive, will eventually reach the pinnacle admired by all. Lauren does not believe in fate, but perhaps his disbelief in fate is also a part of fate's arrangement. It is a path he is destined to walk. An endless road. A road where he doesn't even know if it leads to an endless abyss or an Eden. Every time he realizes this, Lauren can't help but feel a twinge of sadness for himself and can't help but sigh. Why is life so difficult? Besides, he doesn't even know why he possesses the ability to traverse worlds after death. He doesn't know if others have such abilities. It feels as if there is a force controlling everything behind the scenes, and as for those so-called hidden hands, what they want from him and why they want him to act this way, he has no idea and cannot find out. He can only walk alone, as if wandering in the dark, stumbling forward. To be honest, sometimes he truly feels very, very tired. But what can be done? Commit suicide? Once dead, it would only be a new cycle, not a complete end. He truly has no way out. He can only walk this path to the end, hoping that when he finally reaches the conclusion, he will uncover all the truths. Alright Shatsung, since everything has been settled and it's getting late, let's exchange contact information and then you can head home. Lauren took out his phone and handed it to her, prompting Shatsung phone to create a new contact on it. Shall we exchange contact information? I'll tell the girl Mingjiliu, and if the time and place are suitable, I'll contact you. Otherwise you wouldn't want others to wait for you at the school gate every time, would you? If you don't mind the trouble others won't either. I see. Please do. Lauren handed her the phone. After Shatsung phone took it, she also took out her phone and they called each other. Finally she saved the contact. After returning the phone to Lauren, she looked at the new contact on her phone. She couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected one day a boy's name would actually appear in my phone's contact list. You don't have any boys in your phone? No, so Mr. Lauren is the first boy I've added to my phone. Oh, that's fine. He was indifferent. But Mingjiliu was very concerned. The first boy in Shikang's contact list turned out to be old Lin. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Shatsung for her contact information first. He always lacked the courage to say it, and now he was overtaken by old Lin. He felt so careless. But he envied it. If only that first boy were him. After everything was discussed, the sky had nearly completely darkened. It was time to say goodbye. Lauren turned to Mingjiliu beside him and said, It's getting late, Mingjiliu, you should take Shatsung home. Alright. Mingjiliu had originally planned to do just that. However, Shatsung Feng, who stood up, smiled and shook her head, declining, My home isn't far from here, so there's no need for you to trouble Mingjiliu. By the way, isn't Mrs. Shimisan going home yet? Before the somewhat flustered Hong Yin could respond, Lauren directly spoke for her. She still has to stay and cook. That's a punishment game from yesterday. After dinner she still has to wash the dishes before heading home. Of course. It'll take her back. I see. Shutsang Feng nodded, somewhat understanding. Hong Yin thought Lauren's ability to fabricate lies so easily was truly impressive. He didn't even blush, as if all he said was the truth. Lauren continued, besides, let Ming Jiliu take you home. It's alright. Shut up, do you think I'm discussing this with you? It's late and you're such a beautiful girl wandering outside. If something happens it would be a problem for us. There's no room for refusal, just accept this service obediently. Do you hear me? Lauren's firm attitude left Shutsang Feng momentarily speechless. She hesitated, glancing at the hopeful Ming Jiliu, then at Lauren's demeanor. In the end she had no choice but to compromise and agree. Seeing Shutsang Feng agree, Ming Jiliu's expression was filled with joy. She secretly thanked Lauren, saying, "Thank you, old Lin. The opportunity has been given to you, the rest depends on you. Just don't let her encounter any accidents. Rest assured I will protect her with my life." Humph, lovesick boy. Lauren shook his head with a smile, choosing not to say anything more. Night fell. Beneath the starry sky the evening breeze was filled with coolness, stirring a whirl of thoughts within. Since leaving home, although it was Shutsang Feng who agreed to let him escort her back, it was mostly Ming Jinlu who walked behind her, and they had never walked side by side even once. Ming Jinlu had actually thought several times about taking the initiative to walk alongside Shutsang Feng, but each time he lost his courage at the last moment. Shutsang Feng continued to walk ahead, leaving him only the sight of her back. The streets at night were less noisy than during the day, yet they brought a sense of peace and tranquility that was absent in the daytime. Ming Jinlu wanted to strike up a conversation, cherishing this rare opportunity to be alone with her. Even just to walk together and chat would be nice. But the key was, she seemed to have no desire to talk to him at all, otherwise she wouldn't have remained silent, not saying a single word. Did she feel that being with him was simply too boring? Was that why she didn't want to say a word? Ming Jinlu couldn't fathom what Shutsang Feng was thinking, as he seemed destined to remain here silently watching her back. Ah, how awkward. For some reason Ming Jinlu suddenly felt a twinge of regret, wondering if he should have suggested sending her home at all. If it were Lao Lin sending Shutsang Feng home instead of him, surely the atmosphere wouldn't have turned out this awkward. The awkwardness reached a point where neither of them exchanged a single word. Even if he wanted to initiate a conversation, he didn't know what to say. If only Lao Lin were here. Ming Jinlu suddenly found himself missing Lauren, who was still at home. If Lauren were by his side, everything would surely be smoother. After all, when they were at home earlier, only Lao Lin could converse so happily with Shutsang Feng, even exchanging contact information. Just like that, he accomplished something he hadn't done in a long time. No, he really wanted to escape. Lao Lin, save me. Just then Shutsang Feng suddenly stopped in front of him, causing Ming Jinliu, who had been lost in thought, to nearly bump into her. Thankfully he stopped just in time and couldn't help but ask, Shutsang Feng? Is something wrong? Shutsang Feng turned around to look at him, offering a polite smile. Ming Jinliu, my home is almost here, so let's stop here, shall we? Was she trying to dismiss him? Ming Jinliu felt a pang of sadness. But, Shutsang Feng, how about I walk you to the apartment building? Ahaha, don't worry, once I drop you off at your apartment's entrance I'll leave immediately and won't disturb you. No, I'm not trying to brush off Ming Jinliu. I'm sorry. You clearly said you didn't need anyone to escort you, yet that guy Lao Lin insisted on doing so. I'm sorry. Did it annoy you? Ming Jinliu felt very apologetic about this. He didn't want Shutsang Feng to feel annoyed because of his insistence. However, upon hearing this, Shutsang Feng shook her head. How could I dislike it? I believe Mr. Lauren was just concerned for my safety. It's you who took the trouble to accompany me home, and I apologize for that. Oh no, how could that be? Haha, I'm actually quite happy to walk Shutsang Feng home. I wouldn't feel comfortable letting a girl walk alone on a dangerous night road. Is that so? Hee, you boys sometimes really like to worry, don't you? Perhaps that's true, haha. Ming Jinlu scratched his head a bit shyly. But, thank you. Sha Zhangfeng, you're too polite. Thanks to Ming Jinliu's help today, I was able to see Mr. Lauren smoothly at your home and fulfill my wish. Seeing Sha Zhangfeng's satisfied and happy expression, Ming Jinlu felt somewhat downcast. He opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally asked Sha Zhangfeng, "Do you really have feelings for that girl, Ming Jinlu?" "Oh yes, it was love at first sight." Sha Zhangfeng openly admitted it, then intertwined her hands behind her back, strolling under the starry moonlight. When she turned to smile at him, Ming Jinlu felt as if he had seen an angel. His eyes were filled with her radiant beauty, and he couldn't help but murmur, "So beautiful." Oh yes, the night sky is indeed very beautiful today. Sha Zhangfeng thought he was referring to the stars overhead. Ming Jinlu wanted to explain that the beautiful one wasn't the night sky but her. However, the words were on the tip of his tongue, yet he swallowed them back. He simply went along with her words, saying, "Yes, tonight is indeed beautiful." Just then, Sha Zhangfeng looked up at the starry sky and couldn't help but wistfully murmur, "But even such a beautiful night sky pales compared to her charm." "Mr. Lauren said you know the girl Ming Jinliu, right?" Well, I suppose I know her." Haha. Suddenly being asked this, Ming Jinlu felt immensely awkward. "Can you tell me what kind of girl she is? I always want to know more about her. I care about her too much." At this moment, what could Ming Jinlu say? What should he say? He wasn't even sure what specific qualities he had. In his view, he was an utterly ordinary person with an average appearance and physique. Even his family background was quite ordinary. If he were thrown into a crowd, he would probably be completely overlooked. However, if he were to describe what kind of person Lauren was, he could go on and on about it, haha. Seeing him silent for a long time, Sha Zhangfeng looked at him with curiosity. "Ming Jinlu? I'm sorry. Actually, if you really want to ask me these questions, I'm not very clear either. Perhaps everyone has different views of others. I think evaluating others behind their backs is quite impolite." Upon hearing this, Sha Zhangfeng was momentarily stunned, then smiled in understanding. "That's true. I didn't expect Ming Jinlu to be such a gentle person. I have a newfound respect for you." "Really?" Ming Jinlu cheered inwardly. "Yay." Sha Zhangfeng praised him. "Gossiping about girls behind their backs is indeed a rude behavior. I'm sorry, forget what I said earlier. What kind of person she is, I believe I will know when we meet in person. I will find my own way to understand her and get close to her." Thinking about how they would meet soon, Sha Zhangfeng felt her heart racing more for her. "I wonder where that girl Ming Jinlu is now and what she is doing. If possible, I really want to see her right now." Meanwhile, in another kitchen, Hong Yin was preparing dinner with Luo Lin. Originally, Luo Lin wanted to do it alone, but Hong Yin insisted otherwise. She insisted on cooking dinner with Luo Lin for a simple reason: he was still a patient and his injuries had not yet healed. Fine. In truth, she simply wanted to spend more time with Luo Lin. Luo Lin. You mentioned before introducing Ming Jinlu to Shatsang. Is that really a good idea? What if Shatsang really falls for Ming Jinlu? Then it depends on Ming Jinliu's own capabilities. Luo Lin chuckled lightly. Hong Yin was puzzled. "Are you suggesting Ming Jinlu should pursue Shatsang?" "I think Ming Jinlu would certainly have that question too. Let's wait for him to return and hear his thoughts. At least I feel he should be happy about it." "Really?" "Because for him there might not be a better opportunity. Otherwise, with Shikang's personality combined with Ming Jinliu's honest and somewhat naive nature, making progress with the girl he likes would be incredibly difficult." "So Luo Lin, are you trying to help Ming Jinlu? He has taken care of me for so long, yet this small gesture is just my way of repaying him, haha." "Indeed. Luo Lin, you are really a good person. Haha, that's enough praise for now, or I'll truly become proud, and that wouldn't be a good thing. It can lead to narcissism." "It's okay, no matter how you change, I won't mind, hee hee. You are quite adaptable. Ugh, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? It's nothing really. Feeling overly shy, Hongyin hesitated. Although she wanted to muster the courage to say what was on her mind, she didn't know why. She always backed down at critical moments. Ugh, she felt disgusted with herself for being so timid. By the way, Hongyin. Are you staying over tonight? Are you trying to kick me out? Hongyin instantly looked distraught, like a little dog about to be abandoned, revealing a pitiful expression, pleading with Luo Lin not to send her away. Ugh, I'm sorry, am I really causing trouble for you here? Luo Lin quickly shook his head, awkwardly laughing as he explained. I'm not trying to kick you out, I was just asking. After all, you're not a girl, right? Living under the same roof with two men, I was worried you might feel uncomfortable. If you are still worried about my injuries, there's no need to force yourself to stay. Look at me now, I'm perfectly fine. I won't feel uncomfortable, so please let me stay. Ugh. Is it alright not to go home for a long time? Mr. Seppuku Black Rabbit will help watch the house. Should I bring him to meet you and Luo Lin next time? I don't mind. However, Mr. Seppuku Black Rabbit can sometimes be quite rude when he talks, just like I can be after transforming, very crude. Haha, it's fine, you'll deal with him. If the doll's mouth is dirty, he probably deserves a beating. A good thumping will fix it right up. As he said this, Luo Lin raised his fist playfully, showing off, which made Hongyin smile happily. He continued. If you don't mind, you can stay a few more days, but where will you put your change of clothes? I hadn't thought about that. Where did you put them before? In your wardrobe. What? Those women's undergarments in my wardrobe are yours. Luo Lin was taken aback. Hongyin quickly waved her hands, her face flushed. Luo Lin, don't shout so loudly, it's embarrassing. I didn't know where else to put them at the time, and your wardrobe looked so spacious, so I just put them there. Oh my god, I thought those were bought by Ming Jinlu and left here. Ming Jinlu? After all, he sometimes transforms into a woman, so it would be normal for him to have a few sets of women's clothes, right? That does make sense, hee. But I didn't expect those undergarments to be yours, Hongyin. And I must say they are quite beautiful. Upon hearing him say that, Hongyin's face flushed even more, but she couldn't hide her joy as she inquired, do you really think they are beautiful? Yeah. In truth, it was just a polite remark from Luo Lin, a joke. But Hongyin took it seriously. That's great. If you like them, then it's wonderful. I was worried they might be too old-fashioned. But I wonder which one you like the most. That. This question completely stumped Luo Lin. How would he know? He only saw a pile of women's undergarments in the wardrobe and didn't look closely, let alone pick and choose which one he liked best. He wasn't a weirdo or a pervert. I like them all. All of them. Oh yes. That's right, haha. I, Luo Lin, am not picky about these things. In fact, whether the undergarments are pretty or not is not important. What's important is who wears them. Upon hearing this, Hongyin instantly understood. Luo Lin meant that he would like them all as long as she wore them right. Ugh, oh my god. Luo Lin, how bold of you to say that. Hongyin internally felt like she was about to scream in excitement. However, Luo Lin quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling relieved, thinking, oh no, I almost ruined my reputation and was nearly seen as a pervert. Luckily, I managed to dodge it in time. While Hongyin was gradually lost in her beautiful fantasies about the future, even thinking about what to name their children, Luo Lin was worried about Ming Jinliu, who was sending someone home. He wondered how things were going for him. Meanwhile, downstairs of a luxurious apartment, Ming Jinlu had successfully completed the task of being a flower escort. Well, Shutsang, according to our agreement, I've brought you here. Thank you, Ming Jinlu. Hee, no problem. It's getting late, so I won't disturb you. They'll be going now. Just as he happily turned to leave, Shutsang called out to him from behind. Ming Jinlu. Is there anything else, Shatsang? Regarding our agreement, please have Mr. Luo Lin contact me as soon as possible. I will always be waiting. Okay. I got it. Thank you, then see you tomorrow. After leaving a charming smile, Shatsung finally turned around satisfied and gradually disappeared through the apartment's main door, leaving Ming Jinlu standing alone sighing to the sky, unsure of how the future would unfold. Ugh! Why is this happening? Why, after finally winning Shikang's heart, must it be in the form of a girl? This is so unfair. Night. By the time Ming Jinlu returned from outside, dinner was almost ready. After everyone had their fill, they sat leisurely on the sofa watching television. However, Ming Jinli's mind was preoccupied with thoughts about Sha Zhangfeng. Out of the corner of his eye, he occasionally stole glances at Lauren, who was lying sideways on the sofa. He wanted to ask something but didn't know where to start. Lauren was also contemplating many things. Even though the television in front of him was playing various entertaining programs, his thoughts were elsewhere. Whether it was about Sha Zhangfeng or that red-haired Kempha student council president, he felt that as the investigation deepened, many of his questions only grew more numerous. As for Hong Yin, she was sitting on the same sofa as Lauren. With Lauren lying sideways, his head facing her, she noticed he was propping his head up with his right hand, looking rather tired. Blushing slightly, she mustered up the courage to speak. Isn't it tiring to lie like that? Lauren looked at her with a puzzled expression, seemingly unsure why she suddenly said that. Hong Yin didn't elaborate much, but with a hint of shyness she gently patted her thighs together and said, "If you don't mind, you can lean over a bit more. It should be much more comfortable with something to rest your head on." Hong Yin. What are you? Haha, isn't that a bit inappropriate? It's fine, I won't mind. Or do you not like it? Seeing Hong Yin's gradually disappointed expression, Lauren hesitated for a moment. Hong Yin, do you care about boys like this? No. The only boy I know so far is you, Lauren. Just me. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lauren couldn't help but laugh. He turned his gaze towards Ming Jinlu and said, could it be that in Hong Yin's mind Ming Jinlu is completely categorized as a girl? That's not what I meant. Realizing she had misspoken in her moment of panic, Hong Yin shook her head vigorously. After teasing her a bit, Lauren decided to stop joking. However, looking at the girl who had offered him her lap pillow, he glanced back and forth for a while. Unable to resist temptation, he asked, wait. Are you really letting me lean on you for a moment? Of course. Just don't know if you're willing. Then I won't be polite. Lauren immediately shifted over and rested his head on her lap. The weight pressing down immediately conveyed a clear sensation to Hong Yin's thighs, and Lauren's short hair was making her feel a bit ticklish. So this is what it feels like to have a boy's lap pillow? For the first time, Hong Yin truly experienced this, not in a comic or a drama but in real life. Thank you heavens, being alive is truly wonderful. Can I touch your head? She said, surprising everyone again. Lauren was taken aback. What does she want to touch? Hong Yin. What did you just say? I mean, can I touch your head? Oh, that's what you meant. Lauren thought she was asking for something else and startled himself. Then, lying sideways, he casually replied, as long as you don't mind the oil in my hair, feel free to touch however you like. Speaking of which, I haven't washed my hair in 3 days, haha, I recommend you don't touch my hair. It's fine. I won't mind. After saying this, Hong Yin gently placed her hand on Lauren's head, running her fingers through his soft black hair like she was petting a cat, which inexplicably brought her a sense of fulfillment. Meanwhile, Ming Jinlu sat alone on the single sofa, daydreaming, occasionally letting out a soft sigh. Lauren glanced at him, knowing well what was on his mind. Then, resting on Hong Yin's lap, he took the initiative to speak to him. Ming Jinliu, do you still feel nervous? The gradually returning Ming Jinlu looked over in confusion. I actually think you should be happier, shouldn't you? Why? Isn't that the girl you like the most? Now you can finally interact with her openly. Isn't that your long-held wish? Ugh, but I wish she would like me. As a boy, Ming Jinlu said with a woeful expression, feeling utterly despondent. Lauren sighed. You're such an idiot. Why are you scolding me again? Do you think I specifically agreed and introduced you to Shatsang as a favor to her? Isn't it because Shatsang asked you to do so? Since you accepted her condition, you would naturally agree. Really? You actually think that? If not, then what? Seeing Lauren's surprised expression, Ming Jinlu looked back at him in astonishment. Lauren felt a bit overwhelmed. Just then Hungian's hand was slightly cold as she continued to run her fingers through his hair. He took hold of one of her small hands and under her surprised and shy gaze placed her hand against his forehead as if it were a cooling pad. He then let out a long sigh of relief. Lauren. Hongyin felt her heart race as her hand was held so tightly against his forehead. As soon as her little hand began to warm up, Lauren casually tossed it aside and continued to speak to Ming Jinlu. I agreed to introduce you to her, so I naturally have another purpose. What purpose? Ming Jinlu asked innocently. I want you to get close to her, to understand her, to pay attention to her. I want you to know everything about her. Huh? Ming Jinlu didn't quite understand. Of course, if you suddenly get wild and end up with Shatsang, I wouldn't mind. What do you mean by end up? You know, doing that kind of thing. What thing? What do you think? What else could it be? When Lauren flashed a lewd smile that only men would understand towards Ming Jinliu, he instantly felt panicked and blushed furiously, hurriedly retorting, There's no way I would do that with Shatsang. Come on, Lauren, you're too lewd. I'm lewd. That Shatsang Feng is already infatuated with girls like you. Who knows if there's a chance she might just forcefully take you. What? Ming Jinlu felt even more embarrassed, his face nearly dripping with water. Lauren teased him. Even between girls it shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, it seems like you're the one who should be taking advantage, haha. Are you happy? Soon you'll be able to do that with your beloved Shatsang, and then you'll mold her entire body into your shape. Wouldn't that be bliss? I don't have that kind of interest in girls. Ming Jinlu retorted loudly, feeling ashamed. Nothing works, this won't, that won't, so just what do you intend to do? Old Lin, shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Matsunaru still had no idea how to proceed. He truly admired Segura Kid, but could he possibly pursue a romantic relationship with her while living as a girl? Though it appeared on the surface as though he were reaping nothing but advantages, something deep within Matsunaru whispered uneasily, should he truly accept Segura's affection while presenting as a girl, he would cross a threshold from which there was no return, a path that stirred profound dread within him. Seeing his distress, Luo Lin ceased pressing him and instead offered a gentle smile. All right, stop tormenting yourself. I only said it in passing. If you're unwilling, simply decline when the time comes. Yes, Sagura-san is attracted to girls, and yes, you are a girl now, but that doesn't mean she holds the right to compel you into anything against your will. Old Lin, my mind is utterly scrambled. What am I supposed to do? This whole mess is your doing, so you will help me. No negotiation. How did this suddenly become my fault? I didn't make Sagura-san fall for you at first sight. If anyone's to blame, it's the breathtaking beauty of your female form. So is being beautiful now a crime? Well, you've actually hit the nail on the head. Then perhaps I'd rather remain a boy forever. Absolutely not. I promised Sagura-san I'd arrange your meeting. Look what you've gotten us into, you rotten old Lin. Why don't you transform into a girl and meet her instead? Ha ha ha. Are you out of your mind? She's your beloved girl? I don't even know what to say when we meet. When the boat reaches the bridge, the path reveals itself. Behind dark willows, bright flowers bloom anew. Clarity will come in due course. Easy for you to say, you're not the one standing there stiff with anxiety. You will accompany me, no exceptions. You two are holding a matchmaking rendezvous. I'm hardly going to crash it as an extra guest. You will help me, or this matter isn't over. Matsunaru insisted Luo Lin accompany him, not merely out of friendship but because he believed Luo Lin's presence alone would shield him from the suffocating awkwardness and inner turmoil that would otherwise overwhelm him upon meeting Sagura-san. Their earlier walk home together with her had already proven precisely that. With just the two of them, conversation would wither into silence, crushing unbearable silence. After a brief hesitation, Luo Lin readily agreed. Agreed, we'll both stand by your side. Don't worry. Truly. Haha, wonderful. Just hearing that puts my mind at ease. Actually, my reason for urging you closer to Segura Kid extends beyond helping your own romance. It serves a far more critical purpose. At this, Luo Lin's tone and expression shifted, growing solemn, shedding all traces of levity. I want you to observe her closely while spending time with her. Observe Sagura-san. Recall the two plush toys you and Akane share, one a belly-slitting tiger, the other a belly-slitting black rabbit. Remember, both were gifts from Sagura-san herself. Could it be, you suspect? Matsunaru's face darkened instantly. Luo Lin nodded gravely. True, we hold no concrete evidence yet. This remains speculation. Were only one toy gifted by Sagura-san, it might mean nothing. But the anomaly lies in the fact that both toys came from her, making it extraordinarily difficult for me to believe her involvement is coincidental. Could it not simply be coincidence? After all, old Lin, Sagura-san is such a gentle, adorable girl, how could she possibly be linked to Kenpo? That is precisely why I urge you to draw near and observe her carefully. Should she prove entirely innocent, then justice is served, and her name cleared. But should our suspicions prove correct, Sagura-san would instantly become one of our most vital intelligence sources, offering us invaluable insight into the truth. You're overthinking it, old Lin, haha. Matsunaru chuckled nervously. Luo Lin, however, showed no trace of jest. His gaze remained sharp, unwavering. Do not underestimate this. I too hope Sagura-san bears no connection to Kenpo, but truth must rest on evidence, not hope. Better to err on the side of caution than to overlook a single thread of danger. All right, I understand. I'll pay close attention to Sagura-san from now on. Good. I never imagined you'd weigh so many layers. Initially I assumed you'd simply accepted Sagura-san's request out of obligation to your promise. Ha! Fool, why would I refuse? Emotionally and logically this is undeniably advantageous, for you at least. I see no advantage whatsoever. Having more opportunities to get to know the girl you admire, surely that qualifies as an advantage? But Sagura-san is attracted to girls. Once you know her inside and out, her thoughts, her rhythms, her very soul, rekindle her heart with the irresistible charm of your true self, a man. Then she'll be utterly captivated once more. Huh? Oh, how effortlessly you speak. Humph, yet you're not the one suffering. There you lie sprawled across the sofa, head resting comfortably on Akane's thighs, utterly detached as if this concerns you not at all. Anyone can talk big, words cost nothing. And furthermore, resting your head on another girl's thighs without shame. Don't you feel even a flicker of embarrassment? Ha ha ha, why should I? She invited me to rest here, and besides it's genuinely comfortable, soft, yielding, warm. As he spoke, Luo Lin even lifted his head and gave Akane's plump, tightly pressed thighs a light pillow-like pat. The texture was exquisite, like sinking into a supple silicone cushion. Unseen by him, however, Akane's cheeks had flushed a deep burning crimson, her face practically steaming with mortification. Hey, old Lin. What exactly are you patting? Matsunaru blushed for him, mortified on his behalf. Yet Luo Lin merely resettled his head and continued speaking. By the way, how's your magic practice coming along? Huh? Your fire element magic, I asked 2 days ago. How well have you mastered it? Well, don't tell me you haven't grasped anything yet. I can cast it, barely, but fluency remains elusive. As for power, hard to gauge. It is formidable, yet also strangely underwhelming. So, at least it's usable in combat? Yes, should be fine. Good. You're asking because tomorrow is the day, aren't you? Merely precautionary. Tomorrow was the appointed day, the day set with the Crimson Kenpo Misato Shizuku. Luo Lin closed his eyes, sensing the state of his wounds. Though full recovery in mere days was impossible, he judged them non-critical, sufficient to engage in battle without serious risk. They were merely superficial lacerations. Tomorrow, he would settle the score, decisively, with that woman. The night had grown deep. It was nearly time to retire, the day's fatigue weighing heavily on everyone. Hongyin, are you planning to stay overnight again? Well, is that not allowed? Hongyin asked softly, her cheeks faintly flushed. After all, this household truly belonged to Ming Jinliu, and should he firmly object, Hongyin would never dare impose herself with such boldness. Oh, it's not that it's forbidden exactly, just what? Is it really all right for you to keep sleeping in Lao Lin's room? He gestured toward Luo Lin, who at that very moment lay sprawled across Hongyin's thighs, yawning lazily while crunching sunflower seeds, utterly shameless. Bewildered and faintly curious, Hongyin tilted her head. What about Luo Lin? Look at his brazen, unapologetic demeanor. Surely sharing a room with such a deviant must be deeply unsettling. Luo Lin doesn't seem quite as deviant as you describe him, Ming Jinliu can. Her cheeks warmed further. If Luo Lin were truly deviant, she'd have welcomed it. Last night's bold advance would never have been hers alone. Wait, suddenly realizing this, hadn't she been the true deviant all along? Ahaha, how embarrassing. No, not deviant at all. A wave of shy mortification washed over Hongyin at her own audacity. I've never seen a boy lie so effortlessly, so serenely upon a girl's lap. Look, he's even smiling. Ming Jinliu pointed emphatically at Luo Lin, voice rising. Hongyin timidly raised her right hand, interjecting softly. Actually I invited Luo Lin to do just that. Ahaha, it's perfectly fine. He's not heavy at all, more like a kitten resting gently on my thigh, warm, tingling, oddly comforting. Really? Yes, absolutely. It's my first time experiencing this, being touched by a boy like this. If Ming Jinliu doubts me, you're welcome to try it yourself. Try it myself? Me? How exactly would I do that? Ming Jinliu stared, utterly baffled. Hongyin chuckled, eyes crinkling. Simple. Just become a girl, and let another boy rest his head upon your lap. Then you'll understand. What did you say? Ming Jinliu nearly exploded, his face burning crimson as he sputtered indignantly, I swear I'll kick anyone who dares try straight in the backside. Hongyin blinked, startled by his sudden outburst. At that moment Luo Lin, who had been silently observing, burst into unrestrained belly-clutching laughter. Ha ha ha. Oh my gods, this is too hilarious. A girl named Ming Jinliu offering knee pillow service to other men. The mental image alone is priceless. Laugh, laugh, laugh. You shameless old Lin, what's so funny? Though honestly, if you did go through with it, the line of volunteers would stretch from here to France. You can die right now. Who on earth dares entertain such thoughts about me? Not even for money. Why would you assume money could buy something like that? Perhaps someday some absurdly wealthy young master will fall for you, shower you with gold and jewels, just to claim your knee pillow services. TSK, how delightful. Ming Jinliu truly is irresistible wherever she goes. I'll transform back into a man, and challenge him to see whose is bigger. This time Luo Lin recoiled in genuine shock. Ming Jinliu's viciousness had caught him completely off guard. Hongyin's entire face flared scarlet upon hearing those words. Snapping back to himself, Luo Lin cleared his throat twice, scolding, Idiot, you're speaking nonsense in front of a lady. Don't you feel even a shred of shame? I'd least expect you to lecture me on shame, you're infinitely bolder. Yet, after retorting, Ming Jinliu glanced sidelong at Hongyin, and a quiet awareness settled within him. Years of easy banter with Luo Lin at home had dulled his filter, words slipped out before thought. Ugh. I'm sorry, Hongyin. He offered the apology silently, inwardly. It's late, the night is deep. Time to bathe and rest properly. Luo Lin rose from Hongyin's lap with an exaggerated languid stretch. Indeed. We truly ought to sleep. Hongyin too felt drowsy, but her anticipation ran deeper than mere fatigue, a thrilling blend of sleepiness and quiet exhilaration. Perhaps she longed for something far more exquisite to unfold. At that moment Jin Liu studied Luo Lin for a beat, and then turned to Hong Yin. Hong Yin, if sharing a room with Lao Lin makes you uneasy, please say so freely. Hong Yin froze, utterly perplexed. Uneasy? Was she? Jin Liu continued. Perhaps Lao Lin could sleep in my room instead, then you'd have the whole space to yourself. Surely that would feel safer. Move Luo Lin into your room. Hong Yin recoiled instantly. This felt like outright abduction. What did this even mean? She hurried to reply, no, I'm perfectly comfortable. So no need to worry. Surely sleeping alone would be more pleasant. Not at all. No. I mean, things are perfect just as they are. Luo Lin sleeps so well, and he even yields his bed to me, choosing the floor instead. So, yes, I rather enjoy sharing the room. Ahaha. The moment the words left her lips, Hong Yin realized their dangerous implication. Her face blazed crimson as she frantically waved her hands. I mean sleeping in the same room, not that kind of sleeping. Please don't misunderstand. Just then Luo Lin interjected. Actually, moving into Jin Liu's room would be acceptable. After all, Hong Yin is a young woman. Sharing quarters with a grown man like me must cause some discomfort surely. But the instant he spoke, Hong Yin panicked, blurting, Don't leave me alone, I'd rather go straight home and sleep there. Huh? Caught off guard by her intensity, Luo Lin quickly soothed, All right, I only said it in passing. Calm down, Hong Yin. I'm sorry. Watching her apologize. Luo Lin glanced at Jin Liu, and grinned, teeth flashing. Ha. Funny, suddenly I feel quite popular. Everyone wants to sleep with me tonight. Hong Yin ducked her head, mortified into silence. Jin Liu merely snorted, disdainful. Don't flatter yourself. I only suggested it because I worried about Hong Yin's comfort as a young woman, not because I want you sharing my space. If you transformed into a girl, I might consider sharing a night with you, ha. What did you just say? You wretched fool, why don't you just die already? Who knows, we might even play something interesting tonight. At that, Jin Liu nearly erupted, face contorted, teeth gritted, voice raw with fury, Play what, you bastard? Get your filthy hands away, I revoke my offer. Not one step into my room. Don't be so cruel. We're brothers after all, mutual enjoyment, shared delight. Rest assured, I'll be exquisitely gentle. Trust me, darling. Pahak. I'll kill you. Oh shit, murder. Help. Murder. As Jin Liu throttled Luo Lin's neck, Luo Lin obligingly flopped sideways, tongue lolling, eyes crossed in theatrical suffocation, nearly sending Jin Liu into cardiac arrest. The two tumbled wildly across the sofa, wrestling and shouting, while Hong Yin watched, laughter never leaving her lips. Yet each time she saw Jin Liu freely pinning Luo Lin, teasing him without restraint, her gaze softened with quiet yearning. She imagined fiercely how wonderful it would be if she were the one pressing Luo Lin beneath her, touching him freely, teasing him endlessly. And crucially, Luo Lin wouldn't resist too fiercely. That intoxicating blend of yielding and resistance, the way his body trembled with half-suppressed desire, pierced her heart and snared her soul. It made her ache to devour him entirely, to savor this delectable, irresistible prey. He. After everyone had finished bathing in turn, they returned to their own rooms. Luo Lin, having laid out his mat, yawned with heavy eyes. After bidding Hong Yin a polite good night, he collapsed onto the mat, and within a minute Hong Yin could faintly hear him breathing in sleep. The steady, ordered rhythm of his breath, and the serene comfort on his face in slumber. Already asleep. Such a rapid descent into sleep seemed almost unbelievable. Hong Yin lay in bed, still not entirely drowsy, when the man beside her, who had just lain down, slipped into sleep at once. In the dark room, Hong Yin's eyes took a while to adjust after the light was extinguished. Fortunately, the moon outside offered a faint wash of light. She quietly sat up and on tiptoe slipped down. On one side lay the spacious bed she had just left, on the other was Luo Lin's blissful sleeping form. Who after all would expect her to remain properly in bed under such circumstances, two strangers alone in the night? To refrain from a nocturnal visit in a situation like this would be less than beastly. Resolute Hong Yin made her choice. Sorry to bother you. She lifted Luo Lin's cover and with surprising politeness slipped beneath it. Once entirely in, she folded herself against him like a sloth. An unparalleled bliss surged through her, suffusing her body and reminding her once again of the man's exquisite presence. If she could enjoy this every day, how could she possibly want to return to that cold, lonely bed at home? She murmured foolishly to herself, Man. Man. My man. Tonight it seemed would be wonderful and sweet for her. It promised to be another delightful, happy night. The next morning arrived. Ah, it's so heavy I can't breathe, it hurts. Luo Lin was once more jolted awake as if pressed by a specter. Opening his eyes, he found Hong Yin sprawled over him, blissfully asleep and occasionally giggling in her dreams. Why did it have to be like this again? Luo Lin's thoughts were bitter. In the past he might have let it slide. Now, however, he bore fresh wounds, especially the long gash across his right back, and under such pressure he felt as if the wound might split open. Perhaps it would be safer to sleep with Ming Jinlu in future. Carefully shifting Hong Yin off his body, Luo Lin felt a weight lift from him and quietly rose to leave the room. He made his way downstairs alone. Taking advantage of the quiet morning, Luo Lin went into the courtyard, breathed in the brisk air, and slowly moved his limbs. His wounds had not healed yet. He worried that if a fight broke out again he might falter at the crucial moment. He attempted a set of moves from the classic Xiao Bei fist, a style known for its expansive, powerful techniques and prized as a measure of bodily fitness. He had overestimated his recovery. The moment his movements widened or his force increased, sharp pain shot from his wounds, most painfully from the long cut on his right back. He hissed and halted, drawing breath after breath as the pain pierced him in those few minutes. Finding a spot beneath the eaves to sit, Luo Lin's mind churned with 1,000 thoughts. His body was painfully ordinary. Injuries like these would need at least 10 days, perhaps half a month, to heal. If more enemies appeared in the meantime, the odds would be grim. The thought nagged at him. He took out every hidden weapon he possessed: 24 standard Jingxian darts for throwing, a single barrel sleeve arrow, a quiver stocked with 12 sleeve arrows, a cheap fruit knife bought from the supermarket to replace his broken Yuchang sword, and finally the life-saving heavy weapon, Baoyu Li Hua needles. That was all the equipment he had on him. He sighed, if only he had funds. Luo Lin was destitute. The Yuchang sword, the sleeve arrows, much of his gear had been amassed by secretly robbing the delinquent youths. Those spoils were the only secret savings he had scraped together. Lately, however, the city's security had improved. It was increasingly difficult to find those juveniles loitering in alleys who took pleasure in extortion and robbery. The broken Yuchang sword had been expensive, and with his present means he could not purchase another. Besides facing Kanpufa's near-supernatural weapon that cleaved iron like paper, even 10 Yuchang swords would be as nothing. He imagined they would be cut to pieces without a second thought. It was more sensible then to buy a cheap fruit knife. In the right moment it could kill, and if it broke he would not be heartbroken. If only his pockets held money, he would purchase better gear, especially soft armor built in to mitigate damage during combat. But he could not afford it. Each time he was starkly reminded of this and felt the emptiness of his pockets, he sank into frustration and despair. How he wished whimsically to be supported by a wealthy patroness, then money would be endless and he could buy whatever he desired. Damn it! Were it not for his lack of official registration, Luo Lin would have gone out to earn money long ago and would not have to inconvenience his good friends by freeloading at their houses. Wait, speaking of money, an image flickered through his mind: the student council president. Did she not give the impression of great wealth? Perhaps he could coax a little money from her to spend. The thought made Luo Lin unexpectedly excited. After everyone rose and finished breakfast, Ming Jinlu and Hong Yin prepared to go to school. Before leaving, Ming Jinlu asked Luo Lin a question. Old Lin, when do we make our move this afternoon? After school. Send me a message. You two meet first, hide in the shadows, and keep watch on the girls' dormitory gate until I arrive. All right. If that woman comes out early, don't reveal yourselves, just follow her and wait for me to assemble before we act. Understood. After school in the afternoon, Benioto and Natsumi had already rendezvoused outside the girls' division gate. Having transformed earlier per Lauren's instructions, the two remained concealed in the shadows, vigilantly observing every movement at the school entrance. Soon Lauren arrived as well, completing their trio. "How is it going?" "No sign of the student council president yet," Natsumi replied. "Could that wretched woman have chickened out, scaled the wall and fled? Or is she deliberately hiding inside campus, refusing to emerge?" Even in her transformed state, Benioto remained hot-tempered. Nearby hordes of girls streamed out of the school gates in clusters heading home, but among them the figure of the student council president Misato Shizuku remained conspicuously absent. Lauren pondered silently. Natsumi asked anxiously, "What do we do, old Lin? Could she really stay holed up inside the school forever?" "No, she will come." "How can you be so certain? Are you her intestinal parasite?" "Because she has no other choice." "Huh?" Natsumi stared blankly, utterly baffled. Benioto chimed in, "Lauren, do you mean, she knows she can't escape?" "Exactly. Her identity has been exposed, and she remains the student council president here. Do you truly believe she still possesses any real agency? You may flee the monk, but not the temple. Once marked, evasion solves nothing." "Ha! That arrogant woman got what she deserved, after her brazen display in the library last time. It's only fitting she faces retribution now. If she truly refuses to appear, she's likely either stalling, waiting until all students have dispersed from the gate before confronting us, or else laying a trap within the school, hoping we'll walk blindly into her lair. Then what do we do? Wait. Patience." A dozen minutes later, as the crowd at the school gate thinned nearly to nothing, the slender silhouette of student council president Misato Shizuku finally emerged into the trio's line of sight. The moment she stepped through the gate, she spotted the three familiar figures standing before her, advancing slowly in a triangular formation. Moments later, Lauren and his two companions encircled Misato Shizuku squarely at the school entrance. At the sight of this formation, Misato's gaze flickered coldly toward Natsumi and Benioto flanking her left and right, then settled with icy composure on Lauren directly ahead. Her voice drifted out clear and detached. "You've deliberately chosen this place. What exactly do you intend? Surely you don't plan to fight me here?" "Many things. I'd advise you against acting rashly." A sardonic grin curled Lauren's lips, reminiscent of a streetwise rogue. "That depends entirely on you, student council president." "Oh. So you finally acknowledge my title? Since you've come this far, I commend your courage. I'd assumed you'd slink away scurrying like a frightened mouse to some forgotten corner of campus. Because I was wagering." "Wagering on what?" "That you're not the fool I imagined." "Ha ha ha. So, I guessed correctly." Misato's brows lifted slightly. Lauren responded, "Half correct perhaps. Speak plainly, what do you want?" "I will speak, but not here. Since you've already come, why not accompany us elsewhere, Miss Misato Shizuku, student council president?" "Where?" "Somewhere more suitable for conversation." With that, Lauren gestured briskly toward a distant point, and almost instantly a taxi prearranged and waiting pulled up smoothly at the school gate. Misato's brow furrowed. Lauren extended an invitation laced with irony. "Shall we go, my esteemed president?" "And just why should I obediently follow you?" Misato found it faintly absurd. Did this man truly believe she'd submit without question? She was no docile puppet. "You refuse to go? Why should I? What compels me to comply?" "Plenty. Enlighten me." "Look around you." "Around me?" Misato scanned her surroundings. Only Benioto and Natsumi encircled her. Beyond them, a few curious students lingered while others passed by, heads bowed and indifferent. A subtle shift crossed her expression, her features tightened as if grasping something unspoken. Lauren smiled. "I imagine a paragon of academic excellence, the student council president of Seitetsu Academy, would prefer not to ignite a volatile confrontation at the school gate under the full glare of daylight and public scrutiny." "What did you say?" "I concede, you are formidable. Yet if you provoke chaos here, consequences remain uncertain for us, but your title, your reputation, your very position as student council president would surely crumble. You'd become tabloid fodder, ensnared in scandal regardless of truth or merit, besieged by relentless turmoil. You're threatening me? Yes. Despicable man, you chose this location precisely for its leverage. Haha. Precisely, to ensure your cooperation. Now please accompany us, Miss Misato Shizuku. Where are you taking me? You'll find out soon enough. With that, Lauren strode to the taxi and instructed Natsumi to take the front passenger seat. Once Misato reluctantly settled into the rear seat, Lauren and Benioto slid in beside her, one on each side. Beneath the veil of concealment, Benioto pressed a hidden pistol firmly against Misato's slender waist and whispered low and venomous, "Stay still, you wretched woman, or I'll reduce your lower half to pulp." Misato ignored the crude provocation. Lauren, however, sat at ease, utterly unperturbed, as though confident she'd make no sudden move en route. "Where to, passengers?" "Here." Lauren handed the driver a slip of paper. The driver paused, visibly startled upon reading the address. His eyes flickered, subtly assessing each occupant in turn. As a veteran driver navigating this city for years, he instantly recognized the address: a derelict industrial zone on the city's outskirts, remote, desolate, and occasionally frequented by delinquents. It was unquestionably a perilous locale. 3 clearly underage students bound for such a place naturally aroused his suspicion. Yet, he swiftly dismissed his misgivings and started the engine, steering toward the destination. Had it been 3 men abducting a girl to such a place, he'd have weighed the possibility of criminal intent seriously. But here only one male occupied the vehicle. 3 stunning young women accompanied him, making coercion seem implausible. Lauren, noting the driver's fleeting expression, reflected inwardly, indeed, beauty remains a privilege universally acknowledged. After a drive lasting over 40 minutes, the group finally arrived at the abandoned industrial complex on the city's outskirts, where the taxi driver had delivered them as agreed. Once everyone had disembarked, the driver remained waiting to be paid. Given that neon-lit taxis were notoriously expensive, the fare for this journey was staggering. The moment Luo Lin stepped out of the vehicle, his first action was to tap Sanxiang Shizuku's shoulder. She was still scanning the desolate surroundings. Meeting her puzzled gaze, he urged her matter-of-factly, "What are you waiting for? Pay up." "What? Pay for what?" Sanxiang Shizuku blinked, momentarily bewildered. Only when Luo Lin pointed toward the waiting driver did her expression darken completely. "You expect me to pay?" "Of course. Who else would pay? The rest of us?" His tone held no trace of irony. "Why should I pay for you? You're the ones who dragged me to this godforsaken place." "Then we're doomed." "What do you mean?" "All 3 of us are broke. Obviously you're the only one with money here. Are you seriously trying to skip out on the fare? You took a taxi without money?" Sanxiang Shizuku nearly choked. Taking a taxi without funds, and traveling all the way out here? It was sheer incomprehensible absurdity. Just then the driver stepped forward and pressed politely, "Excuse me, guests, may I please collect the fare? I've brought you safely to your destination." "Exactly. What's wrong? Do you refuse to pay after riding? Surely you aren't planning to ride for free?" "Say that again, who's riding for free?" Sanxiang Shizuku fixed her glare on the smirking man before her, fury burning so fiercely she half wished she could tear him apart. "Hurry up and pay, or we'll call the police." Imagine the scandal: the student council president of Seitetsu Academy caught refusing to pay her taxi fare. How do you think the entire academy will view you then? You. Once again Sanxiang Shizuku found her understanding of human shamelessness utterly shattered. They'd all ridden together, yet now it felt as though she alone bore the burden. And yet, under threat of exposure, she reluctantly withdrew her wallet and paid the exorbitant, infuriating fare. Fortunately, her family was affluent. Both parents were overseas entrepreneurs. To ordinary people the sum was steep, but to a young heiress like her it was negligible. Yet instead of departing immediately, the driver remained seated in his cab waiting. Sanxiang Shizuku frowned, puzzled. Luo Lin answered for him, "Don't stare, it was my request." "Huh? We'll need a ride back once we're done, won't we? You don't expect me to pay again, do you? Who else would? We're penniless. Unless you'd rather walk, some 30 kilometers back to Seitetsu Academy. Are you truly willing to blister your feet just to save a few coins? Did you plan this deliberately? Her face darkened ominously. She began to suspect a calculated scheme, not merely to drain her wallet but to humiliate her dignity. Luo Lin responded with an enigmatic smile and an evasive shrug, who knows? There it was, crystal clear. This contemptible man was mocking her plain and simple. Humph. Childish posturing, mistaking petty tricks for triumph. She had never lacked money, and cared for it not at all. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Lin had already struck a deal with the driver. The inflated round-trip fare was grossly inflated, and every yen she paid would be split evenly between them. A fool who passes up easy profit deserves no pity. Ha, am I right? Later the four entered a vast hollow factory hall, its emptiness thick with silence and chill. Sanxiang Shizuku stood with one hand resting on her hip, gazing meaningfully at Luo Lin before speaking first. All right, you went to great lengths to bring me to this forsaken place. So speak plainly, what is it you want? If it's combat, I'll meet it Hedon. But, you sustained grievous injuries last time. Surely you haven't fully recovered in just a few days. Is it wise to fight me now? Before the words faded, Akane raised her pistol and snarled, surrounded, and still acting so arrogant. You've got a death wish. President, Naguru said coolly, raising her right hand, we prefer not to resort to force, but if you make a move we won't hesitate to respond. Finally Luo Lin faced her directly, then gestured calmly to Naguru and Akane, signaling them to lower their weapons. Sanxiang Shizuku watched their movements warily, and slowly grasped the truth. This was no ambush. It was something else entirely. Something more deliberate, a negotiation. Luo Lin spoke first. Miss Sanxiang Shizuku, you've been a Kenpu user for some time now, haven't you? Your polished combat instincts, rigorous training and mastery over your Kenpu weapon all attest to that. She offered no direct reply, only a calm, unwavering stare. But I know, you've never spilled blood. Am I correct? A subtle shadow crossed her face. Luo Lin knew instantly he'd struck true, and his smile deepened with quiet confidence. You wield immense influence as student council president, yet your hands remain unstained. Thus I infer, since officially becoming a Kenpu user, your only genuine battle was the ambush against us in the library. Alas, your idealism and naivety cost you every advantage that day. My idealism and naivety? Yes, though that isn't our focus today. With no outsiders present, let me speak plainly. What exactly do you mean to say? Do you truly believe, alone unaided, you can overcome every enemy you face? What do you mean by that? Simply this: the longer you persist in solitary combat, the more victories you may claim, but each engagement multiplies your risk of failure and death. You might win 100 times, or 1,000, but fail just once and your fate is sealed: death. A brutal, ignoble death, captured, humiliated, trampled, tortured, perhaps even broken beyond salvation, left wishing only for oblivion. Sanxiang Shizuku fell silent. Luo Lin continued, voice steady. You are a privileged heiress, wealthy, graceful, radiant, and revered as student council president at Seitetsu Academy. Your future gleams with boundless promise. So tell me, I genuinely cannot fathom why you insist on fighting this war. For whom do you fight? For what cause? Even at the cost of your own life, does such sacrifice hold meaning? Is it worth it? So you wish to know what precisely I fight for? Roran's words stirred deep within Misato Shigahara's thoughts, evoking after long silence the unforgettable figure of her senior from first year, Tomio-senpai, the one who had welcomed her into the world of Kenpafu. From that day onward, Misato never saw her again. At that moment Misato realized Roran was right. Endless combat, even if crowned with victory, exponentially magnified the risks of defeat and death. No one remains invincible forever. A single misstep is inevitable, and its price may well be life itself. Yes, just as Tomio-senpai had fallen. Recalling those days, anguish and sorrow clouded Misato's gaze. She fell silent, speechless. Rorin waited patiently, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Mitsuru and Akane exchanged glances on the verge of speaking, until Rorin gently raised a hand signaling them to remain still. After a long pause, Misato slowly lifted her head once more. Her voice, cool and detached, carried a faint weariness. The reason I fight, I too wish I knew. You don't know either? No, I don't. That very uncertainty is why I keep fighting. Perhaps through relentless battle some truth will surface. Perhaps someday the mediators will take notice, and more answers will follow. Huh. Rorin's disappointment was palpable. He'd expected to uncover a vital nest, only to find a minor player yielding no useful intelligence whatsoever. What rotten luck. Misato continued, I spotted you in the library club, and chose to strike first to avoid being ambushed by you. At least this way I remained the hunter, not the prey. Yet I hadn't anticipated. Why are you looking at me? You aren't even a Kenpafu, so why risk your life so recklessly in this war? What? You dare ask that, after trying to kill my closest friend before my very eyes? Should I just sit back and watch? Well, I'll admit, you're utterly shameless yet strangely dependable. That first part was unnecessary, thank you. And what of you? What meaning do your battles hold? Misato turned the same question back upon Rorin and his companions. Rorin replied, to survive. We understand little, but we are already swept into this maelstrom. Flight solves nothing. We must gather intelligence. To stand idle is to invite certain annihilation, to wait passively until our enemies erase us. In that instant Rorin's resolute gaze, unflinching, unafraid of death, burned deeply into Misato's consciousness, leaving an indelible impression. Then Mitsuru and Akane stepped forward, joining Rorin side by side. Together the three stood as one. Rorin spoke. Miss Misato, by now surely you see the truth. We bear no grudge against you, nor do our conflicts demand mutual destruction. We don't even understand why we fight each other. Must we slaughter one another merely because of some absurd hollow decree, that Kenpafu must fight Kenpafu? Misato fell silent, yet found herself deeply persuaded. His words resonated powerfully with her own convictions. Rorin continued. Every life is sacred. Understand this clearly, we are not puppets manipulated at another's whim. This is unjust. Even soldiers receive wages, yet we sacrifice everything serving only others' hidden agendas. Exactly, as slaves in the Roman arena forced to duel to the death, mere spectacle for indifferent masters, pitiful, degrading, absurd. Misato had no reply. She knew without doubt he was utterly correct. The suffocating sense of being controlled, used as a tool, was infuriating beyond measure. She responded deliberately, so, do you mean to say no battle is necessary between us? Precisely. Why should we fight? What tangible gain does this conflict bring either of us? Indeed. Conversing with someone intelligent truly simplifies matters. If you're willing, we needn't be enemies, we are not your true adversaries. A ceasefire may be possible, but how can I trust you? Miss Misato, if we truly intended harm, would you truly stand a chance against three of us? Had we wished to act, we'd have done so already. Why waste breath here bearing our thoughts so openly? I understand. Excellent. It seems we share common ground after all. Rorin smiled satisfied, and stepped forward, extending his right hand in gesture of truce. After studying him for a moment, Misato reached out, and their hands clasped firmly. Then Rorin circled her leisurely, adding with calm assurance. Now that hostilities have ceased, perhaps we might discuss cooperation next. Cooperation? Naturally, Miss Misato, what say you? Cooperate, with enemies? If you refer only to bracelet color, let me clarify, this so-called red-blue division is an artificial construct imposed upon us, not born of our will. Does another's declaration make us enemies? Must we obey every pronouncement handed down to us? There's merit in that. We are living, breathing individuals, free to discern for ourselves who is friend, who is foe. So tell me, do you still regard us as your enemies? Who can say? Should you accept this alliance, we shall stand united in adversity, facing formidable threats side by side. Formidable threats. If I fight it will most likely be against Blue Kenpafu. Would you truly aid me? Misato regarded him with a faint knowing smile. Roran answered without hesitation, absolutely. But aren't Blues meant to be your allies? Clearly you still haven't grasped it. Even as student council president you're quite the fool. What did you say? Repeat that, you insolent man. Misato's expression darkened sharply. Across the entire world only this insufferable man dared, repeatedly, call her a fool or an idiot. Yes, only him. How utterly vexing. Does it truly matter to me whether I am red or blue? Does matching bracelet color guarantee loyalty? Could that ally not be a spy, feigning cooperation while plotting betrayal, waiting to stab comrades in the back and seize victory alone? Could they not be a deliberate burden planted by the enemy, designed solely to weigh down rival teams? A cascade of such questions left Misato wordless. Roran concluded, true allegiance isn't marked by bracelet hue, it is forged in intent and interest. With sincerity red and blue may become allies, but when interests collide even identical colors instantly turn to enmity. Do you imagine this a team-based contest, red versus blue? Wrong. It is equally a solitary death match, every participant vying alone for survival. By the end Lauren had circled behind Misato Shizuku and slowly leaned in from behind, bringing his face close to her ear as he whispered like a demon, a single person's strength is ultimately limited, isn't it? In the unpredictable maelstrom of war looming ahead, do you truly believe standing alone is wiser? Or would mutual support among us prove more advantageous? Mutual support. Indeed, that sounds deeply alluring. Exactly, doesn't it? We ought to reserve our true strength for our genuine enemies, such as this so-called mediator. Have you gathered any intelligence on the mediator? Misato Shizuku's question prompted Lauren to roll his eyes. He stepped back before her and spread his hands in resignation. You're asking me? We were hoping to ask you instead. Unfortunately, I know nothing about the mediator either. Well then, looks like all our efforts were for nothing. Lauren slumped dejectedly, head bowed in defeat, a sight that made Misato Shizuku burst into quiet, genuine laughter. For some inexplicable reason she now found herself delighting in this man's flustered, troubled expressions. My knowledge of Kenpu is likewise scarce, I suspect it aligns closely with yours. You're right, my first true battle was indeed the one fought with you all in the library club. I simply never anticipated that you, or rather that you would be so formidable. Misato Shizuku gazed at Lauren, her chest still bearing broad bruises. Lauren replied, ah yes, I hadn't expected you to be quite so extraordinary either. How rude, just who are you calling extraordinary? It's true. Everyone else seems to be cheating, like gods descending upon Ragnarok, triggering transformations without warning accompanied by thunderous BGM and earth-shaking intensity. Then why not become a Kenpu yourself? Misato Shizuku watched him with a playful smile. Lauren shrugged. I'd love to, but no opportunity has arisen. Were I to become a Kenpu you'd all perish instantly. Then I'd stand unrivaled, the sole sovereign of this world. Ha ha ha. So you're not only narcissistic, you're dangerously arrogant. A most unbecoming trait. No matter. Let me ask you something now that we're allies. I hope you'll withhold nothing. Sharing intelligence benefits us all. What would you like to know? Both Misono Nozuna and Kurinai Neon possess sentient internal dolls, talking self-aware entities that refer to themselves as messengers. And what about you? I have one too. So it's confirmed then. His name is Shock Cat, given to me long ago by someone else. Who gave it to you? Surely not that enigmatic Miss Sakura Kid. Also, yes, both Nozuna's and Neon's dolls were likewise bestowed upon them by Miss Sakura Kid. Mine was too. Upon hearing this, Lauren's heart sank. Out of the corner of his eye he glanced anxiously toward Nozuna, who, sensing the gravity of the situation, spoke up directly. Could it be that every doll distributed by Sakura-senpai inevitably becomes a messenger? I can't say for certain, but twice already it's been her. Now all three of your dolls have passed through her hands. If you still insist this bears no connection to her, I'm afraid I cannot believe you. Lao Lin, could Miss Sakura really be the mediator? That's impossible. She's Sakura senpai, how could she possibly commit such villainous deeds? Nizuna rushed to defend her. Meanwhile Neon snapped outright, ugh, let's just storm in together, seize that woman and interrogate her thoroughly. Then everything will be revealed. Ha ha ha. What? But what if Miss Sakura is innocent, wrongfully accused? Wouldn't such brutality be utterly unjust? Wouldn't it be profoundly unfair to Miss Sakura? Nizuna felt this course of action far too hasty. If they erred, the injustice would be irreparable. TCH, why overthink it? Just take her down. Neon, calm down. Meanwhile their side erupted into chaos. While Lauren remained deep in thought, Misato Shizuku approached him, watching him with a faint knowing smile as she asked softly, do you truly suspect Keed is the mediator? Honestly, I don't know. Then what's your intuition? She could be the mediator, the mastermind pulling strings from the shadows. Or she might merely be a decoy, an illusion crafted by our enemy to misdirect us all towards Sakura Keed as the culprit. A third possibility exists. Sakura Keed is involved in the Kenpu phenomenon, but her role may be peripheral, merely a node within the enemy's hidden network. Your reasoning holds merit. Regardless, she will become our primary focus of scrutiny. Earlier, what did you call her? Keed. Ah, I see. You two are close. Yes, strictly speaking we're friends. Misato Shizuku said with a gentle smile. Lauren stared, utterly dumbfounded. Then why on earth did you just ask me? You're Sakura Keed's friend, you must understand her nature better than anyone present here. I asked because you were thinking so intently, I naturally wished to hear your perspective. Are you mocking me? Not at all, just found it fascinating. Ha ha. From the moment hostilities ceased, Misato Shizuku suddenly realized this man before her wasn't nearly as irritating as she had once believed. He constantly pondered deeply, he persistently safeguarded everyone's well-being, and the way he thought seemed almost strikingly handsome. At that thought her cheeks flushed unexpectedly. She couldn't fathom why such an impertinent coarse man should stir such warmth, surely he belonged at the bottom of Tokyo Bay. She shook her head sharply, dispelling the notion. I believe Keed is suspicious, but the likelihood of her being the mediator remains low. Why? She simply doesn't seem like that kind of person. That's your sole justification? Precisely. Lauren scoffed dismissively. He emphasized firmly. If Sakura Keed were the mediator, she'd have known your Kenpu identity long ago. Why then would she deliberately betray suspicion in your presence, inviting your distrust? How utterly naive. You've insulted me again. The Sakura Keed you perceive, might that not be precisely the image she intends for you to see? Enough. Well, simply monitor her closely going forward. Rest assured, answers won't be long in coming. Oh. Misato Shizuku looked puzzled, yet Lauren's gaze drifting sideways settled quietly upon Nizuna, still locked in heated debate with Neon over whether Sakura Keed was truly evil. Noticing his glance, Misato Shizuku followed his line of sight toward Nizuna, her expression thoughtful. All matters resolved, we should be returning shortly. Lauren prepared to depart, beckoning Neon and Nizuna to join him in leaving. As Misato Shizuku fell into step beside him, Lauren suddenly turned back with a wry smile and quipped, oh, by the way, don't forget to cover the return fare, President-sama. Misato Shizuku shot him an exasperated eye roll. Why must this insufferable man always seize petty advantages at the most inconvenient moments? Humph. Such a miserly man. After taking a taxi back to the entrance of the Xingtai Academy, Luo Lin also exchanged contact information with Sanxiang Shizuku for easier communication in the future. So Miss Sanxiang Shizuku, from now on we are in this together. If you encounter an enemy you can contact us and we will help wherever we can. Conversely, we hope that Miss Sanxiang Shizuku will also lend us a hand. Alright. Oh, but there are some unpleasant things I feel I must mention in advance. The foundation of our cooperation is built on mutual trust, So, I Luo Lin am good in many aspects, but I cannot tolerate even the slightest betrayal. As he spoke, Luo Lin's gaze turned extremely cold. If Miss Sanxiang Shizuku is willing to cooperate sincerely, we can become the best of friends. But if you engage in any underhanded actions behind my back or try to play both sides. Luo Lin fixed his eyes on hers. He warned her word by word. Then you better not let us find out, or we will definitely retaliate. As for how I deal with traitors, especially someone as beautiful as you, I can become a true devil. You wouldn't want to know what would happen then. Sanxiang Shizuko understood that Luo Lin was serious and recognized his concerns. If it were her, she probably wouldn't easily trust others either. Luo Lin's cold demeanor lasted for a while. It came quickly and left just as swiftly. His face once again broke into that familiar bright smile as he said, I've said most of what I wanted to convey. I hope Miss Sanxiang Shizuko can understand. After all, betrayers are not welcomed on either side. We share common interests and goals, and maintaining our current alliance is beneficial for us both. Sanxiang Shizuku nodded and returned a faint smile. Lastly, let me ask you a question. Go ahead. Is there really no other capable people in the school right now? As far as I know, none have been discovered so far. Alright then, as the student council president, you have connections everywhere. You should keep an eye on everything happening in the school. If you find any suspicious individuals, please take action immediately. With our alliance, our combat power has now reached 4 people. As long as we don't encounter enemies of equal scale, we should take the initiative. We have a significant advantage. Are you teaching me how to do things? Sanxiang Shizuku looked at him meaningfully. Luo Lin replied. Just a friendly reminder. If you prefer to sit and wait, that's fine too. We will take action ourselves, but don't blame us later for not bringing you along when we feast. I was just joking. I will try to be vigilant. That's good. Do you always like to worry so much? You can force yourself, but it will tire you out. No matter how hard or bitter it is, it's better than losing your life. Luo Lin replied seriously. Our advantages are gradually accumulating, so taking the initiative is the best choice. The art of war states when using troops encircle, when there are 10 attack, when there are 5 divide, when there are multiples fight, when the enemy is able retreat, when fewer, and avoid when not advantageous. Thus conquer the small enemies and capture the large ones. Sanxiang Shizuku, Mingjin Lu, Hung Yin. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them were left perplexed. Luo Lin thought they would understand, but seeing their puzzled expressions made him shake his head and sigh, laughing at himself. He was too lazy to explain further. In short, when there is an advantage, taking the initiative is the best choice. Sanxiang Shizuku smiled. You initially said it was a cooperative alliance, but now it seems I am not your ally but rather your subordinate, being commanded without any benefits. What benefits do you want? Well, can I keep it for now? Let me clarify, I have no money and I won't give my life either. I old Lin am broke. If you expect to get something from me, you will likely be disappointed. Just tell me if you agree or not. You have such a shifty look, it's obvious you have bad intentions. I don't want to. Then how can you have the nerve to assign tasks to others? Sorry, I'm just offering a simple suggestion. You can choose to do it or not, just don't blame me later when you get ambushed alone. Luo Lin shrugged nonchalantly, huffing, thinking someone could catch him off guard. Impossible. No chance at all. Sanxiang Shizuku showed a look of regret. Why do you always speak so pointedly? Aren't we partners now? So what? You have such an attitude while making others do work. Who was the one trying to catch me off guard first? What do you mean by that? Isn't it my due? I don't know what you're talking about. Forget it. We can discuss this matter later. I will pay attention to what you instructed me in school. Sanxiang Shizuku chose to compromise for the time being, feeling that it was better not to be too strong-willed now. If she wanted to conquer this man, perhaps she needed to take it step by step. For now she would let him be arrogant for a while. Once she had him under her control, what kind of expression would he have? Sanxiang Shizuku thought with anticipation and delight in her heart. Night. After returning home, the three of Mingjin Lu, Hongyin and Luo Lin gathered again in the living room after dinner to discuss other important matters. First was Mingjin Lu, who still maintained her appearance as a girl. Luo Lin asked regarding the meeting time with Shatsung Feng. Mingjin Lu: "How about tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? So soon? It's not like you're going to fight Shatsung Feng. Just relax." "But I'm still nervous." "We will be there with you. What is there to be afraid of?" "Alright then." Then it was Hongyan's turn. "Hongyin, if you encounter danger at school, remember to run to the student council president's office first and meet up with Sunxiang Shizuku." I didn't expect you, Luo Lin, to really turn her into a partner. I thought there would be a terrible battle today." Hongyin had been quite nervous at the time. But now it seemed that having gained another strong ally was indeed a more joyful matter. After all, this is Luo Lin. Wow, so cool. He truly is the boy she has a crush on. Hongyin thought excitedly in her heart. Partner? Oh no. How long have we known each other? Asking you to find her first in case of danger doesn't mean I trust her, it's merely to divert the trouble away, forcing her to be involved in the battle instead. As for when you can become true partners, that will depend on her future performance. You also need to supervise her in secret. Trust needs to be tested, you don't be too gullible with others. I will listen to you, The complicated matters were beyond Hongyan's comprehension. As long as Luo Lin told her to do something, she would do it without overthinking those complex issues. If she did well, perhaps she could even earn some rewards from Luo Lin. The next evening at the prearranged time. By a secluded fountain in the park, the brilliant rays of the setting sun illuminated the shimmering surface of the water, casting its glow upon the figure, who appeared slightly anxious and restless. Her beautiful visage, filled with anticipation and fantasies, habitually bore a charming smile at the corners of her lips. At times she gazed at the sparkling water beside her, and at other times she looked towards the vibrant sunset, patiently waiting for the passage of time and the appearance of her beloved. Not far away, Mingjin Lu nervously glanced at Luo Lin and Hongyin. Are we really going over there? Of course you came all this way. Luo Lin scolded. Go for it, Mingjin Liu, we will all support you. Finally, accompanied by Luo Lin and Hongyin, the girl-like Mingjin Lu slowly appeared before Shatsungfen. The moment that long-anticipated figure finally appeared in front of her, Shatsungfen felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. Only she and the one she had longed for remained. Shatsungfen struggled to suppress her excitement, her eyes shimmering with ripples, her gaze filled with affectionate longing, as if she were about to express endless yearning, causing one's heart to flutter. However, before they began conversing, Shatsungfen looked pleadingly at Luo Lin and Hongyin, her expression clearly requesting them to grant her some personal space. Hongyin naturally didn't mind. Luo Lin glanced at Mingjin Lu a couple of times, and Mingjin Lu immediately understood, recalling Luo Lin's previous decisions and actions in the living room. She quickly formed a plan in her mind. Suddenly caught in the heat of the moment, Mingjin Lu took the initiative to grasp Luo Lin's hand, and before she could even speak, everyone present was stunned by her bold action. Luo Lin was bewildered, unsure of what she was suddenly doing. Hongyin was taken aback, especially upon seeing Mingjin Lu suddenly hold Luo Lin's hand so intimately. She instinctively felt a mix of frenzy and confusion. Sha Kangfeng's expression was even more interesting. She was both surprised and anxious, wondering what this gesture from the other meant. At that moment, still unaware of her own actions, Mingjin Liu, while still holding Luo Lin's hand, cheerfully said, Well, you know, Luo Lin and the others are also my best friends, so if Shatsungfen has anything to say, just speak directly. I have no secrets from Luo Lin and the others either. Luo Lin. This address seemed familiar to Shatsungfen. That wasn't the term used by the boy Mingjin Lu to refer to Luo Lin, was it? Why was the girl Mingjin Lu also? Mingjin Lu seemed to realize she might have misspoken, quickly explaining, Oh, I'm also good friends with the boy Mingjin Liu, ahahaha. So I've always heard him call Luo Lin that way, and I just followed suit. Over time it became second nature. Oh, so that's how it is. Sha Zongfeng suddenly understood. Meanwhile, Luo Lin face-bombed in disbelief. Ming Jinlu continued, I heard. Sha Zongfeng. You have always wanted to meet me? Hearing this, Sha Zongfeng regained her composure, displaying a hint of shy femininity. However, the scene of Ming Jinlu actively holding tightly onto Luo Lin's hand before her made her heart restless. She summoned her courage and continued, actually ever since we last met I have been unable to forget you. I want to see you again, to hear your voice once more, to know more and more about you, to learn everything about you. Sha Zongfeng. Suddenly being told this, Ming Jinlu indeed lowered her head, her heart racing with embarrassment. Especially at that moment when the setting sun's glow illuminated the exquisite beauty of the girl before her, Ming Jinlu felt as if she were about to sink into it entirely. That gentle voice, tender gaze and lovely face. Everything made her feel such a fluttering heart, unable to extricate herself. I can't let Sha Zongfeng look at me like that anymore. Otherwise I'll truly fall for her. Ming Jinlu screamed in her heart. Unbeknownst to her. At that moment of excitement, still holding Luo Lin's hand, the oblivious Ming Jinlu suddenly exerted pressure, causing a series of strange crisp cracking sounds from Luo Lin's hand. Ah! What the heck? Innocent Luo Lin instantly donned a face of agony as he felt as if his hand was about to be crushed into powder, the intense pressure causing his face to contort in pain. At this moment, Ming Jinlu and Sha Zongfeng seemed to be lost in their sweet world, completely unaware of the commotion around them. In the depths of emotion, Sha Kangfeng's delicate rosy lips hesitated before finally asking, Ming Jinliu, do you have someone you are currently dating? Well, it seems like no. Not really, haha. Really? Yes. That's great. If you don't mind, can we go out together? Huh? The sudden confession left Ming Jinlu at a complete loss. But the infatuated girl before her looked at her with such anticipation. This was the kind of romantic confession Ming Jinlu had always dreamed of hearing, the scene she had always longed to see, the girl she liked expressing her deep feelings for her. Yet, why? Why did it have to be directed at the girl-like version of herself? What to do? What to do? What to do? Did she really have to accept? If she rejected here, Sha Zongfeng would surely be heartbroken, right? Perhaps she might even shed tears of sorrow. How could she bear to see the girl she liked be sad and cry because of her? But, I'm a girl now, boo-hoo. In that instant, as Ming Jinlu fell into complete madness over the situation, Luo Lin, who had long reached his limit, raised his right hand high, executing a sudden strike, turning 180 degrees and delivering a powerful blow to Ming Jinliu's rear, accompanied by a thunderous sound. Slap. In an instant, Ming Jinliu's pig-like scream echoed throughout the skies as she came to her senses, clutching her painfully throbbing rear, jumping up and down while crying out. This scene immediately left Sha Zongfeng in shock. Once the pain in her rear subsided somewhat, Ming Jinlu turned around, filled with fury, ready to seek vengeance. Luo Lin. Her voice thundered like Wusong fighting a tiger, the waves of anger crashing. However, when she looked towards the culprit, she saw Luo Lin half squatting on the ground, tightly gripping his left hand, a look of pain on his face, his entire left hand twisted and trembling from the intense agony. Luo Lin. Are you okay? Hong Yin was even more heartbroken. She squatted beside Luo Lin, constantly expressing concern for his unfortunate left hand. At this point, the furious expression that Ming Jinlu had prepared to unleash vanished without a trace, and she hurried over, squatting down beside Luo Lin, anxiously asking, Luo Lin, what happened to you? Why is your left hand like this? Who did this? Tell me, I won't let that bastard off the hook. Why are you all looking at me like that? Ming Jinlu shrank her neck innocently, and her pitiful expression successfully made Luo Lin lose his temper, letting out a helpless smile. However, Hong Yin still accused her. It's all your fault. Since just now all you've been able to see is Shutzang's classmate. I don't understand why you suddenly held Luo Lin's hand so tightly. In the end, you even squeezed Luo Lin's hand into this shape, and you still don't realize it. I really didn't mean to. Wu Lao Lin, I'm sorry. Poor Luolin, it must hurt a lot. Should we go to the hospital? Facing the anxious and caring expressions of Hung Yin and Ming Jinlu. In the end, Luolin still endured the pain, moving his left hand a little, and replied to the two, I'm fine. It hurts a bit, but fortunately I didn't injure my tendons or bones. Ming Jinliu, your strength is too great, like a hydraulic pliers. I almost thought my left hand would be ruined. I'm sorry. Ming Jinlu felt very guilty. Alright, I'm not mad at you. But if you really want to apologize, how about we take a bath together tonight? Ha ha ha. Okay, I understand. Your left hand is injured, I'll help you wash it. This time it left Luolin stunned. He had just said it casually, but he didn't expect Ming Jinlu to actually agree so quickly. So he hurriedly explained, I was just joking with you, but if you're going to serve me like this, I would definitely be very happy, haha. Under normal circumstances, Luolin would have expected Ming Jinliu's reaction to be something like get lost. Damn Lao Lin, you wish. You go wash yourself. However, at this moment Ming Jinlu blushed involuntarily and weakly scolded, why are you always thinking about my body? Ugh, so shameless. But if your left hand is injured, it really is inconvenient. If you promise not to mess with me, I don't mind helping you once. After saying that, Ming Jinlu lowered her head, appearing a bit shy. Luolin was completely astonished at this. This isn't right. He was just joking around, thinking, no way, are you serious? However, as Ming Jinlu agreed, someone else was not pleased. Hung Yin quickly pushed Ming Jinlu away, blushing and anxiously said, no? Absolutely not. No way. Ming Jinlu was caught off guard. Taking the opportunity, Hung Yin actively volunteered to Luolin, if your left hand is really inconvenient, why not let me help you? It's okay, I'll cover my eyes and won't peek. As soon as this was said, Ming Jinlu was even less agreeable, retorting sharply, hey Hung Yin, you can't do that either. How can a girl bathe with Lao Lin? But you're doing the same. It should be fine for me. Besides, I have bathed with Lao Lin before. Ming Jinliu, feeling a bit embarrassed, stopped midway. Hung Yin was somewhat angered. What does this even mean? Are you showing off, Ming Jinlu? Even if that was the case, it was in the past. If we let Ming Jinlu into the bathroom with Luolin now, who knows what Luolin would do to you? Huh? What are you talking about? It seems I should be the one worrying. Anyway, it's not allowed, that's just terrible. If you say I can't, fine. Then what makes you think you can? Hung Yin, you're also a girl, right? Lao Lin is notorious for being a pervert. If you really went in with him, you'd definitely be eaten clean. Even if I am eaten, I would be willing. It has nothing to do with Ming Jinlu. Huh? Facing Hung Yin's firm opposition, Ming Jinlu stood her ground. Goodness. For a moment Luolin found himself doing nothing, just standing there watching Ming Jinlu and Hung Yin arguing back and forth, both with flushed faces and stretched necks. My goodness, Luolin felt his head was about to explode. At this moment, on the side, Shutsung Feng looked at Ming Jinliu, who was arguing with Hung Yin, and a hint of sadness gradually appeared in her eyes. She had just mustered the courage to confess. However, now, it seemed that the other party didn't take it to heart at all. It hurts. She felt a sharp pain in her heart. Luolin noticed and sighed. He originally didn't want to meddle, but thinking of his good friend's romantic feelings, he just had to speak up to comfort her. Shutsung, classmate. Didn't you always want to know what kind of person Ming Jinlu is? Mr. Luolin. Lost in sadness, Shutsung Feng didn't expect Luolin to suddenly talk to her. That gentle voice felt as refreshing as an autumn breeze, dispersing the sadness she felt earlier. She turned to look at him, and Luolin met her gaze, smiling politely, continuing, now you've seen what kind of person she is, right? Even so, do you still like her? People always hold infinite beautiful fantasies about the things they like, yet often overlook their most genuine selves. Perhaps you really like her very much, but I hope you understand that to her you are just a stranger she met for the first time today. Is Mr. Luolin comforting me? Shutsung Feng could feel his kindness, which warmed her heart, realizing he was concerned about her. Luo Lin smiled. Sort of, but of course if you end up feeling sad and stop liking her because of this, it doesn't matter. I want. The feelings in my heart are serious. They are absolutely not something trivial and cheap. Haha, then I don't know. What your feelings are like is something only you know. Others including me and Ming Jinliu have no idea. Gradually Shatsang Feng understood, smiling. I see, Mr. Luolin, you hope I won't rush and will use more practical actions to prove my love right. Anyone can say pretty words, but very few truly put their heart into action. Thank you so much, Mr. Luolin. Hearing you say this, I feel much better. You really are a very gentle and thoughtful person. Shatsang Feng smiled warmly at him. Luolin replied. I've said what I needed to say. As for what to do next, it all depends on you, Shatsang classmate. If it ultimately fails, don't cry about it. At that time, will Mr. Luolin still comfort me like this? Maybe yes, maybe no. The two chatted and exchanged smiles. However, just as they were enjoying their conversation, Ming Jinlu had unknowingly stopped arguing with Hong Yin and stood there somewhat absent-mindedly gazing at a short distance. Where Luo Lin and Shatsang Feng stood together laughing and chatting under the evening sunshine, creating an atmosphere that couldn't be better. Especially when Shatsang Feng covered her mouth, revealing a cute and innocent smile. Ming Jinlu felt a pang in her heart. Shatsang classmate, why? They had known each other for so long. It seemed she had never seen Shatsang Feng show such a cute and innocent smile while chatting with her. But why? Only when chatting with Lao Lin would she show such happiness. And Lao Lin was the same. He actually abandoned them and secretly chatted happily with Shatsang Feng. What? What does this even mean? Ming Jinlu? Hong Yin, look over there. Luo Lin and Shatsang classmate. When did they start chatting together? And they look like they are having a great time. Hong Yin exclaimed in a meltdown. Ming Jinlu felt the same way. In the following days, everyone managed to enjoy a rare period of tranquility. No particularly unexpected incidents occurred and Luo Lin remained at home diligently recuperating. After these days of sufficient rest, he exercised his muscles in the courtyard, revealing a long-lost cheerful smile. After a bit of exercise, he returned to the living room, turned on the television, sipped tea and snacked on sunflower seeds while quietly pondering over other matters. Currently there were no new enemies at school and the only suspicious individual left was Shatsang Feng. Luo Lin felt there was no need to rush lest he alarm the snake by stirring the grass. He had been trying to help Ming Jinlu gain control over her transformation ability so that in the future she wouldn't always need to rely on Hong Yin for assistance. After repeated attempts every night, Ming Jinlu, not being too foolish, finally started to grasp some patterns and could barely manage her transformation. Although Luo Lin currently thought it was of little use, he believed it was better for Ming Jinlu to learn everything she needed to know as a precaution. Ever since the day he was injured, Hong Yin seemed to have taken up residence here without any intention of returning home. On several occasions Luo Lin wanted to tell her that he was fine and no longer needed care truly. However, each time Hong Yin would adopt a pitiful expression as if saying, I will be very obedient, so please don't abandon me, which made it hard for Luo Lin to refuse, and ultimately this matter was left unresolved. Thus every morning thereafter Luo Lin either woke up feeling as if a ghost was pressing down on him, or with a strangled neck, or with numb arms painfully jolting him awake on time. After getting up, he looked at the space on the floor that was occupied and then at his empty big bed beside him, and he truly didn't understand the meaning of sleeping on the floor. Was Hong Yin's sleepwalking syndrome too severe? Would it really be alright to continue like this? He initially thought about sleeping a few nights with Ming Jinlu. But as soon as he mentioned it, he was instantly met with a united front of opposition from both Hong Yin and Ming Jinlu. Ming Jinlu was worried that he might make a move on her at night, so she firmly refused to let this lecher enter her room, especially since she had not yet mastered her transformation skills. Consequently, many times at night Ming Jinlu was in her female form. If Luo Lin were to enter and they both lay in the same bed, what would that lead to? Ming Jinlu was well aware of the damned charm that came with turning into a girl. She also understood men's nature all too well. After all, he was a man himself. What if a good brother's blood surged and in a moment of heat he... Just thinking about it made Ming Jinlu feel flushed and unable to accept it. Unless on the contrary, if Luo Lin turned into a girl and he remained a man, then Ming Jinlu would be comfortable with that and would welcome him with open arms. In short, it was all about a double standard. On the other hand, Hong Yin felt just the opposite, thinking that if Luo Lin were to sleep with Ming Jinlu, it would simply be a lamb entering a tiger's den, a one-way trip. Thus she had to protect Luo Lin from Ming Jinlu. In her eyes, Ming Jinlu was the true super pervert who would take advantage of good brothers. Thanks to this, since Hong Yin moved in, Luo Lin's wardrobe had been completely taken over by her clothes. When he opened the familiar wardrobe, he was greeted by an array of girls' garments, various lingerie, dresses and coats all crammed inside. Conversely, his own already scarce clothes were pushed into a corner, forlorn and isolated. However, after barely adapting for a day or two, Luo Lin became indifferent to it. Although the wardrobe was filled with neatly arranged girls' clothes that looked quite appealing, right? Even the color sorting was pleasing to the eye and beautiful, right? That was precisely the result of Luo Lin's organizing. Ming Jinlu and Hong Yin were off to school. So while Luo Lin stayed at home, he had to help wash and hang Hong Yin's clothes that she had changed out of, cleaning them thoroughly, folding them neatly and placing them back in the wardrobe. He still remembered. Once while collecting clothes in the courtyard in the evening, Ming Jinlu had remarked, "I never expected to see girls' clothes on our drying rack at home. What a magical scene." Upon hearing her words, Hong Yin hurried over, standing in front of her clothes, waving her hands frantically, blushing as she shouted, "Ah! Don't look, Ming Jinlu. Please don't keep staring at girls' clothes, it's so embarrassing." "Why can't I look?" Ming Jinlu shamelessly asked, "Why, as those items, whether lingerie or skirts, were all hanging on the drying rack, what was there not to look at?" Hong Yin retorted with a flushed face, "How can a boy keep staring at girls' underwear all the time? Luo Lin can look, so why can't I?" Then. Isn't it because of what?" Hong Yin stammered, unable to articulate what was on her mind for quite a while. Finally she changed her tune, saying, "Anyway, other boys are not allowed to look." Ming Jinlu looked puzzled for a moment, then proudly smiled slightly. "Really? But that seems strange, right? After all, I'm a girl now, aren't I? While saying this, she shamelessly placed her hands on her hips, puffed up her chest and flaunted her impressive figure, carrying a tone of intentional boasting and mockery. In contrast, Hong Yin could see that Ming Jinlu's figure was even more impressive than her own. Such excessive humiliation nearly made Hong Yin explode with anger. Don't think that being bigger is impressive. A woman's value and charm cannot solely be defined by size. Wah! In the end, she ended up shouting in frustration. However, Ming Jinlu completely disregarded her and retorted, "Oh, is that really the case? Ha ha ha. Oh dear, Hong Yin really doesn't understand a man's heart. What do you mean by that? Men, after all, are like that, the bigger the better. They can be completely mesmerized in an instant. Ha ha ha. Don't you think so, Luo Lin?" Luo Lin, who was still collecting clothes nearby, was taken aback by her words. He felt a bit confused. "Huh? What were you two just talking about? Hey! So you mean to say you didn't hear a word of our discussion?" "Oh, not really. I was just listening to you two discuss women's underwear sizes and who's bigger and so on. So what's your opinion on it?" "What's my opinion? What does it have to do with me?"